Just now, my sword was called away by the voice of Wan Jianguizong. What should I do? I'm waiting online. It's quite urgent, and I don't know if it will be returned. Chapter 1. Rainy Night, Knife, Umbrella. Chu Huaishu donned the game helmet, and then opened his eyes. The environment before him instantaneously transformed, and he perceived the scene as somewhat dim. It was a night of torrential rain. At this moment, he was equipped with a short knife at his waist, holding an oiled paper umbrella, standing on a small path amidst the woods. The scent of rain mingled with the earth wafted into his nostrils, sharpening his senses. The night sky was shrouded in dense clouds, obscuring even the slightest trace of moonlight. Chu Huaishu furrowed his brow, raised his unshielded right hand, and aligned his index and middle fingers together, then swiped upward in the air. In the next moment, the entire world brightened somewhat. Everything before him became remarkably clearer. Just as Chu Huaishu was preparing to survey his surroundings, a figure darted out from the dense forest ahead. The figure also wielded an oiled paper umbrella, clad in a black outfit, the only distinguishing feature being the long knife sheathed at his waist. And his umbrella was held rather low, so from Chu Huaishu's angle, he could only see most of his face, reminiscent of a close-up shot from film. Consequently, Chu Huaishu silently lowered his oiled paper umbrella a bit as well. The man who emerged from the forest had already placed his right hand on the hilt of his long knife. His voice was slightly hoarse, almost as though he had phlegm lodged in his throat. I advise you not to do anything. Come back with me now, and you'll be thrown into the celestial prison. After uttering this, the stubbled man added, Of course, you have a second option. Pay me 50 taels of silver. Upon saying this, he shifted his body slightly, indicating a passageway. Hearing this, Chu Huaishu lowered his oiled paper umbrella a little more. The rain pelted down incessantly, drumming against the surface of the umbrella, making it difficult to discern his expression in the darkness. 50 taels equivalent to over 50,000 on Earth, Chu Huaishu calculated inwardly. Spending over 50,000 to avoid imprisonment or even to buy a life did not seem exorbitant. However, he was uncertain whether his current self could produce such wealth. Thus, he began searching his person for money. To his surprise, he actually found a 100 tael silver note in his bosom. Oh, it appears this starting point is not simple, he thought. Chu Huaishu raised his oiled paper umbrella, arched an eyebrow at the man, and, holding up the 100 tael note, inquired earnestly, You can actually provide change, right? The stubbled man also lifted his umbrella, his gaze suddenly sharpening. His initial intention was to assess the financial background of this young man. Many individuals would not carry their entire fortune with them. Wouldn't it be more advantageous to seize only the silver on him? It could be understood that he not only aimed to rob the wallet, but also sought the balance in the bank account. Yet, who would have thought that this young man would carry such a large denomination of currency? The stubbled man licked his slightly dry lips, speaking in that phlegmy voice. Initially, I had some doubts about your identity, but now. Swish! The stubbled man swiftly drew his long knife. With a sinister grin directed at Chu Huaishu, he held the umbrella in his left hand and the knife in his right, stepping forward 2 paces. I just find it perplexing that they send a false spirit fetus like you here. What does it signify? The situation was extraordinary, with calamity approaching, and the era of universal cultivation had begun. Anyone with even a hint of spirit fetus potential could step into the realm of cultivation and become a practitioner. This individual appeared to be of considerable age, yet had not entered the path of cultivation, undoubtedly a false spirit fetus. Chu Huaishu tilted his head slightly at the stubbled man's words, glancing at him askew. Aren't you the same? Laughable. Aren't you also a false spirit fetus while looking down on others? The stubbled man's eyes darkened further, anger flashing across his face. In earlier times, the rights to cultivation were monopolized by sects, dynasties, and prominent families, ensuring the perpetuation of class divisions. Commoners, unless exceptionally gifted, had no opportunity for cultivation. Now, with calamity imminent, the era of universal cultivation had begun. In such an environment, the plight of individuals like him, a false spirit fetus, was indeed cruel. Other than physical training, there were no other choices. However, relying solely on physical training to break through the first threshold of cultivation was akin to climbing to the heavens. The effort required was 100-fold, even 1,000-fold, more than that of those possessing a spirit fetus. Therefore, for the stubbled man, a spirit fetus was the object of his deepest envy. He dreamt of becoming a practitioner. At that moment, his anger surged, his grip on the knife tightening. Yet before he struck, the stubbled man wished to continue his mockery. After all, killing was one thing, banter was another. Indeed, I am also a false spirit fetus. but I never considered relying on such a meager false spirit fetus to infiltrate the Tao Gate. You worthless thing truly do not know your own worth. You don't think you can sneak through the back door due to your delicate appearance, do you? He licked his upper lip. Chu Huaishu listened to his words, absorbing the information contained within. Infiltrate the Tao Gate. He seized upon this key phrase. Strictly speaking, a false spirit fetus could indeed never be admitted into the Tao Gate. However, a smile crept onto Chu Huaishu's face as he uttered words the stubbled man could not comprehend. Don't ask. I'm an athletic specialist. The rain continued to pour. The stubbled man questioned whether his mind had been muddled or if the other party's mind was muddled. He was utterly confused. Yet the other party moved. Chu Huaishu also drew the short knife from his waist. Rainy night, knife, umbrella, he murmured to himself. He then tossed aside the umbrella. The short knife was drawn. The torrential rain battered against his body as Chu Huaishu lunged forward, his first step landing in a puddle, splashing a mixture of muddy water. Good courage, the stubbled man shouted angrily, discarding his oiled paper umbrella as well. The long knife swept forward viciously, taking a broad and aggressive approach. Upon a clash of blades, Chu Huaishu felt a jolt in his grip. It was evident that the opponent possessed far greater strength. If nothing unexpected occurred, this stubbled man must have undergone physical training. It was just that he had not yet surpassed the first threshold of cultivation. An intriguing beginning, Chu Huaishu mused. Yet, at your age, with such a foul mouth, is this all your physical training has amounted to? Is this all? The short knife suddenly flicked upward. The stubbled man felt a shock of realization. He could not fathom why this young man, who seemed neither strong nor fast nor particularly robust, was so elusive. If it were merely a series of fortunate dodges, he would attribute it to luck. But what if it happened every time? Moreover, the angles at which he struck and his precision were alarmingly formidable. It seems that his mastery over this body has reached an exceedingly perverse level. Why? The stubbled man pondered in utter confusion, a foreboding feeling beginning to stir within him. If I am struck by him just once, it will surely be a fatal blow. I will certainly die. As it turned out, his thoughts were indeed correct. For the moment that notion surfaced, a short dagger had already drawn a line of blood across his neck. You are right. How does that make you feel? After swiftly slashing the throat, Chu Huaishu delivered a powerful kick to the stubbled man's abdomen, sending him sprawling far away to maintain a safe distance, lest some unforeseen close-quarter mishap occur before he completely perished. There the man lay on the ground, convulsing, hands tightly clutching his neck, yet blood continued to flow unabated. The situation is now settled. Rain washed over him as Chu Huaishu slightly lowered his head, sheathed his blade, and calmly remarked, "Practice makes perfect." Chu Huaishu took a few steps. Chapter 2. In truth, I am a male model. The term Huangshu refers to summer and is an alternative name for the 4th month of the lunar calendar. Chu Huaishu celebrates his birthday on the 1st day of the lunar April, thus earning his name. Currently, he is engrossed in a game titled Borrowing the Sword. It is now the year 2055, and as a youthful 30-something, he finds himself in an era of rapid technological advancement. With the simple application of a wired patch to his temple and the closure of his eyes, he is transported into an extraordinarily realistic gaming universe. In this age, the genre of time-traveling literature has lost its novelty. The concept of traversing time and space has become commonplace. For many, such games are essentially equivalent to time travel. However, while reality is governed by legal constraints, various games impose their own rules to regulate player behavior. In more liberating games, players may marry and bear children with NPCs or other players, ensuring that every step of the process is meticulously detailed. Consequently, the gaming industry has evolved to a point where the game companion industry has undergone a significant transformation. In the early days, game companions simply played alongside you and communicated via voice chat. At most, they flirted or provided lighthearted banter. For anything more intimate, a face-to-face meeting was necessary. However, by 2045, games had become so immersive that they felt like a genuine alternate reality, with high degrees of freedom, making companionship in games akin to male and female models actively engaging in their roles. One might liken it to the local guides that became popular years ago. These guides would accompany you while traveling or on business trips, but now, the setting for companionship has shifted to the virtual realms of gaming. Chu Huaishu, a skilled companion, no, a game player, navigates through the circles of various female bosses, consistently earning 5-star reviews. Occasionally, he even benefits from advantageous situations, a skill that undoubtedly requires talent. Fortunately, He directs his abilities towards his work, diligently fulfilling his role as a model. If he were to apply these skills in real life, it would be quite a different story. At this moment, he finds himself with some spare time, eager to test his luck by creating a new account in Borrowing the Sword. This game adopts a blind box mentality reminiscent of certain major gambling companies, where each account must be purchased. Upon creating a new account, the nature of the starting point, the specific novice village, and the initial tasks remain shrouded in mystery. Although the game is well balanced in its beginnings, ensuring that no player is granted an overwhelmingly advantageous start, preferences vary among individuals, after all. Moreover, the game has been launched for 5 years, during which seasoned players have discovered certain strategies, making some starting points more favored by the community. Furthermore, for affluent gaming guilds, it is often more advantageous to purchase pre-activated accounts rather than engaging in the lottery of blind boxes, facilitating their strategic planning. Consequently, the resale of newly activated accounts has gained popularity. Chu Huaisu possesses a habit of activating accounts 3 times at the beginning of each month. He has always had a favorable run in this regard, earning a modest profit in the process. Most importantly, he has a stable clientele among the female management of his guild, who are the ideal candidates for account acquisition. One particular woman, who treats him as a treasure, often offers prices above the market rate. The account he activated today is expected to fetch a good price, as it is marked by the pursuit of a bearded man and comes equipped with a substantial amount of silver notes, clearly indicating its status as a high-priority character. The initial main quests are quite straightforward, and many guilds are keen on acquiring such accounts, a fact that Chu Huaisu is well aware of. However, to his astonishment, he encountered a significant issue upon logging in today. He was unable to log out. This made no sense to him, having played Borrowing the Sword for so long. He was fully aware of the game's stability. Borrowing the Sword excels in every aspect, offering an unparalleled gaming experience, and currently holds a top-tier reputation. To what extent is its reputation esteemed? Even the planner's mother remains alive in the hearts of many players. This contrasts starkly with other games, where even 10 mothers of the planner would not suffice for their demise. This is the first time Chu Huaisu has faced such a serious issue, finding himself unable to exit the game. Moreover, many of his gaming functions seem to be inoperative, including some fundamental features. For instance, he can no longer listen to music while playing. The brightness adjustment, however, still functions. Moments ago, he swiped upwards with 2 fingers, illuminating the world before his eyes, thanks to the brightness adjustment. But why has even the pain sensitivity adjustment vanished? Chu Huaisu was at a loss. He attempted to pinch himself hard, only to wince in pain. No, this was undoubtedly a pain sensitivity level of 100. He was utterly bewildered. In Borrowing the Sword, the adjustable maximum pain index is only 8. Most players keep it set low, with only a select few enthusiasts indulging in their atypical desires by raising the pain sensitivity index. Many adjust it to nearly 0. Additionally, Borrowing the Sword offers immense freedom, as previously mentioned, allowing for marriage and childbirth, making it truly immersive. Thus, the legendary painless motherhood can indeed be realized within the game. Yet this sensation of pain is undeniably peculiar. Chu Huaisu furrowed his brow. The game has a cap set at a mere 8. This is utterly illogical. His gaze fell upon the corpse of the stubbled man on the ground, and he could not help but draw in a sharp breath. In other words, had I been careless just now and received a wound from him, would the pain not have been unbearable? If such a bug truly exists, how many players would be dissuaded from continuing? Chu Huaisu could foresee this predicament. Consequently, he meticulously inspected all his game functions, only to discover that the available features were alarmingly few. Even the AI customer service, which he had meticulously trained over time, was unreachable. It is worth noting that this AI had become akin to a familiar companion. Even more bizarrely, Chu Huaisu was able to access the time feature and was acutely aware that the game timeline within Borrowing the Sword had progressed to the year Xianxia 1997. Yet, when he checked the time, it astonishingly displayed Xianxia 1990. How utterly outrageous. Has this game truly collapsed? The rain continued to pour, and as Chu Huaisu held up his oiled paper umbrella, he stood on the narrow path amidst the dense forest, increasingly sensing that something was amiss. Having devoured countless novels, anime, and films, could it be that I have traversed into Borrowing the Sword? He opened his character panel to review the fundamental information of his game character. Almost immediately, he discerned something amiss in the character template section. To his shock, his template was designated not as player, but as NPC. In that instant, The world seemed to crumble around Chu Huaishu. Damn it, I have exerted so much effort to ingratiate myself with wealthy women, devoted myself to being a male model, and even ranked second on the list of must-have companions in borrowing the sword, with savings that I have yet to touch. I had a booking with Sister Yin for the evening. This mature woman, who has been living apart from her husband for years, marked as married but slightly widowed, sent me a voice message in the dead of night to schedule a gaming session for the following evening, clearly intending to extend the time. Chu Huaishu could not help but lower his head in frustration. The sound of the night rain was grating on his nerves. Under the oiled paper umbrella, his irritation only intensified. He approached the corpse of the stubbled man and slowly crouched down, raising his hand to deliver a sharp slap. Chapter 3, Loyalty. Slap. The sound of the impact mingled with the thunder rumbling in the night sky, leaving the fallen, stubbled man with his head askew. Chu Huaishu gazed at him with cold eyes, eager to test whether the information detection function was still operational. In borrowing the sword, players possess the information detection capability, allowing them to access basic information about NPCs. Indeed, the information one can access is intricately linked to their own authority and the rank of the counterpart. For instance, if the NPC possesses a level significantly higher than yours, or holds a unique status, or is associated with a grand, enigmatic event, then utilizing an information detection will yield nothing but 3 question marks. To draw an analogy from the cultivation system in borrowing the sword, a player's information detection resembles an enhanced version of spiritual awareness. However, while spiritual awareness can only discern cultivation realms, magical artifacts, and the attributes of techniques, information detection can unveil a broader spectrum of fundamental information. Yet, to his dismay, the information detection feature for Chu Huaishu remains inaccessible. What could be the reason? He found himself ensnared in a deeper confusion. Had he been able to glean even a modicum of information about the other party, he would at least have had insight into his current predicament, the circumstances he faced, and the possibility to analyze why he was being pursued and threatened with imprisonment in a celestial dungeon. Moreover, there was a crucial point regarding the Dao Sect. Why did he mention infiltrating the Dao Sect? The world of borrowing the sword is set in the Xianxia realm, which is divided into 4 major continents: East, West, South, and North. The northern and southern continents have, due to certain extraordinary circumstances, succumbed to ruin during a past cataclysm, becoming forbidden zones. From a map, Chu Huaishu could discern that he currently resided in the eastern continent. The Dao Sect is one of the 4 major sects in the East. Those who can gain admission to the Dao Sect are invariably the prodigies of the eastern continent. Among the multitude of players, few can ascend to the ranks of the Dao Sect. Achieving such a feat essentially equates to taking flight from a standstill, significantly elevating one's potential for future development. This signifies that in real life, one could engage in gaming as a profession, earning a substantial income through borrowing the sword each month. Chu Huaishu has nearly convinced himself that he has traversed into borrowing the sword, with even the timeline altered. Thus, the Dao Sect has become paramount. After the failure of information detection, he raised his hand and struck the stubbled man once more. Had he known, he would have spared him for interrogation before ending his life. Worthless fool, reflect on why you are so easily dispatched. The stubbled man was indeed far too weak. Chu Huaishu's ranking as the second most sought-after companion in the female player's must-have companions list undoubtedly attests to his exceptional qualities. His allure, prowess, vocal resonance, and emotional value are all remarkably well-rounded. Consequently, although he seldom accepts companionship requests from male players, he still manages to secure the 49th position in the male player's must-have companions list. Can you believe it? Indeed, in these 2 rankings, gender is not a restricting factor, allowing for a more inclusive evaluation. Considering the whimsical nature of certain players and the general behavior of the vast communication network, it is evident what the final rankings will resemble. Naturally, when paired with male players, his primary responsibility will be to lead the way, with no possibility of providing any additional assistance. It is worth mentioning that, much like many games, borrowing the sword features a face customization function. Simply put, upon purchasing an account and creating a character, players are granted a one-time opportunity to modify their appearance freely. Should they wish to alter their visage again, it incurs exorbitant costs comparable to real-life cosmetic surgery. Remarkably, some individuals, driven by eccentricity, even resort to borrowing loans for cosmetic procedures for their game avatars. As for players like Chu Huai-Su, who consistently ranks among the elite companions when activating the face customization feature, they employ a full-body scanning mode to flawlessly replicate their real-world attributes, ensuring no discrepancy between their online and offline selves, thus eliminating any semblance of deceit. Such companions are duly recognized and certified by the gaming platform, and those who make it to the elite list predominantly belong to this category. Notably, this full-body scanning does not deplete the usage of the face customization feature. Chu Huai-Su possesses the quintessential features of a handsome, fox-like individual. Should Chinese folklore ever be adapted into a live-action series, he would be a fitting candidate for the role of the fox scholar. While he may not embody the same cunning as depicted in the animation, as a male model within the gaming realm, he undoubtedly possesses considerable acting prowess. After all, exceptional models are seldom devoid of talent. Regarding his ability to effortlessly vanquish the scruffy man, two primary reasons underpin this prowess. Firstly, the initial game characters in Borrowing the Sword possess attributes that surpass those of ordinary mortals, which is why he jestingly claims to be a sports prodigy. Secondly, and perhaps more crucially, is the mastery over his own physique. For an average individual, achieving perfect control over one's body is rarely attainable. For instance, attempting to halt an arm precisely at a 9 o'clock position proves challenging. However, within the realm of Borrowing the Sword, this precision is achievable. Of course, such exceptional bodily control requires acclimatization to discern one's limits, a concept that Chu Huai-Su, as an experienced player, is intimately familiar with. Thus, he skillfully evades the scruffy man's strikes, dispatching him with the ease one might use to slay a mere dog. Yet, the current dilemma lies in his overwhelming strength. The valuable information he can glean is regrettably scant. Chu Huai-Su lifted the umbrella's canopy, gazing into the rain-soaked night sky. At this moment, he found himself unable to access even his identity information, a functionality evidently restricted. This unmistakably suggests a narrative arc laden with initial main quests, indicating that his character possesses a backstory and an identity. He mused himself. However, Chu Huai-Su remained utterly oblivious to everything. Fortunately, despite his traversal, some abilities from the game remained intact, providing him with a semblance of a golden finger. In the next moment, a system notification chimed in his ear. Ding! The task system is about to unlock permissions. Chu Huai-Shu's face instantly brightened with joy. Perhaps the heavens favored me, the esteemed brother. On a gentle slope beside the dense forest, two men clad in black robes and wearing masks silently observed the unfolding events. The man on the left donned a golden mask, while the one on the right wore a silver mask. Just moments ago, the silver-masked man could not contain his astonishment. To dispatch him so effortlessly, this newcomer dispatched by the organization possesses remarkable physical control. The golden-masked man, equally astonished, remarked, his talent in technique is likely quite considerable. My lord, such a talent should be sent to the borders of Moon Country. Although he is merely a pseudo-spiritual embryo, he is undoubtedly a promising candidate for body refinement. After a few years of honing at the borders, his achievements could be significant, the silver-masked man asserted. The golden-masked man slightly nodded. It is indeed a pity to assign him as an outer disciple in Mirror Country, Sect. Both masked men hailed from an espionage organization within Moon Country and have been quietly infiltrating Mirror Country for years. The organization bore no name, or rather, it simply referred to itself as the organization. They had long become seasoned undercover agents, jointly responsible for the initiation of newcomers. Over the past 2 years, they had expressed their grievances, lamenting that the organization had been dispatching only subpar recruits. Yet, when a promising candidate finally emerged, they found it somewhat regrettable. At this point, their initiation task was effectively complete. According to the traditions of their organization, their self-proclaimed initiation task did not involve direct contact with the newcomers. The term initiation, in this context, meant that they were aware of receiving the newcomer and guiding them through a lesson. The man with stubble, who had just met his demise, was a member of the Mirror Country's patrol. It was these two masked men who, through various means, had informed the patrol of the young newcomer's identity, leading to the preceding chase. Their intention was to ensure that newcomers stumbled early on, leaving them completely unaware of how they had been exposed, thus fostering a heightened sense of caution. Low profile, even lower profile. However, they had not anticipated that this young man possessed such skill, dispatching his foe with such ease. Clean, swift, decisive, ruthless. Even before and after the confrontation, he did not forget to display a flair for theatrics. Shortly thereafter, the masked men, still observing from the shadows, witnessed Chu Huaishu deliver 2 resounding slaps. The stubbled man's body had swollen from the force. The 2 masked men exchanged incredulous glances. No, with such temperament and demeanor, is he truly suited for infiltration? The organization's decision to send someone is rather peculiar, remarked the man with the golden mask. The man with the silver mask nodded in agreement, saying, "My lord, I truly believe he should be dispatched to the border." The golden masked man raised his hand and spoke in a deep tone. "Enough. The organization's arrangement must have its own rationale. We simply need to fulfill our respective duties." "Yes," responded the silver masked man, bowing his head in compliance. Regardless of how absurd the organization's decisions may appear, both men would remain utterly obedient. Their upbringing had conditioned them into the forms desired by the organization. They believed that this somewhat fox-faced youth had undoubtedly experienced a similar upbringing. As long as this shared experience and indelible memory existed, the 3 of them shared 3 fundamental attributes: loyalty, loyalty, and loyalty. Chapter 4. A Miscommunication. Who on earth am I? Chu Huaishu squatted beside the corpse, furrowing his brow and cursing inwardly. He possessed no recollection of this character and had not received any information from the system. Thus, he was oblivious to which faction his character belonged. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I headed? He knew nothing. Oh wait, this person mentioned that I must infiltrate the Taoist sect. Upon this realization, Chu Huaishu promptly made a decision. I shall not. He was now convinced that he had indeed traversed realms. Following the predetermined path, given his lack of memories and information, would only lead to a significant sense of uncertainty and insecurity. In the game, there are revival coins, allowing one to resurrect upon death. Although his character panel indicated that, like every initial account, he possessed 3 revival coins. What if they were useless? This was a crossing of worlds, not merely a game. What if they did not function? Thus, he felt it prudent to exercise caution. Just moments ago, he had heard the system notification that the quest system was being activated. This was remarkably significant for Chu Huaishu. Borrowing the sword is a game with a high degree of freedom, allowing players to explore independently and acquire experience points through various channels, which can then be used to upgrade their characters, skills, or equipment. The most official means of gaining experience points is undoubtedly through completing quests. If these functions remain operational, they would serve as his lifeline in this new existence, he pondered. On Earth, he had survived by leveraging his charm. Now, in the game, he would dabble in the margins. He could not possibly revert to his former profession after such a transition. That would strip him of the title of virtual male model and truly lead to chaos. Chu Huaishu was acutely aware that in borrowing the sword, strength was paramount. His strikingly handsome visage, capable of enchanting both men and women alike, was merely a supplementary asset. A few seconds passed, and the mission system was finally fully activated. A system notification, audible only to him, echoed in his ears like a legendary whisper. Ding! The mission system has been activated. Assessing your initial completion status. Determination. You have successfully evaded the assassination attempt by Shuehu. Determination. You have managed to counterattack successfully during your escape. Determination. As Chu Huaishu listened to the barrage of evaluation notifications, he couldn't suppress a silent retort. What do you mean I counterattacked during my escape? How was T even running properly? Had I known, I would have taken the dog for an extra lap, perhaps extracting some useful information along the way. And yet, here I am, dispatched in a single stroke. With this thought, Chu Huaishu delivered a sharp slap to the lifeless body before him. Slap. It was crucial to note that since borrowing the sword had passed scrutiny, the game's guidance for players was inherently positive, steering clear of any malevolent paths. Thus, the Shuehu who lay before him was undoubtedly a deserving target. Not a noble figure, but rather a red-named monster, leaving him without a shred of moral burden. In fact, after dispatching him, Chu Huaishu received a reward of 100 experience points. Meanwhile, 2 masked men, who had been covertly observing Chu Huaishu from a distance, couldn't help but twitch their lips beneath their masks. They were perplexed as to why he felt the need to strike Shuehu repeatedly. Was his touch truly that refined? Yet, as members of the organization, they possessed one of the strongest senses of belonging to Yu Kingdom and held a profound animosity towards Mirror Kingdom. Therefore, since Shuehu was from the Mirror Kingdom, they did not find the actions of this strikingly handsome youth excessively brutal. Moreover, The members of the organization lived under considerable oppression, with numerous peculiar proclivities. Hence, while they may not comprehend his behavior, they respected it. After exchanging a glance, the man adorned in a golden mask spoke, "We should take our leave." "My lord, this newcomer is quite intriguing. I wish to observe him further," replied the man in the silver mask. However, upon hearing this, the golden-masked man immediately let out a cold snort, an intense aura of pressure enveloping the air. "Humph. Have you forgotten the teachings imparted to us within the organization? What admonitions were we given before departing for the Mirror Kingdom?" The golden-masked man stated solemnly, "The third admonition. Do not harbor excessive curiosity towards fellow members of the organization. This is beneficial for you and for him." The silver-masked man promptly lowered his head and replied respectfully, "Yes, my lord." Noticing the man's agreeable demeanor, the golden-faced gentleman inclined his head slightly, his voice softening. "We both have pressing matters at hand. This is our final task of guiding newcomers. You should return to the Mirror Kingdom's court and attend to your responsibilities. I, too, must return to the Tao Sect." The silver-faced man immediately bowed and replied, "Yes, my lord." Thus, the two parted ways, vanishing into the rain-soaked night shortly thereafter. Consequently, they were unaware of Chu Huaishu's subsequent actions. He rummaged through Shue's belongings, stowing away the loot from their recent encounter in his pouch before sprinting away with fervor. The reason was straightforward. The task system had just awarded him an initial completion score of 993 points, nearly perfect, and swiftly presented a new mission to evade the pursuit of the constabulary. "Why am I being targeted by the constabulary?" As Chu Huaishu dashed while glancing at the map, he contemplated the information within his mind. There seemed to be some intricacies at play. However, he had no time for reflection now. In the pitch-black, rainy night, he needed to find a place that offered him a sense of security. The constabulary was familiar territory for him. On a previous occasion, when he had logged in, he had also encountered their pursuit right at the start. Wanting to experience the unique services of the constabulary, he had lowered his pain threshold to the minimum, intentionally allowing himself to be captured, enduring an entire night of severe torture. The result? To his dismay, it was nothing like the dramatic portrayals in anti-Japanese films. Enduring the preceding tortures did not unlock any hidden rewards. Now, that Chu Huaishu had traversed into this realm and could not adjust his pain sensitivity, he understood that if caught by the constabulary, he would be in for a truly harrowing experience. At this moment, while fleeing, he scrutinized the map, rapidly analyzing his escape route. After a mental deliberation, he resolved to head towards Wuming Mountain, which lay not far away. In the game Borrowing the Sword, the map features numerous mountains and rivers from Earth, including the Xianxia River, the Yellow River, and the 5 Great Mountains. Therefore, Wuming Mountain's presence was hardly surprising. In fact, Wuming Mountain was quite renowned within Borrowing the Sword. The reason was simple. One of the 4 major sects, the Tao Sect, was situated adjacent to Wuming Mountain. The game development team had crafted this map design, and players speculated that there must be fans of the ancient duo Phoenix Legend within the team. In Phoenix Legend's song Madame Xianxia, there's a lyric, "Wuming Mountain connects to the mountains beyond." Thus, it is easy to deduce that the location of the Tao Sect is referred to as the mountains beyond. Chu Huaishu's decision to flee towards Wuming Mountain actually contradicted his initial intent. Just moments ago, he had resolved to avoid the Tao Sect, intending to embrace a spirit of rebellion. At this moment, he did not intend to infiltrate the Tao Sect. Rather, he sought refuge in Wuming Mountain, which might serve as a nearby safe haven. According to the information provided by the mission system, the current situation for Chu Huaishu was not particularly perilous. He had just skimmed through the mission details, which suggested that only Shui was privy to the underlying circumstances. However, Shui, being avaricious and lecherous, had refrained from sharing any information with his colleagues. The constables would soon arrive, solely because each of them possessed a life token, should one perish. The constabulary would be alerted, and the token had a tracking function. Thus, he deduced that fleeing towards the periphery of the Tao Sect would be a prudent course of action. As a seasoned player of Borrowing the Sword, he was well versed in the game's lore. The realm in which he currently resided, the Mirror Kingdom, was dominated by the 4 major sects, while the royal court held little power. In simpler terms, the Tao Sect was paramount, overshadowing the court. Conversely, the neighboring Yu Kingdom was quite different, with the court exerting control over the major sects, which were subservient to the royal authority. Wuming Mountain was akin to a small plot of land right at the doorstep of the Tao Sect. Even if officials from the court ventured there, They would act with utmost caution to avoid incurring the wrath of those within the sect. In fact, under ordinary circumstances, court officials would not dare to set foot there. Did the death of a rogue from the constabulary constitute a special circumstance? Chu Huaishu did not share that view. Thus, he dashed through the rain-soaked night, his lower half caked in mud, his tousled black hair drenched, and with that fox-like visage, he exuded an air of untamed charm tinged with a hint of devilry. He followed the navigation feature on the map, taking shortcuts along the way. As he traversed the dense forest, he arrived at the foot of Wuming Mountain. At that moment, his pupils narrowed slightly, for he spotted someone ahead. In the torrential downpour, he beheld a woman holding an oiled paper umbrella, dressed in a light blue ensemble. Her face partially veiled, she stood at around 7 meters tall, her figure gracefully curvaceous, with strikingly proportionate legs. Even though only the upper half of her face was visible through the veil, she radiated an undeniable beauty. Unfortunately, the overall impression she conveyed was one of chilling aloofness. Her slightly furrowed brows and scrutinizing gaze created an overwhelming sense of distance. The woman, holding the oiled paper umbrella, regarded Chu Huaishu, who stood amidst the downpour. Unexpectedly, she voiced her inner thoughts, her tone ice-cold, yet the content of her words contrasted sharply with her voice and demeanor. What a most exquisite furnace. Chapter 5. The white moonlight changes color. The rain seemed to have lessened slightly. Chu Huaishu has long been a gaming companion and a virtual model, ranking second on the must-have list for players, so he has grown accustomed to the lustful gazes of women. Encountering such women frequently alters one's mindset. Ah, women, he mused inwardly. A furnace? Is that what you desire? Initially, upon seeing the woman holding an oil paper umbrella, he felt a flicker of surprise. After all, who could say if there were female contestants in the patrol room? Yet, upon closer inspection, he found her strikingly familiar, and the more he looked, the more certain he became. She was undoubtedly an NPC he had encountered in borrowing the sword. When she spoke, even her voice seemed recognizable, igniting a sense of speculation within him. However, this was not the crux of the matter. As a seasoned player of borrowing the sword, and a formidable presence ranked second in the must-have companions list, he keenly grasped the key term, furnace, having played numerous games and consumed countless web novels. How could he not understand its implications? The highest grade furnace? Me? Damn, do I exude such a strong aura of a male model? Has she discerned me at a glance? Chu Huaishu began to doubt himself. Could it be that I've been in this industry too long, and my demeanor has become sullied? Can she truly sense the scent of dust from so far away? I haven't been particularly lewd lately. In fact, what astonished Chu Huaishu the most was that such lines were typically uttered by male demon riders, if this woman truly was one of them. How could she speak so astonishingly? Could it be that the rumors surrounding her were indeed true? Chu Huaishu felt he might be on the verge of discovering a significant secret, one concerning one of the most pivotal female figures in the game borrowing the sword. Do not think that just because you wear a veil, I cannot recognize you, he thought. One of the 4 world protagonists in borrowing the sword, Han Shuangjiang. Every game possesses its own narrative and background. With a story, there must be protagonists driving the plot forward. In many main storylines, these world protagonists play crucial roles, propelling the tides of history onward. In numerous period dramas, a common complaint is that someone can easily disguise themselves with merely a veil and no one recognizes them. Yet in reality, one can still discern familiar faces even when masked. Han Shuangjiang, as her name suggests, was born on the day of Frost Descent, one of the 24 solar terms. She is not only the world protagonist of borrowing the sword, but also one of the most beloved female characters among players. Among the 4 world protagonists, she is the youngest. However, it is her sister who exudes the strongest aura. With a commanding presence, she embodies an air of nobility and icy elegance. Coupled with her astonishingly proportionate long legs, she elicits uncontrollable exclamations from certain individuals. Sister, tread upon me. One might fear that if she were to place a foot upon them, they would boast about it. Based on her physique, the features visible beneath her veil, and the tone of her voice, Chu Huaishu has unequivocally identified her as Han Shuangjiang. Instantly, a sensational scandal that had been fervently discussed across gaming forums flashed through his mind. Following the exposure of that incident, certain threads had accumulated tens of thousands of posts filled with heated exchanges. Given that borrowing the sword is a game with a high degree of freedom, many pivotal pieces of information must be uncovered by the players themselves. Some players, lacking sources of information, alleged that Han Shuangjiang had been sold into a brothel at a young age, groomed to become the next generation of courtesans. The childhood experiences of such individuals are undoubtedly distinct from those of ordinary people. Their curriculum would certainly include the arts. It would also encompass a significant portion of lessons on physiological health. They are well-versed in the theoretical knowledge required for advanced training. They possess an understanding of everything and a skill in every aspect. They have the ability to provide immense comfort. Simply put, they embody inner charm. Once these girls reach a certain age and their bodies develop accordingly, they embark on a practical application of their learning. In the realm of Xianxia, whether in the Mirror Kingdom or the Moon Kingdom, sects possess their own enterprises. However, in the Mirror Kingdom, taxes paid to the court are relatively lesser, while contributions to the sect are significantly greater. Conversely, the Moon Kingdom operates in the opposite manner. Typically, such establishments are often affiliated with sects like the Joyful Sect or the Harmonious Sect. Occasionally, lower-tier cultivators from these sects may indulge in whims or find themselves in urgent need of money, choosing to work in such places. During these instances, it is not uncommon for mortals to pursue the notion of dying beneath the peony, embracing a life of indulgence, brandishing silver notes, and willingly seeking to be consumed by them, eager to become a furnace for alchemical processes, unafraid of sacrificing their lifespan. It is said that the experience of working in such establishments is truly delightful. A year before Han Shuangjiang was to be presented as a courtesan, she fortuitously caught the attention of the Joyful Sect due to her remarkable talent for cultivation and was brought back as a candidate for the position of saintess. Soon after, however, unforeseen events transpired. The Joyful Sect is a subordinate sect of the Spring and Autumn Mountain, one of the 4 major sects in the Mirror Kingdom, renowned for its formidable strength, rivaling that of the Taoist sections. As a subordinate sect, the Joyful Sect committed numerous grave transgressions. Firstly, tax evasion. Secondly, their misdeeds extended beyond mere tax evasion. They acted with utter lawlessness. For instance, while it was agreed that they could only provide half measures of service to mortals, they audaciously dared to offer full services in secret, fundamentally harming individuals, which is an exceedingly heinous nature. Thus, the esteemed sect had their legitimate operational license revoked, relegating them to the ranks of heretical paths. Such dual cultivation sects primarily focus on finding a partner to mutually progress, serving as alchemical vessels for one another, drawing on each other's energies in a harmonious exchange. This practice, in itself, is not inherently forbidden. However, when there is a significant disparity in cultivation levels, the one of lower rank may become nothing more than a vessel, suffering irreparable damage to their foundation. For lower-tier cultivators, as long as they do not overstep boundaries with mortals, the worst consequence they might face is merely a fleeting period of discomfort. Yet, some transgressors from the Joyous Sect grew excessively greedy. How dare they covertly manipulate the situation? Following the ensuing scandal, the Joyous Sect was expelled, with some cultivators facing imprisonment while others fled. At this moment, Han Shuangjiang, a candidate for the position of saintess, had only recently been imparted the sect's foundational technique, joyous entanglement, and her theoretical understanding had significantly advanced since her days in the brothel, akin to a leap to higher education. Subsequently, an unforeseen event led her to escape from her sect. Despite these upheavals, her body remained pure and untainted, while her seemingly useless knowledge continued to grow. The stunning beauty departed, becoming a fleeting memory for many young men within the sect, a radiant moonlight forever etched in their hearts. When the initial scandal broke, I too was skeptical, reflected Chu Huaishu, standing in the rain. Yet, now that you mention the notion of being a vessel, it becomes increasingly difficult to disbelieve. Wasn't this akin to self-incrimination? If this matter were to be substantiated, her popularity among male players would undoubtedly soar. After all, who doesn't adore a character with such stark contrasts? Han Shuangjiang gazed at the handsome man before her, whose fox-like visage stirred a sense of confusion within her. Why was she inexplicably voicing her innermost thoughts? Yet, she couldn't deny that heaven had indeed bestowed upon this man an impeccable appearance. The Joyous Sect was not devoid of striking individuals. However, should he join, he would surely overshadow the male disciples. Yet, the moment the words escaped her lips, Han Shuangjiang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Little did she know that Chu Huaishu was reveling in the gossip, harboring no judgment towards her. After all, you have yet to begin your journey, while I am a genuine male model. Nevertheless, his gaze towards her carried a touch of playful intrigue. In that moment of shared silence, amidst the rain-soaked night, a light laughter echoed from the heavens, followed by a voice descending from above. Oh, how curious that there's still a fool caught in the rain. At the sound of the voice, both Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang abruptly looked up towards the night sky, witnessing someone gracefully descending through the air. In the next moment, no drop of rain fell upon Chu Huaishu. However, it was not that the rain had ceased. Rather, one could argue that it had indeed halted. Within this realm, every raindrop descending from the heavens had come to a standstill in midair. Chapter 6. The Two Protagonists. Damn, he is quite the performer, thought the fox-faced figure. Witnessing this fool drenched in rain, he had actually suspended all surrounding droplets in the air. Raindrops hovered before Chu Huaishu, crystalline and translucent, yet utterly motionless, defying the laws of nature. Soaked to the bone, he curiously raised a finger and gently prodded one of the suspended droplets. To his surprise, it did not budge. He soon comprehended that each droplet was enveloped by an invisible force. It was this very power that created the astonishing scene before him. As for the source of this power, it was not difficult to infer. Chu Huaishu gazed upward at the man whose features were obscured in the heights, mentally labeling him imposter. Beneath the oiled paper umbrella, Han Shuangjiang tightened her grip on the handle, exerting a slight pressure. Although she appeared as cold as ice, her expression remained composed, yet her heart was profoundly shaken. To traverse the skies, this was the mark of a grand cultivator. In the Xianwang realm, cultivators are categorized into 9 realms, and upon reaching the 5th, one is revered as a grand cultivator. The most distinguishing characteristic of such individuals is their ability to defy gravity without relying on external aids. Such strength, even among the 4 great sect leaders of the Mirror Kingdom, is rare. It is worth noting that within the joyful sect, where Han Shuangjiang once resided, even the sect leader and the Holy Maiden, along with the Holy Sun, had not attained the 5th realm. To put it plainly, that rather rotund and silver-tongued sect leader was merely at the 3rd realm. Should a confrontation arise, a mere flick of a grand cultivator's finger could easily subdue him. Yet, given Han Shuangjiang's understanding of the joyful sect, she was acutely aware that, in such a scenario, the sect members would likely kneel and submit to that very finger. With this thought, she gently shook her head, dismissing her errant musings and memories of the past. That place, filled with incessant frivolity, was one she genuinely wished to forget. Within the joyful sect, the culture of comparison thrived. It was evident what they measured against one another. Han Shuangjiang had no desire to become the subject of comparison herself. Rumor had it that the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden had the responsibility to instruct junior disciples, showcasing the joyful entanglement for everyone to see. She longed to escape all of this, yearning to seize control of her own fate. The foundation of that aspiration lay in cultivation and the pursuit of strength. Upon recognizing the other as a formidable practitioner, Han Shuangjiang was first taken aback, followed swiftly by a surge of fervor in her heart. Here, at the base of Mount Wuming, just outside the Taoist sect, it was almost certain that this individual was not merely a powerful being of at least the 5th realm, but likely hailing from the esteemed Taoist sect. The storyteller had not deceived her. He had indeed foretold that she would arrive at this place during the midnight hour to join the Taoist sect, and it appeared to be true. Just days prior, she had fortuitously encountered a storyteller who had imparted such words, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. Could this truly be her destined opportunity? Han Shuangjiang lifted her gaze to behold the figure descending gracefully from the heavens. Clad in a flowing white robe, he alighted between Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang, creating a striking contrast among the trio. Chu Huaishu was drenched, yet even with damp strands clinging to his forehead, his handsome visage remained unblemished. Han Shuangjiang, holding an oiled paper umbrella, though veiled by sheer fabric, could not conceal her extraordinary beauty. He was a dashing young man, she a radiant beauty, and the great practitioner was a figure of intrigue. The ethereal quality of his white robe and his very demeanor suggested an otherworldly presence. Yet, his appearance was rather unremarkable. If this were a period drama, the commotion he had stirred, with an aura so palpable that raindrops seemed to hover in the air, would surely lead the audience to expect a captivating countenance upon the camera's focus, only to be left wanting. However, Chu Huaishu recognized him and was still taken aback. Before his transmigration, the timeline of borrowing the sword was set in the year 1997 of the Xuanli calendar, with the game having launched its open beta in 1991. Now 6 years passed. At that time, as a seasoned player, he had ascended to level 49. In the Xianxia realm, mortals must first clear their meridians and strengthen their physical bodies before they can draw in qi and become practitioners of the first realm. For players, this phase of clearing meridians and refining the body corresponded to levels 1 through 9. Once a player reached level 10, they would be akin to an NPC of the first realm. Level 19 would equate to a perfect mastery of the first realm. Thus, with his level of 49, Chu Huaishu was equivalent to a fourth realm practitioner at full maturity. Advancing to level 50 would place him on par with the great practitioners of the Xianxia realm. The reason for his stagnation was solely due to the current game version's level cap of 49. Although he had transmigrated and the timeline now rested in the year 1990 of the Xuanli calendar, a year earlier, his memories remained intact, and he readily recognized the eminent figure before him. Li Chunsong, the sixth elder of the Taoist sect, a formidable entity of the seventh realm, was a renowned powerhouse within the entirety of the Xianxia realm, celebrated for many illustrious titles in the gaming forums. The gambler, the charitable king of gamblers, Li Chunsong. This individual is utterly captivated by gambling. He is either engaged in it or en route to partake. Fortunately, he adheres to the principle of light-hearted betting, rarely wagering substantial amounts, albeit with high frequency and a penchant for all forms of gambling. His reputation for perpetual losses has earned him such nicknames. Chu Huaisu never anticipated encountering him at the foot of Mount Wuming. Beyond this, he remained oblivious to the other man's intentions. It is worth noting that even his previously formidable level 49 character would be no match for Li Chunsong. Moreover, after much contemplation during this period, he had begun to harbor some suspicions regarding his own identity. He was being hunted by Shui, who from the constabulary, which is affiliated with the court of the Mirror Kingdom. Shui had accused him of attempting to infiltrate the Taoist sect with nefarious designs. Thus, it seemed likely that his allegiance lay in opposition to both the Taoists and the court. Damn it, it was entirely possible that he was from the Moon Kingdom, and now, standing before him, was a peerless powerhouse of the Taoist sect, a prominent figure in the cultivation world. If he were to discern anything amiss, it sent alarm bells ringing in Chu Huaisu's mind, causing his body to tense, yet he endeavored to maintain his composure. He was acutely aware that, in the presence of such a formidable being, he was utterly transparent. For instance, his heart raced uncontrollably, and the other could effortlessly perceive it. Damn it, truly damn it. He cursed internally, his mind racing. Cold sweat began to bead on his skin, mingling with the rainwater. The only resource he had at his disposal was the 100 taels of silver notes in his pocket. Chu Huaisu recalled all the information he had about Li Chunsong and cast a glance at the nearby Han Shuangjiang. He distinctly remembered a post on the forum by a Taoist player stating that the two world protagonists of the Mirror Kingdom, Han Shuangjiang and Su Ziqing, were both brought to the Taoist sect by Li Chunsong. At that moment, he noticed Li Chunsong glance at him, initially surprised, followed by a soft sigh. After this sigh, he said nothing further, merely inquired, "What are your names?" Han Shuangyang, Zhu Husu. Upon hearing their names, Li Chunsong regarded them with keen interest, remarking, "Shuangjiang, one of the 24 solar terms. Huaisu, representing April. You two have chosen rather intriguing names." His tone and demeanor held a hint of playful mischief. He then waved his sleeve and stated, "Enough of idle chatter. I arrived a tad earlier than our agreed time, only to find that you two had arrived even sooner. Let us return to the Taoist sect together." At these words, a tempest of emotions surged within Chu Huaisu. Yet, in the next moment, Li Chunsong gently pointed forward, and he, along with Han Shuangjiang, levitated into the air, soaring upwards. By the time the three had flown far away, the suspended raindrops finally cascaded to the ground. Meanwhile, at the foot of Mount Wuming, a young man named Su Ziqing, with an elegant demeanor, was in a state of desperate urgency, for he was pressed for time. However, he found himself surrounded by the officers of the Patrol Bureau. Chapter 7. Behold my script. Su Ziqing, one of the four protagonists of Borrowing the Sword, stood under 170 centimeters tall, bearing a youthful visage that was exceptionally handsome. At this moment, due to his anxious state, his face flushed slightly, the rosy hue enhancing his delicate features, rendering him strikingly vibrant and full of life. Currently, the four officers of the Patrol Bureau had him firmly cornered. Despite his attempts to explain, they remained unyielding, bombarding him with questions. One of them even suggested they should stop wasting time and take him in immediately. The midnight hour was approaching. Su Ziqing tightened his grip on the umbrella handle. This was an immense opportunity he did not wish to squander. Just days prior, he had encountered a storyteller who informed him that at the stroke of midnight, he should proceed to Biao-ping at the foot of Mount Wuming, where someone would come to escort him into the Taoist sect. After uttering these words, the ordinary-looking storyteller vanished without a trace. Undoubtedly, he was a being of great cultivation. As a citizen of the Mirror Kingdom, who would not harbor aspirations towards the Taoist sect, it was one of the 4 great sects of the Eastern continent, previously the foremost among them. Furthermore, the legendary sword was also within the Taoist sect. Hence, Su Ziqing had been journeying tirelessly, enduring numerous hardships. This night, despite the torrential downpour, it did not dampen the fervor of his heart. I wish to join the Taoist sect. I aspire to wield the sword and become a swordsman. Following the storyteller's instructions, he was to arrive at Biao-ping no earlier than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, yet he must not arrive late. Thus, Su Ziqing had been meticulously timing his arrival. He understood the importance of seizing the moment. However, the perplexing issue was that he could not fathom why he would encounter officers of the patrol bureau in the dead of night. Midnight was upon them. Moreover, from their earlier conversation, it seemed one of their own had recently been slain in this dense forest, someone they had little fondness for, who would commit such a heinous act on a stormy night. Fearing he might miss his chance, Su Ziqing felt a surge of resentment towards this mysterious individual. Although the Mirror Kingdom's court was weak, and the 4 major sects dominated the Eastern continent, it was still the court. Did the officers of the patrol bureau dare to kill? Was there no law left? As time slipped away, all he wished for was to extricate himself from his predicament. Ultimately, under the subtle suggestion of one of the individuals, Su Ziqing relinquished all his silver, and only then were they willing to let him pass. The refined young man, holding an umbrella, took a few steps forward and soon overheard the unabashed conversation of the 4 behind him. TSK, TSK, TSK. This delicate young man is surely to Xuehu's liking, one remarked, accompanied by a lewd chuckle. Then why let him go? Xuehu has a penchant for such types. Wouldn't he that make him all the more suspicious? Another questioned sternly. It cannot possibly be him. I just checked the area. Although the majority of the footprints were washed away by the torrential rain, one deep impression remains, likely made by a heavy step, and it is far larger than his shoe size. Then what do you suggest? It's the middle of the night, and the rain is pouring down. It's Xuehu's doing, after all. We can't have come here for nothing. The individual tossed the coin pouch in his hand. A hearty laughter erupted from the 4, echoing their brazen disregard. Su Ziqing, hastening his pace, gritted his teeth, tightening his grip on the umbrella's handle. Curse that wretched court, he muttered inwardly. The constables deserve their fate. They ought to be punished. Su Ziqing quickened his steps, his pace escalating further. Once he had distanced himself, he broke into a full sprint, discarding the umbrella behind him. The reason he had not fled immediately was the fear that the constables might grow suspicious and drag him back for interrogation. I must be timely, I must. Su Ziqing pressed forward with all his might. Upon reaching the largest tree at Biao-ping, he noted that only a brief moment remained until the hour of Z. I'm not late, I'm not late. He gasped, his complexion pale and his body drenched. At the stroke of Z, the practitioners will surely come for me. His heart surged with fervor. The indignant youth vowed at Biao-ping that he would undoubtedly join the Taoist sect. Meanwhile, the man with ulterior motives in the air sighed silently. I truly have no desire to join the Taoist sect. Chu Huaishu's identity remained ambiguous. He would rather be associated with the notoriously eccentric Xianxia Mountain than the Taoist sect. During his time playing Borrowing the Sword, his master was from Xianxia Mountain. Though it was rife with oddities, he navigated it with ease, occasionally questioning if he himself was a latent eccentric. Among the 4 great sects, Xianxia Mountain was no less formidable than the Taoist sect. Moreover, he was far more familiar with it, and many opportunities awaited him there. From a developmental standpoint, the only disadvantage was that both of the world's protagonists from the Eastern continent were within the Taoist sect. Players had discussed this on forums, suggesting that in the unfolding storyline, the Taoist sect was likely to reclaim its throne among the 4 great sections. The stunning long-legged beauty before him, Han Xuanjiang, indeed, seemed capable of soaring to great heights. At this moment, a system notification chimed in his ear. Ding. You have successfully evaded the pursuit of the constabulary. The mission is complete, and you have earned 100 experience points. Chu Huaishu was soaring through the air, feeling an overwhelming sense of irritation, having ascended to such heights. Of course he had escaped. He deemed the mission system rather foolish and began to nostalgically reminisce about the flirtatious AI customer service he had once trained. Moreover, He had just discreetly observed Li Chunsong and Han Shuangjiang to ascertain whether the system notification was audible solely to him. Once he confirmed this, he exhaled a sigh of relief. After all, this was a transmigration, distinctly different from his previous gaming experiences. Caution was the compass guiding his journey. During his gaming sessions, he was known for his audacious maneuvers, yet at his core, he was a person of caution and meticulousness. Indeed, without such traits, this virtual male model would find it impossible to navigate through the circles of various female bosses. He even dared to handle assignments from a pair of twin sisters, managing to maintain harmonious relationships with both. After all, to love someone is to embrace all facets of her being, including her siblings. At this moment, Chu Huaishu harbored serious doubts about whether Li Chunsong had made a mistake. The earlier expose had indicated that Han Shuangjiang and Su Ziqing were brought back to the Dao sect by Li Chunsong together. Together. These words began to linger in his mind as he cast another glance at Han Shuangjiang. An ominous premonition began to take root within him, accompanied by a vague suspicion. Oh no, have I unwittingly become the protagonist of this world? Chu Huaishu pondered whether he had inadvertently taken someone else's script. He resolved to take one step at a time. Yet he found himself wondering where Su Ziqing was and what he was doing. A profound weariness began to envelop him, sweeping through his entire being. The abruptness of his transmigration had already left his mind in disarray, and he felt no sense of belonging in this entire world. Following this, a series of events unfolded relentlessly during the rainy night. Fortunately, he was naturally bold yet attentive, thus preventing an overwhelming sense of helplessness from consuming him. He merely felt fatigued. After all, he had revealed nothing to you, merely responding with my name. If any issues arise, that would be your own responsibility, he thought as he gazed at Li Chunsong's silhouette in the distance. At this moment, he could only hope that all of this was a beautiful misunderstanding rather than a disastrous turn of events. He even felt a touch of resignation. My identity is undoubtedly problematic. According to Shui, who the purpose of coming here was to infiltrate the Dao sect. So have I not successfully blended in? There exists no absolute optimist in this world, only those who possess enough clarity to see through the haze. The location of the Daoist sect is known as Xianxia Mountain, which is not a single mountain, but rather a collective term for numerous peaks. Xianxia Mountain is shrouded in mist, which serves as a protective barrier. Legends suggest that even the most formidable beings of the Eighth Realm cannot breach it. Li Chunsong, adorned with the Elder's token, has the privilege to allow others to enter and exit freely. Thus, the three descended before a courtyard situated outside the mountains. Chapter 8. It is you. Chu Huaishu surveyed his surroundings and took a deep breath. The air within the Daoist sect is remarkably refreshing, he mused. This was not merely an illusion. Although they were currently in the outer gate area, the concentration of spiritual energy here, enhanced by the gathering formation, was far denser than that of the outside world. Ordinary individuals residing in this environment, even without cultivation, would experience improved health and longevity. Li Chunsong addressed the two, stating, "The place where the Daoist sect resides is called Xianxia Mountain, a fact you both must be aware of. Xianxia Mountain is divided into several regions, and the area you are currently in is known as Yaoshan, one of the three peaks of the outer gate. From this moment forth, you shall be recognized as registered disciples of our Daoist sect." While playing games, Chu Huaishu had, after all, been a disciple of Xianxia Mountain, and he was relatively familiar with the hierarchy of such grand sections. Typically, one begins as a registered disciple upon entering the sect. The status of a registered disciple is slightly higher than that of an outer gate laborer, though both are required to perform tasks. While laborers engage in menial work, registered disciples in Yaoshan might be tasked with caring for spiritual herbs. Furthermore, laborers are not taught any cultivation techniques, whereas registered disciples are instructed in the practices of the Chongxiao and body refinement stage. Once one transcends the Chongxiao stage, they are elevated to outer gate disciples. Beyond that lie the inner gate disciples and true inheritors. Chu Huaishu could not fathom that his entry into the sect alongside Han Shuangjiang would commence as a registered disciple. It does not matter to me. After all, my original task was to infiltrate as a laborer. This is somewhat of a promotion, he thought. Yet, how could Han Shuangjiang, the protagonist of the world, have such a lack of prestige? In his memory, Borrowing the Sword had begun its public beta in the year 1991, during which Han Shuangjiang had already been an inner gate disciple. This implied that she had ascended directly to the inner gate within a year. A conjecture formed in his mind. Elderly Chunsong observed the two, the smile on his face gradually diminishing, replaced by an overwhelming aura of pressure that enveloped them. You will arrive at Wuming Mountain before the midnight hour. You must have encountered a storyteller. I trust that this matter remains solely between us, and you will not speak of it to anyone. Do you understand? He spoke in a grave tone. Having said this, he turned his gaze towards Han Shuangjiang. She promptly replied, "Yes, I accept the command." Immediately thereafter, he shifted his gaze towards Chu Huaishu. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Huaishu deliberately replied, "I have never encountered a storyteller." Upon hearing this, Han Shuangjiang could not help but cast a glance at him. Li Xunsong, smiling finely, remarca, "Excellent. You possess quite the eloquence." The sixth elder expressed his satisfaction. "Remember, neither of you has ever seen a storyteller," he reiterated, raising his hand to conclude the conversation, signaling that this matter should not be discussed further. This sixth elder, known for his perpetual losses in gambling, waved his hand grandly, dispelling the surrounding restrictions. The dialogue amongst the three had been inaudible to outsiders unless their cultivation surpassed that of Li Chunsong. "Each of you, offer me a drop of blood from your fingertips." He spoke again. "I shall personally craft your fate tokens. When one dies, the token shatters." Fate tokens are not rare artifacts. Their purpose is simply to inform others of one's demise and the location thereof. Even the worthless Shui who was effortlessly slain by Chu Huaishu, possessed his own fate token, which led to the pursuit by the constabulary. Naturally, among fate tokens, there exists a hierarchy. The distinction primarily lies in the second function, locating where one has perished. The higher the grade of the token, the broader the range of its positioning. For someone like Shui who, if he had died at a greater distance, he would have remained untraceable. The fact that Li Chunsong would personally forge the fate tokens indicates that the Taoist sect holds us in high regard, thought Chu Huaishu. Yet, why must we commence as registered disciples? He felt a hint of perplexity. Chu Huaishu, in essence, had usurped Su Ziqing's narrative, expecting to reap some benefits as the protagonist of the world, only to find himself starting from the grassroots. With a grand gesture, Li Chunsong conjured two blue ice spikes, sharp as needles. Han Shuangjiang was the first to raise her index finger, gently touching the tip of the ice spike, resulting in a wound. A drop of blood fell, drifting towards the sixth elder. Li Chunsong lifted his hand, allowing it to hover in his palm, and his expression shifted slightly. "A Xianxia body? I did not expect you to possess a Xianxia physique," he exclaimed in wonder, continuing, "The founding ancestor of our Taoist sect is renowned for his pure yang body, which is on par with the Xianxia." Li Chunsong regarded Han Shuangjiang, initially intending to impart some secrets regarding this constitution, but ultimately refrained due to the difference between genders. "There are certain aspects of your constitution that require attention. I shall have the ninth elder discuss them with you later," he merely stated. Listening to these words, Chu Huaishu felt a tinge of speculation. What peculiarities does the Xianxia body possess, and what precautions must be taken? He remained unaware. However, the pure yang body of this master of the Taoist sect has been thoroughly uncovered by players. The Taoist ancestor, affectionately nicknamed the strongest novice of the Eastern continent by the player forums, is a lifelong bachelor. The pure yang body requires only the preservation of one's primal yang to achieve rapid progress in cultivation. The greater the strength of this Taoist ancestor, the more it attests to the retention of his primal yang, thereby elevating his reputation for chastity. It is said that during the era when the Taoist ancestor roamed the Xianwang realm, some of his old rivals delighted in teasing him about this matter. Historical records even suggest that some of his vanquished foes, driven by deep-seated animosity, contemplated intricate schemes to undermine him. Additionally, there are accounts from unofficial histories indicating that the female mountain lord of Chunyushan repeatedly mentioned this in her diaries, expressing a desire to confront him directly. Though she ultimately lacked the strength to do so, Chu Huaishu could easily surmise how many times the Taoist ancestor must have encountered such alluring traps throughout his lifetime. Such a formidable figure would undoubtedly attract countless admirers. How many times must he have remained resolute in his virtue? As for the mysteries of the Xianxia body, perhaps there will be opportunities to inquire further in the future. His curiosity was piqued once again. At that moment, Li Chunsong turned his gaze towards Chu Huaishu, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "I am eager to see what surprises you two can bring me," he thought, his heart ablaze with excitement. The veiled Han Shuangjiang also cast her gaze upon this fox-faced individual, her curiosity piqued. Although she did not yet grasp the concept of a Xianxia body, the fact that it could astonish even the esteemed sixth elder implied its rarity in the world. Furthermore, this constitution had never been detected during her time in the joyous sect. Such a lowly sect as the wild chicken sect is truly inferior. This icy woman gazed ahead, pondering what about him. Chu Huaishu nonchalantly raised his index finger, mimicking the gesture, and gently prodded the blue ice spike. A sharp pain pricked his fingertip, causing blood to flow. Li Chunsong scanned the area with his spiritual sense, exclaiming, He glanced at Chu Huaishu, his skepticism prompting a second examination, followed by another. Ultimately, he could only mutter, "Let us leave it at that for now." Chu Huaishu understood the implication and remained unfazed. Each player-S character does not inherently possess extraordinary physiques or talents. Progress relies solely on subsequent upgrades, fortuitous encounters, or the completion of hidden quests. Thus, he had long anticipated the outcome. After completing the necessary tasks, Li Chunsong glanced at the courtyard nearby, channeling his spiritual energy to convey, "Niu Yuanshan, come forth and meet me." No sooner had he spoken than someone emerged from the courtyard. Respectfully bowing, Niu Yuanshan pays homage to the sixth elder. The man appeared to be in his middle age, possessing a square face that exuded an air of righteousness, making him well-suited to portray a virtuous magistrate in a period drama. Yet, for reasons unknown, his visage bore traces of hardship. He indeed felt a sense of inner turmoil. This evening, he had undertaken a task for the organization, having just returned from his outing. Now it seemed he was summoned once more by Elder Lu. It was already the hour of the rat, and both sides regarded him as mere cattle to be driven. Did they? This gentleman is Niu Yuanshan, a steward of the outer sect. Li Chunsong introduced him to Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang. He then instructed Niu Yuanshan, "They're my personally brought back registered disciples. Please make the necessary arrangements." "As you command," Niu Yuanshan replied, lifting his gaze towards them, curiosity stirring within him. How could mere registered disciples warrant the attention of Elder Lu? As his eyes fell upon Chu Huaishu, he found the latter observing him as well. Both felt a surge of profound emotions, instantly sharing the same thought. Why is it him? Chapter 9. Undercover meets undercover. Niu Yuanshan is one of the 9 stewards of the outer sect. His cultivation level is not particularly high within the sect, being only at the 3rd level. Yet he wields significant authority. Merely half an hour ago, he had completed the task of welcoming new recruits assigned by the organization and returned to his quarters. He had even just been fondling a golden mask in his room, reminiscing about his time in the Moon Kingdom, despite having been undercover for many years. Rising to a position of trust and influence within the outer sect, he remained uncorrupted. He felt no sense of belonging to the sect. "Everything I possess belongs to the organization." Loyalty. This evening, Niu Yuanshan's thoughts were tumultuous solely because he had completed his final task of welcoming new recruits. From now on, I need only to quietly remain undercover in the sect, awaiting the organization's next directive. Having toiled diligently for many years, I have embedded myself within the core circle of the outer sect and shall surely contribute significantly to the organization in the future. Those indoctrinated from a young age fear not death. They lament only that their demise is not grand enough, wishing only to sacrifice themselves for the organization. After reflecting upon this, the image of the young man with the fox-like face resurfaced in Niu Yuanshan's mind. It had been a long time since he encountered such a remarkable newcomer. He mused himself. Regarding this fox-faced individual, Niu Yuanshan felt a sense of admiration. The newcomers of recent years had given him the impression that the organization was destined for ruin. It seems there are still promising talents among them. Alas, he must disguise himself as a servant within the sect. Who knows when he might have the opportunity to soar to great heights. Amidst Niu Yuanshan's musings, the fox-faced figure truly approached with remarkable speed. Outside the courtyard, as Niu Yuanshan discerned the visage of Huai Su, he was overwhelmed with an unparalleled shock. Li Chunsong personally brought him here. Moreover, he was not merely a menial worker, but had been directly accepted as a named disciple. How had he managed to forge a connection with Li Chunsong? This was Li Chunsong we were speaking of, the 6th elder of the Taoist sect, an extraordinary powerhouse of the 7th realm. After years of lurking, I had only managed to establish a mere acquaintance with him. Just this familiarity was worth mentioning in the report I submitted to the organization last year. A prodigy, without a doubt. No wonder we, the shadowy crawlers, usually conduct ourselves with such discretion, while he stands in stark contrast. Niu Yuanshan still vividly recalled how this fox-faced individual would occasionally slap Shui with an ostentatious flourish, making him somewhat tempted to descend and test whether the sensation was indeed as remarkable as it appeared. A natural talent, undoubtedly possessing his own unique style of operation. Niu Yuanshan mused. In his eyes, Li Chunsong was someone with lofty aspirations, exceedingly proud. To receive his special attention must have been no small feat. This young man had accomplished what others could not achieve in years from the very outset. The organization truly produces exceptional talents. Yet there was one aspect that left Niu Yuanshan somewhat perplexed. As an experienced operative from the Moon Kingdom, having been a covert agent for years, he was adept at reading people and situations. When he had exchanged glances with Chu Huaisu, he had sensed that something was amiss. This fox-faced individual had gazed at him for an extended period. Did he know my true identity? Had the organization failed to conceal it from him? Niu Yuanshan pondered. In truth, Chu Huaisu was indeed aware. Niu Yuanshan? How could Li Chunsong have sent me to Niu Yuanshan? A jolt ran through him. He recognized this name, having encountered numerous posts about him on the forum. This individual was a covert agent dispatched by an organization from the Moon Kingdom, and his identity had been inadvertently uncovered by a few foolish players, causing quite a stir. This incident had sparked extensive discussions on the forum, with some even delving into philosophical reflections. After all, the current era was fraught with impending calamity. In such circumstances, was humanity merely maintaining a facade of unity? If there were spies from a Moon Kingdom within the Taoist sect, what are the other sects? Were there spies sent from the four great sects of Dongzhou or the Mirror Kingdom? Subsequently, the foolish players spontaneously organized a grand initiative to uncover the spies, relishing the chaos. As a result, significant commotion ensued. Given that players were spread across various factions, some benefited while others suffered the repercussions. And the exposure of Niu Yuanshan marked the beginning of it all. The beneficiaries hailed him with, "Farewell, Grandpa Niu," while the affected cursed him with "Damn bull demon." Thus, Chu Huaishu had intentionally revealed a flaw to observe his reaction. At this moment, with his back turned to Li Chunsong, he felt a vague sense of understanding stirring within him. Upon regaining his composure, under the watchful gaze of the sixth elder, Niu Yuanshan, as an outer gate steward, began to distribute the identity tokens to Chu Huaishu and Han Xuanjiang. The token not only represented their identity, but also served as a storage treasure, colloquially referred to by players as a backpack. This storage space encompassed approximately 3 cubic meters, already containing various daily necessities, a disciple manual, and keys to their residences. Niu Yuanshan, not lacking in wisdom, understood the importance of caring for them, thus arranging for their accommodations in a prime location, with their bamboo houses situated side by side, making them neighbors. After completing these tasks, he turned to Li Chunsong with a flattering demeanor and inquired, "Elder, should we select the techniques for the initial enlightenment stage now? Do you have any further instructions?" He did not mind showcasing this aspect of himself before the newcomers sent by the organization. On the contrary, he felt that the humility and servility he displayed at this moment were a testament to his dedication to the organization. He was certain they could sense this, recognizing the years of hardship he had endured, and his image in their minds would only grow more imposing. Niu Yuanshan believed that in terms of capability, he could not compare to such an extraordinary talent who deviated from a norm. So he resolved to impart a lesson on a spiritual level to this newcomer. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Huaishu paid little attention, and even his words fell upon deaf ears, transforming into mere gibberish. Finally, was the time arriving? Would the door to his cultivation finally be opened? He felt invigorated, straightening his chest, lifting his head, tightening his abdomen, and clenching his buttocks. Li Chunsong stood in contemplation for a moment, then pointed at Han Xuanjiang and instructed, "Give her the ice-clear technique." In doing so, he effectively selected it for himself. Chu Huaishu's heart raced. What about me? What about me? Li Chunsong indeed raised his hand again, pointing at him, saying, "Let him choose as he pleases." The sly-faced one nearly transformed into a shocked expression. The sixth elder felt helpless as well. Having witnessed a myriad of experiences and possessing profound knowledge of the Tao, he had encountered various spiritual constitutions, even knowing how to guide the most exceptional Xianxia body. The ice-clear technique was impeccable without flaw. However, this lad possessed a pseudo-spiritual constitution, which posed a challenging question. This was indeed a difficult problem. He had never taught a student like this before, but it mattered little. The initial enlightenment stage was merely foundational. While the compatibility of techniques could influence outcomes, the overall impact was not substantial, Li Chunsong thought. For someone like Han Shuangjiang, with a Xianxia body, any initial enlightenment technique would be swiftly mastered. The only difference lay in a few days' time. He could not fathom why his master uncle had selected a pseudo-spiritual constitution to ascend a mountain. However, in this world there exist a few anomalies, like a hidden gem, not immediately visible. Yet once one embarks on the path of cultivation, they radiate brilliance. He gazed at Chu Huaishu, pondering, what if? At this thought, his gambling instincts were awakened. The sect leader and my fellow disciples are waiting for me. I must return swiftly to engage in a few rounds of gambling with them. This young girl and that lad are both extraordinary. Utilizing them as stakes would be the finest choice. With this in mind, Li Chunsong offered a few brief instructions before soaring into the sky, rubbing his hands together in excitement, leaving the three behind in silent contemplation. In Wumong Mountain's Bioping, the rain had ceased for some time. Su Ziqing, still drenched, stood beneath an ancient tree, acutely aware of each passing moment. Yet, no one appeared to escort him to the Dao Gate. During this period, he concocted various scenarios in his mind, continuously reassuring himself and fabricating excuses. It's fine. There must be a reason. Just wait a little longer, wait a bit more. As time dragged on, Su Ziqing began to lose track of it altogether. Cold. So unbearably cold. He trembled increasingly in the rain. The once rosy-cheeked youth now had lips that had turned pale. The face of that seemingly ordinary storyteller, imbued with a hint of world-weariness, surfaced in his mind. Initially, he believed that such an aura signified a powerful cultivator who merely played with the world. Yet, the more he contemplated, the more disquieted he became. If he truly played with the world, could it be that I am merely a pawn in this game? In the Bioping beneath Wumong Mountain, the anguished cries of the beleaguered youth began to echo. You deceived me. You deceived me. You deceived me. Ah. Chapter 10. The Path of Cultivation. After Li Chunsong's departure, it fell to the outer sect steward, Niu Yuanshan, to oversee matters. However, he did not adopt the haughty demeanor typical of other stewards towards these registered disciples. In many people's eyes, he was seen as fair-minded, diligent, and amiable, which was why, when his undercover identity was revealed, many outer sect disciples and even several Dao players found it hard to believe. Ahem. Niu Yuanshan cleared his throat and said, why don't the two of you first perform blood binding with the tokens? Once bound, you will possess an identity certification and officially become members of our Dao sect. He spoke. Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang exchanged glances, both young hearts fluttering with a hint of excitement. For Han Shuangjiang, this was the first step in altering the trajectory of her life. For the transmigrator, he remained uncertain whether the Dao sect would be a sanctuary for him, or if he was about to face a tempest of uncertainties. Blood from each individual dripped onto the token, swiftly absorbed until none remained. A notification chime echoed in Chu Huaishu's ears. Ding. Congratulations. Player has successfully joined the sect, attaining the status of the Mirror Kingdom path. The system is processing reward calculations. Upon hearing this melodious notification, his spirit lifted considerably. In his initial foray into the game, he had exerted immense effort to join one of the four major sects, the Spring and Autumn Mountain. While other players had swiftly ascended to nearly level 10, he remained a level 0 character, having neither joined a sect nor acquired any martial arts. This ultimately depended on the choices made by the players. Some sects resembled dubious institutions, accessible merely through monetary exchange, while others demanded diligent study and personal effort for entry. In the long run, it appeared that joining a more formidable sect would yield better prospects for development. However, borrowing the sword is fundamentally a game, and early starters among players had commenced their training and leveling, thus seizing resources and opportunities during the novice phase. Chu Huaishu had witnessed players who initially aligned with seemingly inferior sects yet soared to greatness due to fortuitous encounters in the early stages. It was precisely this unpredictability that imbued the game with its allure. However, the current scenario was different. His entry into the Taoist sect required minimal effort. In fact, he had initially been resistant to the idea. Notably, players who diligently joined a powerful sect would receive substantial faction rewards. In contrast, those entering an ordinary sect would be classified into a standard faction, receiving a uniform reward of 1 random attribute point. Only by joining the four major sects throughout Eastern Continent could players additionally obtain a more generous faction reward of 1 spirit embryo attribute. With the spirit embryo attribute, players would no longer be considered pseudo-spiritual embryos. As for those Eastern continent players unable to join the 4 major sects, they could later attain the spirit embryo attribute through completing hidden tasks and major storyline quests. Individuals like Han Shuangjiang, possessing the mysterious Yin body, could potentially be typical full-level spiritual embryos, requiring the spirit embryo attribute to be maximized to 10 points. Before my transmigration, no player had ever fully augmented this attribute. In fact, the highest recorded was only 7 points. Chu Huaishu's character from Spring and Autumn Mountain had already reached 6 points prior to his transmigration. While this fell short compared to the true prodigies of the Xianwang realm, among players, he certainly stood out prominently. He even included this information in his gaming profile to showcase his prowess and attract clients. Ladies, are you certain you will not come and explore my spirit embryo? In a mere 3 breaths, Chu Huaishu heard the system notification sound, indicating that his faction rewards had been fully credited. Li Chunsong, observing that the two had already bound their identity tokens through blood, gently tapped his steward token and retrieved a substantial number of jade slips from the storage space within. All of these were cultivation techniques suitable for the Qi opening stage. He swiftly located the ice purity technique and handed it to Han Shuangjiang. Chu Huaishu gazed at the jade slip containing the ice purity technique and employed information detection. The information he gleaned was ice purity technique, Qi opening stage technique. Compatibility, 0. He couldn't help but curl his lip, silently lamenting. The name of this technique is so pure and pristine, yet my compatibility is 0. Do they find me unworthy? He speculated that the compatibility of the ice purity technique with the Xianyin physique might be nearly 100%. The Qi opening stage is a straightforward phase of cultivation. Those with true talent can swiftly master any technique. For players, advancing levels is not an insurmountable task, as the experience points required to reach level 09 are relatively modest. However, the higher the compatibility of a technique, the lower the experience cost for leveling up. This intricate design enhances the game's playability and fuels players' desire for exploration in the early stages. Niu Yuanshan regarded the young counterpart before him with utmost attentiveness. Thus, the robust and earnest outer sect steward, with a warm smile, said, "Here, these are all the techniques available for the Qi opening stage in the outer sect. Choose one, and feel free to ask me any questions. There's no need to rush." "Thank you, steward," Chu Huaishu replied politely. As he deliberated over his selection, Niu Yuanshan thoughtfully inquired of Han Shuangjiang. "It is quite late. He may need some time. You may return to rest if you wish. It's no trouble." Unexpectedly, Han Shuangjiang gently shook her head, her voice remaining cold and devoid of emotional fluctuation. "I shall wait for him." Upon hearing this, Chu Huaishu turned to glance at her before resuming his search through the techniques. He had not ceased using information detection. Dominant Divine Technique, Compatibility 53. Heaven and Earth Mystical Skill, Compatibility 49. 8 Desolations Divine Ability, Compatibility 9. Although these techniques for the Qi opening stage were fundamentally basic, more than half bore impressively grandiose names. Yet, he noted that none surpassed a compatibility rating of 60. However, there was one promising option, Little Farmer Technique, Compatibility 78. Yet, he pondered the peculiar naming of this technique. At this moment, he was nearly finished examining all the jade slips. Niu Yuanshan and Han Shuangjiang observed him as he squatted on the ground, meticulously selecting, without once addressing the steward, leaving them perplexed by his approach. As time passed minute by minute, Niu Yuanshan felt compelled to take the initiative, offering his attentive care. "Is there anything in particular you wish to know? I could provide some insight." "No worries, Niu Zhi, replied Chu Huaishu, lifting his gaze before continuing his selection. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick's worth of time, Han Shuangjiang's patience and curiosity had been entirely depleted. For her, this evening was both extraordinary and exhausting. "How much longer will you take?" she inquired. Chu Huaishu glanced at her, crouched as he was, his gaze directed upward at an angle that accentuated her remarkably proportioned legs, making them appear even longer. "I haven't asked you to wait. If you're impatient, you can simply return," he retorted. Upon hearing this, Han Shuangjiang slightly furrowed her delicate brows, choosing to remain silent, yet not departing. Niu Yuanshan, with his thick brows and large eyes, listened intently to their exchange, feeling utterly astonished. He had assumed that this icy beauty would simply turn and walk away, which only deepened his intrigue. Chu Huaishu had spent considerable time in the company of women, and his success in this field was no mere stroke of luck. Despite Han Shuangjiang's frosty demeanor and seemingly unapproachable nature, it was merely a form of self-protection. Abandoned by her parents and sold into a brothel as a child, her upbringing in such an environment inevitably shaped her character. Abandonment breeds insecurity. Women in brothels are trained from a young age to be compliant, learning to serve others. The madam seeks obedient daughters. Disobedience leads to dire consequences. Thus, it is entirely possible that this alluring young woman carries a hint of submissiveness within her. Chu Huaishu indeed wished to align himself with this central figure of the world, yet he had no desire to grovel at her feet. Choosing to ignore her, he continued his search until, at last, he found what he sought. Chapter 11. The Sword Refinement Technique. The match rate for the sword refinement technique was an astonishing 93. Chu Huaishu felt a flicker of surprise at such a high compatibility. He examined the remaining jade slips, discovering that only this particular technique surpassed a score of 90, while the others merely reached a maximum of 81. This is the one. Opening the jade slip, he read the bold characters. Heaven and earth as the furnace, the body as the sword, spiritual essence for tempering. Forging the body to penetrate the orifices. He closed the slip and turned to Niu Yuanshan. I will choose this one. Niu Zhisher nodded in agreement. There were simply too many techniques suitable for the Qi channeling stage. Though he was an outer sect steward, it was impossible for him to be familiar with every single one. After a moment's thought, he retrieved 2 small booklets from his storage space and handed them to the 2 individuals. These are the insights gained from the cultivation of ice purity technique and sword refining technique, both penned by predecessors. Should you have any thoughts during your practice, feel free to inscribe them in the booklet for the benefit of future disciples. Thank you, Elder. They accepted the booklet. Having completed these tasks, Niu Yuanshan intended to have a private conversation with Chu Huaishu, yet restrained himself, merely gesturing towards the east, stating, "Your dwelling is in that direction. You may find it on your own." Understood. After the 2 turned to leave, Elder Niu did not enter the house, but instead watched them depart. He gazed at Chu Huaishu's silhouette, filled with an overwhelming curiosity about this newcomer to the organization, a curiosity that, despite his efforts to suppress it, surged forth once more. Once they had walked far enough away, he returned to his courtyard and entered his bedroom. Niu Yuanshan sat cross-legged on his bed, his mind consumed by thoughts of Chu Huaishu. He was exceedingly curious. How could someone who was supposed to be a mere servant catch the eye of Li Chunsong? Perhaps he should seek an opportunity to converse with him? Elder Niu pondered. As his thought crossed his mind, he suddenly recalled the time he had donned a golden mask during the initiation task in the dense forest, reprimanding the silver-masked man. That silver-masked individual had intended to observe this fox-faced boy further, only to be met with a stern rebuke. With this recollection, Niu Yuanshan raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to his own face. Smack! The third rule of admonition: do not harbor excessive curiosity towards fellow members of the organization. Chu Huaishu's bamboo cottage was adjacent to Han Shuangjiang's, making them neighbors. Their dwelling was significantly smaller than Elder Niu's. Along the way, the 2 exchanged no words, walking in silence. After bidding each other farewell, Chu Huaishu entered his own bamboo cottage. Each residence within the Daoist compound was protected by a dust-clearing formation, ensuring that even without cleaning, they remained immaculate. He retrieved bedding from his storage token and laid it upon his bed. The jade slips and booklet were tossed aside, as he did not rush to commence his cultivation. First, he needed to allocate the random attribute points, as that was the proper sequence. He mused. Chu Huaishu opened his character panel to glance at his attributes. At that moment, the attributes displayed before him were quite straightforward. Physique, 1, upgradable, maximum of 10. Spirit gathering, 1, upgradable, maximum of 10. Comprehension, 1, upgradable, maximum of 10. Spirit embryo attribute, 0, upgradable, maximum of 10. Experience points, 200. Character level, level 0. Remaining random attribute points, 1. Upon the utilization of a single random attribute point, it shall be allocated to one of the aforementioned attributes at random. As the name suggests, physique embodies aspects such as health, defense, strength, and agility, all of which contribute to physical robustness. The higher the physique value, the greater the enhancement in these attributes with each level gained. Spirit accumulation signifies the internal magical energy. Without it, one cannot cast spells or unleash skills. A higher spirit accumulation value correlates with a significant increase in magical energy with each level, and also accelerates mana recovery during depletion. Furthermore, certain ultimate skills require a specific amount of mana. Insufficient internal magical energy renders one incapable of utilizing them even once. Comprehension is linked to skills relating to the practitioner's techniques. For instance, taking the character Chu Huaishu, who boasts a level 49 character in the Spring and Autumn Mountain. His primary skill is called Xianxia. This skill manifests as black flames blooming like a lotus with spectacular effects. However, one must possess a comprehension level exceeding 5 points to learn it, a steadfast threshold. Additionally, practitioners in the Xianwang realm learn techniques through 4 stages: initial insight, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and complete perfection. Players, on the other hand, rely on experience points to upgrade their skills, also categorized into 14 levels. Notably, a higher comprehension means lesser experience points are consumed for skill upgrades, while a lower comprehension results in a greater expenditure of experience points. Certain high-tier skills cannot be upgraded if comprehension is insufficient, rendering experience points futile. Chu Huaishu's Shijia has only reached level 3. To attain maximum level, he must elevate his comprehension to 7 points. The spirit embryo attribute bears similarities to comprehension, yet it is associated with the cultivation techniques. Practitioners in the Xianwang realm absorb the essence of heaven and earth through their techniques. Conversely, players infuse experience points into their techniques. Once fully infused, an upgrade can be achieved. Players may also engage in offline cultivation, adopting a meditative posture to initiate their techniques. The higher the spirit embryo attribute, the more experience points can be garnered during offline cultivation. Similar to comprehension, some powerful techniques impose requirements on the spirit embryo attribute. The quantity of experience points required for upgrading techniques is also linked to this attribute. Should the spirit embryo attribute fall short, even character levels cannot progress. For instance, with a spirit embryo attribute of only 1, the maximum level attainable is 19. With an attribute of 2, the limit rises to 29. In the context of the Xianwang realm, this indicates a lack of innate talent, relegating one to remain in the first realm, forever barred from ascending to the second. In simpler terms, this is merely the deification of certain cultivation systems from the Xianwang realm. For instance, Han Shuangjiang's spirit embryo may very well be at level 9, or even reach the pinnacle at level 10. In other words, her rate of advancement will be astonishingly rapid, as the experience points required are remarkably low, and the upper limit is exceedingly high, ensuring that she will not become stagnant at any particular realm throughout her lifetime. She possesses virtually no bottleneck period. Why is the patriarch of the Dao sect so formidable, to the extent that opponents might even resort to desperate measures to ensnare him? This desperation must be profound, indeed. It is solely because he is a pure yang body, a level 10 spiritual embryo. That gifted individual next door, whose talents rival those of the patriarch, must have already commenced their cultivation. Chu Huaisu speculates. He is in no rush, however. He first intends to allocate 1 point to random attribute points and 1 point to spiritual embryo attribute. Time for a lottery. Chu Huaisu rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, "Bestow upon me." A grand wheel, visible only to him, materialized and began to spin. The wheel's segments for various attributes were evenly distributed. Yet the section for the spiritual embryo was notably diminutive, boasting a mere 3 probability. "Stop." With a thought, he commanded, "Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired the attribute point for physique." Chu Huaisu narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering for a moment. Physique, is it? That will suffice. In the early stages, any allocation is inconsequential. It's all rather balanced. Randomness is of little concern, for what I have acquired is not a free attribute point, and thus cannot be allocated at will. His level 49 character, Gathering Spirit, was his highest. Each time, he brought companions into dungeons. He relied on his abundant mana to cast skills as if they required no cost, focusing instead on dazzling effects and sheer style. Aside from Gathering Spirit, he had predominantly invested in comprehension. Skills such as refining tools, alchemy, and talisman crafting belong to professional categories and are closely tied to comprehension. Refining tools can yield equipment. Alchemy can produce potions, and talisman crafting can create talismans. All of these are lucrative endeavors. Chu Huaisu's approach is fundamentally pragmatic. Either earn money from women or from fellow players, thus achieving a leap in social status. His desire for progress is fervent. Hence, physique is relatively unfamiliar territory for him. The solitary point in spiritual embryo attribute cannot yet be allocated until his character reaches level 1. As previously mentioned, the spiritual embryo attribute is 1, and the character level cap is 19. If the spiritual embryo attribute is 0, the cap is merely 9. Therefore, the immediate priority is to master the techniques of the Qi refinement stage. Let us not forget, he possesses 200 experience points at his disposal, which is more than sufficient for leveling up. Chu Huaisu picked up the jade slip containing the sword refining technique along with the accompanying booklet. After some contemplation, he resolved to peruse the booklet first. The sword refining technique is akin to a comprehensive tome, while the booklet consists of notes left by predecessors, essentially serving as the commentary section for this book. Naturally, I must first examine the commentary section to see how others have evaluated it. Chu Huaishi believed that this order was correct. With eager anticipation, he opened the first page of the booklet. The page bore only 2 bold and somewhat hastily written characters. Do not practice. Chapter 12, Dao Ancestor. Chu Huaishu stared at the booklet, utterly bewildered. Undeterred, he turned to the next page, only to find it contained another 2 words. Listen to advice. The handwriting suggested that the first and second pages were penned by different individuals, leaving Chu Huaishu perplexed. What a peculiar situation, 2 people engaging in a dialogue. He continued flipping through the pages, only to discover that he had reached the end. Was that all? His confusion deepened. Could this be the latest method for the Xianxia stage, yet so few practiced it? This was the only possibility he could conceive. In such a vast Dao sect, with countless outer disciples, one must remember that even with strict requirements, a prodigy is still a rarity, and the population of the Eastern Continent Mirror Kingdom is considerable. With so many registered disciples, it seemed implausible that only a select few would choose this path, simply because its name lacked the flamboyance of other techniques. Zhuhuaisu Ponde. This shouldn't be the case. After all, that sword was right within the Dao sect. Among the Taoists, the trend of sword cultivation was prevalent. As long as a technique included the word sword, it should naturally be popular. Chu Huaishu genuinely feared becoming the 3rd experimental subject. Nevertheless, this technique had the highest compatibility with him, rated at 93. If the system deemed it acceptable, then it undoubtedly was. For him, the so-called cultivation method merely served as a vessel for experience points. With this thought, Chu Huaishu cast the booklet aside and picked up the jade slip. As an experienced player, he possessed a certain understanding of the cultivation system in the Xinhuang realm. In the past, there was no concept of the Xianxia stage. The human body contains 9 orifices through which it absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Some individuals are born with all 9 orifices open, like the tall individual next door. Others, like the current Chu Huaishu, are born with none. Individuals such as Han Shuangjiang, the epitome of talent, merely breezed through the Xianxia stage. It could be understood that her 9 orifices were merely accumulating impurities within the body. She now needed to rely on the technique to cleanse these impurities. Before long, she would achieve perfection in the Xianxia stage and then begin to challenge the 1st realm. Many years ago, only those born with all 9 orifices open could cultivate. Everyone began their practice directly from the 1st realm. Thus, in that era, the threshold for cultivation was exceedingly high, and the number of practitioners was remarkably scarce, until the emergence of the Dao Ancestor, the unparalleled Taoist. Having uncovered the mysteries of the 9 orifices of the human body, successfully concocted the enlightenment pill. Upon consuming the enlightenment pill, one can open the previously blocked orifices. The so-called enlightenment technique is merely an aid to enhance the absorption of the pill's medicinal potency. By practicing this technique, the effects of the medicine are amplified, and absorption is expedited. The world reveres him as the Taoist ancestor precisely because he formulated the enlightenment pill, thus inaugurating the enlightenment phase. Without his contributions, many would never have the opportunity to become cultivators. Within the storage token of Chu Huai Su lies an enlightenment pill, graciously provided free of charge by the Taoist sect to its registered disciples. One cannot help but acknowledge the generous benefits of the major sects. He mused. Some smaller sects require their disciples to purchase the enlightenment pill at their own expense. After retrieving the enlightenment pill, Chu Huai Su swallowed it whole, then unfolded the jade tablet before him. Ding! Do you wish to learn the technique sword refinement method? He heard the prompt from the system. Is there any need for hesitation? Learn. Thus, let the cultivation commence. Mount Winda, the principal peak of Mountain Beyond Mountains, houses the grand hall of the Taoist sect at its summit. At this moment, 6 individuals occupied the hall, among whom was elderly Chun Song. The figure seated in the Master-S throne was none other than the current sect leader, Xianxia. This individual bore no semblance of the ethereal demeanor one might expect of a Taoist leader. Rather, he appeared fearsome and grotesque, with a bald head that only accentuated his intimidating presence. In terms of appearance, he stood in stark contrast to the typical image of a Taoist sect leader. Seated on either side of the hall were 4 others: Elder Lu Pan, Elder Zhao Shuqing, Elder Nan Gongyu, and Elder Chu Yini. Elder Li Chun Song stood at the center of the hall, continually rubbing his hands together, his complexion flushed and spirits high, caught in the throes of a gambling addiction, pondering how to set the stage for a wager with his fellow disciples. Younger Master Uncle has instructed me to bring back certain individuals, and I have successfully done so, Li Chun Song announced, clearing his throat. Elder Chu Yinin immediately inquired, "Who are they?" It is indeed curious that the higher echelons of the Taoist sect are composed of middle-aged individuals, whereas Elder Chu Yinin appears as a youthful maiden, seemingly around 13 or 14 years of age, her body not yet fully developed. Yet, in truth, she is already 32, a fact intertwined with her cultivation method and spiritual essence. Li Chunsong glanced at her and retorted, "Matters concerning the 7th realm and above are not for you. In your 6th realm, to question." Upon hearing this, laughter erupted among the assembly. Chu Yinin frowned, her irritation manifesting as she struck the small table beside her chair. "What do you mean by that, you gambling fiend? Do you look down upon me?" Li Chunsong immediately forced a smile, saying, "How could I dare, junior sister? However, this matter has been classified as the highest secret of our sect by the elder. You are aware of the sect rules. Only those above the 7th realm are qualified to know. Are you using the sect rules to pressure me?" Chu Yinin retorted, relentless in her pursuit. This left Li Chunsong no choice but to seek assistance, turning to the Grand Elder, Lu Pan. "Elder brother, as the enforcer elder, it would be most helpful if you could say something." Lu Pan, with his solemn and imposing demeanor, raised his head. His furrowed brow was deep, as if chiseled by a knife. "According to the sect rules, that is indeed the case," he replied earnestly. "Well, you all have conspired to bully me." Chu Yinin stood up abruptly. The sect leader, Xianxia, raised his hand and gently pressed downwards, signaling her to calm down. The bald man was not only unattractive, but also had an unpleasant voice, akin to a squawking chicken. "Junior sister, you have indeed been rather indolent in the past. Your innate talent surpasses all of ours. Both master and uncle have stated that your path of cultivation will ultimately exceed ours. Yet you refuse to devote yourself to your training." Upon hearing this, Chu Yinin glanced down at her own body, growing increasingly displeased. "What training? Just look at what I've become." She cast a furious glance around the room, exclaiming, "If you choose not to speak, then I shall take my leave." With that, she strode swiftly to the entrance of the hall, pausing only to turn back. "You truly have no intention of speaking, do you?" The gathered brothers and sisters remained silent, simply watching her with smiles. At this, Chu Yinin stormed out of the hall, and this time, she truly left. The 9th elder, Nan Gongyu, a woman of gentle demeanor, though not exceptionally beautiful, bore a substantial presence. She shook her head and chuckled. "Our junior sister is indeed something else, despite her age. Her temper remains as petulant as her appearance, never quite maturing. She has always been this way and has not changed," remarked the 5th elder, Zhao Shuqi, shrugging. "Her unique cultivation method is one aspect, but it is primarily due to her innate nature," added Grand Elder Lu Pan. Just as he finished speaking, he couldn't help but exclaim softly, "Oh, why are you still outside eavesdropping?" As the enforcer elder, he was responsible for upholding the sect rules. With a sweeping gesture, he cast a soundproofing spell, isolating the hall's voices from the outside world. Now, she had truly left. Lu Pan extended his consciousness outward, a smile gracing his lips. The sect leader, Xianxia, cleared his throat and spoke in his notoriously unpleasant voice. "All right, let us discuss the matter at hand." The 6th elder, Li Chunsong, knew it was his turn to speak. "As instructed by our uncle, I have brought back 2 individuals from the Bo Ping of Wuming Mountain. The male is named Chu Huaishu, and the female is Han Shuangjiang. This Han Shuangjiang is quite remarkable. Can you guess what her spiritual embryo is?" He paused for dramatic effect. The others remained silent, their eyes fixed on him in anticipation. "You are truly lacking in interest." Li Chunsong expressed her dissatisfaction. "Her spiritual fetus is renowned, comparable to the pure yang body of the Tao ancestor. She is of the profound Yin body." The crowd gasped in astonishment. "What? The profound Yin body indeed?" Elder 9, Nan Gongyu crossed her arms, her ample flesh gathered upon her arms. If she is of the profound in body, is there a possibility of gaining its recognition? The crowd paused momentarily, yet they quickly comprehended what Elder Nangong meant by it. It is a sword left behind by the Tao ancestor. Chapter 13, as simple as breathing. The mere mention of that sword rendered the great hall significantly quieter. Ultimately, it was the sect leader, Xianxia, who broke the silence. Who can definitively ascertain whether one can gain its recognition? Once she attains the first realm, it shall be revealed. Regardless, to welcome a disciple of the profound in body into our ranks is undoubtedly a blessing for our Tao sect. Our little junior uncle, who has been wandering the world for many years, has finally accomplished something of substance. Upon hearing him mention the little junior uncle, the expressions of everyone present turned somewhat amused yet exasperated. At this moment, Elder 9, Nan Gongyu, spoke up. Since this Han Shuangjiang is of the profound in body, what about this Chu Huaishu who ascended the mountain alongside her? Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Li Chunsong, their eyes brimming with curiosity. This individual, being favored by the little junior uncle alongside the profound in body, must possess exceptional qualities. Elder 5, Zhao Shuqing, began to urge. 6th junior brother, spare us the suspense. We're not buying your act. Speak quickly. Standing at the center of the great hall, Li Chunsong hesitated, finally letting out a sigh, raising his hand. Him? Best not to mention him. The crowd exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting mutual bewilderment. Elder 1, Lu Pan, frowned deeply, his furrowed brow accentuating his displeasure. 6th, when asked to speak, you ought to do so. Among the brothers and sisters, everyone feared elder brother Lu Pan, except for the little junior sister, Chu Yining. Even the current sect leader, second brother Xianxia, harbored a hidden fear. Li Chunsong quickly smiled apologetically, rubbing his hands. Elder brother, it is not that I am unwilling to share, but rather that I find myself at a loss for words. As it stands, he is likely a pseudo-spiritual fetus. Elder 6 raised his hands in exasperation. What do you mean by likely? Lu Pan remained frowning, his typically serious demeanor dissatisfied with such an ambiguous response. I cannot fathom why the little junior uncle would bring a person of a pseudo-spiritual fetus to the mountain, and you have not seen this lad. I must tell you, he's quite handsome, tall too. Li Chunsong squinted, as if revealing a momentous matter. What? The assembly of Taoist elders was genuinely taken aback. The reason was simple. They were all too familiar with their little junior uncle. The young master possesses numerous minor flaws, one of which is his propensity for jealousy. He is of modest stature and unremarkable appearance, yet he harbors a self-proclaimed charm. He harbors an aversion to exceedingly handsome men, particularly those who are tall and striking. Why was the sect leader, Xianxia, so highly regarded by the young master in his earlier days? They have pondered this privately. The second senior brother's unsightly demeanor, coupled with his baldness, surely contributed positively to his standing. Under such circumstances, the fact that Chu Huaishu, a mere pseudo-spiritual embryo, managed to capture the young master's attention indicates that he must possess some extraordinary qualities. This alone has sparked their curiosity and intrigue regarding Chu Huaishu, surpassing even that directed towards Han Shuangjiang, the embodiment of the profound Yin. The sect leader, Xianxia, inquired with concern. Have you arranged all the entrance procedures? Have you selected the cultivation method for the qi refinement stage? Nan Gongyu interjected. If I recall correctly, the most compatible method for the profound Yin body is the ice purity technique, right? Li Chunsong waved his hand, a hint of exasperation in his demeanor. Am I unaware of the need to choose the ice purity technique? Such trivial matters, I assure you, I have managed with great care, so you need not worry. However, regarding this Chu Huaishu, I doubt you could recommend anyone suitable, could you? He raised an eyebrow. Upon hearing this, the others found themselves unable to refute. After all, as a pseudo-spiritual embryo, any choice would be inconsequential. Even if the young master were present, it would still be a challenge. This question is simply too difficult. Ahem, it is merely the qi refinement stage, which is of little consequence. Once he officially embarks upon the path of cultivation, during the onslaught of the first realm, we shall deliberate further and select a new cultivation method for him. Xianxia made a definitive statement. With this declaration, everyone nodded in agreement. Seeing that the groundwork had been sufficiently laid, Li Chunsong began rubbing his hands together in the center of the grand hall. I surmise that they are all currently engaged in their respective practices within the chamber. I observe that everyone seems to be in high spirits today. how about we indulge in a small wager? He suggested, rubbing his hands with increasing fervor. Elupan, the law elder, immediately interjected with a scoff. Elder 6, there are laws of the realm and rules of the sect. Our sect has never endorsed such behavior. According to Rule 17, setting up private gambling is punishable by a fine of 100 taels, with each participant fined 50. Let us not breach the regulations. Upon hearing this, Elder 6, Li Chunsong, promptly responded with a smile. I understand. With that, he retrieved 100 taels in silver notes from his storage token and approached Lu Pan, presenting them with both hands. The law elder maintained a serious expression, scrutinizing him before surveying all those present in the grand hall. One by one, silver notes were extracted from the storage tokens and, enveloped in spiritual energy, floated onto his table. Now, it was the other's turn to gaze at him. Lu Pan remained solemn, steadfast as a mountain. Ultimately, it was Elder 9 Nangongyu who extended a lifeline. Oh dear, Master Brother, let's not be such a dampener on the mood. It is a rare occasion that everyone is in such high spirits. Let's all partake together. The deeply furrowed elder, his face shrouded in displeasure, exhaled a huff and slapped a banknote onto the table. This shall be the last warning. Within the grand hall of the Taoist sect, Li Chunsong proposed, let us wager on how long it will take them to break through the first meridian, shall we? Zhao Shuqing waved his hand dismissively. What is there to wager? Han Shuangjiang is of the Xianxia physique. She merely needs to circulate the ice purity technique for one complete cycle to successfully break through. Indeed, her constitution is akin to having all 9 meridians open by birth. Currently, it is merely a matter of accumulating bodily impurities. Her meridians are practically non-existent, added Nangongyu. Betting on her seems utterly pointless. Li Chunsong, however, began to rub his hands together, his complexion slightly flushed. If we are to wager, let us wager on the pseudo-spiritual embryo. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances. Betting on the pseudo-spiritual embryo is truly unpredictable. How do you propose we wager? Zhao Shuqing inquired. Let us set a limit of 3 days, suggested Li Chunsong. All right, I wager she will break through the first meridian within 3 days. Xianxia was the first to speak. I too bet on 3 days, added another. Count me in for 3 days as well. That should suffice, chimed in Lu Pan. This caused Li Chunsong to grow anxious. I wish to bet on 3 days as well. No, she's a pseudo-spiritual embryo. It would be remarkable if she could break through the first meridian within 10 days, and that is contingent upon physical training. Why is everyone wagering on 3 days? His agitation was palpable, because she is the one chosen by our little master uncle. Nangongyu replied matter-of-factly. Indeed. Zhao Shuqing chimed in. Upsharbing li shunsong randaratspakalas. They teased. You do not wish to bet on 3 days as well, do you? What else could I do? Li Chunsong was genuinely at a loss for words. At that moment, the grotesquely bald Xiangyuan's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he suddenly interjected, 6th junior brother. How long did it take you to break through the first meridian back in your day? Li Chunsong raised his chin, though I'm not of the Xianxia physique. I can be considered someone with all 9 meridians open by nature, thus requiring merely 1 cycle of cultivation. Then why do you not have more faith in Chu Huaishu? Xianxia remarked in his unpleasant voice. Li Chunsong, upon hearing this, felt the gambler within him awaken. What child cries every day? I refuse to believe it is so difficult to seize fortune amid danger. Little master uncle, grant me your blessing, he silently implored. This individual, dubbed the charitable gambling king by players, found his face growing even redder. I bet she will break through with just 1 cycle of cultivation. The crowd erupted into laughter, each one countering his claim. As previously mentioned, the stage of breaking through the meridian is formally known as the meridian breaking and body refinement stage. The reason why the likes of Shui who was effortlessly slain by Chu Huaishu, are deemed to have only the path of body refinement, is precisely because even if a pseudo-spiritual embryo were to purchase a meridian-breaking pill, they would still need to rely on external forces to continuously hone their physique. Possessing a spiritual fetus, it absorbs medicinal effects and disseminates them throughout the limbs and body. There is no need for body refinement. One can become stronger merely through the consumption of drugs. A pseudo-spiritual fetus, however, is incapable of transmitting the effects of the chi-opening elixir throughout the entire body, necessitating external stimulation through body refinement techniques. This process is excruciating and tormenting. Many individuals struggle to maintain a daily exercise regimen. let alone endure the unbearable pain of body refinement. Even more disheartening is the fact that numerous individuals with pseudo-spiritual fetuses, despite spending substantial sums on the chi-opening elixir and diligently practicing body refinement daily, may ultimately only manage to open 2 or 3 acupoints. After all their exertions, they find themselves with merely a slight increase in strength and physical condition compared to the average person. Only upon entering the first realm can one truly be considered a practitioner, standing in stark contrast to the mundane populace. Xianxia, as a formidable being of the 8th realm, had just discreetly scanned the medicinal mountain with his divine awareness and discovered that Chu Huai Su's 9 acupoints were entirely blocked. Sealed tight. After performing a complete cycle of energy circulation for nearly the duration of an incense stick, he pondered how such a tight blockage could ever be penetrated. The wager had officially commenced. The great practitioners within the hall dispersed their divine awareness to perceive the current state of Chu Huai Su and Han Shuangjiang. Oh, this little girl has successfully opened her acupoints. Nan Gongyu remarked with a smile. It seems she couldn't wait to commence her cultivation. Min Weihin, Zhu Hu Su, having just perused a small booklet, calmly unfurled the jade slip, preparing to practice the sword refinement technique. The hall fell into a profound silence as everyone closed their eyes, patiently attuning their divine awareness. Before long, however, all present simultaneously opened their eyes, their expressions reflecting incredulity. For Chu Huaisu's first acupoint had actually opened, and she had accomplished it in merely 3 breaths. Chapter 14, Malevolent Arts. System, upgrade me. Chu Huaisu sat cross-legged upon her bed, expending 79 experience points to elevate her character level from 0 to 1. As for why it was precisely 79 points, the system has its own calculations, intricately tied to the player's various attributes and the compatibility with their techniques. That unfortunate Shui who perished on a rainy night, could scarcely have imagined how effortlessly Chu Huai Su could open her acupoints. Of course, he was now beyond the realm of dreams. Shuehu had managed to open 2 acupoints himself, having procured the chi-opening elixir through special channels in his youth, and endured considerable hardship with body refinement techniques to achieve such a feat. Deep down, he recognized that this was not his ultimate potential. However, the pain had been so searing that he lacked the courage to push beyond. With just 2 acupoints opened, his physical prowess was marginally superior to that of an ordinary person, sufficient for him to infiltrate the patrol office. Regrettably, on that torrentially rainy night, he encountered the formidable Chu Huaisu. His demise contributed 100 experience points to the Wanderer, serving as the sustenance that facilitated his current breakthrough in unlocking meridians. Within the grand hall of the Taoist Peak, numerous formidable beings of the 7th realm and beyond were taken aback. 3 breaths to unlock the meridians? Moreover, it was a completely obstructed channel. What could this signify? The moment the spiritual energy entered his body, it effortlessly opened the meridian. It was utterly unfathomable, a shocking revelation. It is worth noting that the individual residing next door, possessing a profound Yin physique, had spent nearly a full incense stick's duration circulating the ice purity technique within his body to achieve a successful unlocking of his meridian. Among the gathered crowd, the most agitated was undoubtedly Li Chunsong. This elder, often playfully dubbed the philanthropic gambler by players in the forum, was now breathing heavily. His body trembled slightly, and his otherwise unremarkable visage flushed with excitement, as if currents of electricity coursed through him. Had he won? I actually won. He could scarcely recall the last time he had triumphed in a wager. The exhilarating sensation felt as if his very crown were about to be lifted. However, before the stunned assembly could engage in fervent discussion, a sudden turn of events transpired. The one who had unlocked his meridians in 3 breaths, Chu Huaishu, let out a heart-wrenching scream. In an instant, he was engulfed in excruciating pain, as though he lay upon the road while a motorcycle repeatedly ran over him, seeking to imprint its wheels upon every inch of his being. The abruptness of it all sent him spiraling into dizziness. Chu Huaishu, already seated cross-legged upon his bed, fell to the ground as the world spun around him, scattering the jade slips and book that lay before him. This young man, with a fox-like visage, fainted from the agony. Just before losing consciousness, he suddenly grasped the meaning of the words inscribed on the jade slip. The world is the furnace. The body is the sword. Spiritual energy tempers, forging the body and unlocking the meridians. The night breeze wafted through the window, fortuitously flipping the pages of the small booklet. imparting a sense of a gentle wind, unlettered yet whimsically turning the pages. The prominent characters on the first and second pages thus emerged. Do not practice. Heed the warning. In the adjacent bamboo house, Han Shuangjiang opened her beautiful eyes, undoubtedly having heard that heart-rending scream. She sprang from her bed, standing upright. What has happened to him? She gazed towards the direction of the neighboring bamboo house. Yet, her past experiences and the recent tumult of her life had rendered her somewhat indifferent. After much internal struggle, she ultimately decided to intervene. After all, her inherent nature remained that of a benevolent soul. Han Shuangjiang strode forward, her remarkably proportioned legs exuding a unique beauty with each purposeful step. In contrast, shorter legs often appeared somewhat comical. She pushed open the bamboo door and arrived at the front of Chu Huaishu's abode, raising her hand to knock. Knock, knock, knock. No response. You. Han Shuangjiang paused for a moment before continuing. Are you all right? Yet again, silence ensued. Previously, she had always donned a veil in front of Chu Huaishu. Now without it, her exquisitely crafted visage was flawless, breathtakingly beautiful. Biting her silver teeth, she resolved to push the door open. Creak. It wouldn't budge. It was locked. What jest? You, the enchanting maiden possessing the dual cultivation technique of joyous entanglement, dared to refer to me as a furnace right from our first encounter. How could I, Chu Huaishu, not secure the door? What is paramount for a young man venturing into the world? It is to safeguard oneself. After years of companionship, he understood a fundamental truth. Women, when given things too easily, often fail to cherish them. A man lacking self-respect is akin to spoiled cabbage. Han Shuangjiang lowered her gaze slightly, suspecting that the matter was quite serious, fearing that the other party had perhaps succumbed to unconsciousness. She glanced around and ultimately decided to seek out Steward Yo. This stout fellow with thick brows and big eyes appeared upright and amiable. Even at such a late hour, he should not be too irked, right? Just as she prepared to set off, a figure swiftly approached from afar, and as it neared the door, he flicked his sleeve, unleashing his spiritual energy to force the door open, then gracefully landed. The fluidity of his movements was nothing short of elegant. The rather unkempt sixth elder, Li Chunsong, cast a glance at Han Shuangjiang before anxiously stepping inside. His physique was robust, showing no signs of distress. However, it seemed almost excessively so. Li Chunsong found it puzzling. How could there be such progress from merely one meridian opened among the 9? He raised his right hand, and the jade slips scattered on the ground flew into his grasp. Upon closer inspection, he could not help but exclaim, where did this malevolent technique come from? As a formidable practitioner of the 7th realm, he could easily discern the nature of a mere foundational technique at the initial stage of meridian opening. This technique astonishingly integrated body refinement, transforming it into a harmonious cultivation of both inner and outer strength. Moreover, it utilized the spiritual energies of heaven and earth to temper the physical form. How did this differ from the final step of spiritual tempering and artifact refinement? Li Chunsong's brows furrowed ever more deeply. The sword refining technique. The sword refining technique. By heavens, they truly regarded people as swords to be refined. Yet, upon calming his mind and deducing the technique, he found it genuinely feasible. It was as if the art of artifact refinement had been reimagined into a unique and unconventional method of meridian opening. The individual's mastery of artifact crafting is undoubtedly at the level of a grandmaster. Li Chunsong was once again astounded. It is worth noting that within the entire Taoist sect, there exists but a single master of artifact crafting, the magnanimous 9th elder of the Taoist sect, Nangonyu. In terms of rarity, the number of artifact crafting masters is even fewer than that of practitioners of the 7th realm and beyond. This could not possibly be the doing of 9th junior sister. Such heretical acts are more fittingly attributed to Chu Yinin, Li Xunsong Bundarat. He resolved to summon Yo Yuanshan shortly to seek his insights. Elder 6 turned a glance at Han Shuangjiang, offering words of reassurance. Do not worry. It is of no consequence. He merely fainted due to the peculiar nature of his cultivation technique. Fainted? Han Shuangjiang found this perplexing. A grown man, rendered unconscious by pain? The technique is indeed fearsome. Just prior, when she practiced the ice clarity technique, she had felt completely invigorated, as if a gentle energy enveloped her, washing away an entire night's fatigue. She could scarcely fathom that cultivation could be such a pleasurable endeavor. Yet, why did he suffer so? Han Shuangjiang cast a glance at the unconscious Chu Huaishu. noting that despite his pallor, his fox-like visage possessed an unexpected allure. An exquisite furnace should indeed appear thus. Her background from the joyous Sect resurfaced, leading her to offer a critique. Chapter 15. The Spiritual Embryo of Chu Huaishu. Chu Huaishu found himself ensnared in a protracted dream. However, upon awakening, he could scarcely recall any details. As he opened his eyes, a breathtaking visage greeted him. Han Shuangjiang, unmasked, sat beside his bed, holding a cloth, and had just wiped the sweat from his face and neck. It was a countenance so captivating it could render one speechless. Fortunately, Chu Huaishu possessed considerable resilience in this regard. Engaging in his line of work was akin to being in the service industry. Over time, it could lead to a mild aversion to women. Interestingly, due to her upbringing and life experiences, this stunning beauty before him harbored a slight aversion to men as well. This was not difficult to comprehend. The icy woman lowered her gaze upon Chu Huaishu and spoke. Elder Six instructed me to care for you. However, Chu Huaishu's response was, "It smells delightful." This somewhat flippant reply caused her to regard him with a scrutinizing gaze. "How wasn't he addressing you?" The fox faced one, frowned, and glanced at her. He sat up from the bed, searching his room for the source of the fragrance. Soon, he discovered a stick of incense burning on the table, nearly consumed. Chu Huaishu turned to Han Shuangjiang, his expression inquiring. "This is calming incense, left by Elder Six," she replied, her demeanor visibly cooling as she rose abruptly. She exited the bamboo dwelling, returning to her own chamber. Chu Huaisu sat on the bed, massaging his temples. While playing Borrowing the Sword, players could simply choose to level up, leading to an enhancement of their own realm. This cheat remained with him, yet the overall experience was lacking. Players could adjust their pain index, but he could not. He pondered to himself. Of course, Chu Huaisu was well aware that the source of his agony lay entirely in the nature of the technique itself. Leveling up, for players, essentially meant bypassing the gradual process of cultivation. In other words, the entirety of these processes unfolded in an instant, yielding immediate feedback within oneself. Was this why he felt such pain after operating the refining sword technique several times in a fleeting moment? Chu Huaisu found it perplexing. He speculated that even practicing this technique without any cheats would likely not be particularly pleasant. If it hurt this much, how could it be called refining sword technique? It would be more fittingly named menstrual pain. He quietly scoffed. So, the question arose, why did it match with him at a remarkable 93? He certainly did not consider himself a McDonald's. Although there was a classic saying in his industry that the flower language of steel wool represented endurance and affluence, it had no relevance to him. He had no inclination towards such matters, and felt a certain aversion towards steel wool, often referred to as the wealthy woman's joy. On his gaming companion profile, he would never drop hints to customers, nor would he plaster McDonald's or Starbucks labels as bio. There was indeed a hierarchy within their industry. Those dealing with letters were ultimately niche players and would never amount to anything substantial. Thus, Chu Huaisu felt the system owed him an explanation. After rising from a bed, he assessed his body. Could it be that he had indeed grown stronger? Was it due to the previous addition of 1 point to his physique? Surely, that couldn't be the only reason. His gaze fell upon the jade slip and booklet resting on the table. Once seated, Chu Huaisu picked up the booklet and turned to the first and second pages once more. Do not practice. Heed the advice. Now he understood. These two predecessors must have suffered greatly, leaving behind their cautionary tales to warn future practitioners, an effort of great concern. Chu Huaisu felt compelled to pen something for the benefit of those who would come after him. He lifted his pen and, with a serious demeanor, inscribed in bold characters on the third page, "Unparalleled divine skill. Practice. Everyone come and practice." Seething with frustration, Chu Huaisu closed the booklet, realizing he still had pressing matters to attend to. He had yet to add his spirit embryo attribute points. The spirit embryo was intimately linked to the talents and supernatural abilities of cultivators. This was extraordinarily important. A pseudo-spirit embryo held little promise for the future. He opened his character panel and immediately allocated the 1 point to spiritual embryo attribute. However, the first interface that appeared required him to select a type of spiritual embryo. This is quite understandable, as each spiritual embryo possesses its unique characteristics. For instance, if he were to choose the Xianxia body, his character panel would indicate Xianxia body veiled in dust. Only when he accumulates the attribute points to 10 will the phrase veiled in dust vanish, signifying the full maturation of the spiritual embryo. However, Players can only select one major category of spiritual embryo and then randomly draw from within that category. Both the pure yang body and the xianing body fall under the yin yang category. Beyond yin yang, other categories include 5 elements, thunder, night, divine movement, harmony, among dozens of others. Each category is further subdivided, making the selection process quite overwhelming. Yet, Chu Huaishu had already made up his mind. There was no choice, after all. Through a twist of fate, he had entered the Tao, and that sword was within the Tao. He disregarded all other categories and decisively chose sword. Ding! You have selected sword spiritual embryo. Proceeding with the draw. Congratulations, you have obtained spiritual embryo. Heart sword. Heart sword. In his memory, there was no information related to it. He had not seen any sword cultivator player with such a spiritual embryo. Chu Huaishu felt an instantaneous transformation within his body. Closing his eyes, he could sense a sword floating in his consciousness. A sword, entirely black in hue. For some inexplicable reason, he felt that it was alive, resonating with his thoughts, imbued with spirit. Yet, it seemed lethargic, bearing a lifeless demeanor. This did not surprise Chu Huaishu, for his character panel clearly stated, Spiritual Embryo Heart Sword, 1, veiled in dust. Below was a line of small text introduced by the system. The sword cleaves the flesh, the heart cleaves the soul. In the Yao Mountain, within the servants' courtyard, Niu Yuanshan sat cross-legged on his bed, his mind in disarray. At this moment, the east was brightening, heralding dawn. Just 2 hours prior, elderly Chun Song had visited him once again, inquiring about the origin of the sword refining technique. Niu Yuanshan spoke truthfully, expressing his ignorance on the matter. The jade slip was indeed in his possession, but the matter of these entry-level cultivation techniques was not within his purview. The 6th elder should have records preserved in the library, he cautiously suggested. Li Chunsong nodded and promptly vanished, soaring towards the library, leaving Steward Niu in a state of confusion. Hadn't the sword refining technique been assigned to the newcomers of that organization? Why was Elder Liu inquiring about it all of a sudden? Could there be an issue with this pivotal cultivation method? The thought of visiting Chu Huaishu's bamboo cottage surged within Niu Yuanshan repeatedly, yet he suppressed it each time, only for it to resurface after a while. He spent the entire night entangled in various worries and wild imaginings, his mind consumed by thoughts of Chu Huaishu, whether his eyes were open or closed. It was always him. Suddenly, a resounding clap echoed through the courtyard, louder than before. Niu Yuanshan struck himself with even greater force than last time, leaving his face swollen. The 3rd admonition stated, one must not harbor excessive curiosity towards fellow practitioners. Loyalty. Chapter 16, I will support you. At the Taoist peak in the Grand Hall, Li Chunsong returned after a night of toil to report to the senior members of the sect. The technique that Chu Huaishu was practicing was indeed problematic, eerily so. It appeared to be a modification based on the art of weapon crafting, blending both internal and external cultivation. I suspect the creator of this technique possessed extraordinary skills in weapon crafting, likely achieving mastery in this field, perhaps even being a grandmaster of the craft. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of those in the hall grew grave. The sect leader, Xianxia, inquired, have you investigated the origins of this technique? Li Chunsong nodded. I have visited the library and examined the records. Is there an issue? Asked the law enforcement elder, Lu Pan. This technique was brought back by my junior uncle several years ago. Li Xunsong Shuzha. Members of the sect are permitted to return with cultivation methods or techniques acquired externally for review and archiving. The sect has its own set of evaluation standards, which determines their rating and subsequent rewards. Naturally, there's a possibility of rejection during the archiving process. However, considering the unique status of that storyteller, would the review dare to impede? Xianxia furrowed his brow, perplexed, feeling as though hair might sprout from his bald head. Did my junior uncle specifically bring back a technique for the chi penetrating phase? Li Chunsong shook his head, stating no. I checked, and there were also 2 other techniques and a set of superior weapon crafting methods archived alongside it. Thus, I suspect my junior uncle stumbled upon the relics of some weapon crafting grandmaster during his last journey. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded slightly, finding it considerably more plausible. Li Chunsong continued to express his speculation. It is certainly possible that the young master has slain a certain master of artifact refinement. Upon hearing this, everyone found it to be a more reasonable explanation. It was merely a coincidence that the cultivation method the young master had discarded back to the sect years ago was precisely learned by the lad he had brought to the mountain. After a moment of contemplation, Xianxia spoke, This sword refinement technique should be removed from the library of techniques. It is too sinister and also rather superfluous. Its shortcomings are quite apparent. It is entirely incompatible with a proper disciple of the Tao. Upon hearing this, Li Chunsong suddenly laughed. Why did the sixth junior brother laugh? Xianxia was puzzled. The sect leader is unaware. I just used my spiritual sense to probe, and that lad is already awakened. He even inscribed 4 characters on his booklet of insights regarding the cultivation method. Nan Gongyu immediately inquired, "What are the characters?" The smile on Li Chunsong's face became uncontrollable, and he burst into laughter. Unparalleled divine art. In an instant, the great hall was filled with a joyous atmosphere, leaving the senior members of the Tao somewhat at a loss for words, except for the Grand Elder. This young man chosen by the young master seems to have a rather dark heart. The law enforcement elder, Lu Pan, snorted coldly. Oh! Li Chunsong quickly reined in his laughter, realizing he had misspoken. Such individuals are not favored by the senior brother. The Grand Elder Lu Pan indeed spoke again. Since it is an unparalleled divine art, let the outer sect stewards supervise him closely to ensure he practices diligently. In the medicinal mountain, within the bamboo cottage, the dawn gradually broke. He had studied the heart sword for quite some time, but had yet to derive any insights. This was normal, as the qi condensation stage primarily lays the foundation for future cultivation. Strictly speaking, I cannot yet be considered a cultivator. Chu Huaisu rubbed his stomach, which had long been growling with hunger. In the Xianwang realm, practitioners do not completely abstain from food. Everyone must eat, without exception. Compared to ordinary people, cultivators do not differ significantly aside from possessing greater strength. Even their lifespans do not extend dramatically. In the cultivation world, living to 100 years is considered a blessing rather than a curse. The medicinal mountain where Chu Huaisu resided had a cafeteria, where disciples paid monthly to dine. Of course, it was also permissible to purchase ingredients and cook at home. The outer sect of the Tao was not exactly akin to a sect academy. It resembled a small town formed by low-tier practitioners, with its own unique environment. There were ordinary cafeterias as well as upscale taverns, tailor shops, elixir stores, and weapon pavilions. Thus, living here required expenditures for everything. Starting next month, even the bamboo cottage where Chu Huaisu currently resided would require him to pay rent to the sect. If he possesses the capability to engage in commerce and desires to open a shop, he must seek the proper channels to obtain a permit and acquire a business license, followed by the obligation to pay taxes. Of course, he could also choose to apprentice in someone else's establishment, laboring diligently. Additionally, the sect itself may provide some employment opportunities for its disciples. A typical employment project at Yaoshan involves the maintenance of spiritual herbs. As for the outer sect steward, Niu Yuanshan, he belongs to the official management echelon, serving as a genuine leader with considerable authority. However, the inner sect is vastly different from the outer sect. It resembles a true religious order, where the primary objective of the disciples is cultivation and self-improvement. Financially speaking, Chu Huaishu has no immediate concerns, for he possesses a banknote worth 100 taels of silver, sufficient for his needs for a time. Holding the outer sect map, Chu Huaishu made his way to the officially managed cafeteria. Along the route, industrious individuals had already set up stalls to earn a living. Brothers and sisters, come and see my latest development, the fasting pill. The famished Chu Huaishi was drawn in by this call. While the Xianwang realm lacks a fasting period, it does offer fasting pills that eliminate the need for meals. The vendor continued to promote his wares. Junior brother, behold my newly crafted white flower fasting pill. It is both soft and fluffy, with an exquisite texture. With a bemused expression, Chu Huaishi retorted, my dear senior brother, the principle of the fasting pill is to stave off hunger with a single piece, not to fill one's belly and then remain hungry. What you have here, the size of a fist, is merely a steamed bun. Nay, junior brother, the vendor insisted, this is a white flour fasting pill. Consuming it is equivalent to having 5 buns of the same size. Moreover, while eating buns necessitates a trip to the restroom, my fasting pill does not. It is perfect for consumption during seclusion. The disciple beamed with pride. Intrigued, Chu Huaishu continued to stroll about, where he played borrowing the sword. The outer sect of Chuanqiu Mountain appeared much the same, operating within its own bounds, a familiarity he relished, having even run a shop himself. However, it was his first visit to the sect. Chuanqiu Mountain was notoriously chaotic, while the sect was decidedly more orderly. Yet, he could not help but notice that the prices were just as exorbitant. He grumbled inwardly, recalling the ancient adage that cultivation demands wealth, laws, companions, and land. Indeed, the costs of cultivation are substantial. His 100 taels of silver could afford a lavish lifestyle outside, but within the outer sect, the situation was uncertain. As Chu Huaishu approached the cafeteria's entrance, he encountered a familiar figure. Han Shuangjiang, veiled and emerging from within, bore an unwell countenance. The items here are exceedingly expensive. Overall, the Sect's canteen is the most affordable option, yet one must pay for a monthly meal plan in advance. She finds herself financially constrained. Having grown up in a brothel and later residing in the joyous sect, her life took a tumultuous turn following its downfall. After encountering the storyteller, she journeyed to Wuming Mountain, depleting nearly all her funds along the way. Currently, Han Shuangjiang possesses merely 103 coins. Given the exorbitant prices in the outer sect, this paltry sum is insufficient for her meals today, indicating that she must seek employment forthwith. The daily life of a named disciple predominantly consists of work during the day and cultivation at night. This state of financial distress beckons her, like an impending iceberg. At this moment, Han Shuangjiang gazes forward, her attention inevitably drawn to Chu Huaishu. The morning light graces half of his figure, amidst the bustling crowd. It is difficult not to notice him from the elevated steps. After all, he is the epitome of an exceptional furnace. However, Han Shuangjiang merely intends to nod in acknowledgement as they pass. After a brief interaction, she perceives that this furnace is not particularly amiable, having rebuffed her on several occasions. To her surprise, this man, bathed in golden morning light, initiates a conversation with a smile. "Good morning. Have you had breakfast?" Chu Huaishu inquires, his gaze scrutinizing her. Just by observing her troubled expression, he already deduces the answer, feeling that matters are beginning to ease. This seemingly cold protagonist was, in fact, impoverished. Chapter 17. The Inheritance of the Dao Ancestor. In the morning light, Han Shuangjiang looks at the smiling Chu Huaishu. "Not yet," she replies, truthfully indicating that she has not dined. Her tone remains frosty, devoid of emotional fluctuations. The fox-faced man observes her, exclaiming, "I have found the prices in the outer sect to be quite exorbitant." Indeed, Han Shuangjiang eagerly concurs, a hint of excitement in her voice. This marks the first instance of her exhibiting such fervor, and upon realizing her slight loss of composure, she feels somewhat embarrassed, as she is accustomed to maintaining a composed demeanor. "Since you haven't eaten yet, shall we dine together?" Chu Huaishu suggests. Han Shuangjiang instinctively considers declining the invitation. However, he soon utters two words that leave her no room for refusal. "It's my treat." Outside the Sect's canteen, numerous stalls vie for business, encroaching upon the Sect's food services. The two settle at a breakfast stall, ordering a bowl of dumplings, a bowl of vegetarian noodles, and a steamer of small buns. For such a meager selection, the audacity to charge 180 coins is outrageous. What a tourist trap. Chu Huaisu intnali lamensed. As Han Shuangjiang savored her small wontons, she found solace in the moment. From a young age, her education in the brothel had instilled in her the principle that when men offered their attentions, one ought to accept them with grace. One should not presume that the brothel was devoid of sycophants. In truth, even in the 21st century, many who frequent such establishments often find themselves fervently flattering the courtesans after exchanging contact information. However, Han Shuangjiang was not inclined to indulge in such behavior, despite possessing the means to do so. Driven by an inherent stubbornness and a desire to maintain the remnants of her dignity, she endeavored to sever ties with the lessons imparted during her upbringing, treating them as though they were remnants of a long-forgotten nightmare. Her current acceptance of Chu Huaishu's invitation was solely due to her attentive care for him after he fainted the previous night. Naturally, this served as the official rationale for his hospitality, yet he harbored a flicker of confusion within. Han Shuangjiang was the world's protagonist and also possessed the mysterious Yin physique. Meanwhile, he had inadvertently usurped Su Ziqing's role as the world's lead, effectively claiming his script. Yet, it seemed that the Taoist sect had not extended many privileges to them. By conventional standards, such a favored child of destiny ought to be welcomed back to the sect with lavish offerings and adoration. Yet here they were, lacking even a modest living allowance. Was the Taoist hierarchy truly so egalitarian? Currently, the sole advantage they enjoyed appeared to be the familiarity they had cultivated with Niu Yuanshan, a prominent figure in the outer sect. Niu Yuanshan might think that, with the support of the sixth elder, they would receive assistance should they encounter troubles in the outer sect. However, the crux of the matter was that Chu Huaishu was not keen on establishing too much contact with Niu Yuanshan. He certainly did not wish to become an undercover informant. As for someone like Li Chunsong, an elder-level authority, he resided within the inner sect, and it was he who would be seeking them out. They would hardly have the opportunity to meet him. The individual before him, engrossed in her wontons, eating elegantly while neglecting the nearby basket of small steamed buns, was indeed the leg he most needed to cling to at this moment. As is well known, protagonists are typically blessed with abundant fortunes, encountering continuous good luck and countless opportunities along their paths. In fact, while playing Borrowing the Sword, Chu Huaishu had learned that a large guild had accepted a lucrative group mission aimed at assisting Han Shuangjiang in conquering a dungeon, thereby enabling her to inherit the teachings of a master. What does it mean to be the world's protagonist? It means that the world revolves around her. Chu Huaishu's current ambition was straightforward: to latch onto her, seeking to share in her fortunes, serendipities, and perhaps even partake in the main quest. Clinging to the jade leg, he hoped to bask in her glory. Indeed, this vast Taoist realm was replete with opportunities and hidden quests waiting to be discovered. Some predecessors, before their time draws to a close, leave behind their legacies in various secluded locations outside the mountains, awaiting those destined to discover them. They believe this embodies the essence of true masters, exuding an air of elegance. This prevailing sentiment is, in fact, inspired by the Taoist ancestor. Before his passing, the Taoist ancestor bequeathed 9 enigmatic legacies, along with a singular sword. Throughout the lengthy passage of time, 7 of these legacies have already been unearthed by seekers. Each recipient of a legacy has, without exception, emerged as an extraordinary powerhouse. As of now, the most recent individual to inherit the Taoist ancestor's legacy is the contemporary 7th elder of the Taoist sect, Xinman. She has been confined within the confines of the Purple Bamboo Grove in the inner sect for over a year, attempting to break through her barriers yet to no avail. It is quite intriguing to ponder who will ultimately claim the remaining 2 legacies of the Taoist ancestor. Chu Huaishu mused to himself, naturally attributing it to the world's protagonist. Moreover, as he understands, these 2 legacies have been wholly claimed by Han Shuangjiang. Her fortune is undeniably formidable when Borrowing the Sword officially launches. The story's timeline will be set in the year 1991 of Xian calendar, which is next year. By then, Han Shuangjiang will already be an inner disciple of the Taoist sect, having acquired 2 of the Taoist ancestors' legacies. According to the sect's regulations, those in the initial stage of enlightenment are considered nominal disciples, while those who formally enter the first realm are promoted to outer disciples. Outer disciples who reach the 3rd realm then have the opportunity to enter the inner sect. This implies that this enigmatic young woman ascended from the initial stage directly to the 3rd realm within a mere year, securing both legacies in the process. At the time of the game's public release, she will have only recently entered the inner sect, making it difficult for Taoist players to catch a glimpse of her. Yet tales of her exploits abound in the outer sect. This suggests that she likely acquired both Taoist ancestor legacies while still in the outer sect, and they may very well still reside there. Upon realizing this, Chu Huaishu could not help but entertain ulterior motives, hoping to align himself with her in hopes of obtaining the Taoist legacies. As for whether he could truly enter the realm of the legacies after securing them, R&T men often prone to embellish their tales. To claim mere proximity is a deception of one's own making. With this thought, Chu Huaishu raised his head from his bowl of noodles and gazed at the cold-faced woman, who was intently blowing on the steaming wontons in her spoon. She was so focused on savoring her wontons that she hadn't even touched the basket of small buns placed between them. It was akin to inviting someone to dine, only for them to timidly stick to their chosen staple while leaving the dishes untouched. Quite amusing, yet rather endearing, he thought. Chu Huaishu spoke up. "Do try the buns. They're quite delightful." He spoke the truth. They were indeed delicious, worthy of a prominent establishment on Earth, likely racking up thousands in sales monthly on delivery platforms. Though it may be somewhat pricey, the filling within is certainly not lacking in quality. It is genuine pork, still glistening with a hint of steaming broth. Han Shuangjiang lifted her gaze to glance at him, cautiously picking up a dumpling with her chopsticks. She delicately bit into it, first creating a small opening, then gently blowing on it before taking a proper bite, savoring the mixture of meat, broth, and dough as it entered her mouth. Delicious, she mused, her heart resonating with the thought. However, after that one bite, she paused her chopsticks, having merely intended to sample it. Chu Huaishu, observing her overly restrained demeanor, paid her no mind. Out of the 8 dumplings in the basket, 7 disappeared into his stomach. After satiating his hunger, he sipped the noodle soup and set down his chopsticks. Han Shuangjiang was eating far too slowly, savoring even a small wonton with grace. After all, the upscale brothel she hailed from aimed to groom her as a courtesan rather than a mere wanton. In a bowl of small wontons, consisting of 12, her ravenous appetite had allowed her to consume only 2/3. Perhaps sensing Chu Huaishu's gaze upon her, she lifted her head, meeting his eyes with a hint of confusion. This fox-faced young man, bathed in morning light, suddenly spoke without preamble. How about we live together from now on? The spoon clattered into the bowl. Han Shuangjiang's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, her long, thick lashes quivering slightly, her mind reeling. I've only eaten 8 small wontons and 1 dumpling. And you already want me? She no longer leaned over her meal, but sat upright, declaring, I want to eat anymore. Chapter 18. The Sword. Chu Huaishu watched the spoon submerged in broth, resting among the 4 unfinished small wontons. Han Shuangjiang sat straight, her expression grave, her eyes scrutinizing. The brothel from which I hail, known as Red Sleeve Invitation, is one of the most esteemed establishments in the imperial capital of the Mirror Kingdom. From a young age, she had been taught by her mother and influenced by her sisters. Throughout her formative years, she became accustomed to witnessing her sisters deceive men and be deceived in turn. Historically, many romantic tales have depicted the love stories that unfold within such establishments. In the imperial capital, there are indeed sisters who have been redeemed and have escaped this gilded cage. Yet, while some flourish, others merely transition from one cage to another. Ultimately, living alongside a man they cherish is a luxury for women of her ilk. Her mother had often advised them, once a man claims he wishes to share a life with you, one must remain vigilant. Especially since some sisters manage to save enough coin to redeem themselves, only to throw themselves into the arms of the one they desire. In such instances, their mother would always intervene. If she could not, she would scoff. Do you truly believe he holds genuine affection for you? He simply does not wish to spend money to bed you. In truth, some of the insights were indeed predicted by mothers. Once the novelty for men wears off and they become weary, they often revert to rationality, finding fault with your past. Perhaps this is a method they employ to manipulate their elder sisters. Yet, one cannot deny that there exist genuine souls in this world. Some individuals are willing to privatize public affection, relishing the experience wholeheartedly. The presence of even a few such examples can lead many infatuated sisters to follow suit. Han Shuangjiang could never have anticipated that one day, a man would gaze upon her and express a desire to share a life together. More remarkably, it was merely their first meeting the previous night. She firmly believed in the existence of love at first sight. However, she was not predominantly an emotional person. The occurrences at places like Red Sleeve Invitation and Joyful Sect constantly reminded her that one must seize control of their own destiny, rather than relying on a man to entrust their life to. On the Borrowing Sword forum, a player humorously remarked that the 4 protagonists of this game indeed catered to the majority. Han Shuangjiang is the leading lady, wholeheartedly focused on her career, dismissing matters of love. The 2 protagonists from the West Zhou Moon Kingdom, a man and a woman, are entwined in a fervent emotional narrative. Their love so intense that it leaves the CP fans utterly enchanted. As for Su Ziqing, he seems to have done little. Yet his appearance and demeanor evoke shrieks from the Fujoshis. Regardless of whether one is a zero, the mere act of standing beside a man obliterates any notion of brotherhood. Prejudices in the human heart are akin to a fortress. After successfully joining the sect, Han Shuangjiang felt she was beginning to take control of her life, and hope was blossoming. However, then came Chu Huaishu with his antics. Goodness, what are you saying? She thought. In the span of a single meal, he had crossed the line, behaving recklessly. Yet, gazing at his face illuminated by the morning light, she silently refrained from labeling him as such. As she sat across from the fox-faced man, who responded to her declaration of disinterest with a bemused expression, he remarked, a typical girl, truly disappointing. The cold-faced girl, hearing such words for the first time, was perplexed by their meaning. However, the expression and tone on his face discomforted her immensely. Chu Huaishu lightly tapped his fingers on the table, leaning forward to draw closer, lowering his voice. Understand this. We were personally brought to the mountain by Elder Lu. Han Shuangjiang furrowed her brow. So what? Does that mean we're fated? She surveyed the surrounding named disciples and outer disciples, questioning who else enjoyed such privilege. Chu Huaishu spoke softly, casting a glance around. What exactly do you wish to convey? Han Shuangjiang seemed to grasp some of it. So do you not think that the most crucial aspect for us is cultivation? It is to elevate our realm as soon as possible. He fixed his gaze upon her intently. The cold-faced girl furrowed her brows even deeper. Strangely, when she adopted a serious expression, she appeared even more enchanting. The more she wore that expression, the more determined Chu Huaishu became to provoke her. He bluntly shattered the facade. But you possess little silver, do you not? Han Shuangjiang bit her lip in frustration, unable to retort. It dawned on her that perhaps he had seen through her predicament right at the entrance of the cafeteria. Chu Huaishu turned away from her and shouted, Senior brother, the bill, please. He retrieved the 100 taels of silver from his pocket and placed it on the table, showcasing his financial capability. A man, also wearing a named disciple token, approached. Oh, junior brother, do you not have any small change? Unfortunately, no. I apologize for the trouble. Senior brother. Very well then. After settling the bill, Chu Huaishu looked at her once more and said, To be honest, this is all the silver I possess, so... And now it is less than 100 taels. My idea is that during this period, we should not concern ourselves with anything else, but rather focus solely on cultivation and learning to see if we can break through to the chi condensation stage before the 100 taels run out. Once we reach the first realm, there will be many more possibilities. Han Shuangjiang, puzzled, inquired, But why do you want to join you? Chu Huaishu certainly would not divulge his true intention, which was to benefit from her presence. Living and cultivating together would significantly enhance the chances of both attaining the inheritance of the Tao ancestor. In truth, the courtesan, born in the brothel, possessed a wealth of theoretical knowledge on how to deceive men. However, she was at a disadvantage against the man before her, who had extensive practical experience in how to deceive women. As I mentioned earlier, we may not be like the other disciples from the outer sect. We are two anomalies. Perhaps we are the only two anomalies in the entire outer sect. He surveyed his surroundings, as if he were out of place with everything around him. Han Shuangjiang lowered her gaze slightly, feeling a similar sensation. Chu Huaishu observed her and thought, Of course, we are newcomers. We are transfer students. Elder Lu brought us both up the mountain, and Steward Neo arranged for us to stay together. I need not elaborate further, right? The fox-faced one added. Han Shuangjiang continued to respond to silence. She recalled her mother's admonitions to her sisters. Do you think men will spend silver on you for no reason? They merely wish to exchange it for a key, to forcefully insert it into your lock. Mother always spoke in a coarse manner, yet her words held truth. Some sisters had their wits about them, never giving them the key on the first encounter. However, some elder sisters become intoxicated after the lock has been opened several times. It is the heart's door that is unlocked. Others, lacking clarity, after being opened a few times by the golden key, find themselves adorned with a touch of golden dust, truly believing they have secured a golden lock. They no longer regard ordinary people with any respect. Han Shuangjiang had just been ridiculed by Chu Huaishu and was no longer contemplating matters of romance. Yet she understood well that there are no gifts without reason, nor kindness without cause. She is no fool, so she took the initiative to voice her thoughts, attempting to define the situation. Do you wish for me to owe you a favor? Chu Huaisu stood non jialen, a carefree demeanor gracing his face. If you wish to see it that way, so be it. In any case, what I seek is not your future repayment. We both know what is in our hearts. He spoke candidly. Afterward, he sought to justify himself. I am aware that resources are scarce, hence time is of the essence. We must break through our boundaries promptly. Upon hearing this, Han Shuangjiang, under Chu Huaishu's gaze, finally nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he observed as she contentedly picked up the spoon that had fallen into the bowl, consuming the remaining 4 small dumplings. They are too precious to waste, she declared. I'm still not full. As the morning light bathed the path homeward, Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang walked side by side. Throughout the journey, they spoke little. He pondered where the inheritance of the Tao ancestor might be concealed. More pragmatically, she contemplated whether it would be better to cook for herself, as the cost of living here was indeed exorbitant, surpassing even that of the capital. Han Shuangjiang was mentally calculating her expenses, regretting not having indulged in one more steamed bun. So expensive, truly exorbitant, she lamented internally, echoing the voice of a miser. Upon reaching an open area, Chu Huaishu looked up to behold the mist-shrouded Mount Wenda. He did not know where the Tao ancestor's inheritance lay, Yet he vaguely recalled several locations of inheritances developed by the practitioners of the Taoist sect, having seen them mentioned in forums. However, he could only remember a few. Not all. Damn it, my memory is still lacking. Why didn't I receive a boost during my transmigration to imprint every detail of the past in my mind? Gazing at Mount Winda, his thoughts began to soar once again. As protagonists of this world, why did Han Shuangjiang monopolize 2 inheritances of the Tao ancestor, while Su Ziqing, who had taken the script, received none? The reason is simple. Let us not forget that the Tao ancestor left behind sword. After the Tao ancestor's passing, the strongest entity in the entire Xianhuang realm has never been a single individual. Throughout the years, it has consistently been that sword. Chapter 19. The Peerless Divine Skill. Upon returning to the bamboo hut, Han Shuangjiang and Chu Huaishu parted ways. The fox-faced figure entered the room, sitting cross-legged upon the bed, and began to attempt the cultivation of the sword refining technique. He felt a tinge of curiosity regarding the experience points he could gain through solitary practice. Up to this point, Chu Huaishu had expended a total of 79 experience points, leaving him with 121. To break through the second meridian, he would need to allocate 140 experience points. Notably, his character panel indicated that the experience points could be freely distributed. The experience gained from cultivating the sword refinement technique could solely be utilized to elevate that specific skill, prohibiting any application towards other techniques or skills. After adjusting his mental state, Chu Huaishu took a deep breath and engaged in some psychological preparation. It should be quite painful, he thought. The instant upgrade through experience points essentially compressed the arduous process of cultivation, yielding results in the blink of an eye. The earlier agony he felt, akin to being repeatedly run over by a motorcycle, was merely a reflection of the cumulative pain endured during each session of practice. At this moment, Chu Huaishu was purely curious. What would normal cultivation feel like? No, it was not an addiction. As the sword refinement technique began to circulate within him, the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth surged towards his body. The reason the meridian opening period is not regarded as a genuine phase of cultivation is that one cannot retain spiritual energy within. Thus, one cannot generate spiritual power. At this moment, the only function of this influx of spiritual energy was to assist in opening the meridians, to unlock the hidden secrets within the body. All 9 orifices must be permeable, thereby allowing entry into the realm of cultivation. Throughout the meridian opening phase, the most significant enhancement is observed in physical attributes, which is why it is referred to as the meridian opening body refinement period. At this juncture, as Chu Huaishu commenced his technique, his body involuntarily trembled slightly. He began to feel the onset of pain. How to describe it? It felt as if countless hands were twisting his flesh, every inch of it. Damn, is this meant to expel dampness from my entire body? Chu Huaishu's mind wandered wildly, and he immediately sensed a waning of the gathered spiritual energy. This made him understand why the reviews of the sword refinement technique were so poor. It was not merely about practice or heeding advice. It appeared that throughout the entire cultivation process, one must also stabilize their mind. One must endure throughout, otherwise, all effort would be in vain. Consequently, all the preceding pain would have been for naught. Chu Huaishu promptly gathered his thoughts, striving to adjust as best he could. Yet, as his cultivation deepened, he distinctly felt the pain intensifying. The sensation was exquisite. It felt as though countless invisible hands were not only twisting his flesh, but also wringing it. Chu Huaishu had initially assumed that as time passed, he would gradually become numb to the sensation. Curiously, this was not the case. Merely cycling through a single round of energy cultivation felt like an eternity. He began to reminisce about his days as a player. Damn it, give me back my pain modulation function. In a surge of emotion, the surrounding spiritual energy began to dissipate. Once he successfully circulated his energy through one cycle and abruptly opened his eyes, he could only prop himself up with one hand on the bed, gasping for air. My nickname was indeed well chosen. This menstrual pain is truly unbearable. I can no longer practice on the bed. I shall place a cushion on the floor for meditation instead. Damn, I'm drenched in sweat, and the mattress is ruined. This virtual male model is rather particular about cleanliness. He even contemplated the possibility of practicing in the nude, reluctant to wash his clothes for fear of them smelling due to excessive sweating. Setting aside these distracting thoughts, he glanced at the experience points he had accrued for his cultivation technique. 9 points? A slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. This was with the foundation of 1 point in spiritual embryo attribute. Otherwise, the cultivation speed would be even slower. This sword refinement technique is truly insidious. He gritted his teeth. After calculating, he realized that following 2 rounds of energy circulation, his total experience points would reach 139. The experience points required for upgrading the technique is 140. That missing point is the most infuriating. I could vomit in a fit of frustration. He quickly picked up a small booklet to vent his anger. He opened to the 3rd page, and after his inscription of the unparalleled technique, he added a large exclamation mark to emphasize his sentiment. Meanwhile, in the adjacent bamboo house, Han Shuangjiang, who was diligently practicing, opened her beautiful eyes and let out a long breath of turbid air. Her ample bosom subtly rose and fell as she did so. At this moment, she was sitting cross-legged on her bed, her long, elegant legs intertwined, a sight to behold. This woman possessed naturally wide hips and had a golden ratio in her waist-to-hip proportion. Her posterior was both pert and full. Sitting on the bed, her flesh was slightly pressed, causing her garment to billow as if the rich curves were about to overflow. The female sect leader of the joyous sect, known for her ample posterior, admired Han Shuangjiang precisely for this reason, believing she had found her successor. However, even the most revered must sit in lotus to transcend the mortal realm. At this moment, a hint of joy glimmered in Han Shuangjiang's beautiful eyes. With each session of cultivation, she felt a profound sense of ease and comfort. More importantly, she effortlessly broke through the 2nd meridian. For her, unlocking meridians was rather too easy. Unfortunately, each time she opened a meridian, her body required a period of adjustment. Perhaps I will only be able to challenge the 3rd meridian tomorrow, she speculated. Today, she had reached an agreement with Chu Huaishu to live and cultivate together temporarily, striving to break through to the meridian opening stage and become a bona fide practitioner. She had initially thought that with the outrageous prices in the outer sect, 100 taels of silver would not suffice, and time would be exceedingly tight. It now appears that my worries were unfounded. From beginning to end, she had not considered Chu Huaishu's progress in cultivation. To her, since they were both brought up the mountain by Elder Lu, he must be capable as well. Nevertheless, it is wise to be prudent with expenditures. The practice of cultivation emphasizes the significance of wealth, methods, companions, and environment. While the avenues for earning will undoubtedly increase in the future, so too will the opportunities for expenditure. Han Shuangjiang possesses this fundamental understanding. After much contemplation, she concluded that it would be more efficient to prepare her own meals rather than dine out. The time it takes to walk there for a meal could be better spent cooking a meal herself. This was her perspective. She firmly believed that one should be particularly frugal with the money of others. From Chu Huaishu's attire, it was evident that his family background was likely modest, though his demeanor exuded an ethereal quality. This 100 taels of silver must be the savings of his parents, she surmised. One must be especially cautious with the hard-earned money of someone else's parents. Each coin, each tael, represents their fervent hopes for their child. At this thought, her gaze dimmed slightly, recalling her own childhood when she was sold into a brothel by her parents. She glanced down at her own fair, jade-like ankles, devoid of adornment. Han Shuangjiang knew that some elder sisters in the brothel would tie a red string around their ankles. Many patrons, in the throes of pleasure, would find the red string exceedingly beautiful, adding an alluring charm to their delicate feet. Yet only those within the trade understood that the red string symbolized a lingering attachment. For some, it signified being abducted or having a troubled family. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and the red string on the foot serves as a reminder of the way back home. But what of her? She lacked even this simple notion. Approaching noon, Han Shuangjiang emerged from her bamboo dwelling, resolved to have a candid discussion with Chu Huaishu about her frugal strategies. Upon hearing a knock, Chu Huaishu opened the door. He regarded her with a sense of familiarity, sensing something subtly different about her. He immediately cast an information detection spell, which revealed that Han Shuangjiang had opened her 2nd meridian. "You made a breakthrough?" he inquired. "Yes," she replied with a slight nod, unaware of how he had discerned her progress, feeling as though she had no secrets before him. "What a coincidence! I have just opened mine as well." Chu Huaishu leaned against the doorframe, his expression calm and unperturbed. Chapter 20. Murder. Indeed, Chu Huaishu had successfully opened his 2nd meridian. He had spent the entire morning diligently practicing. His body informed him that he could only sustain 3 rounds of cultivation in a day, lest he risk overexertion. This was with the foundation of having gained 1 point in physique. After finally accumulating enough experience points, Chu Huaishu underwent 5 minutes of mental preparation before resolutely declaring, "System, upgrade me." Despite being thoroughly prepared, he nearly succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. It was evident that among the 3 realms of enduring, becoming accustomed to, and relishing pain, he remained at the most superficial level. During his first breakthrough, he felt as though a motorcycle was grinding over him repeatedly. The second breakthrough led him to suspect that the motorcycle's rear seat was occupied by an exceptionally hefty pig, intensifying the agony. Yet, despite his fox-like visage, an archetypal representation of the cunning fox lineage, he harbored the spirit of a werewolf, showing a fierce resolve toward himself. The more this foolish technique tormented him, the more his stubborn nature refused to yield. "Grant me the scriptures. Bestow upon me the most excruciating teachings. I shall practice until I conquer this pain. Practicing merely thrice a day is my physical limit, not my willpower-s. If you possess the capability, then push me to the brink of death." He truly resembled a prodigious cultivator, much like myself, thought Han Shuangjiang, standing outside the door. After all that had transpired, even she, with her previous naivety, must have recognized her exceptional talent for cultivation. The two of them settled at a stone table outside, where Han Shuangjiang unveiled her plan to economize. "You can cook?" "Zhu Huaisu inquit astonitz." "A little," Han Shuangjiang modestly replied with a nod. The fox-faced individual, hearing this, chose to conceal the remarkable extent of her culinary skills. Believing that with the arduous path of cultivation already laden with challenges, one ought to seize moments of respite when possible. The notion of a beautiful glutton falls in love with me was promptly dismissed. As for Han Shuangjiang's ability to cook, it was naturally a skill honed in the brothel, where some of the older sisters would prepare small dishes for their guests, providing a semblance of warmth to those who faced hardships at home. Cooking for oneself had its merits, and Chu Huaishu readily agreed. When a solitary man and woman dine together outside, it is deemed a date. However, sharing meals at home daily signifies life itself. Upon hearing his agreement, Han Shuangjiang felt a surge of delight, yet her voice remained as frigid as ever, devoid of any discernible emotion, as if she were merely speaking with logic. "I have calculated that, with our cultivation speeds, we will certainly have enough silver." "Are you certain?" Chu Huaishu chuckled. Han Shuangjiang, taken aback by his response, cast him a puzzled glance but remained silent. The fox-faced figure began to elucidate. "You should know that once a registered disciple opens the 9 orifices, they may proceed to the outer Sect's library to acquire the foundational cultivation methods." Upon hearing this, the cold-faced girl nodded slightly. Regardless of whether it pertains to techniques or spells, they are classified into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. "You're aware of this, correct?" She gave a slight nod. "Then do you know how one might obtain advanced techniques?" Chu Huaishu looked at her intently. Han Shuangyang responded. "These details are all outlined in the Handbook of Registered Disciples." She gestured for him to get to the point. On the first floor of the library by the outer gate, there were 4 distinct areas. The outermost section contained the least effective yellow-grade techniques, while the innermost housed the celestial-grade methods. Each area was protected by a magical array. Registered disciples needed only to forcefully breach these barriers to gain entry. In simpler terms, this was the test. For those of us in the chi condensation stage, we are unable to retain spiritual energy within our bodies. Each breakthrough primarily strengthens our physical form. Chu Huaishu began to articulate the crux of the matter. Therefore, these magical arrays must be dismantled through sheer force. As you possess the Xianxia physique, a naturally superior spiritual vessel, it will assist you in absorbing the chi condensation pills, enhancing your physicality without waste. Thus, relying solely on cultivation will yield greater enhancements to your bodily functions compared to an ordinary person. This is your advantage. Chu Huaishu clapped his hands together and spread them outward. "Now, the question arises. With your innate advantages, do you know how to strike? Like this? Or like this?" He waved his hands in the air. "Which method delivers the greatest power?" Han Shuangjiang immediately grasped his meaning. "You mean we need to practice and learn? Otherwise?" Chu Huaisu smiled. They needed to learn some basic techniques. "Stony-faced girl, let me teach you some skills." The aloof young woman was no fool. She quickly caught on and inquired, "Will it cost money?" What else could it be? Chu Huaishu reiterated those 3 words. Han Shuangjiang now understood that cultivation requires resources, methods, companions, and the right environment, hence why wealth was prioritized. However, she soon found herself with a new perplexity. If that's the case, do those who pursue physical cultivation have an advantage in this scenario? She asked. Strictly speaking, his practice of the sinister technique, the sword refining method, involved a bit of both internal and external cultivation, somewhat akin to physical refinement. Additionally, he had augmented his physique attribute, making his physical constitution far superior to others. Yet, he was an exception. Chu Huaishu explained. Do you know how slow the progress of physical cultivation can be? How arduous the process is? With your innate Xian spiritual vessel, you can fully absorb the effects of the qi condensation pills. Just this enhancement alone surpasses what an ordinary physical cultivator could achieve after a year of rigorous training. With effort, there must be reward, is that not so? Chu Huaishu stated, breaking through the magical array of the library. That is the reward. Han Shuangjiang was convinced. However, she soon transformed into a question-asking girl once more. With a new doubt, what if one consumes other elixirs or relies on medicinal baths to enhance the body? That is certainly a shortcut, Chu Huaishu nodded. But I must inform you of 2 points. Firstly, the Xianxia Dan, created by the Taoist ancestor, is currently the most suitable elixir for body refinement, with no one surpassing the Taoist ancestor in the mastery of alchemy. In this context, consuming other pills or indulging in medicinal baths during the Xianxia period yields only limited enhancement. Nonetheless, despite the constraints, there is still some degree of efficacy. Hence, I shall now convey the second point. He propped his face up with one hand, tilting his head as he gazed at her, posing a deeply penetrating inquiry. Do you possess wealth? Han Shuangjiang fell silent, this silence profound and complete. Whether it be elixirs or medicinal baths, it seemed unlikely that their current financial situation could accommodate such expenses. After departing from the joyful sect, she had endured a tumultuous journey, with the relentless specter of poverty trailing her. To her surprise, the same plight persisted even upon reaching the Taoist realm. In contrast, Chu Huaishu maintained a rather sanguine disposition. After all, absolute fairness is an illusion in this world. The affluent carve their own paths, while the gifted can compensate for their shortcomings through innate talent. The most pitiable are often the mediocre, who constitute the majority. They toil throughout their lives only to awaken to their own ordinariness and resign themselves to it. Even a celestial beauty like Han Shuangjiang, possessing the rare Xianyin physique, is not merely favored by the heavens. She is pursued and nurtured by them. Let's seek out a mentor and learn a few techniques, Chu Huaishu declared, rising first. This modest sum of silver truly cannot sustain us for long. Han Shuangjiang followed closely behind, her mood somewhat melancholic, not solely due to the inescapable poverty, but because she felt as though she had just been schooled by him. Yet, she quickly adjusted her mindset, murmuring to herself, see, I told you we should buy our own ingredients and cook. Along the way, Chu Huaishu led the way, while Han Shuangjiang, with her long, elegant legs, kept pace without faltering. Her naturally graceful curves lent an alluring sway to her stride. We need not learn extensively. Spending money to acquire just a skill or two will suffice, the fox-faced one remarked. Excitement tinged his voice as he envisioned a substantial enhancement in his combat abilities. He glanced back, curiosity piqued. By the way, have you ever engaged in a fight? Han Shuangjiang regarded him, once more responding in silence. Fight? What sort of brawl could be found in the Red Sleeve Challenge? Merely tugging hair and exchanging slaps with her sisters. She had only ever endured her mother's reprimands. As for her time at the joyful sect, it was even less worth mentioning. There, the most prevalent form of combat was in the bed, a battle of a different nature altogether. Either the man would yield, or the woman would succumb. Consequently, Chu Huaishu posed yet another question. Have you ever killed someone? He inquired. Han Shuangjiang gazed at his figure ahead, furrowing her brow in bemusement as she retorted, of course not. Have you? No sooner had the words escaped her lips than she noticed Chu Huaishu, 3 paces ahead, halt in his tracks. The suddenness of it all caught her off guard, and she soon found herself walking alongside him. In that moment of proximity, Chu Huaishu turned to face Han Shuangjiang. The midday sun cascaded upon his shoulders and illuminated his fox-like visage. I have, he stated. Chapter 21. Touch, and you shall know. The simplicity of those 2 words caused Han Shuangjiang to momentarily halt her breath. After a heavy downpour the previous night, today dawned bright and clear, the sun shining brilliantly. This fox-faced individual, bathed in light, calmly uttered his response, then flashed her a grin. The protagonist of this nascent world, still under the protective veil of inexperience, felt a slight tension coil within her. Had he truly taken a life while still an ordinary person? The emotional turmoil this revelation provoked eclipsed that of a seasoned practitioner committing murder. Beneath her swelling chest, her heart began to race. In her daze, she failed to realize that Chu Huaishu had continued walking ahead. "What are you standing there for? Come on," he called out. The cold-faced girl pressed her lips together, instinctively quickening her pace to fall in line, appearing quite compliant. Upon recognizing this, she hurriedly slowed her steps. Chu Huaishu cast a sidelong glance and could not help but smile. Yaoshan is one of the 3 peaks of the outer sect, broadly divided into 3 zones: the medicinal herb area, the residential area, and the life service commercial area. Within the outer sect, there are senior registered disciples and even outer sect disciples who impart martial arts to mortals. Initially, the outer sect's library established 4 formations to identify the exceptional talents in the chi penetrating stage and provide them with superior techniques. This was not due to the sect's reluctance to disseminate quality knowledge, but rather because higher-level techniques entail greater complexity. Insufficient aptitude in rigidly learning them could lead to detrimental outcomes. However, unbeknownst to them, where there are regulations, there are always countermeasures. A small faction recognized the value of mortal martial arts, which could empower the physical body to unleash greater strength, thereby facilitating the breach of formations. The practitioners of the Xianhuang realm promptly began to take action. Initially, no one practiced these rudimentary skills, but as this trend gradually gained momentum and continued unabated, it ultimately compelled the library to upgrade the formations and increase their difficulty, with the majority having learned mortal martial arts. The original standards set forth for effective screening became unfeasible. They say that one has learned martial arts before ascending the mountain. What can be done? Very well. Let it be regarded as an opportunity for the disciples to establish a foundation in mundane martial skills prior to their formal studies in the arcane arts. As time passed, a burgeoning industry of martial arts training emerged, significantly boosting tax revenues. Chu Huaishu, accompanied by Han Shuangjiang, inquired along their journey and soon arrived at a courtyard. Why are so many recommending this brother Liu for instruction? He pondered, perplexed. Is his reputation truly so stellar? The cold-faced Han Shuangjiang, however, resembled a little shopkeeper, meticulously comparing prices along the way. Unbeknownst to her, the outer sect had long since moved past the phase of price wars. Nowadays, the costs of martial training were relatively uniform. Chu Huaishu had initially advised her against wasting time on comparisons, but she had remained skeptical. Now, upon realizing his correctness, she continued to grumble inwardly. How exorbitant! How can it be so expensive? Upon entering the courtyard, Chu Huaishu called out, "Brother Liu, is Brother Liu present?" The doors swiftly opened, revealing a somewhat handsome young man clad in a white robe, adorned with fine golden thread at the sleeves and collar. At a glance, it was evident that he wore garments of high-quality fabric. Given the outrageous prices in the outer sect, this attire alone must have cost a fortune. Is his business truly so prosperous? Chu Huaisu Muset, this Lu Qingqi, a registered disciple of noble bearing, was taken aback upon seeing the pair. The man was tall and handsome, while the woman, though veiled, radiated an undeniable beauty. Their attire, though modest, did not conceal their remarkable aura. By the principle of attraction between opposites, his gaze lingered more on Han Shuangjiang. After all, she exuded an icy demeanor that only heightened her allure, complemented by an enticing figure. Though her bosom did not rival that of Elder Nangong's grand stature, it was nonetheless ample, distinctly noteworthy. Her slender waist accentuated the captivating curve of her hips, and beneath her voluptuous form lay a pair of remarkably proportioned, long legs. As she approached with graceful steps, it was as if she walked on lotus blossoms, stirring hearts with her every movement. The more she embodied the chill of an iceberg, the more it ignited a certain desire for conquest among the men, an urge to witness her transform into an enchanting beauty. Lu Qingqi could not help but take a deep breath, as if savoring a delicate fragrance. Upon seeing Han Shuangjiang, he instantly grasped why they had come to his courtyard, realizing that the discerning individuals of Yao Mountain were indeed increasing in number. The unfamiliar faces of the junior disciples suggested that they must have been referred by someone. A warm and welcoming smile graced his features, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Regrettably, the comparison of goods leads to discarding the inferior, and the comparison of individuals results in demise. Lu Qingqi stood before Chu Huaishu, who held the esteemed second position on the must-try companionship ranking. Lu's modest charm paled in comparison. Indeed, I consulted some fellow disciples, and they all recommended you for martial training, Chu Huaixu remarked, while discreetly deploying an information probe to gauge Lu's capabilities. To his surprise, Lu was revealed to be a six-portal adept. My apologies for my earlier assumptions, he thought. At Yaoshan, outer disciples who had entered the first realm or surpassed it deemed it beneath them to teach mundane martial arts for monetary gain, as it diminished their worth. As for those nearing the full opening of 9 portals, they were too preoccupied with their breakthroughs to waste time as private instructors. Thus, the individuals imparting martial knowledge typically reached a maximum of 6 or 7 portals. What struck Chu Huaixu as peculiar was that the system indicated Lu's status as spirit embryo, damaged. Ah, it seems there is more to this individual than meets the eye, he mused. Lu Qingqi stepped forward with a gentle demeanor and a voice imbued with the legendary bubble tone. Were you recommended here by others? Such praise from fellow disciples is unwarranted. I am Lu Qingqi. You may call me Brother Lu. My specialty lies in the heaven and earth infinite 8 trigrams palm, with each session lasting an hour at a fee of 10 taels of silver per person. At this juncture, he noticed the icy beauty with furrowed brows and abruptly shifted his approach. However, whether I teach 1 or 2, it remains the same. Brother, if you contribute 10 taels, I shall instruct both of you together from the very first session. As soon as he finished, he observed the tension in the ice maiden's brow easing. Upon hearing this, Chu Huaixu pondered, the heaven and earth infinite 8 trigrams palm. I have not heard of it. Yet, martial arts for mortals seem to parallel techniques for the portal opening phase. Their names are indeed quite imposing. Earlier, while inquiring outside, he had encountered mentions of styles such as the Heaven and Earth One Blade Slash and the Great Wilderness Captive Heaven Finger, which could easily mislead one into thinking they were celestial-level techniques. However, Lu Qingqi's by 1, get 1 free tactic took him by surprise. More importantly, it was a flaw in his pitch. Why should I pay 10 taels instead of we each contributing 5? Although it was indeed his expenditure, the phrasing was discomforting, bearing a hint of condescension. Was he misjudging the relationship between me and Han Shuangjiang, offering me a chance to ingratiate myself? Regardless, saving money was undoubtedly beneficial. Chu Huaixu promptly paid the 10 taels, eager to witness the chirp 8 trigrams palm. Lu Qingqi began with a brief introduction to the martial art before demonstrating, seamlessly progressing from the first form through to the 9th. The strength of this set of martial arts is indeed commendable, qualifying it as a superior form of technique. Most importantly, this martial art appears striking, exuding an air of grace and elegance. After the demonstration, Lu Qingqi commenced the instruction of the first form, the 8 Desolate Dragon. He stated that the teaching would be hands-on, and indeed it was. Junior brother, you must sink down a bit more here. Yes, and raise this part higher. He would occasionally press on Chu Huaixu's waist or lift his arm, meticulously explaining the nuances and intricacies of the technique. Since it was merely martial arts, Chu Huaixu promptly heard the system notification, ding. Lu Qingqi is imparting the first form of the martial art by Wapam to you. Would you like to learn? Yes. The 10 taels of silver were well spent. After mastering it, Chu Huaixu initially intended to showcase his skills, aiming to impress and assert himself as a martial talent. However, Lu Qingqi directly bypassed him, saying, Junior brother Chu, you should digest this on your own first. I will explain it to junior sister Han now. At that moment, the cold-faced girl was attentively imitating nearby. As she executed this not-so-standard 8 Desolate Dragon, her body's curves unfurled gracefully, and from the side, her ample figure stretched the robe taut. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting a corner of her veil, revealing her delicate, rosy lips, which were tightly pressed together. Lu Qingqi felt his composure falter. He was committed to his word. He had just guided Chu Huaixu, and now it was this beauty's turn. Junior sister, the 8 Desolate Dragon is not performed like that. You must sink your waist further. Lu Qingqi maintained his gentle smile, extending his hand toward her waist. Han Shuangjiang was so focused that she momentarily did not react. How audacious! Just then, a large hand seized Lu Qingqi's wrist firmly. Chapter 22, 8 Desolate Dragon. Reacting swiftly, Han Shuangjiang took 2 steps back. Her formerly focused gaze shifted dramatically to one of aversion, disdain, and contempt. Let us not forget that due to various experiences, Chu Peiwang harbored a slight disdain for women, while she exhibited a mild dislike for men. Utterly repulsive, Han Shuangjiang glared at him with disgust, her mood plummeting instantly. Even though that filthy hand was intercepted by Chu Huaishu, it still nearly sent chills down her spine. Lu Chengqi glanced down at his wrist, a surge of inexplicable anger igniting within him. The words of Chu Huaishu and the disdainful gaze of Han Shuangjiang pierced him deeply, as if he were a lascivious and despicable individual. How could the self-proclaimed, dashing Lu Chengqi endure such indignity? The scene surrounding Chu Huaishu diverged significantly. As he observed Han Shuangjiang's expression, an inexplicable recollection of an ancient anime titled Exhibiting a Disdainful Expression while Revealing Underwear surfaced in his mind. Her disdainful visage was indeed quite striking, he mused. At that moment, Lu Chengqi glared with fury, forcefully attempting to break free. To his astonishment, this seemingly amiable junior possessed considerable strength. "Release me," he commanded coldly. "Lu Xixiang, a mere touch will suffice. After all, there exists a distinction between genders," Chu Huaishu retorted, maintaining his grip with a smile. Lu Chengqi's embarrassment deepened. "I am earnestly imparting martial arts to her, guiding her diligently. Do not ascribe such sordid thoughts to my intentions. If I do not intervene, do you believe she can discern the power application of 8 desolate dragons?" Upon hearing this, Chu Huaishu cast him a sidelong glance, feeling as though he stood before a dubious personal trainer with sticky fingers. Interestingly, such trainers often manage to indulge in fleeting pleasures. The physical probing was a test to ascertain whether the other party harbored a restless spirit as well. Lu Chengqi, it seemed, was no stranger to this behavior, likely emboldened by past successes, which had fostered his inflated self-importance. What perplexed Chu Huaishu was the multitude of recommendations that had led individuals to seek martial training under him. How could this reputation be so illustrious? He had only inquired about male practitioners along the way, never about the allure of lesser beings. At that moment, as Lu Chengqi noted that the fox-faced individual still refused to relent, his expression grew increasingly grim. "Chu Shidi, do not presume upon my goodwill. If you persist, do not blame me for being ungracious." Han Shuangjiang, observing from the sidelines, felt an unsettling premonition stir within her, as she feared for Chu Huaishu's safety. Concerned he might be harmed in defense of her honor, her thoughts inexplicably wandered back to earlier moments from their journey together, recalling his calm assertion of having taken lives. During her time at Red Sleeves, there had been an occasion when a distinguished guest arrived, the only son of General Wei Yuan. The matron had summoned the courtesan in advance, instructing her to serve with care. This young master from the Wei Yuan household is remarkably handsome and amiable, yet you must strive to win his favor with utmost caution. Do you understand? Some individuals, despite their elegant appearance, harbor sinister intentions. Do not be deceived by their facade, lest you find yourself suffering the consequences. In her youth, Han Shuangjiang learned a new idiom, a heart of a hawk and the appearance of a crane. As she observed Chu Huaishu, this phrase inexplicably came to mind, though not with a pejorative connotation. At that moment, Lu Chengqi let out a cold snort, and with a swift motion, struck forward, initiating a confrontation. Although dueling was prohibited among the outer sect, Lu seemed undeterred, emboldened by a sense of invulnerability. This prompted Chu Huaishu to remain vigilant, yet he felt no fear. Releasing Lu's grip on his wrist, he deftly evaded the attack, narrowly avoiding the blow while only feeling the rush of air from the palm strike. Lu Chengqi was momentarily taken aback, astonished that his seasoned experience had faltered. The newcomer, bearing the surname Chu, appeared unfamiliar, undoubtedly a recent entrant to the sect, and logically should only be at the threshold of the initial stage of cultivation. How could he exhibit such agility? Lu puzzled over the possibility of him being a martial artist from the mortal realm. Yet, why would an adept seek to pay for lessons? It must be mere coincidence. Lu bellowed in anger. "Since you allege I have taken your silver, let me demonstrate the might of the heaven and earth boundless 8 trigrams palm." Whether by nature or habit, he seemed compelled to announce the name of each technique he employed, akin to some whimsical players who feel a sense of fulfillment only when they vocalize their moves. Mist and flower dance. Chu Huaishu once again sidestepped with impeccable timing, avoiding yet another strike. Han Shuangjiang, observing from the sidelines, felt relieved that the situation was more exhilarating than perilous. However, as the exchanges continued, even the dimmest of observers began to recognize his exceptional abilities. After all, his mastery over his body had reached an extraordinary level. Even when he was an ordinary person, he had slain the notorious Shui Hu from the patrol office. What could he achieve now? Was being a 6th aperture cultivator truly remarkable? Chu Huaishu had enhanced his physical attributes and was diligently training in the sword refining technique, resulting in excellent physical prowess. Though he and Lu Chengqi differed in strength, his unparalleled control over his body compensated for it. Furthermore, as a seasoned companion in sword borrowing, he possessed an abundance of low-level combat experience. Lu Chengqi shouted once more, "Palm Thunder." Anticipating the move, Chu Huaishu adeptly shifted to the side, creating an opening before launching a punch forward. He did not vocalize his attack, but felt compelled to exude an assertive presence. Lacking a specific technique, he silently declared, "Basic attack." The punch landed solidly against Lu Chengqi's abdomen, nearly folding him in half. Lu Chengqi, with his mouth agape, emitted a dry heaving sound. The fury within him began to spread uncontrollably, dispelling the previous demeanor of serene composure. Having navigated the outer sect for many years, he had always basked in the adulation of others and had never endured such humiliation or pain. He gritted his teeth against the agony, his eyes bloodshot, and the veins in his neck bulging ominously. His voice hoarse, he thrust both palms forward, invoking the final technique. Heaven and earth unbounded. "Be careful," Han Shuangjiang gasped, her expression devoid of any ice-cold demeanor. The two were too close for comfort, and Lu Chengqi's speed was overwhelming. It was akin to retaliating almost at point-blank range after sustaining a blow from Chu Huaishu. There was no escaping it. Absolutely none. Yet, if she could perceive this, how could the seasoned Chu Huaishu remain oblivious? He was utterly unfazed, treating it as a mere exchange of blows in a game. His sole concern was the magnitude of Lu Chengqi's flaw. In a flash, Chu Huaishu, with remarkable control over his body, contorted in an exaggerated manner. His gaze sharpened. The depths of his dark eyes fixated intently on Lu Chengqi's own. Although he endeavored to evade, a portion of the blow landed, inflicting a sharp pain in his waist. Nevertheless, it seemed his tolerance for pain had ascended a notch. Unlike Lu Chengqi's retching response to the impact, Chu Huaishu refrained from even a muffled groan. He retaliated with another punch, swiftly following up with a sweeping kick aimed at Lu Chengqi's legs. The already unsteady Lu Chengqi faltered and began to topple backward. As he tilted at an angle of approximately 20 degrees, Chu Huaishu seized the gilded hem of his flamboyant white robe and yanked upward. With immense force, Lu Chengqi was momentarily lifted. Chu Huaishu had no intention of merely stabilizing him. Instead, he suddenly released his grip and, raising his elbow, unleashed a powerful palm strike to Lu Chengqi's chest. The angle of the strike was peculiar, yet eerily familiar to Lu Chengqi. With a thunderous impact, he was sent crashing to the ground. Throughout his descent, that large hand remained pressed against his chest, effectively pinning him down. One rib after another fractured under the force. In the incredulous gaze of Han Shuangjiang, and amidst Lu Chengqi's terror-stricken expression, Chu Huaishu, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke in a calm voice, devoid of any visible emotion, articulating each word with precision. The 8 Desolations, Wandering Dragon. Chapter 23, Homecoming. Employing the strengths of others to counteract adversaries. In the throes of unbearable pain, Lu Chengqi could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment at Chu Huaishu's divine maneuver. It was unmistakably the first form of the heaven and earth infinite Bagua palm, which he had taught. Lu, lying on the ground, was gravely injured and rendered incapable of retaliation. He coughed involuntarily, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, a sharp pain radiating from his chest. Yet, as he gazed at Chu Huaishu, the expression in his eyes gradually transformed, as if he were looking upon a corpse. "Do not regard me with such a gaze. I can surmise that you possess a certain background," Chu Huaishu remarked, squatting down with an unperturbed demeanor. He raised his right hand and gently patted Lu Chengqi's right cheek, while saying, "Is it truly necessary to associate martial arts instruction with such a lack of discernment? Have I not paid? Answer me." With each utterance, he delivered a light slap to Lu's face. Lu Chengqi, unaccustomed to such humiliation, felt a surge of fury in his eyes, struggling to lift his right hand. Despite his severe injuries, he still possessed a glimmer of defiance. However, Chu Huaishu, crouched on the ground, was swifter, and with a crack, he rendered Lu's arm useless. Was it not this very hand that acted rashly? He continued in a calm tone. Lu, with a fractured arm, could only emit cries of anguish. Han Xianxia, observing from the side, could not refrain from clenching her fingers. This was her first encounter with Chu Huaishu's ruthless side, detached, merciless, and resolute. Since Lu had initiated the confrontation, There would be no mercy shown. The phrase hawk-hearted, crane-faced resurfaced in her mind, given that Lu had just attempted to make an unwanted advance. She felt no sympathy for him. Among the four principal characters of Borrowing the Sword, she embodied the role of the strong female lead, decidedly not a nauseating, saintly figure. With Chu Huaishu defending her, she would align herself unambiguously. The impoverished man, after a brief moment of shock, found himself musing, "An hour constitutes a lesson. I have only learned for the duration of a stick of incense, which is worth 10 taels of silver." In the next moment, she witnessed Chu Huaishu extend his right hand once more, gently patting Lu Qingqi's cheek while fixing him with an unwavering gaze. "Withdraw from the lesson, do you hear?" When Lu exhibited no response, Chu's penetrating stare grew colder, and his hand instinctively became increasingly forceful with each slap. Before long, Chu Huaishu departed the small courtyard with Han Shuangjiang, contentedly stowing away 10 taels of silver into his storage token. He adhered to his own principles, taking not a single tael more than due. Following this brief interlude, the pair returned to the marketplace. It was now noon, and as Chu Huaishu spotted a small stall and prepared to sit down for a meal, he was abruptly pulled away by Han Shuangjiang. He lowered his gaze to the delicate hand tugging at his sleeve, and Han Shuangjiang immediately released her grip. "Let us just buy groceries," she insisted firmly. Learning the mundane martial arts had nearly cost her 20 taels of silver, but due to the other party's ulterior motives, it only required 10. This realization made Han Shuangjiang increasingly aware that the household's food reserves were quite limited, and their financial situation was far from healthy. Chu Huaishu could hardly fathom that the beloved heroine Han Shuangjiang from Borrowing the Sword, adored by countless female players, was, at her core, so frugal. As it was his money being spent, her tone shifted from frosty to one of negotiation. "All right," Chu Huaishu acquiesced, and this seasoned companion even added, "as you wish." Those simple words ignited a flicker of joy within the penny pincher, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. During their shopping for ingredients, the usually aloof Cold Mountain exhibited an unusual tendency to deliberate, insisting on comparing prices from 3 different vendors. Despite her usual reticence, she transformed into a shrewd negotiator, her expression icy as she haggled fiercely before parting with any coin. "She certainly knows how to manage her finances," Chu Huaishu mused. As they journeyed, they passed a tavern where a vendor was calling out, "Dailang wine, the finest Dailang wine." Han Shuangjiang watched in dismay as Chu Huaishu halted his steps. A panicked thought flashed through her mind. "This is going to be costly." Dailang wine, isn't that the renowned liquor from the Moon Kingdom? Chu Huaisu Inguit. "Indeed. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable, junior brother." "The original brewing technique hails from Dailang County in the Moon Kingdom," the vendor replied. Chu Huaishu nodded slightly, recalling the famous Longjiu from Earth, which derived its name from Dailang Town in Sichuan Province. As calamity loomed, the historically tumultuous relations between the Mirror Kingdom and the Moon Kingdom had softened in recent years. Even during times of strife, trade between the two was inevitable, and it now appeared they had entered a honeymoon phase, with exchanges becoming even more frequent and taxes lowered. Thus, it was hardly surprising to find exquisite Moon Kingdom wines for sale. He even suspected that this tavern might be an official enterprise of the Taoist sect. After pondering for a moment, Chu Huaishu deliberately refrained from inquiring about the price, and simply stated, "I'll take a barrel." The icy figure behind him rushed forward, eager to haggle. After all, it was his silver, and she could only offer suggestions, not make decisions. The sight of Han Shuangjiang in such a fluster only amused him more. After teasing the protagonist of their world, Chu Huaishu accepted the Dailang wine handed to him by the vendor. "Let us go home," he said. Upon hearing those words, Han Shuangjiang paused for a moment in surprise. The two returned home laden with treasures, but halfway through their journey, Chu Huaisu suddenly halted, gazing towards the east. "If my memory serves me right, the residence of Steward Neo lies in that direction, does it not?" He pondered the time in his mind before voicing the question. Indeed, the ice-cold demeanor had lost its vibrant energy, responding with a simple nod. "Take this jar of wine to Steward Neo," Chu Huaisu instructed. "Me? Why should I take it?" she inquired, a frown creasing her brow in confusion. Han Shuangjiang was not averse to his commands. Rather, she simply did not comprehend why she, having not spent the money, should undertake the task alone. Chu Huaisu offered no reply, instead studying her beautiful eyes, curious if this protagonist of the world could grasp the underlying implications. Moments later, she spoke, "You're afraid." She hesitated, her words trailing off. In that courtyard, Chu Huaisu had remarked to Lu Qingqi. I can deduce that you possess some background. Given the myriad of signs, Han Shuangjiang could also sense this truth. At that moment, Chu Huaisu nodded at her, affirming her thoughts. In an instant, Han Shuangjiang's delicate face fell, the unbearable sensation flooding her heart once more. The turmoil had originated from her. Regardless of how the world may disguise itself, it ultimately remains a realm governed by the law of the jungle. To be beautiful yet fragile is a fundamental sin. This reality fueled her relentless desire for cultivation and strength. Unexpectedly, Chu Huaisu scoffed at that moment. Oh dear, who are you putting on this expression for? With my tall and handsome stature, do you think I encounter fewer troubles? You'll get used to it. Han Xianxia, upon hearing this, could only wonder why this fox-faced individual appeared so insufferable. She took the jar of Erlang wine from Chu Huaisu's hands. Following his lead towards the east, after just a few paces, she halted abruptly and called out, Chu Huaisu. Chu Huaisu turned back to look at her. Why aren't you coming with me? She asked. Having surmised the potential dangers, why separate? Chu Huaisu regarded her with the eyes of one observing a fool. What sense does it make to guard against thieves every day? If, and I emphasize if, Lu Changqi seeks vengeance upon us, and he surely has some connections. Would they strike today upon witnessing our visit to Steward Nyo? Yet, there is ample time ahead. Do you understand? You cannot be certain that he will simply swallow this grievance. Upon hearing this, Han Shuangjiang found merit in his reasoning. One should not place their safety entirely in the hands of an adversary's rationality. Chu Huaisu long believed the world to be a vast, makeshift stage, where irrationality was a common trait. Those adorned with the halo of wisdom often acted foolishly. How many individuals live their lives governed by reason? Indeed, many owe their very existence to their fathers acting impulsively at the moment of passion. Ultimately, humanity is ruled by emotion. Knowing that trouble was inevitable, Chu Huaishu chose instead to insult Lu Qingqi harshly. This not only provided him a sense of satisfaction, but also prompted his adversary to act swiftly, allowing for a quick resolution to the matter at hand, thus alleviating any lingering concerns. At this moment, Han Shuangjiang gazed at the young man, standing a short distance away, and spoke again. So, you opt to return home first, allowing them to come to you, thereby placing yourself in peril and compelling me to summon help? Indeed, Chu Huaishi replied. You firmly believe that Steward Nyo will undoubtedly intervene? Asked Han Shuangjiang. Absolutely, he affirmed, convinced that old Nyo might be even more anxious than she was. Very well, the cold-faced girl replied. She then stepped forward briskly, handing the wine jar to Chu Huaishi with a serious and resolute expression, insisting, I shall return home. You will deliver the wine. Chapter 24, Triggering the Task. Do not jest. Chu Huaishu promptly rejected her offer. A smile reappeared on his face, yet his intriguing gaze suggested he was looking at a naive fool. This incited a flicker of irritation within Han Shuangjiang. Chu Huaishu regarded her without accepting the elevated wine jar. His eyes locked onto hers as he said, Are you aware of what might transpire if you go home and I deliver the wine? You could very well encounter danger. Han Shuangyang frowed, her gaze unwavering as she met his eyes, the icy demeanor responding, Of course I am aware. We have conversed so openly. I am not truly foolish. Do not regard me with such eyes. She understood the peril well enough to choose to return home, compelling him to seek aid. Observing her stubbornness, Chu Huaishu's smile broadened. Do you believe the dangers faced by men and women are the same? After finishing his thought, he scrutinized her from head to toe. Under his gaze, Han Shuangjiang's delicate form tensed momentarily, instantly grasping his implication. She hadn't anticipated that Chu Huaishu would consider the matter so thoroughly, even contemplating this aspect. Yet she still wished to articulate something further. After all, the situation ultimately stemmed from her actions. Do not hesitate. Do as I say. His tone was resolute, bordering on fierce. The cold-faced girl bit her lip, ultimately yielding, her frustration evident as she turned to leave. A little manager. Do you still wish to be in charge? Chu Huaishu mused to himself as he watched her retreating figure towards the east. He felt no pressure or anxiety, continuing to carry a bundle of ingredients home while whistling a tune. To him, a peripheral interaction with Nyo Yuanshan was inconsequential. However, at this stage, he preferred to minimize any direct confrontation. Moreover, as a member of the organization, seeking assistance from others may appear undignified. If memory serves me correctly, Players have previously uncovered the myriad of chaotic rules within this organization. Each individual seems to have undergone a form of indoctrination, ready to sacrifice their lives for a cause. Rationally speaking, even if undercover agents cannot mutually protect one another, they should at least refrain from complicating matters for each other. Chu Huaishu speculated that his decision not to approach in person might align better with the organization's operational logic. Presenting Niu Yuanshan with a jar of wine from the Moon Country would suffice. Given the current state of trade between the two nations, this would hardly constitute a flaw. It is akin to suggesting that one is a walking fortune simply because they own an iPhone. Certainly not. Of course, there is one more crucial point. Chu Huaishu was awaiting something. Upon returning home, he placed the ingredients at the entrance of Han Shuangjiang's bamboo dwelling. Since she had mentioned cooking, it was only fitting to leave them with her, as he had no intention of preparing a meal himself. And certainly, he resolved not to wash any dishes. Just as he concluded these tasks, the system notification chimed in his ears. Here it comes. Chu Huaishu felt a surge of joy. Having exhausted all his experience points. Ding! You have triggered the passive task. Revenge from Lu Qingqi. Task difficulty level, A class. Meanwhile, Han Shuangjiang had arrived outside Niu Yuanshan's courtyard. As one of the 9 deacons of the outer sect, his residence appeared far more sophisticated than the bamboo hut. It exuded an air of elegance. The aesthetics of Chinese design are indeed opulent, and this courtyard likely commanded a hefty price. Upon reaching the front of the courtyard, Han Shuangjiang suddenly pondered a pressing concern. What if Deacon Niu were not at home? As a member of the management, Niu Yuanshan undoubtedly had duties to attend to. If he were absent, he was most likely at the deacon hall. The handbook for registered disciples contained a map, and Han Shuangjiang knew the location of the deacon hall, which was not particularly far from here. Nevertheless, it would still consume time. She began to regret spending too long purchasing ingredients. Feeling perplexed as to why he had been so unhurried along the way, unaware that Chu Huaishu was, in fact, waiting for the task to trigger. The young woman, holding the jar of wine, raised her hand and knocked on the courtyard door. Before parting, Chu Huaishu had given her a few instructions, and she had mentally rehearsed her lines along the way. The door quickly opened, revealing a servant from within the courtyard. May I inquire who you are? The servant asked. I am Han Shuangjiang, here to visit Deacon Niu, she replied. No sooner had she spoken than a gentle voice resonated from within. Ah, it is Shuangjiang. Gumin. Han Shuangjiang immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although she had only met Niu Yuanshan once, she held a favorable impression of this middle-aged man. He appeared to be a person of integrity and kindness, embodying the characteristics she envisioned in the esteemed management of the Taoist sect. At that moment, the undercover Niu was tending to his garden, focusing on a dragon's blood herb, the primary ingredient for a hemostatic elixir. While the elixir itself was not particularly rare, merely a low-grade spiritual concoction, he kept the herb for its aesthetic appeal, its unique form, and its vivid crimson hue reminiscent of blood. As Niu Yuanshan observed Han Shuangjiang approaching, his gaze was drawn to the jar of Erlang wine she carried. He offered her a subtle smile and a nod of acknowledgement before returning to his task with the dragon's blood herb, though his eyes narrowed slightly in contemplation. Erlang wine. Niu's eyes narrowed further. He was known for his caution in the Taoist community, possessing a heightened sensitivity and discernment, characteristics typical of a highly observant individual. A jar of wine from the Moon Kingdom certainly warranted his attention. Once his expression returned to its usual calm, Niu Yuanshan set down his shears and turned to Han Shuangjiang, saying, You've come. Why bring wine? He inquired, Isn't this wine from the Moon Kingdom? Han Shuangjiang placed the jar on the nearby stone table and replied, I was instructed by Chu Huaishu to bring it. He mentioned that arriving empty-handed would be quite rude. Upon hearing the name, all doubts in Niu Yuanshan's mind dissipated, even bringing him a sense of reassurance. Was this merely a jar of wine? No. It symbolized an unspoken understanding between the two of them from the Moon Kingdom. Good child, you are thoughtful, he remarked with a smile, commending the absent individual. Previously, he had suspected that this newcomer might be aware of his true identity, and now it seemed that the matter had been made explicit. Niu Yuanshan took a seat on the stone bench and gestured for Han Shuangjiang to sit across from him. By the way, why did you come alone? He naturally transitioned the conversation towards the newcomer in the organization. Han Shuangjiang, recalling Chu Huaishu's instructions, understood that despite her anxiety, she could not directly disclose her purpose for visiting. However, she was not foolish. It was merely that Chu Huaishu often regarded her with an expression that made her appear dim-witted. At that moment, She recalled how Chu Huaishu had sustained a minor injury during his altercation with Lu Qingqi, which prompted her to seize the perfect opportunity to speak. Niu, Ji sure. He has sustained an injury, she stated. Chapter 25. The Hidden Side Quest. That child is injured? A trace of confusion crossed Niu Yuanshan's face, yet his heart tightened. Han Shuangjiang nodded, realizing she had found the right entry point. There was a minor altercation, she continued, delving deeper into the conversation. Upon hearing this, Steward Niu furrowed his brow and immediately inquired, "Is the injury severe?" The cold-faced young lady replied earnestly, "I am uncertain. He did not permit me to see. He seems to have a penchant for enduring hardships stoically." She employed a bit of rhetoric, blending truth with embellishment. From an observer's perspective, Lu Qingqi's final move, the last stance of the forgotten 8-trigram palm, was formidable and exuded an extraordinary aura. Yet, what a Chu Huaishu! After receiving a half-hearted strike, he did not even emit a grunt, seemingly embodying a commendable masculinity. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he swiftly gathered his thoughts and made a decisive resolution. Most importantly, whether in the presence of Lu Qingqi or now, he stood protectively in front of Han Shuangjiang, as if he were a steadfast shield against whatever calamity might arise. In a perilous environment, this fox-faced individual maintained a playful demeanor, not intensifying the pressure on others. A man possessing the ability, means, and mindset to navigate challenges is, indeed, a captivating trait, resonating equally with both genders. Given the myriad of life experiences, Han Shuangjiang undoubtedly harbored a sense of insecurity, despite their brief acquaintance. An inexplicable sense of assurance enveloped her in his presence. Thus, he took it upon himself to shoulder the burdens and ensure that support was adequately arranged. Having emerged from the brothel, she was hardly the naive ingenue. Rhetoric was, after all, a subject she was keen to master. Predictably, Steward Niu's brow furrowed even deeper. What audacious entity dared to lay hands on someone from our organization? Fury surged within him. As he gazed at the jar of Erlang liquor from the Moon Kingdom on the table, his anger intensified. However, Steward Niu still required justification. Regardless, he was a prominent figure within the organization, symbolized by the golden mask that denoted his pivotal role and significant esteem. He recognized that the newcomer, Chu Huaishu, possessed an uncanny ability to carve out unconventional paths and acted with flamboyance, unlike others who preferred to remain discreet and hidden. Yet, having only just joined the outer sect, the occurrence of an internal conflict prompted him to seek a deeper understanding of the circumstances. Steward Niu did not overtly display his anger. Articulating his thoughts with reason, "You two were brought by Elder Lu. He must have intended for me to extend some care. Shuangjiang, please elaborate on the situation you encountered." "All right," Han Shuangjiang responded. Within the bamboo cottage, Chu Huaishu unfastened his robe to inspect his wounds. They were manageable, not overly concerning. He reattached the blood-stained dagger to his waist. Having perused some task details, he recognized that he had indeed stumbled upon a significant matter. The task system evaluates the difficulty of missions based on a multitude of comprehensive information, categorizing them into 4 tiers: B, C, and D. The A-level tasks represent the highest echelon. In other words, according to the system's assessment, Lu Qingqi is an entity beyond the reach of players in their novice phase. Moreover, the passive task titled Revenge from Lu Qingqi stipulates that the sole requirement for completion is to avoid dying. This is utterly absurd. It feels as though he is intent on extinguishing my existence. Chu Huaishu is left in disbelief. Merely staying alive qualifies as task completion. What background does this Lu Qingqi possess? Furthermore, the fact that the task's only requirement is to avoid death is enough for the system to classify its difficulty as a level. This essentially signifies that the system is informing me of the formidable challenge of not succumbing to death. Such a reality is decidedly unfriendly to me, a transmigrator. For foolish players, it merely translates to task failure and the wastage of a resurrection token. Chu Huaishu possesses 3 resurrection tokens, yet he harbors doubts about his ability to resurrect again and is reluctant to take that risk. The task's rewards, however, are substantial, offering a generous 1,000 experience points. For a novice player, such rewards are quite considerable, sufficient to elevate him several levels. Moreover, Chu Huaishu's attention is captivated by a line of text. There is a certain probability of triggering a hidden dungeon. This is the aspect he is most interested in. Hidden dungeons are the terminology used by the system and players alike. In the Xianwang realm, They are commonly referred to as fortuitous encounters. This notion plunges Chu Huaishu into deep contemplation. A hidden dungeon? He recalls a previous incident, uncertain whether it relates to the hidden dungeon. Earlier, he had cast information detection on Lu Qingqi to gauge his capabilities. The system's feedback indicated that Lu Qingqi is currently in a state of damaged spirit embryo. Could it be related to the spirit embryo? Such hidden dungeons, which have a probabilistic trigger, are notoriously elusive. This means that even if one flawlessly completes the task, the triggering is not guaranteed. There are too many coincidences involved. It relies heavily on the player's initiative to explore and excavate, or simply on a stroke of luck. When he played Borrowing the Sword, encountering the situation for the first time ignited a fervor within him. However, after repeated failures to trigger it, he gradually adopted a more detached perspective, returning to a state of calm. If it triggers, that would be splendid. If not, so be it. Outside, a voice soon resounds. Chu Huaishu, Han Shuangjiang, where are you? Come forth and meet me. Chu Huaishu shows no intention of fleeing. He directly opens the door, finding 3 men clad in black robes standing outside the bamboo house. The leader stood approximately 175 meters tall, bearing a resemblance to Lu Qingqi. With a coiled whip at his waist, and intricate embroidery resembling lightning adorning the chest of his black robe. The law enforcement team? Chu Huaishu narrowed his eyes. A nation has its laws, and a sect has its rules. Thus, the law enforcement team exists. Among the more severe punishments within the sect is flogging. What a peculiar practice, akin to that of Singapore, thought Chu Huaishu as he observed the long whip at the man's waist. To his knowledge, the outer sect utilized ordinary whips, while the inner sect employed something far more formidable. Did you notice the lightning patterns embroidered on their chests? The inner sect uses thunder whips. Some players in the sect, who derive pleasure from being whipped, would deliberately seek trouble for the thrill. Once their pain thresholds are lowered, the sensation is electrifying yet not overly painful, creating an exhilarating experience. Chu Huaishu's gaze sharpened slightly, contemplating the possibility of aligning with official forces. What do I call you? Esteemed Signor? He inquired. Information detection. He had already attempted this, and 3 question marks had appeared, indicating that the other party's character level was at least 10 levels higher than his own, a genuine cultivator. Lu Chenggong, vice captain of the Yaoshan law enforcement team. The leader responded. Upon hearing the name, Chu Huaishu felt a strange kinship, realizing that this individual shared a page in the Lu family genealogy with Lu Qingqi. Are you all from the same generation? He pondered. What brings Captain Lu to seek me? He feigned ignorance. You have caused trouble in Yaoshan, engaged in unauthorized duels. And after injuring someone, you have robbed them of their possessions, compounding your offenses. Chu Shidi, come with us. Chapter 26, My Rules. Since escape was certainly impossible, Chu Huaisu Desi Sivin Gom Li. He approached Lu Chenggong and raised his hands. Chu Shidi, what are you doing? Lu Chenggong inquired. Do I not need to be bound? Chu Huaisu Zet Ponde. I am well acquainted with the procedures. I have been informed during my time at Xianxia Mountain. The 4 major sects are quite similar. Lu Chenggong regarded the strikingly handsome young man before him, a smirk playing on his lips. There is no need for that. You are merely at the qi condensation stage. Do you truly believe you possess the ability to resist? If you surrender so easily, it will be rather dull for us. However, if you attempt to flee midway, that might prove amusing. His smile was teasing, as if he were toying with a plaything. Meeting his gaze, Chu Huaishu slowly lowered his hands. What is your relationship with Lu Qingqi? He asked directly. Lu Chenggong chuckled. You certainly have some courage. He appraised Chu Huaishu with a discerning eye, then scoffed. But it makes sense. One wouldn't dare to lay a hand on Qingqi without a modicum of audacity. This vice captain of the Yaoshan law enforcement team was emboldened, for this was no secret within the outer sect. Lu Qingqi is my cousin, he revealed. Oh, I see, you must be new here. I forgot to mention that his father is one of the 9 esteemed stewards of the outer sect. A gentle breeze rustled through Chu Huaishu's dark locks. Lu Chenggong and the others had anticipated witnessing him quaking in fear, yet instead, they found him remarkably composed. I understand, Chu Huaishu remarked nonchalantly. This response greatly displeased the vice captain of the enforcement team, who began to question whether the young man was entirely oblivious to the intricacies of human interaction. The 9 stewards are the highest authorities of the outer sect. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions in injuring their only son? What do you understand? Lu Chenggong's expression darkened. Chu Huaishu smiled and replied, I've come to realize why so many of my senior brothers recommend training under him. given his propensity for physicality. The steward's son, the vice-captain's cousin, it is no wonder. Lu Qinggong merely smiled in response, saying nothing further. To him, it was entirely natural for others to curry favor with him, as well as with his esteemed uncle, the steward. This was akin to his own successful business at Yaoshan, where the clientele flocked not solely for the exquisite flavors on offer. Lu Qinggong glanced around and inquired, "Is that junior sister Han Xuanjiao not home?" "No, she did not return with me," Chu Huaishi replied. "She must be quite beautiful, that junior sister of yours." Lu Qinggong's face bore a knowing smile. "Indeed, she is a paragon of beauty," Chu Huaishi affirmed. "Is your relationship with her unusual?" Lu Qinggong probed further. "One could say it is somewhat unusual," he responded. "No wonder my cousin has taken a liking to her type," Lu Qinggong said, raising a hand to gently pat Chu Huaishi's shoulder, whether in consolation or jesting. It was unclear. Such is the way of emotions, reminiscent of the legacies of Wei Wu, akin to treachery, Chu Huaishi remarked in a manner they could not fully grasp. "Ah, Lu Qingqi, with your handsome visage, it seems you delight in coveting what belongs to others," he mused, noting Lu Qinggong's seemingly irresistible urge to reach out. Chu Huaishu found it unremarkable that the son of a steward was imparting martial arts to commoners. He had some inkling of the disposition of the second-generation elite. After all, there are those on Earth who drive luxury cars while moonlighting as rideshare drivers, exclusively catering to female passengers. Following the sudden rise in popularity of skiing, some of the elite have even taken to becoming ski instructors. Is it merely for the money? No, it is the thrill and the allure of seduction that draws them. They disdain the crude antics often depicted in dramas, where they resort to blatant displays of dominance over others. They are more inclined to unleash their charm, to showcase their abilities and tactics, employing their time-tested methods to entice women, compelling them to approach willingly. Such individuals are inherently incapable of lacking female companionship. While ordinary people may be astonished by the prices, yearning yet unable to reach them, exclaiming whether the offerings are golden or diamond-studded, for these men, it is merely a trifling sum. They find the pursuit lacking in excitement, craving a dash of intrigue. They too seek a sense of psychological accomplishment. They rely on these conquests to boast of their allure. What others toil at to provide for their families is merely a pastime for them, something they indulge in or forego at will. As he practiced the elusive gossip palm, Chu Huaishu observed Lu Chengxi's exquisite robes, along with his demeanor and attitude, and a vague suspicion began to form within him. However, he did not anticipate that Lu Qingqi, in his wild pursuits, would misconstrue his relationship with the little housekeeper, seeking to extort 10 taels of silver from him while treating him like a mere dog. Deep down, he had never regarded him as a person. Chu Huaishu found amusement in this. Yet, he was acutely aware that Lu Qingqi had undoubtedly tasted success, and not merely on one occasion. He might have even outdone others in the past. Interestingly enough, the Lu Qinggong before him seemed to hold Chu Huaishu in similar disregard. He gently patted Chu Huaishu on the shoulder and remarked, "After Chengqi's spiritual vessel was damaged, he's been in a foul mood, and can only seek some amusement in life. Please be understanding, junior brother Chu." Lu Qinggong was exceedingly bored and thought that anyone bold enough to injure his cousin would surely be easy to provoke, providing him with some amusement. Little did he expect that this somewhat fox-faced youth would grin at him and retort, "That's fine." Outside the bamboo house, Lu Qinggong was no longer inclined to engage in idle chatter with Chu Huaishu. His expression darkened as he instructed his 2 subordinates. "You two, go and fetch that Sister Han back." "Yes," the 2 nameless individuals replied. "Then let us proceed, junior brother Chu," Lu Qinggong said, his gaze somber. Chu Huaishu gestured for him to lead the way. He was the type who preferred to first speak with deference before uttering disrespectful words or even committing disrespectful acts. When he had injured Lu Qingqi, he still referred to him as Brother Lu. He had been in 2 relationships prior to his role as a companion, one of which was a clandestine affair with a university counselor. During each passionate encounter, he would call out teacher, occasionally bringing the teacher to tears, with all 3 of her eyes weeping. In short, his politeness was impeccable. Yet, Lu Qinggong's expression grew even darker. He snorted coldly, affixing a spirit movement talisman to himself, stating, "I suspect my cousin has grown impatient. We must hasten." With that, he seized Chu Huaishu and, with light footsteps, leapt into the treetops, swiftly navigating among the ancient trees. Not long after, he brought Chu Huaishu to the law hall of Yaoshan and confined him in the dungeon. As he had mentioned, Lu Qingqi truly could not wait any longer. He had been waiting in the dungeon for quite some time. Chu Huaishu speculated that he must have consumed some elixir, as his injuries had completely healed. Having a steward as a father certainly provided some normalcy. To his slight surprise, there was also a man with graying hair in the dungeon. Upon seeing him, Lu Chunggong respectfully addressed him as uncle. The elder, upon hearing this, immediately raised his hand and said, "How many times must I remind you to use titles when outside?" "Yes, Steward Lu," Lu Chunggong replied, displaying an unusual eagerness to comply. The elder with half-white hair nodded slightly and scrutinized Chu Huaishu, asking, "So you're Chu Huaishu?" "Indeed, I have met Steward Lu," Chu Huaishu said, raising his hand in greeting, maintaining his virtue and politeness, while subtly buying time. The elder remarked, "I heard from Xianxia that you possess only a mere second-tier cultivation. Having just entered the Xianxia stage, how could you injure him? And with the heaven and earth boundless 8 trigrams palm that he taught you." Chu Huaishu immediately raised his gaze, his eyes sparkling precisely. "Are you perhaps taking a liking to my talent?" While jesting, he also took the opportunity to mentally note, "So it's called heaven and earth boundless 8 trigrams palm." Upon hearing this, Steward Lu's expression shifted from surprise to a grim demeanor. Indeed, when the 3 Lu family members' faces darkened, they bore an uncanny resemblance. The elder let out a cold snort, then flicked his finger, causing a shallow wound to appear on Chu Huaishu's arm, from which blood began to flow. Chu Huaishu looked down in astonishment at his arm. He was unperturbed by this minor injury. The only concern was that his robe was torn, and he wondered whether the little housekeeper would mend it. Steward Lu slightly curled his hand, and a drop of blood flew into his palm. A low-grade spirit fetus? He scanned it with his spiritual sense. Though he had not encountered this type of spirit fetus before, its aura was weak, and its rank was evidently very low. The elder had come personally, having listened to his son's description, to assess the young man's talent. While he wielded formidable authority in the outer sect, he understood that if this youth were indeed a prodigy, he ought to be cautious. However, this mere low-grade spirit fetus was worlds apart from his son's blazing spirit fetus. How could he be worthy of my admiration? The elder cast a cold glance at Chu Huaishu, his expression indifferent. After speaking, he intended to turn and leave. Addressing his son and nephew, "Do as you please. He is merely a registered disciple with a low-grade spirit fetus. If he perishes, so be it. Just concoct a reason." "Steward, wait," Chu Huaishu called out loudly. The elder turned back in confusion, furrowing his brow. "The regulations of the outer sect are well known to me. May I ask who struck first?" "It was Lu Xixiang. I was merely acting in self-defense. Which rule have I broken?" Chu Huaishu stood tall and resolute, his words resonating with conviction. The elderly man, having welcomed a child late in life, gazed upon this seemingly unscathed and innocent youth with vigor, proclaiming, "Regardless of who struck first, you have harmed my son, thereby breaching the code. You have violated the principles of Lu Tianfeng." This powerful exclamation concealed an underlying spiritual force, sending a tremor through Chu Huaishu's mind, causing a wave of dizziness that clouded his vision and left him on the verge of collapse, his complexion paling in an instant. At that moment, a robust voice echoed from a distance. "Deacon Lu, you wield quite the authority." Niu Yuanshan, one of the 9 esteemed deacons of the outer sect, made his presence felt within the dungeon. Following closely at his side was Chu Huaishu's diligent assistant, who wore an expression of deep concern as she gazed at the young man. Upon noticing the injury on his arm, her already cold visage was suddenly veiled in a layer of frost. "He is hurt." Han Shuangjiang felt a tightening in her chest. Upon seeing Niu Yuanshan, Chu Huaishu immediately felt a sense of relief. Prior to his crossing, the less-than-serious players had thoroughly exposed the organization. Subsequently, many players began to indulge in playful banter, reciting the organization's instructions by heart, referring to each other as comrades and loyalists. Just recently, Chu Huaishu had found himself humorously musing, "Comrade, save me. Loyalty." Yet now, in the dimly lit dungeon, the atmosphere shifted palpably, and he felt a flicker of anxiety. "Old Niu, please don't be late." Fortunately, Niu Yuanshan arrived at the opportune moment, prompting Chu Huaishu to silently vow, "From this day forth, I shall jest without mocking others." "Old Niu, you are commendable." What was truly touching was that as Niu Yuanshan approached, he instinctively positioned himself protectively in front of Chu Huaishu. This stout, bespectacled middle-aged man bore a stern countenance. Yet he was shorter than Chu Huaishu by half a head and exhibited a slight stoop. For reasons unknown, he exuded a profound sense of security. Before shielding the young man behind him, he offered a gentle smile, evoking the warmth of a familial elder. Han Shuangjiang hurried forward, her concern evident. "You are injured." "It's nothing, just a scratch," Chu Huaixu replied nonchalantly. The elder, Lu Tianfeng, furrowed his brow tightly. Niu Yuanshan? He had never anticipated that the latter would appear here, and his tone was anything but amicable. This starkly contrasted with Lu Yuanshan's prior demeanor in his memory. There was no remedy for it. The true nature of a Taoist deacon, to wield authority, issue commands to subordinates, and act with impunity. The facade of a covert deacon, to be responsible, diligent, and conduct oneself with fairness, serving like a humble ox. Niu Yuanshan had been embedded within the Taoist hierarchy for 3 years and more. He had indeed become akin to a docile calf. It is indeed absurd, such is the nature of the workplace. The more work this undercover agent accomplishes, the less others seem to contribute. Frankly, without Niu Yuanshan, the external division would surely fall apart. Lu Tianfeng, who serves alongside him as a steward, has worked with the old bull for many years and understands his temperament well. This man, a quintessential Good Samaritan, never anticipated that one day he would utter such words. To think he would accuse me of wielding excessive authority. A surge of inexplicable anger welled up within Lu, who felt a peculiar offense at being rebuked by someone who had been so helpful. Lu Tianfeng and Niu Yuanshan were roughly equal in strength, both having attained the pinnacle of the third realm. They had never sparred, thus their relative strengths remained unknown. As a steward, Lu Tianfeng held seniority, being one of the more seasoned members among the 9 stewards. With a displeased expression, he gazed at the unusually agitated old bull and spoke in a low voice. Niu Yuanshan, are you really going to stand up for him? The atmosphere thickened, the pressure of the third realm pervading the dungeon, rendering the air almost suffocating. And so what if he did? Beneath his thick brows, Niu Yuanshan's eyes narrowed slightly, his own spiritual energy beginning to resonate. In an instant, the dungeon became a battleground of tension. Lu Qingqi and Lu Qinggong exchanged glances. The former gritted his teeth in anger, unable to believe that someone was actually protecting that scoundrel named Chu. The latter, amidst his astonishment, couldn't help but marvel at Han Shuangjiang's beauty, truly a vision of grace. It was no wonder his cousin was smitten. With the atmosphere so charged, both stewards found themselves in a precarious position. Lu Tianfeng thundered, Niu Yuanshan, think carefully. This boy has severely injured my son. I am fully aware of the circumstances surrounding this incident. It was Lu Qingqi who was at fault from the outset. Yet, Niu Yuanshan remained steadfast. In his view, this newcomer within the organization had done nothing wrong. Although he was unaware that Han Shuangjiang possessed the mysterious Yin body, requiring blood verification for her spiritual womb, it was evident that Li Chunsong held her in high regard that day. Old Bull was no fool. He recognized that Elder Lu's esteem for this young lady surpassed that of the newcomer within the organization. Thus, he firmly believed she was indeed a prodigy. As fate would have it, she had already opened 2 meridians upon entering the sect. Forming a bond with Chu Huaixu could only be advantageous. I had intentionally arranged for their residences to be in proximity as a subtle hint. Surely he understands now. Old Bull felt a sense of relief in his eyes. Although Chu Huaixu acted flamboyantly and caused harm soon after entering the sect, there were reasons behind it. At least he had established a reputation for integrity. Such a character might well attract the admiration of higher-ups in the Taoist community. Niu Yuanshan had witnessed the ruthless side of this cunning fox. Even in death, one must endure a few slaps across the face. In his view, the fact that the young master is still alive and capable of seeking revenge signifies that Chu Huaixu has shown some restraint. At this very moment, under the watchful gaze of his beloved son and nephew, Lu Tianfeng found it difficult to maintain his composure. Niu Yuanshan, even if you protect him, can only ensure his life remains unharmed. Nevertheless, punishment is still necessary. The elder suddenly lunged forward, attempting to seize Chu Huaixu. With his thick brows and bright eyes, Niu Yuanshan raised his arm to block, resembling an immovable boulder. After a brief skirmish, he retreated with Chu Huaixu and Han Shuangjiang, wishing to conceal his various methods, and spoke. Elder Lu, are you certain you wish to take action? Before doing so, do you not wish to inquire about my reasons? Upon hearing this, Lu Tianfeng snorted coldly. Speak plainly. Niu Yuanshan communicated silently to the elder, audible only to him. Allow me to remind you. Chu Huaixu and Han Shuangjiang were personally brought up the mountain by the 6th elder. What? Lu Tianfeng, with hair turning gray, trembled suddenly, his face paling. Within the Tao sect, the distinction between the inner and outer sects was akin to a chasm. Li Chunsong, esteemed as an elder of the inner sect and a formidable seventh realm powerhouse, could reduce Lu Tianfeng to ashes with a mere snap of his fingers. And a single word could strip him of his position. The elder had initially believed Niu Yuanshan to be Chu Huaishu's protector, but was now astounded to discover that the latter's backing far surpassed his expectations, one of the highest in the entire Tao sect, and indeed in all of the eastern continent. Having spent many years in the outer sect, Lu Tianfeng was the longest-serving elder, a seasoned veteran. If Chu Huaishu were truly a prodigy, a once-in-a-century talent, his fear might have been somewhat alleviated. Yet, he was merely a lowly spiritual fetus. What manner of insignificant spiritual fetus warranted the personal attention of the sixth elder? The more he pondered, the more Lu Tianfeng believed their connection to be profound. The poorer the young man's qualifications, the stronger the implication of their relationship. Given Niu Yuanshan's typically mild demeanor, his assertiveness this time suggested that the sixth elder had indeed instructed him to take good care of Chu Huaishu. The elder's mind raced with speculation, growing increasingly uneasy. He even began to scrutinize Chu Huaishu, wondering if he bore any resemblance to the sixth elder. Alas, he was far too handsome. Could he be the son of an old acquaintance of the sixth elder? Lu Tianfeng's expression shifted erratically, filled with various suspicions. Observing his demeanor, Niu Yuanshan spoke. Elder Lu, may I now take him away? Lu Tianfeng, fearing to obstruct him any further, even clasped his hands in gratitude towards Niu Yuanshan, saying, "Thank you, Elder Niu, for your earlier counsel." Indeed, old Niu remained the same, an affable old man, and he was here to save me. Niu Yuanshan nodded in satisfaction, turning to Chu Huaishu, ready to invite him to depart together. Yet his gaze fell upon Chu Huaishu's arm. "Are you injured?" he inquired. Without waiting for a response from Chu Huaishu, Niu Yuanshan turned once more, directing his attention towards Lu Tianfeng and the others. This stout, broad-eyed, middle-aged man bore a sincere smile upon his countenance. "It seems we cannot simply depart at this moment," he remarked. Chapter 28. Arrogance. Upon arriving at the dungeon, Niu Yuanshan assumed complete control of the situation. Lu Tianfeng, being of considerable age, could hardly misunderstand his implications. The elder promptly grasped the situation. Old Niu is indeed thorough in his considerations, he thought. Having harmed the sixth elder's people, it was only prudent to express some form of contrition, lest the consequences be dire. In truth, even if Niu Yuanshan had not issued a reminder, Lu Tianfeng would have soon realized the necessity of an apology accompanied by gifts. Due to old Niu's previous method of communication, only Lu Tianfeng had been privy to the conversation, leaving his son and nephew utterly perplexed. His father truly letting him go? Wondered Lu Qingqi, while Lu Qinggong noted, why does uncle's expression appear so grim? Niu Yuanshan, being the least experienced among the 9 elders, should not wield such influence. Or so they thought. Soon enough, they heard Lu Tianfeng exclaim, "It is all a misunderstanding, dear nephew. Merely a misunderstanding. All faults lie with us. However, today as events transpired too hastily, and I was unprepared. How about this? Tomorrow, I shall prepare a generous gift and personally come to apologize. What do you think, dear nephew?" At that moment, the elder's earlier authority had vanished, leaving Lu Qingqi and Lu Qinggong in stunned silence. Chu Huaishu, however, accepted the situation with composure. To assume the role of the world's protagonist, Niu Yuanshan, listening intently, felt it was time for him to intervene. To be precise, the preceding actions had merely served as his groundwork. This stout, broad-eyed fellow was indeed shrewd. "I have a suggestion," he said, a conciliatory smile gracing his features. "Please, Elder Niu, do share." Lu Tianfeng responded eagerly, his tone generous, as if he would acquiesce to any proposal. "Elder Lu, why not divide the fragment of the jade token you previously acquired, giving each of them a piece?" Niu Yuanshan's intentions were unveiled. Upon hearing this, the smile on the elder's face instantly froze. The atmosphere within the dungeon shifted palpably. Lu Tianfeng clearly displayed his reluctance. Lu Qingqi, upon hearing this, grew anxious, exclaiming, "Father, this is my opportunity. My damaged flame spirit embryo depends on it for recovery." In his later years, Lu Tianfeng, who had indulged his only son, could not help but cast a stern glance at him. "Silence," he exclaimed in anger. "This mess is entirely your doing. Of all people, Why provoke the sixth elder? Initially, Lu Tianfeng felt a tinge of embarrassment, for he could not best an opponent of the six apertures realm with only two apertures opened. Now, however, he felt a sense of relief. It was a blessing he could not prevail. At that moment, confronted by Niu Yuanshan's audacious demands, he wrestled with his thoughts for several seconds. Chu Huaishu observed him in silence, sensing that the old man exuded an air of cunning, though his calculations remained elusive. Ultimately, Lu Tianfeng waved his hand, retrieving 2 jade fragments from the spatial storage of his steward token. The fragments resembled mutton fat jade, engraved with intricate patterns and emanating a gentle spiritual aura. The Lu father and son consoled themselves, recognizing that with a total of 10 jade pieces, parting with 2 was somewhat acceptable. The crux of the matter was not to provoke the sixth elder. At the heart of the issue lay Niu Yuanshan's deeply entrenched reputation. Given old Niu's honest disposition, the more he demanded, the more he hinted at the formidable background of this young man. Among the outer sect's stewards, none possessed greater competence than this young Niu. Known for his meticulous approach to tasks, earning the trust of all. With a flourish, Lu Tianfeng sent the 2 jade fragments floating towards Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang. Take them, Niu Yuanshan said gently. The 2 immediately stowed the jade fragments within their storage tokens. In that instant, a voice echoed in Chu Huaishu's ears, audible only to him. Ding! You have successfully completed the task of retribution from Lu Qingqi. You have gained 1,000 experience points. Congratulations! You have successfully unlocked the hidden instance of the Pill King token. Within the confines of the dungeon, Chu Huaishu felt a surge of joy. Everything was unfolding too smoothly. The A-class task had been completed successfully, and with Niu Yuanshan's assistance, he had unlocked the hidden instance. Yet, for an ordinary novice player, such an accomplishment would be nearly impossible. The classification of A-class was entirely justified. The Lu family, in their nefarious antics, could well be likened to the malevolent major boss of a novice village. If Chu Huaishi were not graced with the protagonist's aura of Su Ziqing, relying solely on Niu Yuanshan, he would have merely completed the task, likely facing a cascade of subsequent troubles. Is this the exhilaration of being the world as protagonist? Zhu Huaisu Ponde, the jade fragments he had just acquired, he interpreted as the key to unlocking the instance. The Pill King token? He had not encountered this hidden instance on the game's forums. It seemed to date back to before the game's public release. However, he had certainly heard of the illustrious figure known as the Pill King. The path of alchemy is epitomized by the revered Dao ancestor. Through his creation of the Xianxia pill, ushered in a golden age of cultivation. Following him in prominence is the esteemed Pill King. Chu Huaisu recalls the fervor that engulfed the realm of Xianhuang during the emergence of the Pill King's secret realm, while he was engaged in the game borrowing the sword. The matter of the Pill King's legacy stirred the entire realm into a frenzy, with various player guilds eagerly preparing to seize their share of glory. Yet, he pondered privately whether the Pill King's token bore any connection to the secret realm. At this juncture, he could not ascertain such a link. The hidden dungeon in the novice village could not possibly be of such high caliber. Today's expedition proved to be quite fruitful. Niu Yuanshan turned to Chu Huaisu and Han Shuangjiang, inquiring, "Are you both satisfied with this outcome?" Lu Tianfeng increasingly perceived that the elder Niu was quite astute. His inquiry implicitly asked whether they intended to report to Elder Lu, hoping to resolve the misunderstanding amicably. The elder felt a profound sense of loss. Yet he found himself unable to voice his concerns, while Niu Yuanshan was perfectly positioned to do so. After all, they had previously sought Chu Huaisu's life. Should matters spiral out of control, it could lead to an irreversible rift with Elder Lu. Han Shuangjiang remained silent, merely glancing at Chu Huaisu, as if to convey that his opinion was synonymous with her own. Chu Huaisu stepped forward, approaching Lu's trio with grace. "Esteemed steward, I have one more matter to inquire about." He maintained his decorum, bowing respectfully. Throughout the encounter, he exhibited impeccable courtesy. At that moment, Lu Tianfeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He could now find an avenue to gracefully extricate himself from the situation, and he hastily extended his hand, intending to offer support to the bowing Chu Huaisu. However, as he reached out, Chu Huaisu acted. The occurrence was so abrupt that Lu Tianfeng had no time to react. A practitioner of the third realm, with a flow of energy surrounding him and heightened senses, would typically evade a surprise attack instinctively. Yet, The issue lay in the fact that Chu Huai-Su was not targeting him. As Lu Tianfeng began to comprehend the unfolding events, a force akin to a boulder obstructed him. Niu Yuanshan had intervened. With a decisive strike, Chu Huai-Su's palm met Lu Qingqi's chest, mirroring the earlier incident in the courtyard. His flawless control over his body enabled him to strike precisely at the same location. The ribs, which had only recently been reattached through the aid of medicinal herbs, shattered instantly. "Did I permit you to reattach them?" he exclaimed. With a cry that pierced the air, Lu Qingqi emitted a heart-wrenching scream. The familiar scene unfolded once more within the span of a single day, as the excruciating pain radiated from the same spot, nearly sending him into unconsciousness. After executing his actions, Chu Huai-Su gradually rose, retracting his hand. The young man, tall and upright, stood a head taller than Lu Tianfeng. With unwavering focus, he locked eyes with his opponent and proclaimed, "I recently inquired of the steward about which rule I have violated. I kindly request Steward Lu to reiterate." He listened attentively, eager for clarification. Chapter 29. The Pill King's Token. Within the dungeon, the atmosphere was somber. Silence enveloped the room, save for Lu Qingqi, who lay on the ground, wailing in agony. Lu Qinggong, realizing the situation, rushed to assist his cousin. Father! Father! Silence! Lu Tianfeng's countenance shifted, revealing a tempest of emotions. Chu Huai-Su, towering half a head above the elder, maintained his gaze, and Lu Tianfeng mirrored his intensity. Such youthful arrogance. A storm of rage brewed within Steward Lu, who struggled to contain his fury. His aged hands trembled beneath his robe, teetering on the brink of eruption. Having fathered a son in his middle age, this child was his lifeblood, especially since his true heir had already deteriorated. Yet this audacious young man was insufferably brazen. Such unbridled audacity could only stem from an influential background. Moreover, the elder had intended to intervene against Chu Huaishu, but was thwarted by Niu Yuanshan's spiritual force, which delayed his support. Surely, Niu was aware of Lu Tianfeng's vulnerabilities. Niu Yuanshan's unusual behavior today hinted at something amiss, undoubtedly a sign of trouble. Lu Tianfeng even suspected that Niu was subtly ingratiating himself with the young man. The seething fury within Lu Tianfeng was forcibly quelled, yielding to the oppressive authority of the sixth elder. He inhaled deeply and declared, "Today's events are the fault of my son. He has breached the rules. I shall take him home for a thorough reprimand." Lu Qingqi, with several ribs fractured, felt a surge of indignation, his eyes bloodshot and mind clouded. Teetering on the edge of madness, Lu Qinggong, supporting him, clutched his right hand tightly, signaling him with furtive glances. He now understood why the vice-captain of the enforcement team had reacted so defensively during his capture. In retrospect, it was clear that he had acted with unyielding confidence. Who exactly was this individual? Lu Qinggong was struck with awe. Looking up from his crouched position, he met Chu Huaishu's gaze, who was also observing him from above. Their eyes locked, sending a jolt of realization through Lu Qinggong. He had unwittingly drawn the young man's ire. After a few seconds of silence, Chu Huaishu addressed Steward Lu, "I comprehend. Let Lu Shixiang take his time to recover. I shall take my leave." The force behind Chu Huaishu's strike stemmed solely from his advantageous position, nothing more. "You have attempted to take my life, yet I remain silent at this moment. Should I retreat home to bide my time before reclaiming my honor?" It resembles many parenting videos that advocate teaching children the virtue of delayed gratification, does it not? What I seek is immediate pleasure, enlightenment. After the trio exited the dungeon, Chu Huaishu exchanged a grateful glance with Niu Yuanshan. The old ox responded with a subtle smile, and they shared an unspoken understanding. Loyalty. Chu Huaishu still felt no sense of belonging to the organization, as he had never undergone training or brainwashing. In fact, the system had classified him under the Daoist faction rather than the organization. Nevertheless, his fondness for the old ox had significantly increased. Niu Yuanshan possessed a remarkable affability. This middle-aged man with a slight hunch and a square face raised his right hand, gesturing for Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang to follow him, saying, "Come, let us return and converse along the way." He tucked his hands into his sleeves and led the two young individuals toward his modest courtyard. Throughout the journey, he rambled on, seeming a bit chatty. "I imagine you are both quite curious about the purpose of the 2 fragments of jade tablets I procured for you. Am I correct? These jade tablets hold great significance, so pay close attention to what I am about to say. Oh, before I begin, I must ask, are you familiar with the Pill King?" "The Pill King?" Han Shuangjiang softly responded, I have encountered references to him in stories. He is known as the king of alchemy. Niu Yuanshan gazed ahead, his eyes filled with reverence, and began his introduction. The Pill King hails from the Moon Kingdom and is one of the rare 8th-level cultivators in the world. His mastery in alchemy is unparalleled, and he is revered as the foremost figure in the alchemical realm, second only to the Tao ancestor. Currently, half of the formulas for high-grade and superior-grade spiritual pills originate from his hand, such as the Xianxia fetal breath pill. Indeed, many alchemists believe that the Pill King has reached a level in alchemy that rivals that of the Tao ancestor. Niu Yuanshan paused briefly, for his official stance as a Taoist steward compelled him to clarify, of course, we in the Taoist sect do not acknowledge this assertion. Chu Huaishu had some understanding of this matter. In terms of overall contributions, the formulas for high-grade and superior-grade spiritual pills established by the Tao ancestor are relatively few, amounting to only 1/3 of those created by the Pill King. However, the Qingxiao pill is undeniably extraordinary. The Tao ancestor, through his own efforts, significantly lowered the barriers to cultivation, ushering the Xianwang realm into an era of flourishing cultivation. As for the high-end products produced by the Pill King, it is not just ordinary people who cannot benefit. Even average cultivators find them unattainable. After all, high-grade and superior-grade spiritual pills rely on rare materials. Their prices are astonishing, and they are often available only in name. At this moment, Niu Yuanshan continued, Can you guess why there are so many admirers of the Alchemy King in the realm of alchemy? Without waiting for the two to respond, the old man provided his own answer. It is because the Alchemy King has accepted numerous disciples throughout his life. Over the years, these disciples have in turn taken on their own disciples, resulting in a vast number of his students and grandchildren in the alchemical world. This fact was equally known to Chu Huaishu. The Alchemy King had a passion for accepting disciples, regardless of their innate talent for alchemy. It was solely based on his mood and whether he found them pleasing to the eye. As a solitary cultivator, he belonged to no sect. When taking on disciples, he did not concern himself with their backgrounds or nationalities. His focus was not on cultivation, but on teaching the art of alchemy, serving solely as a master of the alchemical path. Consequently, even disciples from the 4 major sects in the eastern continent would seek him out to learn alchemy. The Taoist sect was no exception. Niu Yuanshan continued. Throughout his life, the Alchemy King had 12 true disciples, 129 ordinary disciples, and a number of nominal disciples that he likely could not even remember. It is quite amusing that even now, there are individuals in the alchemical world who fraudulently claim to be descendants of the Alchemy King's lineage, asserting that their ancestor was a nominal disciple of the Alchemy King. However, in truth, the Alchemy King never judged his disciples based on talent, and due to his deep passion for alchemy, he lacked the time to provide guidance to so many disciples, resulting in a disparity in their alchemical skills. Of course, there were exceptional individuals among them. Several of his disciples have indeed become esteemed masters of alchemy. At this point, the old man suddenly halted, looking at the 2 young individuals with a serious expression. The fragments of jade tokens you have obtained are actually pieces of the Alchemy King's token. Chu Huaishu was already aware of this fact, but as a participant in the conversation, he understood the importance of emotional engagement and promptly gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "The Alchemy King's token." Han Shuangjiang was momentarily taken aback, filled with surprise. Yes, the Alchemy King's token. Each formal disciple of the Alchemy King, aside from the nominal ones, possesses a token to signify their identity. Niu Yuanshan said with a gentle smile. He continued, You should know that many predecessors in our Taoist sect have emulated the Tao ancestor, establishing hidden realms in certain locations beyond the mountains before their passing, leaving behind legacies and opportunities. Chu Huaishu nodded in acknowledgement. However, Han Shuangjiang, being a novice, was hearing this for the first time and looked at him in astonishment. Niu Yuanshan pointed at the 2 of them, saying, The fragments of your jade tokens serve as keys to a hidden realm. Although that predecessor is not among the 12 true disciples, he is indeed a formal disciple of the Alchemy King. While the alchemical accomplishments of the Alchemy King's disciples may vary, they are at least of a certain standard. Clearing his throat, he added, there is still a basic level of competence. Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang exchanged glances, both realizing the preciousness of the fragments of jade tokens in their possession. In the memory of Chu Huaishu, when the game Borrowing the Sword first launched its public beta, players were still in their novice phase. A storage ring left behind by a practitioner of the 3rd realm sparked a sensation on the gaming forums, prompting various guilds to spring into action, resulting in a sleepless night. Surely, this esteemed disciple of the Pill King would not be inferior to an ordinary practitioner of the Third Realm, would he? Niu Yuanshan, observing them, wore an even broader smile and remarked, "Finally, I wish to emphasize one last point. This esteemed elder may seek to acquire a rough gem, hence, this secret realm is accessible only to those devoid of spiritual power. You two, as nascent practitioners, perfectly fulfill this criterion." Chapter 30, The Secret Realm and the Quest. As the trio strolled and conversed, they soon arrived at the courtyard where Niu Yuanshan resided. After enduring 2 tumultuous events in quick succession, Chu Huaishi recalled that he and Han Shuangjiang initially set out to purchase groceries and prepare a meal. It had not savored a warm bite since. Given the circumstances, it was best to eat first. Upon learning of their ravenous state, old Niu instructed the servants in the courtyard to bring forth some sustenance. Through his narration, Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang gleaned the specifics of the situation. Lu Tianfeng had fortuitously obtained the Pill King token, but due to certain reasons, only 3 stewards in the outer sect were privy to this matter, old Niu being one of them. Lu Tianfeng had exerted tremendous effort to acquire this token and had sought old Niu's assistance in the endeavor. As the outer sect's acknowledged Good Samaritan, he had frequently been called upon for help. In general, the majority of secret realms reside within the inner sect, with few in the outer sect. Thus, the Pill King token became all the more precious. From a broader perspective, the Taoist sect's attitude towards secret realms is straightforward. They belong to those with fate. This aligns with the original intent of the Taoist ancestors. Even the later predecessors who emulated them upheld this same principle. Perhaps in their view, this is what defines the elegance of our sect as practitioners. As for betrayal among fellow disciples, murder for treasure, such notions are non-existent. They are categorically prohibited. Secret realms represent the unfulfilled wishes of those who have passed. It is paramount to extend them the utmost respect. Naturally, the Taoist sect is also willing to conduct recoveries. Should one find treasures within a secret realm, they may opt to sell them in exchange for sect contribution points. These points can be traded for currency, techniques, or spiritual elixirs. The vast majority of cultivation resources are redeemable. When Chu Huaishu previously played Borrowing the Sword, he was aware that among the 4 great sects of the Eastern Zhou Mirror Kingdom, the Taoist sect placed the highest emphasis on the concept of fate. Consequently, in the hearts of players, this sect was deemed the most reliant on luck, favoring the fortunate while casting aside the unfortunate. After the meal, Niu Yuanshan continued, "By the way, I almost forgot to inform you that this fragment of the jade token comprises 10 pieces, allowing for a maximum of 10 individuals to enter together. In the depths of a frigid pool lies a secret realm. Even with my cultivation, under normal circumstances, I would find it impossible to withstand the unique chill emanating from it. For those of you at the Qi transformation stage, descending into its depths would surely spell doom. However, in recent months, the cold seems to have significantly abated. Thus, you find yourselves at a fortuitous moment, as the gateway to this inheritance realm may soon be unveiled." Chu Huaishu nodded in understanding. Niu Yuanshan gazed into the distance, smiling as he remarked, "Elder Lu places immense importance on this secret realm, for his son, Lu Qingqi, possesses a superior spiritual fetus known as the fiery spirit embryo. Yet, due to an unfortunate incident, his embryo sustained damage, leaving him stagnant in his cultivation, unable to progress. This secret realm is believed to be connected to the Alchemy King, who may be seeking a remedy for the damaged embryo." Upon hearing this, Chu Huaishi recalled a superior spiritual elixir, the Xianxia fetal respiration pill. However, wishing to extract more valuable information, he feigned ignorance and asked, "Elder Niu, is it truly possible to restore a damaged spiritual fetus?" Niu Yuanshan smiled gently, displaying great patience. "Indeed, it is possible, though quite challenging. Different circumstances necessitate different methods. One must tailor their approach accordingly. Elder Lu has yet to discover a suitable solution. However, there exists a superior spiritual pill known as the Xianxia fetal respiration pill. Crafted by the Alchemy King, it is said that as long as the spiritual fetus is not completely ruined, consuming this pill can lead to its recovery. Should the innate quality of the spiritual fetus be low, merely of inferior grade, taking this pill could even greatly enhance its potential. Legend has it that after creating this formula, the Alchemy King refined a pill for each of his formal disciples. If this venerable predecessor did not consume the pill during his lifetime and refrained from selling it, it may very well await a fated individual within the secret realm. Exchanging glances, Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang grasped the gravity of Lu Tianfeng's earlier distress and understood Lu Qingqi's urgency. Niu Yuanshan seemed inclined to impart a few more words of wisdom, adopting a tone of gentle persuasion. Since we were discussing the Xintian fetal respiration pill, a remedy capable of enhancing innate talent, allow me to share my thoughts. I pose a question to both of you. In your opinion, which holds greater significance, talent or effort? Chu Huaishu refrained from revealing his true sentiments directly, instead responding, I have heard it said that effort determines a person's lower limits, while talent dictates their upper limits. Yet, the vast majority of individuals never reach their full potential. Niu Yuanshan regarded the young man with a smile. Your words carry a measure of truth. However, the realm of cultivation is distinct. In this domain, what is deemed talent can indeed be altered. It can be influenced by spiritual pills, opportunities, and a natural order of the universe. Though I have not examined your spiritual fetuses through blood testing, witnessing your swift progress in opening 2 meridians in such a short span suggests that you are indeed individuals of exceptional talent. Were this to occur within certain sects, it is likely that the full might of the sect would be harnessed for cultivation, elevating one directly to the esteemed ranks of a true disciple. However, upon arriving at the Taoist sect, one must commence as a registered disciple, devoid of any preferential treatment. Do you not feel a sense of disparity? Upon hearing this, Han Shuangjiang shook her head. She had never contemplated such matters. Chu Huaishu also shook her head, realizing that, since she had done so, it would be inappropriate for her to nod in agreement. Niu Yuanshan smiled reassuringly, stating, if you feel no disparity, then that is commendable. In the Eastern continent, throughout this millennium, the rise and fall of sects is a common sight. Only the Taoist sect has stood resilient for 1,000 years, remaining one of the foremost sects in the world. Consider this. Amidst a millennium, the young talents are as numerous as the fish in the river. For the Taoist sect, this is hardly remarkable. It is akin to claiming to be the top scorer in your city's college entrance examination or a graduate of prestigious institutions. Alas, our company does not lack such individuals. Furthermore, from past experiences, it is often the flowers nurtured in a greenhouse that are more prone to withering. Many disciples, meticulously cultivated by smaller sects, possess unsatisfactory dispositions and thus fail to flourish. Some venture down the mountain for training and never return, while those who succumb to madness are regrettably commonplace. Yet, there are those with exceptional character who, even with ordinary talents, can seize opportunities and transform into dragons amidst storms, etching their names in history. Niu reflected wistfully. In Chu Huaishu's eyes, this mirrors the reality where some graduates from prestigious schools achieve remarkable success, while others, emerging from humble beginnings, ride the winds of fortune to create monumental achievements. Life's circumstances cannot be predetermined with a mere glance. The Xianwang realm also harbors its share of underachievers. Niu Yuanshan continued, the Taoist sect, with its millennial heritage, possesses abundant resources, sufficient for the sect leader and elders to cultivate numerous individuals and alter the fates of many. However, the prerequisite is that you must possess the capability to endure layer upon layer of scrutiny to stand before them. After laying this groundwork, he began to impress upon the 2. I recognize that you were sent to the mountain by Elder Lu, an opportunity not afforded to the other outer disciples. I am unaware of the reasons behind this. Yet since Elder Lu has chosen for you to begin as registered disciples, it is already a statement of intent. Surely, it is to encourage you to undergo further trials. I hope you grasp this notion. Simultaneously, I urge you not to disappoint the expectations that Elder Lu harbors for you. As he spoke, Niu turned his gaze towards Han Shuangjiang. Before him stood the protagonist of the world within borrowing the sword, her eyes gradually filled with determination. He then shifted his attention to Chu Huaishu. Initially, Chu regarded today's dialogue as a sincere admonition from an elder. Yet, she suddenly realized, old Niu is an undercover agent. As a member of the Yu Kingdom's organization, could he genuinely hope for the Taoist sect to produce talents? With his prominent brows and striking eyes, he appeared to be a traitor, didn't he? However, upon reflection, Chu Huaishu began to comprehend that this was, in fact, the leader Niu Yuanshan from the organization assigning a task to him, a newcomer. This was a subtle indication urging him to ascend from the ranks of named disciples and infiltrate the core circle of the Taoist sect. Old Niu, you truly hold me in high regard, he mused internally. Yet, After some contemplation, Chu Huaishu declared, I shall first pledge my loyalty. It is the sixth elder and the Taoist sect that have granted me the opportunity to cultivate, and I shall exert every effort to repay the sect. Upon hearing these words, Niu Yuanshan, with his keen sensitivity, immediately picked up on the two significant phrases. Thus, Chu Huaishu's declaration took on a different meaning in his ears. Niu smiled at Chu Huaishu with a sense of satisfaction, realizing that this astute young man had grasped his insinuation. They exchanged a glance, communicating silently. Yet it felt as if the air was charged with two resounding words. Loyalty. Only Han Shuangjiang, seated nearby, listened to Chu Huaishu's articulate speech. Her delicate lips barely concealed by her veil, unable to suppress a slight curl of disdain. You certainly have a way with words. However, neither Niu Yuanshan nor Han Shuangjiang noticed that Chu Huaishu had slightly bowed his head, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. Based on his understanding of the task system, having engaged in such discourse with old Niu was tantamount to receiving a mission to infiltrate the core circle of the Taoist sect. Logically, this should have triggered a relevant side quest associated with the organization. Yet, perplexingly, the task system remained utterly unresponsive. Chapter 31. Apologize to me. Half an hour later, Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang rose to take their leave. Niu Yuanshan courteously accompanied them to the entrance of the small courtyard. His gesture prompted several onlookers among the servants within the courtyard, who were puzzled as to why these two named disciples warranted such attention from their superior. After bidding farewell to the duo, Niu returned to his room with a jar of Erlang liquor in hand. Once inside, the expression on his square-jawed face shifted considerably. How had Chu Huaishu managed to open two of his acupoints? He pondered, baffled. As a member of the organization, he had previously overseen the induction of newcomers and had reviewed the young man's file. Chu Huaishu was clearly a pseudo-spiritual fetus. Furthermore, all of his innate acupoints were completely sealed. This situation defied the common understanding within the cultivation realm, leaving one astounded. Could it be that he was one of those legendary spiritual fetuses shrouded in dust, appearing as a pseudo-spiritual fetus due to the lack of manifestation? Might he reveal a different essence once he formally commenced his cultivation? As a seasoned member of the organization, his curiosity about this newcomer intensified. A fleeting desire to extract a drop of his blood arose within me, to thoroughly investigate his spiritual embryo's condition. After a few seconds, Niu Yuanshan's gaze suddenly sharpened. Then, with a fierce resolve, he raised his hand and delivered a forceful slap to his own face, distorting it in the process. In the act, he even employed spiritual power. Slap. How many times has this been? Niu Yuanshan. Oh, Niu Yuanshan, you truly have a poor memory. How could you continuously commit such blunders? Rule 3. One must not possess excessive curiosity towards fellow practitioners. On the other side, after bidding farewell to old Niu, Chu Huaishu glanced at the azure sky. Within this half hour, he had been persistently attempting to accept tasks and engage in various dialogues, drawing upon his extensive experience as a seasoned player. Yet, the task system remained unresponsive. Borrowing the sword is a game of remarkable freedom. There should be no reason to deny him the role of a double agent. Thus, he planted a seed of doubt in his heart. While on his way home, Han Shuangjiang suddenly called out to Chu Huaishu. This cold-faced girl exhibited a hint of evasiveness in her gaze as she spoke. Thank you for today. It was evident that this iceberg was not adept at expressing gratitude. Chu Huaishu, attempting to lighten the mood, replied, Firstly, I'm not that. Observing the confusion in her eyes, he began to feel rather monotonous himself. No need for thanks. It was the least I could do, and the ultimate outcome was favorable, was it not? He smiled at her. In response, Han Shuangjiang felt a sense of relief. Had Chu Huaishu encountered any misfortune due to her, the inherently kind-hearted girl would have felt guilt for a lifetime. After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved a fragment of a jade token from her storage talisman. This is for you. I believe I should not keep it, Han Shuangjiang stated. Chu Huaishu cast her glance, suddenly perceiving that this world as protagonist seemed to be particularly meticulous about exchanges. Previously, when he mentioned returning home and suggested she seek help from old Niu, she had declined. Now, she was insistent on giving him the jade fragment she had acquired. I already possess one. Having another would serve no purpose. I do not require 2 keys, Chu Huaishu replied. You could exchange it for Sect contribution points. Han Shuangjiang insisted earnestly. It would be odd for Chu Huaishu to accept. It is worth noting that there are a total of 10 fragments of the jade token, meaning that Lu Tianfeng's side still holds 8. In that case, while their 8 members venture into the dungeon, we are merely 2. Thus, although the Lu trio may feel a sense of loss, they would still believe themselves to have the advantage. Yet, Chu Huaishu understood clearly that this iceberg standing before him was the world's protagonist, the fated child who had inherited both remaining legacies of the Tao ancestor. If you join me in the dungeon, I will feel far more assured. He harbored such thoughts in his heart. Thus, he furrowed his brow once more, his tone displeased and somewhat fierce as he commanded, "You should keep it well." Beneath her veil, Han Shuangjiang's tender crimson lips involuntarily pressed together in a slight pout. Chu Huaishu regarded her and remarked, "This was procured for us by Steward Niu, who has already allocated it. 1 piece for each of us. Instead of handing it over here, it would be more beneficial for you to assist me once we enter the secret realm." After a moment of internal conflict, the cold-faced girl relented, softly replying, "All right." As they walked, their conversation flowed easily. Following this encounter, their bond seemed to deepen. The usually reserved girl, who maintained a certain distance from others, unexpectedly shared her thoughts, saying, "I never imagined that there could be predecessors like Steward Lu in the Taoist sect. I assumed all were akin to Steward Niu." Chu Huaishu chuckled at her words. If everyone were like old Niu, the Taoist sect would surely be in disarray. What, is every leader and steward an undercover agent? He mused inwardly. Casting a sidelong glance at Han Shuangjiang, he continued, "This is quite normal. Every place has its share of rotten apples, and human nature, after all, is complex. As long as one is human, there will be selfishness. Let me tell you about Lu Changgong, the one who came to capture me. He seems to be quite the character. I managed to extract quite a bit of information from him during our journey. Years ago, when he had not yet ascended to the position of steward, he undertook a mission with his wife and a group of outer disciples, only to encounter misfortune. His wife perished on the spot, and he sustained grave injuries, resulting in no further advancement in his cultivation. However, he protected all the outer disciples remarkably well. Perhaps he's been corrupted by power, or maybe his son is his Achilles heel. Who can say?" Upon hearing this, Han Shuangjiang fell into a deeper silence. Chu Huaishu observed her and reassured her, "It's all right. Since they intend to make a move against us, you see, I have not let them off lightly, have I?" The cool-faced girl turned to him, her expression earnest as she said, "I truly did not expect you to strike back so suddenly." In response, he smiled with a hint of mischief. "So, how does it feel to be arrogant?" Han Shuangjiang remained silent, prompting him to gaze at her until she reluctantly nodded. "Exactly. Being arrogant is the way to go." Chu Huaishu chuckled. "The more arrogant we appear, the more they will perceive our background as unfathomable." He continued, "Do you know why there are phrases like bullying the weak and fearing the strong and flattering those above while oppressing those below? Because those who bully the weak often fear the strong, and those who oppress the lower ranks tend to flatter their superiors. How about we make a wager? Do you believe that even after I have acted in such a manner, they will still pay us a visit tomorrow with generous gifts?" Han Shuangyang inquired. "But haven't they already given us the key to the secret realm? This is an apology, and it was requested by Steward Niu." Chu Huaishu waved his hand dismissively. At the outset, did he not declare that he would prepare a generous gift and pay a visit the following day? Now that the words have been spoken, he must follow through. One cannot simply dismiss matters after receiving the Danwang token. After all, he cannot ascertain whether we have absorbed the preceding statements. What if we indeed have? Lu, the steward, is quite seasoned in navigating the intricacies of human relations and possesses a wealth of experience. Moreover, there exists a distinction between offering apologies and fostering goodwill. Chu Huaisu turned to her and inquired further, "In any case, shall we gamble or not?" "No gamble." Han Shuangjiang vehemently shook her head, quickening her pace. She felt that in many respects, her thoughts lagged far behind his, and thus, she firmly declined. "Let us take a gamble. I haven't even specified what the wager is yet." "Don't refuse outright." Chu Huaisu lamented her lack of enthusiasm, finding her exceedingly dull. "No gamble, no gamble," Han Shuangjiang replied with a stern countenance, her long legs carrying her away even faster. "I shan't listen, I shan't listen." A turtle reciting scriptures. Regardless of what Chu Huaisu said, Han Shuangjiang was resolute in her refusal to gamble. Upon returning home, the two retreated to their respective bamboo cottages. Seated cross-legged on the mat, Chu Huaisu began to regulate his breath. This endeavor had proven quite fruitful, yielding 1,000 experience points, enough to elevate him several levels. With Han Shuangjiang's astonishing cultivation speed, were he to lack experience points, he would soon find himself left far behind. Moreover, following this encounter, she likely felt a sense of urgency and an even greater desire to strengthen herself, which could potentially accelerate her training. This was his speculation. Having a good talent is indeed delightful, unlike my own struggle, enduring pain and completing tasks. Everything I achieve is solely through my own effort. System. Grant me an upgrade. The third, fourth, and fifth layers of the sword refinement technique. Chu Huaisu broke through 3 thresholds in quick succession. Chapter 32. An Unwelcome Presence. The long legs residing next door were indeed engaged in their practice. After completing a full cycle of energy circulation, Han Shuangjiang once again heard Chu Huaisu's heart-wrenching cries from next door. Breaking through 3 thresholds, the pain compounded. If the first breakthrough felt like a motorcycle crushing one's entire body, and the second felt akin to a motorcycle with a passenger doing the same, then this leap of 3 levels felt more like being run over by a taxi. Startled, Han Shuangjiang instinctively approached his bamboo cottage, wishing to check on him. However, upon reaching the door, she hesitated. After a few seconds, perhaps sensing footsteps outside, a hoarse and weakened voice emerged from within. I am fine. It is merely a breakthrough in my technique. He was not even clad in an outer robe, his body slick with cold sweat, nearly practicing in a state of undress. Chu Huaisu possessed a lean physique, the kind that appeared slender when clothed yet revealed definition when bare, devoid of excessive muscle bulk. Now drenched in sweat, the sunlight accentuates the contours of his muscles. He realizes that after practicing the sword refining technique, his physical strength has been steadily increasing, akin to a process of body refinement. However, it seems he has not followed the path of excessive muscle bulk, as his physique does not exhibit any alarming signs of grotesque muscle growth. Well, as long as you are fine, a girlesque voice can be heard from outside. Her tone is frigid as ever, devoid of any genuine concern. Yet, at such a tender age, she possesses a hint of an authoritative demeanor, which is quite remarkable. Han Shuangjiang returned to her room, resuming her training. She hadn't anticipated that Chu Huaishi would break through so swiftly. Has he already opened the 3rd acupoint? I must redouble my efforts. I do not wish to be left behind, she contemplated. After hearing Han Shuangjiang's departing footsteps, Chu Huaishu finally allowed himself to lay on the ground, gasping for breath. He had initially put on a brave face, believing she could no longer hear him. Although he had mentally prepared himself before the upgrade, he still found himself momentarily blinded, nearly fainting. Rather than enduring the pain incrementally, he preferred to confront it all at once. Short pain was better than prolonged suffering. Chu Huaishu had somewhat resigned himself to his fate. Consequently, he was still involuntarily twitching as his body adjusted. After some time, he gradually acclimated. Rising to his feet, he executed the first form of the Geely Gulu 8 trigrams palm. The room was filled with the sound of his palm strikes, far more vigorous and assertive than before. Impressive, he exclaimed in astonishment. Though the sword refining technique resembled a forbidden art, the rigors of its practice were quite demanding. Yet the balance of internal and external cultivation proved formidable, rendering him nearly invincible during the acupoint opening phase. This situation was particularly suited to the extraordinary control he possessed over his body, Chu Huaishu mused. At that moment, he felt a twinge of regret. How splendid it would have been if he had exhibited such prowess while in the dungeon. The sound of Lu Qingqi's ribs cracking was almost melodious, leaving him with a lingering sense of satisfaction. With this thought, Chu Huaishu suddenly recalled. Han Shuangjiang seemingly had not fully mastered the 8 Desolate Dragon. Perhaps I should take the opportunity to personally teach her. He opened his character panel to check his remaining experience points. He had 136 points left to allocate, which was far from sufficient to continue unlocking the 6th acupoint. As night fell, Chu Huaishu finally savored the meal prepared by Han Shuangjiang herself. The flavors were delightful. He offered her a compliment, perhaps appearing overly polite, and elaborated on each dish with praise. This should encourage her enthusiasm for cooking even further. Meanwhile, a certain remarkably skilled chef planned to remain incognito, steadfastly refusing to wash any dishes. On the surface, Han Shuangjiang merely nodded slightly, yet after receiving acknowledgement, a flicker of joy stirred within her heart. After the meal, Chu Huaishu promptly rose, patting his backside as he departed. The cold-faced housekeeper displayed no particular emotion, silently tidying up his dishes. At this moment, the two of them were not quite living together, but rather sharing a space akin to cohabitation. As Chu Huaishu observed her clearing the dining table, he noted how, When Han Shuangjiang bent over, her well-rounded and ample posterior caused her dress to stretch taut, accentuating her wide hips and curvaceous form. Coupled with her long, slender legs, one could only imagine how stunning she would appear in a cheongsam or a fitted dress. However, his thoughts remained undisturbed. He simply directed an information probe towards her silhouette. The third aperture had opened. Chu Huaishu seethed with envy. He estimated that Han Shuangjiang's spiritual embryo attribute was at full capacity, and her comprehension likely soared as well. Were it not for the brief period of adjustment required after a normal person opens their apertures, she might have transcended even faster. The world's protagonists were indeed formidable. After enduring various tribulations, both were weary today and retired early. The next day, as dawn broke in the east, Han Shuangjiang rose early to prepare porridge, busily attending to her tasks. After they finished breakfast, Chu Huaishu took the initiative to teach her 8 Desolations Dragon. He certainly wouldn't be as lewd as Lu Qingqi, directly engaging in hands-on instruction. This technique indeed required a deeper immersion. He pointed to Han Shuangjiang's delicate waist. Although his fingers were still a short distance away, the girl felt a peculiar tickle and warmth at her waist. Perhaps it was due to their proximity. Now, let me demonstrate once more. Chu Huaishu began to execute the move. Jili Galubai Wa Palm, he stated, deeming it unnecessary to learn the entire set. After all, they were merely aiming to breach the array in the library and would not apply it in practical combat frequently. Once they reached the first realm, they would transition to studying genuine techniques. Mortal martial arts were too trivial to devote excessive time to, especially since they would soon attain the first realm. It was evident that Han Shuangjiang possessed a remarkably high level of comprehension. After a few simple demonstrations and correcting her movements, she mastered it entirely. Moreover, her technique looked quite graceful. He began to understand why some girls in online videos, ostensibly demonstrating self-defense techniques, were humorously dubbed as performing perpetrator excitement punches by netizens. Just then, an unexpected group arrived at the bamboo cottage. Leading them was Lu Tianfeng, whose hair was streaked with gray. Lu Qingqi and Lu Qinggong obediently followed, forcing a smile of ingratiation onto their faces. Behind them trailed a group of attendants, each bearing a gift box in hand. In truth, these items could simply be stored within a storage ring. However, when it comes to gift-giving, a more visually appealing presentation is preferred. Han Shuangjiang couldn't help but cast a glance at Chu Huaishu, surprised that he had accurately deduced the situation. Steward Lu had already come to a realization. Having believed in their background, it was essential to cultivate a cordial relationship. Apologies are one matter, while gifts are another. Steward Lu, what brings you here? Chu Huaisu Ingui, feigning ignorance, yet he did not spare Lu Qingqi a second glance. Did I not mention yesterday that I would prepare a modest gift for my esteemed nephew today? I am a man of my word, Lu Tianfeng replied with a smile. However, upon seeing the two, the elder sensed an undeniable change in them. A sweep of his divine sense left Lu Tianfeng utterly astonished. The shift in his demeanor was genuine and not feigned. Esteemed nephew, and this young lady, you have both broken through your realms. How delightful! While it was commendable that Han Shuangjiang had opened her third meridian, the fact that Chu Huaishu had achieved such a feat in a single night was nothing short of extraordinary. How could this be possible? He was clearly an inferior spiritual embryo. Waves of astonishment surged within Lu Tianfeng. At this moment, all his doubts dissipated. Should one claim he was merely an ordinary registered disciple, the old man would never believe it. You all place the items down carefully. Lu Tianfeng began issuing instructions to the attendants. Afterward, he cast a glance at the duo's bamboo cottage, remarking, should you require anything else, do not hesitate to inform me. By the way, esteemed nephew, do you need any attendants to serve you? Steward Lu began to explore various angles. Chu Huaishu certainly had no such desire. The presence of an extra person would only make him feel uneasy. He casually surveyed the attendants who were arranging the gifts, preparing to decline. However, his gaze soon fixed upon a short attendant with his head bowed. The individual stood less than 5.5 feet tall, with rosy lips, white teeth, and a handsome visage. He lacked the masculine aura typical of men, embodying a delicate beauty. I want him. Chu Huaishu suddenly pointed, astonished by the encounter. How could this person be here? One of the 4 protagonists from Borrowing the Sword, Su Ziqing. Chapter 33. Su Ziqing's Metamorphosis. Early this morning, the attendant Su Ziqing rose to begin his tasks. Lu Tianfeng's courtyard was distinct from Niu Yuanshan's modest dwelling. it was grander and more opulent. Neo Yunshan's elegant small courtyard was attended by only 4 servants, while the Liu estate boasted a full complement of 15 attendants. Just yesterday, the steward had recruited 3 new individuals, and Su Ziqing was among them. Being new, he was naturally assigned the most arduous, labor-intensive, and unpleasant tasks. Every residence within the Taoist sect was equipped with a small-scale dust-repelling formation. This meant that even if one were to be away for an extended period, upon returning home, no dust would have accumulated. Furthermore, under normal circumstances, little cleaning was required. However, it is solely limited to dusting. It is evident that in the area where the newcomer Su Ziqing is tasked, there must inevitably be the family's latrines. I despise it. The delicate youth, with a cloth strip covering his mouth and nose, toils diligently while cursing vehemently in his heart. He harbors a deep resentment towards the storyteller who toyed with his emotions. How foolish I am, truly. I actually believed that upon arriving at the Baiyuping in Wumong Mountain, a master would descend from the mountain to welcome me. How naive I truly am. He begins to wallow in self-pity. On that stormy night, he stood at the foot of Wumong Mountain, drenched by the relentless rain, to the point where he felt utterly lost. Su Ziqing, oh Su Ziqing, although tales of extraordinary encounters and fortuitous opportunities circulate throughout the Xianxia realm, how absurd it is for you to believe that such a monumental stroke of luck would suddenly befall you. You are merely a paltry, pseudo-spiritual embryo. By what right do you presume? Just because you have been a prodigy in swordsmanship since childhood, mastering all the mundane sword techniques with ease, do you delude yourself into thinking you can become a legendary sword cultivator? Awaken, awaken. A bitter smile graced his lips that night. What does it matter if you comprehend all the mundane sword techniques? In the presence of true cultivators, are you not but a feeble target? Father, mother, grandmother, little sister, when will I be able to avenge you? Su Ziqing gazed at the night sky after the rain, murmuring to himself at the foot of Wumong Mountain. Despite his delicate features, naturally possessing a feminine appearance, he had trained in swordsmanship since childhood, endowing him with physical prowess superior to that of ordinary individuals. Therefore, after being drenched for so long, he merely had pale lips, suffering no serious harm. His trembling frame was merely a result of pent-up frustration. Orphaned and burdened with deep-seated enmity, he epitomizes the quintessential protagonist. Once more, the figure of that storyteller emerged in his mind. He appeared so utterly ordinary, yet his demeanor and mannerisms were flamboyantly self-indulgent. Initially, when Su Ziqing witnessed him vanish into thin air after speaking, he had thought him a transcendent being playing with the world. Now, having realized that the storyteller's game with the world was merely to toy with him, Su Ziqing regarded him as a vile charlatan. On this night, after the rain had ceased, he unleashed a roar of emotional release, followed by a sudden bite of his own lip, nearly drawing blood. Instantly awakened, he gazed at the fog-shrouded mountain beyond the mountain. The youth silently vowed, having arrived at this juncture, that even if it cost him his life, he would stop at nothing to enter the path. At dawn, he began to take action. To his astonishment, through sheer coincidence, he indeed found a way. The steward of Liu Tianfeng's household sought to recruit 3 new servants. What a stroke of luck! How fortuitous that they are hiring servants today. Su Ziqing felt a surge of excitement. Regardless, a lowly servant is but a lowly servant. I shall first head to the Taoist sect. Yet, is it merely coincidence? Let's not forget that at this very moment, a certain individual has been dispatched by the organization to this place, destined to serve as a menial worker on the mountain. Thus commenced Su Ziqing's transformation. Due to his strikingly delicate features, he was far from the archetype of a tall and handsome man, embodying instead a quintessentially androgynous beauty, exuding an aura of fragility. Consequently, the steward of the Liu family regarded him with a gaze that was less than appropriate. What a delicate young man, reminiscent of a graceful maiden. In the throes of middle age, what harm is there in being a little eccentric? Su Ziqing, possessing keen insight, could hardly be oblivious to the implications of that look. Little did he anticipate that his humble role as a servant in the Taoist sect would be fraught with such perilous circumstances. After completing a multitude of tasks today, he was summoned by the steward to a designated gathering point. A group of servants began to transport gifts, accompanying the master and young master of the Liu family towards a quaint bamboo cottage. Along the way, numerous outer disciples respectfully greeted Elder Liu, casting curious glances at the pile of gifts. Su Ziqing, observing their robes and the outer sect tokens hanging at their waists, felt an overwhelming sense of envy. He couldn't help but lower his gaze to his own servant attire, and, driven by youthful sensitivity and pride, he kept his head bowed, despite no one recognizing him. Upon reaching the bamboo cottage, he continued to maintain his humble posture. However, during a moment of distraction, he faintly overheard a conversation between the master and a young man. Prompting him to glance up, there stood an individual of remarkable elegance and exceptional handsomeness. He possessed the quintessential features of a strikingly attractive man: high cheekbones, slightly arched eyebrows that created an alluring shadow over his deep-set, ebony eyes. His nose was straight and refined, his facial contours sharply defined, and his jawline strikingly prominent. A few unruly strands of hair fell across his forehead, adding an air of carefree charm. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, he wore his robes with an exquisite grace, devoid of any hint of frailty. In both demeanor and bearing, he was impeccable, as sunlight bathed him in warmth. Su Ziqing found himself momentarily entranced. Having been perceived as feminine since childhood and often ridiculed by peers for his delicate appearance, he inexplicably found himself drawn to tall, handsome men, harboring deep admiration and yearning for their qualities. Over time, his fascination with such individuals surpassed even that of the opposite sex. Thus, despite the presence of the stunning Chu Huaishu alongside the breathtaking Han Shuangjiang, Su Ziqing's attention was irresistibly captured by him. He pondered in bewilderment how such an alluring man could exist in this world. He had just seen the gleam of humor in his eyes and the corners of his mouth, speaking with the steward with an air of tranquility and grace that was nothing short of remarkable. After a moment of stunned silence, the sensitive youth, driven by pride, lowered his head deeply once more. Subsequently, the situation took an inexplicable turn. Lu Tianfeng was quite certain that when he initially inquired whether Chu Huaishu required assistance from a servant, the expression on his face, coupled with the already raised right hand, clearly indicated a desire to decline. It was understandable. Living with such a captivating beauty as him, the presence of a third party would only add to the complications. The elder, being a man of experience, was well aware of the youthful fluttering of the heart. However, an odd scene unfolded. Chu Huaishu cast a casual glance and was entirely captivated by the handsome, petite servant. He exclaimed, "I want him," exhibiting a hint of eagerness. All eyes, including Han Shuangjiang's, turned towards him. Su Ziqing felt a surge of panic, almost losing grip on the gift in his hands. "Me?" he thought, astonished that such an extraordinary man was pointing at him. His gaze was so resolute. "I've set my sights on you." Su Ziqing's heart began to race uncontrollably, utterly bewildered by how his fate could shift so unpredictably in such a brief span of time. Soon after, a scene he had experienced countless times before unfolded before him. Su Ziqing distinctly felt the collective gaze of the crowd first lingering on his face, then shifting to his Adam's apple, and finally resting on his chest. Chapter 34. A Life Swapped? Are you all polite? The boy's pride took another blow, and he could not help but wish to cover his chest with both hands. This experience was profoundly uncomfortable. Throughout Su Ziqing's life, far too many had fixated on his throat and chest. Ultimately, the gazes seemed almost to speak. "Oh, it's a male?" However, the tone of this realization varied among different individuals. Su Ziqing loathed this sensation, despite clearly being a young man. Many insisted he was merely a girl disguised as a boy. Such narratives, common in romantic tales, continued to amuse and captivate audiences. The overwhelming shame and anxiety brought about by the scrutiny turned the youth's cheeks a vivid crimson. After a rosy hue graced his delicate features, he surprisingly appeared somewhat alluring. On the forum for borrowing the sword, a playful user had even edited a picture of him in women's attire. Once the image circulated, the comments were largely, not entirely unfeasible. Human nature, after all. Clad in the garb of a servant, the youth clenched his fists tightly. As his gaze swept across the crowd, he was momentarily taken aback upon meeting Chu Huaishu's eyes. Unlike those around him, which bore a scrutinizing and playful quality, Chu's eyes radiated an inexplicable sense of certainty and affirmation. Indeed, it was recognition. Su Ziqing could not fathom the reason behind it. Yet the sensitive heart of the young boy felt a sense of relief. He contemplated. After all, serving as a menial laborer is the same, regardless of where one does so. Perhaps it would be better to follow him? Su Ziqing harbored a distinct aversion towards the Lu family and their steward, yet felt no such resistance towards Chu Huaishu. While he was lost in thought, he heard the young man speak again. This time, however, he refrained from pointing at the laborer, seemingly deeming such an action inappropriate, his tone calm, yet resolute. Yes, I want this lad. Hearing these words, Su Ziqing's fondness for Chu Huaishu unexpectedly surged. Conversely, Lu Tianfeng and his companions began to entertain fanciful notions. Lu Qingqi, with an insatiable hunger in his gaze, could not help but steal a glance at Han Shuangjiang, his heart racing with surprise. Could it be that amidst such a captivating beauty, he would dare to choose this? It was bewildering how swiftly Chu Huaishu's intentions had shifted. He had initially shown no desire for a menial servant, yet now appeared resolutely determined. Lu Qinggong, with a penchant for delight, struggled to suppress his laughter. Fortunately, Lu Tianfeng, being older and more worldly, had encountered a myriad of peculiarities. After a moment of astonishment, he continued to flatter Chu Huaishu, stating, "In that case, this laborer shall be bestowed upon my esteemed nephew. Among scholars and poets, the exchange of concubines is often regarded as a refined and poetic affair." Lu Tianfeng believed that by this token, he and Chu Huaishu had achieved a certain sophistication. Surely, this could be seen as a gesture of goodwill. He felt a sense of contentment, convinced that this arrangement was secure. The persona of Steward Lu remained steadfast, shrewd yet perplexed. Steward Chow, bring forth the contract of servitude. The steward acted with remarkable efficiency. He did not forget to cast a glance at Su Ziqing, emanating the oppressive aura of a third-tier practitioner, and sternly commanded, "From this day forth, you shall follow my esteemed nephew and fulfill your duties diligently. Otherwise, as the outer gate steward overseeing external affairs, I shall not show leniency." At his age, he was quite adept at ingratiating himself, seizing every opportunity to do so. Upon receiving the contract from the steward, a smile blossomed on Chu Huaishu's face, radiating joy and satisfaction. He remained indifferent to how this smile might be interpreted by others. After all, with Su Ziqing's contract in hand, could it not be said that he had become the master of the protagonist in this world? Indeed, was he not, in essence, the master? Zhu Huaisu Ponde. The traveler within felt an inexhaustible ambition ignite. Two protagonists of the Eastern continent, one now serving as my diligent steward, and the other as my subordinate, have all come under my command. Dominating the Eastern continent is but a matter of time. He. Lu Tianfeng noticed that Chu Huaishu seemed even more elated after acquiring a subordinate than when receiving a substantial gift, prompting him to engage in further conversation to foster camaraderie. Acknowledging his advancing age, he no longer concerned himself with the peculiarities of the youth. Rather, he pondered whether he could leverage this connection to ascend to the favor of the sixth elder. Thus, the two exchanged pleasantries, enjoying a lively discourse. After a considerable time, the Lu family members took their leave. Outside the bamboo hut, only Chu Huaishu and the two protagonists remained. Han Shuangjiang stood to the side, discreetly observing them, her gaze tinged with a hint of disdain. In truth, her previous establishment had similar undertakings. What kind of gaze is that? Chu Huaishu shot her glare, feeling a slight aversion toward women due to his profession, but he was certainly not a mere catalog. The cold-faced girl immediately turned away, sensing the offense, as such matters remained deeply private and deserving of respect. Only Su Ziqing appeared somewhat at a loss. He was unfamiliar with both the male and female figures before him and was uncertain of his next course of action. Within the Lu residence, the butler would typically assign any menial tasks. Should he inquire about the location of the restroom? The diligent and eager young servant thought, already becoming somewhat accustomed to his role. It was evident that Chu Huaishu had a keen understanding of human nature from a young age. He did not assign any unpleasant tasks to Su Ziqing, instead instructing him to carry the gifts inside and conduct a simple categorization. A brief glance revealed that the items gifted by Lu Tianfeng were largely practical, primarily related to sustenance and attire. However, there seemed to be 2 vials of elixirs as well. Indeed, Su Ziqing responded with a bow, yet he found himself at a loss for how to address Chu Huaishu. Conventionally, one would refer to him as Sir, Young Master, or Lord. After organizing the refined young man, Chu Huaishu turned his attention to the cold-faced girl, who was still peeking. "You should thoroughly master the 8 Desolations dragon dance," he remarked with a hint of irritation. Han Shuangjiang, possessing a high level of comprehension, had already grasped the basics, though she was not yet proficient. "Oh," the icy demeanor replied, her expression unchanged, yet the hint of exasperation in his tone sparked a flicker of mischievous satisfaction within her. At this moment, while Chu Huaishu appeared to be idly engaged, he had serious matters to attend to. Through the bamboo door, he cast a glance at Su Ziqing, who was crouched inside, organizing the gifts and promptly sent forth an information probe. The vicissitudes of life are truly extraordinary. I was led up the mountain by Li Chunsong, yet inexplicably, he became a mere laborer. He could not help but feel a sense of wonder. At this moment, Chu Huaishu initially believed he would acquire only a scant amount of information. After all, his current overall strength was low, hence his authority for information detection was similarly limited. It was akin to him today casting a probe towards Han Shuangjiang's figure. The sole piece of information he gleaned was that the third aperture had opened. Chu Huaishu was aware that Han Shuangjiang possessed the spiritual embryo, Xianxia. However, information detection would not yield such a conclusion. This essentially conveyed to him that, given his current capabilities, he was unworthy of the privilege to investigate top-tier spiritual embryos. To be precise, he had merely been toying with information detection at the market. As a mere chi condensation stage cultivator, he could not discern the attributes of any disciple's spiritual embryo. Yet, unexpectedly, he had a surprising revelation in Su Ziqing's presence. Pseudo-spirituel embryo. How could he be a pseudo-spiritual embryo? After all, he was one of the prominent protagonists of the world, following the public testing of borrowing the sword. The levels of the four-world protagonists consistently surpassed those of the players. Thus, players could not possibly possess the authority to detect them. Consequently, Chu Huaishu was previously unaware that Su Ziqing was, in fact, a pseudo-spiritual embryo. How could this be? While Han Shuangjiang epitomized genius, Su Ziqing seemed to embody the path of the underdog. The protagonists of borrowing the sword indeed seemed to encompass a full spectrum of elements. However, upon further reflection, Chu Huaishu suddenly realized that among the four protagonists, Su Ziqing had consistently maintained the lowest realm, often lagging behind by an entire major realm, and at times even by two. Yet, despite this, no player underestimated him, nor deemed him the weakest. Chu Huaishu continued to observe the industrious silhouette of the refined young man. The reason was simple. This game was titled Borrowing the Sword. Why had that sword chosen him? He found it rather perplexing. That sword, left behind by the Taoist ancestor. Chapter 35. The terrifying protagonist of a world. Concerning this sword, the Xianwang realm is rife with legends, each varying in detail. One version states that the sword's core was crafted by the world's foremost artifact master a millennium ago, utilizing materials of extraordinary rarity. It is said to have absorbed a mysterious primordial power from the heavens and the earth, infusing it into the sword's body. Typically, a cultivator possesses numerous magical treasures, yet only the fated treasure will, through the cultivator's nurturing and enhancement, develop a semblance of sentience. Taking sword cultivators as an example, their fated treasure must be their own sword. They select the sword core, perform a blood oath of ownership, and their spirit is drawn forth to become their fated weapon. The sword cultivator continuously nourishes it. As the person grows stronger, so too does the sword. Gradually, a sword spirit emerges, resonating with the cultivator's intentions. Yet, this sword possesses an unusual nature. In its nascent phase as a mere sword embryo, it was imbued with a spirit of its own. At this juncture, the tale unfurls like the myth of a divine sword. Yet, this blade is not a celestial weapon. Rather, it is a thoroughly malevolent sword. The circumstances surrounding the demise of that esteemed and profoundly skilled master of weapon crafting remain shrouded in mystery, with no one knowing how he fell beneath its edge. It is only known that the wicked sword devours its master, growing ever more formidable. Numerous formidable beings from the realm of cultivation emerged, attempting to intimidate this sword. The incident even stirred the esteemed sword sect of the Eastern continent. However, none could obliterate it, nor could they subdue it. Anyone attempting to tame it would inevitably suffer its backlash, its malevolence unmatched. It was only when the Tao ancestor intervened that the sword was subdued and sheathed. Historical records, albeit obscure, suggest that the Tao ancestor hailed from a background as an alchemist, wielding a life-bound treasure in the form of a medicinal cauldron. Yet, he harbored a profound yearning for the sword path. Lacking a personal sword, he continuously identified himself as a sword cultivator. Whenever faced with adversaries, should a sword cultivator be present, he would borrow their sword. As the Tao ancestors' strength and renown burgeoned, overshadowing even the sword sovereign of the sword sect, sword cultivators across the land took pride in borrowing his spiritual sword. Eventually, the Tao ancestor established a unique, transcendent technique known as all swords return to the sect. This borrowing encompassed the swords of the entire world. It is said that upon the inception of this technique, a multitude of swords surged forth from a 100-mile radius, soaring into the heavens. Unlike certain sword sects that hoard their secrets, the Tao ancestor openly disseminated this technique, inviting all sword cultivators to partake. However, few could master it. From that point onward, whenever someone could invoke all swords return to the sect, nearby sword cultivators were typically eager to lend their swords, viewing it as a mark of honor among sword cultivators. Even after a millennium, this sentiment endures. In terms of self-proclaimed elegance, sword cultivators have always held the highest regard in the realm of cultivation. Thus, prior to the Tao ancestor's acquisition of that sword, this eminent figure of the age had persistently identified himself as a sword cultivator, borrowing other swords for his use. Nevertheless, following that event, the Tao ancestor finally possessed his own sword, a sword that devours its master. The legends surrounding this sword are numerous, with countless versions circulating in the forums. Chu Huai Su has encountered over a dozen variations, with this being merely the most popular. Another version posits that this sword was always the Tao ancestor's lifebound sword, nurtured in silence without ever being drawn, hence his habitual borrowing. It is said that only upon achieving mastery did the divine sword itself attain its full potential. In essence, narratives of both righteousness and malevolence exist. Adhering to the principle of neither believing nor spreading rumors, he merely glances at them casually. After all, this sword belongs to Su Ziqing. It has no bearing on him, and Chu Huai Su views it merely as a source of amusement. However, he has traversed time, finding himself in the year 1990 of the Xian calendar, and that sword remains unclaimed. Moreover, Chu Huaishu is aware of its precise location. It lies atop that mountain. Furthermore, he is acutely cognizant of the means by which one may attain the privilege to ascend the mountain. With his thoughts racing, Chu Huaishu withdrew his gaze from Su Ziqing. Presently, it is uncertain whether my role as a time traveler has instigated a butterfly effect. At the very least, the narrative arcs of these two protagonists have diverged from their original course. Whether this divergence is fortuitous or detrimental remains to be seen. Observing that Su Ziqing has meticulously sorted the gifts, Chu Huaishu finally stepped into the room. The handsome youth crouching on the floor glanced up at him, enviously contemplating Chu Huaishu's height. He often mused that if he were not so diminutive, perhaps his overall appearance would be more appealing. After a cursory examination of the practical living supplies, Chu Huaishu could not help but inquire, "Have you checked for any silver coins within?" "Oh, no," Su Ziqing replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Chu Huaishu silently cursed under his breath. How could they have neglected such an essential detail? His attention then shifted to two jade vials positioned nearby. Each vial bore a label inscribed with the name of a spiritual elixir, the Gathering Chi Pill. This is indeed a valuable item at this stage. Consuming the Gathering Chi Pill accelerates the absorption of spiritual energy into the body. During the Chi opening stage, this significantly aids in the opening of the acupoints. However, this is where its benefits cease. Without the 9 acupoints opened, one cannot access the Xianwang's secret repository. Once spiritual energy is absorbed, it cannot be retained within the body nor transformed into spiritual power. Only after all 9 acupoints are opened, and one has acquired the foundational cultivation method, can the Gathering Chi Pill be ingested, thereby hastening the conversion of spiritual power, one day of rigorous training equating to several days of progress. The specific efficacy varies from individual to individual. Those with superior talents experience a more pronounced effect from the elixir. It is truly exasperating. For players, this equates to an enhancement in cultivation experience following the consumption of the elixir. Each vial contains 10 pills. Chu Huaishu understands that should this elixir be given to Han Shuangjiang, the cold-faced girl would experience a dramatic acceleration in her cultivation speed at the foundational level. However, it is advisable for cultivators to consume elixirs judiciously. Excessive reliance may hinder one's potential. Nonetheless, the definition of moderation varies from person to person. The Gathering Chi Pill, being a conventional elixir, appears to pose no risk when consumed in quantities of 10 or fewer, he mused. It seems reasonable for Lu Tianfeng to provide 20 pills for both himself and Han Shuangjiang. Players, however, are spared such dilemmas, as the system will issue warnings in the event of excessive consumption. Certainly, the whimsical nature of certain players inevitably leads to instances where individuals, still in their rebellious youth, adamantly declare their intentions. This results in characters advancing in levels, yet their spirit embryo attributes being diminished. After surveying the items within the room, Chu Huaishu stepped outside with Su Ziqing. Outside, Han Shuangjiang was still practicing her palm techniques. After a brief period of practice, she had become increasingly adept at 8 Desolations Dragon. This was the first time the cold-faced girl had learned martial arts, and she was now quite engrossed, fully immersed in her training and relishing the experience. With each consecutive strike, she generated waves of gusting wind. Observing from the side, Chu Huaishu found it to be quite a delightful spectacle. In this realm, devoid of mobile phones or videos, the options for entertainment were exceedingly limited. Watching a beautiful woman practicing her martial arts was indeed a pleasant diversion. However, he noticed out of the corner of his eye that Su Ziqing was also watching intently. Perhaps a tad too focused, almost lost in the moment. What do you wish to learn? Chu Huaisu Gasu Zima? It was only then that Su Ziqing snapped back to reality, as if awakening from a dream. The youth, eager to enter the path of cultivation, had even taken on menial tasks. With a flicker of inspiration, he decided to make an attempt to showcase his abilities. Thus, he tentatively nodded. To his surprise, his new master readily agreed. Very well, Chu Huaishu replied nonchalantly. The handsome youth glanced once more at Han Shuangjiang before suddenly launching forward with a palm strike. Whoosh! The gust of wind surged forth. He had indeed learned it. Chapter 36, The Opening of the Secret Realm. A fierce gale of palm wind howled towards him. Su Ziqing's execution of 8 Desolations Dragon was impeccably standard, having mastered its essence entirely. Chu Huaishu watched with a slight furrow in his brow. He was not particularly surprised, yet he felt a twinge of frustration. Damn it, truly infuriating. He seriously suspected that Su Ziqing's character panel read, though pseudo-spirit embryo, comprehension 10. This was a world of cultivation, not a martial arts realm. Thus there existed no true energy. Mundane martial arts merely entailed learning techniques. However, having merely glanced at it, he had already mastered it. With this thought, he found himself repeating internally, damn it, truly infuriating. Should I charge him 10 taels of tuition? After concluding his strike, Su Ziqing covertly observed Chu Huaisu. The youth harbored a desire to showcase himself. Yet, the response he received was merely a lukewarm, quite good. Han Shuangjiang, standing nearby, also noted their interaction and was inwardly astonished. However, the cold-faced girl was always inscrutable, her emotions hidden behind a stoic expression, leaving no discernible clues. This left Su Ziqing feeling a profound sense of disappointment. Indeed, in the presence of practitioners, my efforts seem trivial. You merely possess the martial skills of an ordinary person, easily grasped, and not the profound techniques of a true cultivator. So what is remarkable about that? Su Ziqing felt a deep sense of frustration, uncertain of how he might seize an opportunity for cultivation. Burdened by a sea of blood debts, his emotions were tumultuous, and he yearned to showcase his strengths, even resorting to desperate measures. Chu Huaishu, however, could discern his thoughts, yet recognized that the moment was not opportune. Being merely a registered disciple himself, he lacked the authority to impart techniques to others, which would constitute a grave breach of Sect protocol. He wondered if the old cow could perhaps intervene. At this moment, Chu Huaishu felt a surge of reflection. Had it not been for a fortuitous twist of fate that allowed him to take Su Ziqing's place on the mountain, he would have had to seek an alternative path or, following the original arrangement, serve as a covert laborer in the outer sect. In such circumstances, he too would likely have been consumed by the need to prove himself, striving for a chance to cultivate. As he observed this world as protagonist, he pondered further. Like my former self, he was also a pseudo-spiritual embryo. Furthermore, according to the original character arc, he would draw forth that sword. Thus, might the sword refining technique, which aligns so well with me, also be suitably attuned to him. As Chu Huaishu's thoughts spiraled, he found them increasingly plausible. Misery is lessened when shared. Yet the despondent and elegant laborer remained oblivious to all of this. Perhaps I should just go clean the latrines, he mused. The sun was setting. Although a new laborer had joined the household, the responsibility for meals still rested with Han Shuangjiang. The reason was straightforward. Su Ziqing had only a rudimentary grasp of culinary arts, producing a rather unpalatable fare, and he possessed no innate talent for cooking. Fortunately, the washing of dishes was now assigned to the laborer. This arrangement perfectly aligned with Chu Huaishu's criteria for accepting a subordinate. Stick with me, and as long as I have a meal, you'll have a bowl to wash. Su Ziqing's bedroom was naturally situated within Chu Huaishu's bamboo dwelling, which comprised 2 rooms, one large and one small. Though the living conditions of a registered disciple were not shabby, One must not forget that starting next month, they would be required to pay rent to the sect. That night, Chu Huaishu refrained from practicing the sword refining technique. Having just ascended 3 levels, he still bore the shadow of that experience and wished to avoid further trials in the dead of night. Yet, with no entertainment to occupy him, he felt a twinge of boredom. No wonder cultivation emphasizes wealth, law, companions, and land. With a companion, perhaps solitude would not feel so burdensome. With idle time on his hands, Chu Huaishu began to devise a plan based on his experiences as a player. However, he was still in the chi-nourishing stage, limiting his options. He realized he must reach the first realm as soon as possible. As the night deepened, Chu Huaishu removed his robe, accustomed to sleeping in the nude. At the stroke of midnight, he suddenly opened his eyes and gazed at the storage token resting on his garments. An indescribable and mysterious aura emanated from it. Rising from the bed, he picked up the token and extracted an object from within. A fragment of the Dan Wang token, resembling mutton fat jade, lay in the palm of his hand, emanating a faint glow. Is the secret realm about to open? Chu Huaishu's pupils narrowed as his heartbeat quickened. He donned his robe and stepped outside. At the same moment, Han Shuangjiang from the neighboring bamboo house also emerged, holding a fragment of the Dan Wang token. Just as I intended to seek your confirmation, Chu Huaishu remarked, it appears that this secret realm is indeed on the verge of opening. He smiled subtly. Han Shuangjiang nodded slightly, glancing at the jade fragment in her palm, her emotions a mix of excitement and anxiety. Shall we head to the coal pool now? She inquired. To my surprise, you are quite the impatient one. Chu Huaishu chuckled. Han Shuangjiang, upon hearing this, pursed her lips and fell silent, fearing further ridicule. There is no need to rush. We must prepare ourselves. Who knows how long we will dwell in the secret realm? The experienced companion advised. Previously, many wealthy women had commissioned him for dungeon runs due to his formidable strength and amiable demeanor in solitary company. It's somewhat akin to assembling a team for an escape room in a cultivation world, he mused. Did not Steward Niu mention that we must gather the Dan Wang tokens to unlock the secret realm? Thus, we need not hurry. Without our presence, they cannot enter. Chu Huaishu waved his hand dismissively. At this juncture, his eyes narrowed, and he added, moreover, those Lu fellows are likely convening a small meeting to strategize their actions within the secret realm. Meanwhile, in the realm of medicinal mountains, Lu Chengqi had yet to rest. Having just concluded his activities, a soft, fragrant body lay in his embrace, the woman's delicate toes gently tracing circles on his calf. Lu Xiao, you are truly remarkable, she breathed, her voice soft and soothing as she nuzzled against his neck. Is that so? Junior sister Chun, who is more remarkable, you or I? Lu Qingqi inquired, his hand trailing down her spine to explore further. One could not deny that his tastes remained consistent, as he relished this kind of interaction. Of course, you are more impressive. Tonight, you surpass all previous encounters as if what? Lu Qingqi pinched her pert form, his tone laced with pride and anticipation. As if I had consumed a medicinal pill, she replied. At her words, Lu Qingqi's hand stiffened abruptly, and his expression darkened. Because he had indeed consumed the elixir, he suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon his storage token. Lu Qingqi swiftly rose and retrieved the fragment of a jade plate from within. Gazing at the enigmatic glimmer, an overwhelming joy welled up within him, and he could not help but laugh aloud. At last, the secret realm has finally opened. Ha ha ha. He had awaited this day for a long time. However, he had not anticipated that Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang would be so fortunate as to receive the Dan Wang token just as the secret realm commenced. Had they arrived a mere few days earlier, they would have had no opportunity to enter at all. A shadow of gloom clouded Lu Qingqi's eyes. Such an opportunity was truly undesired to be shared with others, yet he felt powerless to alter the situation. The woman who had been reclining on the bed immediately rose, her face radiant with joy as she exclaimed, "Congratulations, Senior Brother Lu." It was evident that she was also aware of the secret realm's significance. The reason was simple. This pinnacle disciple of the Xianxia stage had been meticulously selected by Elder Lu as one of the 9, destined to accompany his beloved son into the secret realm, where they would be allocated token fragments. However, as 2 fragments had been bestowed upon others, there was no need for the 9 guardians, and only 7 could descend. You may wait here. I shall return to inform my father of this matter, Lu Qingqi urged. Eager to send her away, though he had already consumed the elixir, he would not dismiss his junior sister at once. He intended to wait until he had fully absorbed its effects. Yet, the pressing matter at hand took precedence. In any case, she appeared somewhat relieved. I am a naturally gifted fire spirit of the highest caliber. Once I recover, the supreme path awaits me. What could Chu Huaishu, supported by Elder Lu, do now? As long as he could enter the inner sect and elevate his cultivation, he might very well become a disciple of an elder. Perhaps even a disciple of the sect master. As for Han Shuangjiang, the effects of the elixir had yet to wear off. Lu Qingqi licked his lips, contemplating whether the secret realm held the treasures he sought. Without delay, Lu Qingqi set off to find Lu Tianfeng. However, Lu Tianfeng was not at home. He had discovered the presence of 7 fragments within his storage token long ago, and sensed that something was amiss. At this moment, the elder stood beside the cold pool. Where the chilling aura at the bottom was something even his formidable cultivation could not withstand for long. As Lu Tianfeng probed his consciousness downward, he immediately perceived something amiss. The coldness had, indeed, nearly dissipated. No, it was as if the coldness had been entirely absorbed. Chapter 37, The Seventh Gate. The following day, early in the morning, Lu Tianfeng led the others to seek out Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang. Clearly, with the secret realm's opening, the Lu father and son, having plotted for so long, could hardly contain their eagerness. Niu Yuanshan was also brought along by Elder Lu. He prepared to summon the affable old man to guard them outside the mysterious realm. If any unforeseen circumstances arose, he would have the opportunity to lend a hand, wouldn't he? The old bull readily agreed to such a request. In Lu Tianfeng's eyes, this young bovine was as accommodating and warm-hearted as ever. Unbeknownst to him, this perfectly aligned with Niu Yuanshan's intentions. The old bull harbored an immense curiosity about Chu Huaishu, yet he was reluctant to face any repercussions. However, the act of probing voluntarily was distinctly different from being called upon to assist. Moreover, he naturally hoped for Chu Huaishu's success in conquering this Taoist realm, as it would mean that the benefits therein would be entirely appropriated by our organization. Thus, today was not merely an endeavor to draw near to this fellow practitioner, nor was it to satisfy my personal curiosity. It was an operation. It marked my inaugural collaboration with this newcomer within the Taoist domain. Chu Huaishu, having made all necessary preparations the previous night, stretched lazily under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The so-called preparations merely entailed stocking the storage token with provisions, water, daily necessities, and bringing along the assistant Han Shuangjiang. Today, he thought, let me observe how effective you are as the protagonist of this world. He turned to address the little servant, entrusting him with duties at home. Su Ziqing nodded and replied respectfully, understood. Little did he expect that upon arriving here, he would find himself utterly alone. The little servant felt a profound envy at their opportunity to explore the mysterious realm, wondering if he might ever have such fortune in the future. Thus, the group made their way to the cold pool. Along the journey, Chu Huaishu discreetly observed the named disciples following Lu Qingqi, who were also surreptitiously sizing him and Han Shuangjiang up. Lu Tianfeng provided a brief introduction and consistently urged these peak qi condensation named disciples to ensure the safety of the two. Yet, what this old fellow truly thought remained known only to himself. Upon reaching their destination, everyone began to examine the cold pool before them. Nearby, some cold attribute spiritual herbs were cultivated, which typically absorbed the chill emanating from a pool. On ordinary days, one would feel an overwhelming coldness upon approaching the cold pool. However, today it resembled an ordinary body of water, with the chilling aura having vanished without a trace. Lu Tianfeng retrieved 10 azure beads from his storage token and distributed them to the group, saying, "These are water-repelling beads. You should take them." Han Shuangjiang and the junior sister Chen's eyes brightened at this, for it was clear that for women, diving directly into the water could lead to an enticing display of wetness. After witnessing everyone carefully tucking the water droplets into their bosoms, Steward Lu began to impart his final instructions. Within each portal and secret realm, the mysteries remain unknown to all. However, there is one thing you may rest assured of. Although the inner sanctum may harbor dangers, these are merely trials set forth by your predecessors and will not claim your lives. Furthermore, you must diligently adhere to the rules of the gate. All opportunities are meant for those with destiny, and do not disrupt the order by turning against your fellow disciples. His words subtly hinted at Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang, cautioning them against abusing their backgrounds for reckless pursuits. After all, such behavior is strictly forbidden and if discovered, even Elder Lu would be unable to shield them from the consequences. As for the 7 named disciples he dispatched, each was meticulously chosen from among his most trusted confidants. Each one had been nurtured under his guidance, and many benefits had been promised for this endeavor. Under normal circumstances, once the named disciples had fully opened their 9 acupoints, they would be eager to rush to the library pavilion, rather than remaining idle as they were, biding their time for the secret realm to open. Their purpose was clear. Upon entry, they would lend their utmost support to Lu Xianxia, assisting him in his efforts. Now, go forth, Lu Tianfeng declared with a sweeping gesture. Niu Yuanshan stood by, wearing a smile, yet remaining largely silent, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Huaishu. The 5th acupoint? Has he truly opened the 5th acupoint? Niu Yuanshan could scarcely fathom how this was achieved. He distinctly recalled that fateful night when Elder Lu sought him out again, inquiring about the origins of the jade slip containing the sword refining technique, labeling it as an evil art. At that time, he had harbored some concern. In hindsight, might it be that precisely because it is an evil art, his progress has been so rapid? This gentle, middle-aged man with thick brows and large eyes began to harbor a sense of unease. Unbeknownst to him, he had come to regard Chu Huaishu as a younger member of his own family. At this moment, under Lu Tianfeng's watchful gaze, a slightly plump, named disciple was the first to leap into the cold pool. The water droplets proved to be quite remarkable. As he jumped in, hardly a splash was made. One by one, the others followed suit into the frigid waters, with Chu Huaishu being the last to enter. The pool was deep, and after swimming for some time, they gathered at the bottom according to Lu Tianfeng's instructions, collectively retrieving the fragments of the Pill King's token. The shards, emanating a faint glow, began to float independently in the water before converging together. The dim light gradually intensified, and suddenly, a massive whirlpool appeared at the bottom of the pool. The 10 of them had no time to react before being entirely drawn into the vortex. A sensation of spinning overtook them, inducing nausea, while their vision blurred, rendering their surroundings indistinct. Some of the more anxious, named disciples felt their hearts leap into their throats. Only Chu Huaishu steadfastly held on, maintaining a stable mindset. The reason was quite simple. The moment the vortex appeared, a system notification echoed in his ears. Ding! Entering the dungeon. Dan Wong token. Dungeon is initializing. It turned out they were in the process of loading. After nearly a minute, everyone fell heavily to the ground from a height of about 1 meter. The majority of the registered disciples cried out in pain, while Han Shuangjiang let out a muffled grunt. Only Chu Huaishu remained silent, feeling slightly nauseous. Such a trivial pain, what was all the fuss about? He was the first to rise from the ground and looked ahead. He was uncertain whether they were in the depths of the cold pool or elsewhere. At this moment, 10 entrances lay before him, resembling 10 caves. Did this signify that the 10 of them were to separate and choose an entrance each? Lu Xianxia furrowed his brow. For some reason, after he spoke, he instinctively glanced at Chu Huaishu, seeking his insight. However, to his surprise, Chu Huaishu directly called Han Shuangjiang aside, and the two began to whisper, completely ignoring him. Which one do you want? Follow your intuition, he softly advised the icy maiden, not knowing his intentions. She raised her gaze and scanned the 10 entrances. The 7th one, starting from the left, she said, with no other reason than that she favored the number 7 out of 1 to 10. Anzai, Chu Huaishu, note that. He then turned to Lu Xianxia and the others, proclaiming, have you all not made your selections yet? If not, shall I go first? We will choose these 2 entrances. He gestured towards the 7th and 8th. Lu Xianxia's expression darkened slightly, displeased. However, he preferred the 9th himself, after all. 9 is the ultimate number. Thus, his gaze shifted, and eventually he merely smiled and replied, very well. The 7th and 8th shall be left for junior brother Chu and junior sister Han. Before long, everyone had chosen their entrances. Shall we proceed? Lu Xianxia took the initiative to guide the group again. This time, Chu Huaishu finally acknowledged him aright. The group moved forward, a sense of eagerness palpable among them. Just as Han Shuangjiang was about to enter her chosen entrance, a large hand suddenly grasped her arm. What's wrong? She looked questioningly at Chu Huaishu, who held her. Even through her clothing, she could feel the warmth of his hand. Chu Huaishu, still holding her arm, gazed in her eyes. We want to be separated. I will enter with you. Chapter 38. Han Shuangjiang's embarrassment and indignation. Han Shuangjiang was perplexed as to why Chu Huaishu insisted on entering the same entrance with her. It seemed like a waste of an entry point, statistically speaking, not a favorable decision. If the concern was that entering alone might lead to challenges that one could not adequately face, that reasoning was flawed. After all, the senior had designed 10 entrances, presumably with the intention that each person would take one. If their abilities were sufficiently exceptional, they should be able to withstand the trials. After pondering for a moment, she suggested, perhaps we should split up. If I find anything of value here, I will bring it back for you. She had contemplated this prior to entering the secret realm. If she truly acquired something, she would bestow it upon Chu Huaishu. The previous turmoil had arisen because of her, and all the issues had been resolved by him. She was always quite clear about these matters. Initially, she had intended to give him the fragment of the jade token, but he had refused. Unexpectedly, upon hearing her words, Chu Huaishu remained steadfast, shaking his head. Trust me, we stick together, he declared. Oldait, ansuangian conceded, no longer insisting. The seasoned Chu Huaishu understood, well, that opportunities are not always meant to be shared simply because one desires to do so. He had no intention of gambling on probabilities or relying on luck. He preferred to believe that this young woman, endowed with great fortune, was his lucky charm. Observe closely. This is how the protagonist of the world operates. Before entering the 7th entrance, Han Shuangjiang cast a glance at the adjacent 8th entrance, feeling a twinge of regret. Stop looking. Trust your instincts, Chu Huaishu advised. I believe in you. Perhaps you will bring me good fortune. He treated the world's protagonist as a treasure-seeking mouse. The cool-faced girl felt a slight tightening of her lips, sensing that this cheeky fellow was placing pressure on her. Time was of the essence, as others rushed into the cave, and they could not afford to delay any further. The two ventured inside, where the space was quite confined. It evoked a sense akin to that found in Peach Blossom Spring. Initially extremely narrow, it soon opened up after several dozen steps. Yet just as it widened, they were confronted with two diverging paths. It felt like a labyrinth. Chu Huaishu squinted and spoke. This seems like a maze. Han Shuangjiang nodded and proposed. Should we mark our path? That works, Chu Huaishu replied nonchalantly. He was indifferent to her wishes. For him, it was not necessary, as he possessed a mapping function. Wherever he had traversed, the map would unfold, allowing for future reference, thus eliminating the need for any markers. However, the dungeon did not allow for precise location tracking unless there was a level suppression in place. Before long, Han Shuangjiang sensed that this man was again exerting pressure on her. Which path should we take? He inquired. The iceberg, filled with helplessness, glanced around before choosing the right path. All right, let's have a meal. Chu Huaishu instinctively uttered a phrase in English, leaving Han Shuangjiang in a state of confusion. Yet she hastily followed suit. Indeed, after a brief walk, they encountered yet another fork in the road, this time diverging into 3 paths. Choose one, Chu Huaishu prompted again. Han Shuangjiang surveyed the options and suggested, how about the middle one? Very well, let's take that path. He readily acquiesced. Thus, Chu Huaishu continued marching forward without pause, leaving Han Shuangjiang alone at the fork to mark their route. By the time she finished, he had already ventured far ahead, prompting her to bite her lip in frustration as she gazed at his swiftly retreating figure before hastily jogging to catch up. In this manner, they traversed 10 forks in quick succession. Soon, they arrived at a vast clearing, where 6 paths lay before them. Chu Huaishu once again pressed Han Shuangjiang for a decision. Choose, he urged. The cold-faced girl's expression grew even more frigid, revealing her displeasure. Can't you choose one yourself? She furrowed her brows and inquired. We agreed that all opportunities belong to you. You can't leave it all to me. What if we choose incorrectly and you blame me later? That's not possible. Chu Huaishu retorted, displaying a rather shameless demeanor. I must confess, I am quite directionally challenged. He began to fabricate excuses. As a young girl, Han Shuangjiang felt a wave of indignation rise within her. Then you should leave markers. She felt somewhat aggrieved, sensing that all the tedious tasks fell upon her, while he strode ahead with nonchalance. Am I not merely leading the way to scout for dangers? How do you know there aren't any lurking here? What if this isn't just a maze? Chu Huaishu argued with a sense of righteousness. Han Shuangjiang stared at him in disbelief, inwardly cursing, this shameless fox. Ironically, as she devised nicknames, he seemed to share the same understanding. With her perpetually cold demeanor, her irritation only intensified the chill. Hurry and choose between these 2 paths. Chu Huaishu urged with unusual impatience. Big iceberg? Han Shuangjiang was taken aback, her thoughts echoing. One unpleasant nickname, while little iceberg felt somewhat endearing. Big iceberg struck her as foolish. In her exasperation, she instinctively pointed to the left path, declaring, "Then this one." This time, she strode ahead briskly without leaving any markers. Chu Huaishu observed the sulking girl, finding her demeanor amusing rather than troubling. The colder she became, the more he felt compelled to tease her. Relying on his map feature, he felt no need to leave any markers. He gazed at Han Shuangjiang's alluring silhouette, captivated by the graceful swaying of her voluptuous form as she strode confidently ahead. Without hesitation, he quickened his pace to catch up with her. Yet, upon reaching her side, he abruptly turned and scurried back to mark the entrance. The girl he referred to as Big Ice Block glanced back, letting out a soft hum, feeling a surge of satisfaction in her heart. Little did she know, at that moment, Chu Huaishu was profoundly unsettled. The reason was quite simple. All 10 previous entrances had been meticulously recorded on the map, yet this particular one remained unmarked. According to the system's mapping feature, the path ahead was shrouded in darkness, but as long as he pressed forward, the trails traversed would manifest on the map and be preserved. However, this path remained elusive. After taking merely a few steps, darkness persisted, and no new routes appeared on the map. The only visible expanse was the vast emptiness they had just traversed. Having chosen the second entrance out of 6, it was as if he were stuck, with no new path emerging. Was my authority too limited? Chu Huaishu pondered, deciding that marking the spot was prudent. Thus, the pair continued their journey, persistently making choices for nearly an hour. Han Shuangjiang's confidence began to wane. The space beneath this cold pool was unexpectedly vast. She couldn't help but exclaim. Moreover, since they had initially entered through 10 different entrances and had yet to encounter any of the others, it was evident that the paths were indeed disconnected. Did we perhaps choose incorrectly from the outset? She glanced at Chu Huaishu, voicing her thoughts. It is entirely normal for you to feel uncertain, Chu Huaishu reassured her. From his perspective, Han Shuangjiang was new to the realm of cultivation, lacking exposure to any fortuitous encounters, unaware that she possessed great fortune that would lead to numerous adventures, as if the entire world revolved around her. It was akin to how many people believe in their good fortune, only to realize its truth after experiencing continual sweet rewards. Chu Huaishu looked at her and shifted the topic. But I have faith in you. Do not feel pressured, Big Ice Block. Han Shuangjiang retorted. Well then, you sly fox. Which path did you choose for yourself, you rascal? The cold-faced girl took a deep breath, gritting her teeth to persist in making choices. She still could not comprehend why it was her responsibility to decide. She felt no obligation to bear the weight of this task. Thus, they continued to wander for nearly another half hour. They remained ensnared in the labyrinth, having neither exited nor returned to any previously marked entrance, essentially making no progress. Perhaps you should choose this time? Han Shuangjiang had moved past her initial irritation, now feeling a hint of despondency. The endless cycle of choices and walking seemed to stretch infinitely, leading one to incessantly doubt oneself. She was uncertain whether she had made the wrong choice. Yet she also questioned if she was indeed right, left only with an endless sense of bewilderment. Had it been solely her, with her obstinate nature, she would not have succumbed to such emotions, perhaps even engaging in a mental tussle with herself. However, the predicament lay in the fact that she had been assisting Chu Huaishu in making choices. This inevitably altered one's mindset. Upon hearing her reluctance to choose a path, Chu Huaishu refrained from answering her query and instead inquired, "Are you hungry? Truly, you should decide. I fear I have led you into a dead end." Han Shuangjiang ignored his question. "It is noon. Have you consumed the cake you prepared?" Chu Huaishu continued. "Why do you insist that I choose? What significance does it hold? Have a piece?" He promptly retrieved 2 slices of the cake. Han Shuangjiang, exasperated, fixed her beautiful gaze upon him, her icy demeanor gradually thawing, her anger infusing her with a newfound vitality and a different kind of beauty. Under his scrutiny, Chu Huaishu had already begun to nibble. "You truly won't eat?" He offered her the cake. "I will eat," she replied, her tone frosty. After satisfying their hunger, they resumed their journey. After walking for about a stick of incense, Chu Huaishu noticed Han Shuangjiang seemed hesitant to speak. Initially, he assumed she was reluctant to make another choice and did not press her. However, after a considerable pause, she appeared increasingly restless, her discomfort evident. Although she possessed long, graceful legs and could barely keep pace with Chu Huaishu's swift strides, she was now lagging behind. This seasoned companion was meticulous, as such attention to detail ensured high-quality service and emotional value for her clients. Chu Huaishu, sensing her unease, ventured, "You wouldn't be Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a faint blush adorning Han Shuangjiang's cheeks. This time, she eagerly selected a path, stating, "Let us take the middle one. You go ahead, I will be there shortly. Do not wait for me. Moreover, do not look back." As she spoke, her voice grew softer, the last two words rising in pitch, followed by a slight bow of her head. She clearly avoided his gaze. Yet her expression was tinged with embarrassment and indignation. Chu Huaishu correctly deduced her predicament. She needed to relieve herself. Chapter 39. The Sword of the Heart. It is often said that humans have 3 urgent needs. But what exactly are these 3? They are, in truth, the calls of nature. As previously mentioned, the Xianhuang realm is one of cultivation, not immortality, hence the absence of fasting periods. This implies that the fairies of Xianhuang must also. Chu Huaishu possessed a commendable understanding of human physiology. He knew that the bladder capacity of adult males exceeds that of females by approximately 100 milliliters. This suggests that men are less prone to the urge to urinate and can endure longer. Additionally, the male urethra is long and curved, which aids in controlling the timing of urination. Conversely, the female urethra is short and straight, rendering them more susceptible to external stimuli, thereby triggering the urge to urinate. Consequently, in certain peculiar situations, they may exclaim urgently, "I need to go." If there are issues with the pelvic floor muscles, the situation becomes even more dire. Chu Huaishu is acutely aware that jesting is inappropriate in such moments. After all, she is a maiden of the Xianhuang realm, not merely a courtesan from Earth. Despite this sister Han's background in the pleasure quarters and her extensive theoretical knowledge, she harbors a strong aversion to her past, making certain jokes particularly unwelcome. As a fellow practitioner, Chu Huaishu is keen to extend her the respect she deserves in the industry. He merely cast a sidelong glance at the blushing and indignant Han Shuangjiang, refraining from uttering a word as he strode purposefully ahead. As he continued, he deliberately increased his pace, his footsteps echoing like a rhythmic stomp, allowing her to hear his steady advance for reassurance. Watching his silhouette fade from view, she promptly moved forward to the farthest corner, shedding her robe and undergarments. However, the stillness of the secret realm was profound. Thus, she could distinctly hear the sound of water flowing. It was likely that Chu Huaishu had already ventured far away, even with her heightened senses from breaking through. She probably could not hear him anymore. Yet, as she listened to the sound of water, she couldn't help but press her lips tightly together. Her hands gripping her robe with fervor, her delicate face flushed as if it might bleed. After hastily concluding her business, she quickly donned her undergarments, attempting to conceal her ample and exquisite figure. She pulled up her undergarments with such force that they clung tightly to her skin, inadvertently revealing her affluent background. Han Shuangjiang glanced forward, noting that faint footsteps still echoed from within. He must be stomping with considerable force. The cold-faced maiden lowered her head slightly, an unexpected smile gracing her lips, melting her icy demeanor. After tidying her outer garment, she began to walk inward, initially with brisk steps, yet gradually slowing down. Especially upon catching sight of Chu Huaishu's figure, the awkwardness was palpable. To her surprise, the man remarked brusquely, "Why are you walking so slowly? Hurry up. I need to relieve myself too. When we reach the next fork, you go ahead and don't dare to peek. I'm warning you. Who want to look at you?" Han Shuangjiang immediately adopted a frosty expression, her tone returning to its usual chill, as if she found him particularly exasperating. Yet, all traces of awkwardness dissipated in an instant. The path stretched on, and she noticed that Chu Huaishu maintained a leisurely pace, neither hastening nor slowing. This realization led her to conclude that he likely was not in urgent need, perhaps deliberately alleviating the tension. With this thought, Han Shuangjiang couldn't help but cast a lingering gaze at his retreating figure. She felt the pressure mounting, yet the fox displayed a glimmer of conscience, she mused. Upon reaching a new fork in the road, Chu Huaishu surprisingly did not relieve himself, as if he had entirely forgotten about it. Han Shuangjiang, having developed a conditioned reflex, casually glanced at the bifurcation before her and suggested, "Let's choose the left path." Just as she intended to proceed, her arm was abruptly seized by Chu Huaishu. "Hold on," he frowned. "What is the matter?" Han Shuangjiang's anxiety mirrored his own. "I have an unsettling feeling that something is amiss." He peered ahead. "In what regard?" she inquired. Gradually, the tension in Chu Huaishu's brow eased, and a smile emerged upon his face. "This is rather intriguing. I believe I have discerned the situation," he declared with a spirited voice. This is not a labyrinth at all. It is merely an illusion. No sooner had he spoken than the world around them began to crumble. Everything disintegrated, akin to a shattered mirror, giving rise to a myriad of irregular fissures. Blinding light streamed through these crevices, rendering it impossible to open one's eyes. Eventually, as the fragments turned to dust, the intense radiance obscured their vision entirely. When their sight gradually returned, they found themselves standing upon a vast expanse of ground, paved with bluestone slabs. Is this the 11th fork? Han Xianxia exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Chu Huaishi replied with an understanding smile. He had previously found it peculiar that upon arriving at this open space and selecting one of the 6 paths on the map, they had not continued to explore, as if the system had frozen. It turns out my level was not too low, preventing access. We have merely been circling this expansive area, never truly venturing beyond. Chu Huaishu glanced back, noting that 10 paths led to this location. So, no matter which route we chose at the entrance of the secret realm, it ultimately leads us here, he posited. After voicing his hypothesis, he turned to Han Shuangjiang, teasingly declaring, "Big ice block, I told you you're my lucky star." Han Shuangjiang, meeting his intense gaze, slightly diverted her own, feeling somewhat perplexed. "Zhu Huaisu see that? Didn't we encounter 10 forks earlier? Did you not mark your choices each time? We have not lost our way within. If my reasoning holds true, then all 10 entrances of the secret realm converge here, while others may still be ensnared in the labyrinth ahead. Some intersections require a binary choice, others a ternary, and some even a quaternary. This denotes a complexity within. You have made the right choice each time over the course of 10 selections." Upon hearing this, Han Shuangjiang was taken aback by her own realization. Is it truly so? Chu Huaisu places great trust in her, yet she struggles to trust herself. Furthermore, could it be that what preceded was merely an illusion? She remains skeptical. Naturally, Chu Huaisu refrains from revealing that his map is capable of recording and preserving details. He merely shakes his head, choosing not to elaborate. He is astonished himself, achieving success on all 10 attempts. Could this be the terrifying aspect of possessing great fortune? A shiver runs down his spine. At this moment, he scans his surroundings and notices a puddle of water on the nearby bluestone slab, starkly contrasting with the arid terrain around it. Han Shuangjiang follows his gaze and instantly falls into a state of social embarrassment, her eyes flustered and cheeks flushed. Fortunately, Chu Huaisu quickly diverts his attention. After all, what is appealing about such a sight? His mind is preoccupied with another matter. The moment he utters the word illusion, a peculiar shift occurs within him. His spiritual embryo is heart sword. Within his sea of consciousness, a pitch-black sword hovers. Chu Huaisu has always felt a connection with it, sensing its spiritual essence. Yet, it appears lethargic, as if it were barely alive. To this day, he remains unaware of its purpose. However, as he resolutely speaks the word illusion, the dark little sword in his sea of consciousness subtly trembles, just a slight movement. Immediately thereafter, the entire illusion shatters as if slicing through all deceit. Chapter 40. The Great Female Protagonist. Could this be the mystery of my spiritual embryo? Chu Huaisu falls into deep contemplation. Observing that the illusion has collapsed, Han Shuangjiang refrains from disturbing him as he frowns in thought. To her, as long as he avoids gazing at the puddle of water she has left behind, he may do as he pleases. At this moment, her curiosity compels her to glance back. 10 paths converge upon this expanse of bluestone. Was the maze truly a labyrinth before the illusion? She ponders. Others remain trapped within. Yet by some stroke of luck, I have chosen correctly at all 10 forks? She still harbors a hint of disbelief. Additionally, Han Shuangjiang is plagued by another question. Where lies the next challenge? There is nothing here and no path ahead. Surely, this secret realm cannot be a mere trick. Has this departed elder left nothing behind? Being new to the path, she is unaware that such scenarios do indeed exist. Some disrespectful individuals deliberately play tricks on their successors. However, this is exceedingly rare. Chu Huaisu remains perplexed by the black little sword in his sea of consciousness and begins to survey his surroundings, contemplating his next move. Ahead stood a rugged stone wall. He approached it, scrutinizing its surface, and after a few casual taps, he indeed discovered a hidden mechanism. With a firm press on a protruding section, a stone door creaked open. It was evident that the focal point of this challenge lay within the preceding illusion, rather than the mechanism itself, which was not deeply concealed. Exchanging a glance, The two ventured forth together. The stone door closed once more, as if it had never been opened. Along the way, Chu Huaisu muttered, "The illusion ahead should still be operational, right? It hasn't been destroyed, has it? What is the matter?" Han Xianxia inquired, putzlit. Once Lu Chengqi and the others exit the maze, it could ensnare them. Juhu asa, as if it were a matter of course. The stoic figure beside him merely murmured in response, having not considered this aspect at all. As they conversed, they swiftly traversed the stone path, soon revealing a subterranean river that spanned approximately 50 meters in width. At the far side of the river stood a stone pillar, rising over a meter high, upon which rested an object resembling a compass. Beyond it, another stone door waited. "What is that?" Han Shuangjiang also spotted the compass. "That is the spirit disc," Chu Huaisu explained, possessing significantly more knowledge than her. "It is utilized to measure the rank of spiritual fetuses." He had not anticipated that a spirit disc would be placed before this stone door. Under normal circumstances, determining another's spiritual fetus rank could be achieved simply through blood. A formidable figure like Li Chunsong, being of the 7th realm and well-versed in various matters, could ascertain that Han Shuangjiang was of the Xianxia constitution from just a drop of blood. However, ordinary cultivators, lacking such high cultivation like Lu Tianfeng, would only misidentify Han Shuangjiang's blood as a superior spiritual fetus at best. In reality, spiritual fetuses are categorized into 10 ranks, the lower 3 being inferior, the middle 3 being intermediate, the upper 3 being superior, and beyond that lies the exceedingly rare extraordinary rank. Without reaching the 5th realm, even if an individual possessed a superior spiritual fetus standing before them, they would be incapable of accurately distinguishing which rank within the upper tier it belonged to, let alone identifying an extraordinary spiritual fetus. The spirit disc serves to provide meticulous classification. However, this device is quite costly, typically employed only by medium to large sections. Lesser sects, such as the Joyous Sect, lacking any significant cultivators, still rely on the most primitive method of blood testing to verify fetal ranks. A rare Xianxia body like Han Shuangjiang's would be considered a hidden gem in such a setting. Upon seeing the spirit disc, a smile graced Chu Huaisu's face. "This device is quite valuable. We might sell it to the sect in exchange for contribution points," he proposed. Upon hearing the word valuable, the impoverished companion beside him began to fixate on it intently. Chuhuaisu turned to her and remarked, "Indeed, my choice was not mistaken. I should have you by my side, for you are my lucky star." Han Shuangjiang felt a tinge of embarrassment at his repeated emphasis. Yet she maintained a composed expression and inquired, "Why do you say that?" He gestured forward and replied, "It is quite apparent that this esteemed elder harbors a bias against spiritual embryos. Observe, spiritual plate is set here, and behind it lies a stone door. I surmise that if the assessed level is insufficiently high, that stone door shall remain sealed." Chuhuaisu could not help but recall an ancient online novel he had perused on Earth, the first chapter titled The Fallen Genius. In that tale, the protagonist, Xiaoyan, had at least measured his energy level at the 3rd stage of combat, aura, when he placed his hand upon the spiritual plate. It merely indicated a pitiful level 1 spiritual embryo, the lowest of the low. Of course, given this ice block's innate talent, opening the stone door would be a mere trifle. With this thought in mind, Chuhuaisu smiled at Han Shuangjiang and said, "Thus, you are my key." "What do you mean by my?" Han Shuangjiang's cheeks flushed a faint shade of red as she listened to his playful banter. One moment he referred to her as a lucky star, the next a key. Such nonsense. Yet, she fundamentally acknowledged his reasoning. Otherwise, why would there be a spiritual plate present? She gazed toward the subterranean river and remarked, "So, we merely need to cross the river? Surely it cannot be that simple." Chuhuaisu focused intently on the river. He approached the underground stream, crouched down, and examined it closely. The water was remarkably clear, yet its current was sluggish. Beneath the surface, for holes could be discerned in the stone wall, seemingly connected to some mechanism. At both ends, massive stone walls hovered ominously, as if they might descend and obstruct the flow of water. This secret realm accommodates only mortals or those in the chi refinement stage. For us, swimming across is our sole option, Chuhuaisu stated. If our cultivation levels were higher, we could simply leap across, but that is beyond our capabilities. Moreover, since this is evidently part of the trial, I suspect that utilizing alternative means to cross the river may also encounter resistance. Drawing upon his analytical experience, Xianxia surveyed the surroundings, picked up a small stone, and tossed it forcefully toward the opposite bank. As anticipated, the stone struck an invisible barrier, creating a translucent ripple in the air that proved impenetrable. The stone fell into the river without eliciting any extraordinary response. He continued his attempts, throwing several more stones into the water, even selecting a particularly large one. Yet, still, there was no reaction. I surmise there's a formation in place that activates only when someone enters the water, Xianxia speculated. His mind was quite inventive, and he continued to search the vicinity, wondering aloud, I wonder if there are any mice or similar creatures around, perhaps testing whether a living being entering the water would trigger the formation. As Han Shuangjiang gazed at him, a profound suspicion arose within her. If Lu Qingqi and the others were standing by the riverbank, this dead fox would certainly kick him into the water to test its depth. The large ice block pondered. Since Lu Qingqi is absent, am I the only one left? Should I be the one to venture into the water first? She suggested suddenly. Chu Huaishu was momentarily taken aback. Huh? Don't be ridiculous. Han Shuangjiang's pair of deep, dark eyes fixed intently upon him as she declared with utmost seriousness, I am earnest in my intent. Noticing his hesitation, she pointed across the river. Moreover, you mentioned that the stone door can likely only be opened by me, so I must indeed enter the water, she asserted. I am uncertain about this formation's nature. Chu Huaishu stated, observing her. Though he possessed ample experience in dungeon explorations, he was not omniscient. It does not matter. This secret realm was originally designed for disciples at the Qi opening stage, so it should not be overly challenging, Han Shuangjiang responded with a nonchalant demeanor. If one does not dare to attempt even this, how can one claim to pursue the supreme path? She countered Chu Huaishu. Despite her youth, Han Shuangjiang exhibited an inexplicable air of a dominant woman, and in that moment, her words only amplified her allure. Chu Huaishu mused inwardly. She has undoubtedly taken on the role of the great heroine from Borrowing the Sword. Among the player community, her female admirers outnumbered her male fans. As the grown-up Han Shuangjiang truly possessed a captivating charm, perfectly embodying the standards of a bewitching older sister. Let me try first, he insisted one last time. After all, I have opened 5 meridians, while you have only 4, correct? Indeed, Han Shuangjiang had swiftly unlocked an additional meridian after a night of cultivation. How astonishing. Upon hearing this, she glanced back and inquired, do we have ample time? If the illusions outside are still effective, they surely have more than enough time. They cannot breach it anytime soon. Chu Huaishu shrugged and continued. Of course, if they do enter, I will be in a perfect position to kick Lu Qingqi into the water. Han Shuangjiang. This dead fox truly harbors such thoughts. This girl, the profound Yin physique, regarded him and remarked, it is good that we have ample time. With that, she settled cross-legged beside Chu Huaishu and began to practice the ice purity technique. After skillfully completing a full cycle of her cultivation, she opened her beautiful eyes. Now, I too have reached 5 meridians, she stated. Chapter 41. The Mandarin Ducks Play in the Water. By the subterranean river, Han Shuangjiang rose with determination in her gaze, revealing the stubbornness inherent in her character. She had vowed to assist Chu Huaishu in seizing opportunities. You say I am your key. Very well. I shall help you unlock this stone door. Chu Huaishu looked upon her effortlessly breaking through to the 5th meridian with envy. System, upgrade me as well. Upgrade me. I demand. Insufficient in experience with martial arts, he found it utterly impossible to proceed. The two exchanged glances, and he discerned her intentions through her eyes. With a resigned sigh, Chu Huaishu conceded, very well then. This game companion, adhering to her professional habits, could hardly allow her employers to take unnecessary risks during work hours. Logically speaking, it seemed implausible that an ordinary secret trial could thwart the protagonist of the world. Moreover, there was a certain charm in being under the protective wing of a woman. Be cautious, he advised earnestly. As soon as he uttered those words, Han Shuangjiang plunged into the water. Chu Huaishu, left on the riverbank, couldn't help but admire her. She truly embodied the dedicated heroine of Borrowing the Sword. Exhibiting no hosetashchen guetsoeve. The water-repelling pearl, gifted by Lu Tianfeng, unexpectedly revealed its worth at that moment. The icy figure remained unscathed, preserving her stunning silhouette. As anticipated by Chu Huaishu, once she entered the water, the formation was activated. The 2 stone walls on either side, previously suspended, descended, obstructing the gently flowing water. Thus, the underground river transformed into a vast pool. Within the water, four fist-sized openings caught Chu Huaishu's keen attention, stirring his curiosity about their purpose, perhaps mechanisms or components of the formation. Han Shuangjiang, submerged, remained vigilant as well. Yet, the four openings exhibited no peculiarities for the time being. In the next instant, the formation within the water was triggered. Some currents became enveloped in spiritual energy, resembling blades of water. They surged toward Han Shuangjiang with alarming speed. With her cultivation at the initial enlightenment stage, evasion was utterly futile, for the sheer number of water blades was overwhelming. The relentless onslaught of water blades approached from all directions, leaving Han Shuangjiang no time to swim to safety. The barrier of the water-repelling pearl merely provided a basic level of protection, soon shattered by the assault of the water blades. Instantly, she was engulfed by the torrent, the blades slicing through her garments and lacerating her delicate skin, leaving trails of crimson in the water. The pain nearly caused her to sink. Chu Huaishu's gaze sharpened, and he resolved to intervene. However, Han Shuangjiang spoke up. "It's fine, I can swim to the other side." Curiously, the water blades did not seem particularly fierce. They merely grazed her skin, inflicting superficial cuts. Yet, their numbers were staggering. They surged from all directions, and their ranks only grew. While Han Shuangjiang managed to evade some of the blades during her swim, she still bore several wounds. At that moment, the four openings beneath the water emitted a resounding rumble. Immediately, a dark blue-black liquid began to pour forth from the hole in copious amounts. Chu Huaishu's pupils constricted, and he inwardly exclaimed his distress. The sudden emergence of such a colored liquid would startle anyone. He was already standing beside the opening, observing intently. After the liquid appeared, he quickly detected a peculiar odor. Was this the scent of medicine? A spiritual elixir? The dark hue and somewhat familiar fragrance indicated that it was body-tempering potion. He swiftly grasped the situation. The body-tempering potion is utilized for medicinal baths. Practitioners who tread the path of body refinement must relentlessly torment their flesh daily. After enduring such torment, they would then immerse themselves in the body-tempering liquid. The wounds, once lacerated, would soon recover, providing exceptional healing effects along with a slight enhancement to one's physique. Chu Huaishu, recognizing the scent as genuine, deduced that this was a superior body-tempering potion with scar-removing properties. Let's not forget, this instance takes place in the Dan Wang token realm, and this elder is a formal disciple of the Dan Wang, a renowned alchemist. The entire pool soon transformed in color. After being soaked in the body-tempering liquid, the wounds on Han Shuangjiang's body began to heal rapidly. Chu Huaishu glanced at the stone door across the water, a sense of foreboding rising within him. He surmised that even if Han Shuangjiang managed to swim to the opposite shore, the transparent barrier would obstruct her, preventing her from reaching land. For the one who designed this trial had the intention of making you suffer continuous injuries in this pool, only to heal you repeatedly, inflicting cut after cut, then mending them, and continuing the cycle. Damn it, what a sadistic pervert! Chu Huaishu cast a glance at the stone door across the river, unable to suppress his internal curses. 50 meters was a distance easily traversed with the physical capabilities of someone at the qi condensation stage, and indeed, the situation unfolded as Chu Huaishu anticipated. The transparent barrier remained steadfast on the opposite bank. Han Shuangjiang, submerged in the water, found herself utterly unable to ascend, firmly impeded by the barrier. She raised her hand, clenched her fist, and struck the barrier, only to create a translucent ripple in the air, failing to budge it in the slightest. Her brows furrowed, a few damp strands of hair clinging to her forehead, and she couldn't help but emit a muffled groan. This was due to the increasing number of water blades. Some wounds were healing swiftly, yet new ones continued to form. Han Shuangjiang attempted to climb up the barrier to escape the pool, but it felt as though an enigmatic force prevented her from doing so. This indicated that she would inevitably remain submerged. It was likely that she would have to endure for a while, and once the time elapsed, the trial would conclude. This was Chu Huaishu's conjecture. It must be said, this was indeed a rather twisted design, even if one has prepared a bamboo raft within the storage token in advance. It bears no significance, for unless one descends into the water, the formation will not activate, and the countdown shall not commence. Moreover, cultivators in the initial enlightenment stage, lacking any spiritual energy within, are unable to wield magic artifacts. Some garments forged from rare materials indeed do not rely on spiritual energy for their defense attributes. Hence, such a minor water blade would prove ineffective, causing no harm whatsoever. However, given the grotesque design of this mechanism, I am gravely skeptical that the formation will continue to operate without a bloodletting. It was only after Han Shuangjiang shed blood that the second formation was triggered, allowing the body-tempering elixir to flow forth. The crux of the matter now lies in determining whether the individual this design tests is indeed the kind of perverse entity I suspect, whether actual injury is required to initiate the countdown, and whether such a countdown exists at all. After all, this remains merely his conjecture. Perhaps the true objective of this trial is to compel one to think on their feet in a moment of peril and discover an alternative method of resolution. Yet, it matters not. Once I plunge into the water, I shall ascertain the truth. Typically, in beginner-level dungeons, the system tends to offer some guidance. In the pool, the water blades began to multiply exponentially. The next wave of water blades would double in number, and most suffocatingly, one could not ascertain precisely how many more waves awaited or how many times they would multiply further. Han Shuangjiang, possessing a tenacious spirit and firm convictions, clenched her silver teeth, enduring the agony coursing through her body. Though her wounds were not deep, the sheer number of injuries was overwhelming. Just as one wound on her arm began to heal, another emerged. The situation was dire on her thigh, which bore the brunt of her injuries. Her attire had become tattered, exposing patches of her fair skin. In this precarious state, she gritted her teeth and shouted, "I'm fine. Help me find a way to break through." Still putting on a brave face. "Stay still," Chu Huaishu called out loudly. With that, he leapt into the water. Chapter 42. Enchantment beneath the water. As Chu Huaishu plunged into the pool, the water avoidance pearl caused hardly a ripple, showcasing a feat akin to an Olympic-level disappearing act. Upon entering the water, a portion of the water blades surged towards him. The water avoidance pearl shattered instantly, and he was struck by two blades without even furrowing his brow, promptly swimming forward with great speed. Upon hearing his earlier shout, Han Shuangjiang remained at her end, waiting patiently for him. She was unaware of why Chu Huaishu had suddenly entered the water, believing he had uncovered some hidden secret. Having traversed numerous trials together since entering the Taoist realm, and with him having discerned the illusions before the secret realm, Han Shuangjiang held a measure of trust in Chu Huaishu. As Chu Huaishu swam through the water, he observed that the number of water blades at the bottom of the pool had suddenly doubled. This revelation led him to understand that the array would indeed adjust according to the number of participants. As more individuals entered the water blades multiplied accordingly. This was quite logical, considering the secret realm was designed for 10 participants, functioning as a 10-person dungeon. The river water, stained a deep azure by the body-tempering elixir, soaked through Chu Huaishu's ropes. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed that the system had provided a notification. There was indeed a countdown. His previous assumptions were validated. The time displayed was a precise 30 minutes. This only intensified his perception of the peculiarities of the predecessor who had designed this trial. Had Han Shuangjiang's earlier time simply been in vain? With newcomers entering the water, did the timer reset? Was it intended to prevent anyone from yielding to the pressure, exiting the pool, and allowing others to take their place to continue stalling for time? The convoluted intentions were utterly perplexing. Water blades surged forth in erratic trajectories from all directions. Chu Huaishu focused solely on propelling himself forward, showing no inclination to evade. His robes were torn, leaving behind a series of bloodied lacerations upon his skin. The pain was undeniably sharp, yet it had reached a threshold where it no longer felt tormenting. This brought him to a renewed realization of the peculiarities of the sword refining technique. Logically, he had only been training for a few days, having ascended just 5 levels. Yet his tolerance for pain seemed to have remarkably heightened in such a short span. This technique indeed possessed an element of strangeness. Or perhaps, he was simply exceptionally gifted in this regard. Chu Huaishu preferred to attribute the peculiarity to the technique rather than to himself. He still had the mental space to indulge in self-deprecating humor. Who would have thought that progress would come so swiftly? Having known Han Shuangjiang for only a few days, they had already initiated a pool party together. It could be likened to a pair of mandarin ducks frolicking in the water. What a peculiar notion of a masochistic revelry. Meanwhile, the cold-faced girl had begun to pale noticeably. Stubborn by nature, she was determined to endure. Yet, the entire ordeal was undoubtedly excruciating. Most critically, it was also a test of one's character. The endpoint remained uncertain. Furthermore, the number of water blades continued to swell. From a certain perspective, This could be likened to a form of slow torture. What she faced was a veritable onslaught of blades. Although the superior body tempering elixir facilitated rapid healing of her wounds, the prevailing atmosphere suggested that every inch of her body was destined to suffer. Han Shuangjiang's delicate form began to tremble slightly, her garments increasingly tattered from the relentless onslaught. The expression on the cold-faced girl grew even more frigid. Her silver teeth clenched tightly, and her stubborn disposition was thoroughly provoked. Conversely, the situation for Chu Huaishu was starkly different. As he swam, he found himself smiling. The reason was quite simple. His cultivation experience points were actually increasing. Let us not forget that for those with poor innate talent, consuming a chi opening pill necessitates relying on physical training to accelerate the absorption of the pill's effects, utilizing external forces to achieve chi opening. Chu Huaishu's spirit embryo attribute was merely 1 point, and the sword refining technique was a method that harmonized both internal and external cultivation. Thus, soaking in the pool was tantamount to indirectly engaging in physical training, stimulating the digestion of the chi-opening pill. More importantly, the pool contained a body-refining elixir. Aside from its healing properties, it possessed a subtle effect of strengthening the body. With these factors combined, his cultivation experience points surged rapidly. The more he endured the water's pressure, the more densely his wounds multiplied, enhancing the effects of physical training and increasing the absorption of the elixir. Just moments ago, he had been inwardly cursing this senior for being perverse. Now, he too began to embrace a gradual transformation. Delightful. He soon swam to the side of Han Shuangjiang, effectively reaching the opposite end of the pool. Ahead lay an underwater stone wall, and above it, a transparent barrier obstructed their ascent. Just as the cold-faced girl was about to inquire, a sudden force pressed against her back. Chu Huaishu stood behind her, his large hand resting on her waist, firmly pinning her delicate form against the stone wall and the barrier. The sudden pressure on her back caused her upper body to lean forward, her chest thrust forward, while her hips naturally arched backward, creating an alluring curve of her waist. The soft flesh, now compressed against the stone wall, spread outwards, exuding a sensuous allure. Her tattered garment had a tier perfectly positioned at the front, reminiscent of a certain dress design on Earth that reveals a glimpse of cleavage. In that moment, it bore a striking resemblance to such a design. The exquisite snow-white skin, under pressure, became increasingly breathtaking. However, Chu Huaishu's hand continued to exert force. After pinning Han Shuangjiang against the stone wall and the barrier, he did not relent. He even pressed his knee forward, directly against her calf, causing her remarkably proportioned, elongated legs to also adhere to the stone wall. As for himself, though not tightly pressed against her, he was nearly in close proximity. "What are you doing?" Han Shuangjiang exclaimed, her voice laced with surprise and indignation. She was uncertain whether it was merely her imagination, but she felt her lower back and hips beginning to radiate warmth, a gentle heat emanating from behind her. "What are you doing?" "Shielding you from blades." The water blades increase with numbers. I'll absorb them all for you. Allow me to relish this experience alone. In his view, Han Shuangjiang was not following a path of both inner and outer cultivation. With her innate talent, she had no need to traverse the lesser route of physical refinement. The ice cleansing technique was far more legitimate than the sword refining technique. Thus, this round of trials offered her little benefit, serving only as a source of torment. In stark contrast, for Chu Huaisu, the situation was entirely different. "I have endured all the blades aimed at you. This is beneficial for us all. If we round it off, isn't this a form of cherishing the delicate?" Upon his reminder, Han Shuangjiang indeed sensed that the water blades targeting her had diminished greatly. "Move by yourself." After uttering this somewhat perplexing command, he quickly added, "Adjust your position. Let us see if I can shield you entirely." Chu Huaisu did not harbor any intentions of taking advantage. He merely stayed close to her as much as possible. Although the atmosphere was ambiguous, it retained an air of decorum. "Can you hold on?" Han Shuangjiang expressed concern. "Do not worry. I am quite resilient," Chu Huaisu replied, his tone calm and unruffled. That night, Li Chunsong had described the sword refining technique as an insidious art of both inner and outer cultivation, and Han Shuangjiang was present to hear it. Thus, she could vaguely infer something. Is this beneficial for your physical refinement? As astute as she was, she immediately inquired. Indeed, it stimulates the digestion of the Chongxiao Dan. Chu Huaisu did not conceal the truth. Moreover, this slight pain is inconsequential to me, it merely tickles. Good, Han Shuangjiang acknowledged, displaying her understanding. She promptly began to adjust her position, attempting to evade all the water blades. However, she soon heard a voice from behind her. Hey, don't move. Han Shuangjiang was perplexed. One moment you tell me to move, the next you say not to. This man is truly difficult to accommodate. Nevertheless, with her wealth of theoretical experience, she quickly grasped the situation. After all, they were suspended in water, and it was challenging to control their movements. Thus, a bit of inadvertent friction was inevitable. The intensity of his reaction suggested something more. With her unique background, Han Shuangjiang surely understood. A blush swiftly crept on her previously pale cheeks. Initially, she was unaware of what her ample hips had brushed against, which was tolerable, now that she was aware. Even without further contact, she felt a tingling sensation in her rear. The atmosphere began to grow increasingly enchanting. Despite being submerged in cold water, both felt an overwhelming warmth. Chapter 43. The young uncle of the Tao sect. Every so often, Chu Huaishi would gain experience points from the dual effects of the water knife and the body-refining elixir. Yet, his thoughts were not entirely consumed by that. A hint of distraction lingered in his mind. Han Shuangjiang was drenched from head to toe. Whether it was her outer garment, inner clothing, or even the most intimate undergarments, all clung to her snow-white skin. The damp undergarments had even wedged themselves uncomfortably between her curves. Moreover, the water knife was merciless yet considerate, carving through her attire with precise timing, occasionally revealing patches of skin beneath the tattered fabric. Chu Huaishu discerned that her complexion was of a cool, pale hue. When touched by water, it appeared even more radiant. The only drawback was that the water in the pool had a faint, murky greenish-black tint. Though not particularly dark, it lacked clarity. This obscured vision, creating a veil over the submerged portions, which lent an air of haziness. Yet, it was precisely this haziness that magnified even the slightest touch, leading one's imagination astray. To be truthful, during this period, Chu Huaishu harbored little in the way of romantic thoughts towards the enchanting beauty before him. Having just traversed into this realm, he felt a subtle sense of detachment from the entire Xianhuang world. At times, he regarded it as a mere game rather than a tangible reality. Coupled with his profession, which had instilled a slight aversion to women, he found himself devoid of such inclinations. However, the intimacy of their proximity had an inexplicable effect. It was akin to childhood friends growing up together, where one might view a striking beauty as merely a companion. Yet, upon unwittingly engaging in an extraordinary physical interaction, the nature of their friendship could easily shift. One might ponder, why had they never noticed her exquisite figure before? Why had they not appreciated her fair skin? Why had they overlooked the allure of her lips? Physiology possesses a formidable power of its own. Perhaps this is why many are inclined to speak of the term physiological attraction. This is precisely why Chu Huaishu felt no embarrassment in directly asking her to refrain from moving about. It was simply a matter of the inherent differences between men and women. Some physical reactions are beyond his control. For Han Shuangjiang, submerged in the water, it might not pose any significant concern if matters took a turn. However, for Chu Huaishu, the closeness of their bodies made it precarious. Should he inadvertently provoke a response that she might notice, it would spell social disaster. Thus, he chose to voice a warning. If she chose to disregard it, the consequences would fall squarely on her shoulders. He is primarily known for his non-stick cookware. The ambiguous atmosphere continued to ferment, to the extent that both of them momentarily forgot they were undergoing a test set by their senior. Han Shuangjiang had already mastered the art of evading most of the water blades, while Chu Huaishu seemed entirely unperturbed by pain. Moreover, his wounds appeared to heal at a rate faster than hers, which was rather peculiar. Even more strange was the fact that despite the strong scent of medicine, he found himself captivated by the subtle fragrance emanating from her. Often, it is precisely the handsome men and beautiful women who become most apprehensive when the ambience inadvertently escalates to that level. Out of the corner of his eye, he observed her, and he could not help but feel that Han Shuangjiang perfectly embodied the term stunningly beautiful. She was not merely attractive in a delicate sense, but possessed a grand elegance instead. Her expression softened, revealing a hint of vibrancy. If one were to glance down, they would discover that she was indeed quite voluptuous. The generous curves of her form partially submerged in water, with the other half tantalizingly exposed, showcasing a deep cleft. As time slipped away, the number of water blades increased with each passing moment. After much hesitation, Han Shuangjiang broke the silence. Are you certain that as long as we endure the time, this round of trials will come to an end? I am certain, Chu Huaishi replied in a low voice. For some reason, his tone seemed gruffer than usual. Oh, she acknowledged, then made an effort to draw her voluptuous form inward. At that moment, both of their hands grasped the protrusions of the underwater stone wall. Han Shuangjiang was uncertain why Chu Huaishu was so convinced that this trial was merely a test of endurance, yet she chose to believe him. Little did she know that in Chu Huaishu's eyes, the senior who designed this trial was truly malicious. The pain threshold of an ordinary person would not be as exaggerated as his. When faced with the torment of the underwater blades, if one could not find a way to break the cycle, they would surely opt to swim back to the surface. After all, one could think more clearly on dry land. There was no reason to endure pain underwater in hopes of gaining insight. Consequently, should one re-enter the water, the countdown would restart. If one did not endure for a full half hour, they would never discover a method to escape. What a perverse individual. Reveling in the torment of others, Chu Huaishu mused, perplexed by the senior's intentions. At this moment, Han Shuangjiang, feeling a slight flush on her cheeks, glanced at the arms that encircled her. His sleeves had been shredded by the water blades. Did he truly not feel any pain? She pondered. After a moment of hesitation, Han Shuangjiang spoke again. Are you really all right? For reasons unbeknownst to him, Chu Huaishu's response was rather disingenuous. I'm fine. I can endure it. Oh, Han Shuangjiang echoed, but internally she thought, if he is enduring, it must be quite excruciating indeed. However, for her, the prolonged silence between the two only intensified the discomfort of the moment. Furthermore, what if someone were to walk in? Lu Qingqi and his group were still lingering outside. Yet, no one could ascertain whether an unwelcome intruder would suddenly appear. Should that occur, the rather provocative scene beneath the water would be exposed to the prying eyes of outsiders. This was something she absolutely could not accept. Consequently, Han Shuangjiang felt an overwhelming sense of tension. Those who are knowledgeable understand that matters between men and women become increasingly perilous, more sensitive, and stimulating. This peculiar sensation left her feeling somewhat at a loss, causing her body to grow even warmer. How much longer? Han Shuangjiang inquired once more, seeking to fill the silence. About the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Chu Huaishi replied. How do you know? Don't ask. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. How can you say I wouldn't understand if you don't explain? She retorted, turning her head to furrow her brows in question. As she moved, the buoyancy made it difficult for her to maintain control, resulting in her brushing against Chu Huaishi once again. Startled, he quickly shifted back, internally warning his younger companion not to raise his eyes. Damn it. I'm here to seize an opportunity, not to beg for favors. Realizing her mistake, Han Shuangjiang hastily turned her head back, her body stiffening slightly, and her ample form becoming increasingly sensitive. The two fell into silence once more, finding it difficult to engage in conversation. Chu Huaishu, recognizing her attempts to initiate dialogue, understood her desire to alleviate the awkwardness and redirect her focus. If the silence persisted, the physical responses would become even more pronounced. He had a topic in mind, but had yet to find the right moment to broach it. Now might be the perfect opportunity to take advantage of the situation. I have a question I've been meaning to ask you, he suddenly said. Han Shuangyang, startled from her reverie, replied, Oh, go ahead. Where did you encounter that storyteller? Chu Huaishi probed, seeking more information about his unexpected entry into the world of the Tao. In Lu Xian, she confessed candidly. What impression did he leave on you? He continued to inquire. I can't quite articulate it, but he seems like a worldly sage. Han Shuangyang responded. What makes you think so? He asked again. Eager to converse, Han Shuangjiang readily shared her thoughts. He just seems a bit eccentric, as he can't resist glancing at his reflection whenever there's a mirror nearby. She replied, her answer somewhat veiled. Chu Huaishu understood her implication. He was exceedingly vain. This reminded him of his school days when certain image-conscious boys would fuss over their hairstyles in the restroom, some even purchasing small mirrors to keep on their desks. However, he had no intention of laughing at this moment. The reason was simple. He had already deduced the identity of this individual. Not only does Li Chunsong personally descend the mountain to welcome individuals, but he also revels in the pleasures of life, exhibiting a degree of vanity that is truly excessive. This storyteller is likely a junior master of Li Chunsong and his companions, a former practitioner of the Ninth Realm, a figure who once stood at the pinnacle of the mortal world. Upon entering the Tao sect, Chu Huaishu was enveloped in a profound sense of insecurity. He was acutely aware that Li Chunsong, in his reckless gambling, had made a grave mistake inadvertently bringing him to the mountain and altering the narrative with Su Ziqing. The truth, much like fire, cannot remain concealed forever. It is only a matter of time before it is revealed. Although Chu Huaishu had laid the groundwork and emphasized that he had never encountered the storyteller, these were merely trivial ruses. In the presence of true masters of cultivation, all cleverness proves futile. However, what if, by chance, he were to discover a pearl obscured by dust? If it were polished, could it truly reflect the poetic notion that, upon shedding the dust, brilliance would illuminate the mountains and rivers? The reckless gambler would perceive himself as fortunate, having chanced upon a treasure. Ah, this young prodigy has arrived. Has he not? Then, let us have him remain within our Tao sect. Thus, Chu Huaishu felt an enduring urgency in his cultivation, a persistent sense of crisis. Upon learning that the storyteller was indeed the legendary figure, an alarm rang in his mind. The rationale was simple. This junior master of the Tao sect harbored a profound thirst for blood and was resolute in his actions. He validated his path through slaughter. At a young age, he had already ascended to the status of a great practitioner. The most renowned label attached to this junior master is the Demon Slayer of the Jiazi, not because he descended the mountain to confront demons in a particular Jiazi year, but because he had spent an entire Jiazi, 60 years, slaying demons. The thought alone sent a chill down Chu Huaishu's spine. And Shuangyang full hip body tensing, her jade legs tightening, as she suspected it was merely a trick of the body. Did he just shiver? Chapter 44. Is Chu Huaishu a bit misogynistic? The term Demon Slayer first brings to mind the eminent Jinwu Emperor, known also as the demon-slaying celestial and the ancestor with flowing hair. He is a venerated deity in Taoism. Wudong Mountain serves as his sacred ground. Typically, when one descends the mountain to vanquish demons, they do not merit the title of Demon Slayer. This junior master of the Tao sect became a great practitioner at the tender age of 19, and upon entering the fifth realm, his first act was to descend and engage in slaughter. He is an unparalleled assassin who affirms his path through bloodshed. For Chu Huaishu, the silver lining is that the Demon Slayer of the Jiazi has yet to complete a full Jiazi, as he has only been at it for 43 years. Completing a full Jiazi is a goal he has set for himself. The unfortunate truth is that the concept of magic varies from person to person, and this young master undoubtedly possesses his own interpretation. Over the span of more than 40 years, he has severed many malevolent traditions. Faced with such an individual, Chu Huaishu dared not take risks. Consequently, his sense of urgency regarding his advancement grew ever more intense. He was uncertain when this young master would return to the sect, but he resolved to reach the first realm and strive to ascend that mountain. The very mountain where the sword lay, a mountain rich with treasures. With this thought, Chu Huaishu's desire for experience intensified. Thus, he guarded Han Shuangjiang with utmost diligence, ensuring that she would not suffer even a single strike from the water blades. Let me enjoy the experience alone. At that moment, Chu Huaishu was unaware that he had involuntarily shivered, prompting Han Shuangjiang, the theoretical type, to spiral into unfounded thoughts. It is often said that the theoretical type is inferior. Had she been an experienced practitioner, she would have recognized that a shiver could not merely manifest as a single tremor. What are you trembling for? Han Shuangjiang's face flushed with embarrassment and indignation, unable to contain her voice. Huh, did I just shiver? Chu Huaishu genuinely did not realize it. The stoic woman, hearing the surprise in his tone, fell back into awkwardness, realizing that her mind had wandered. It was not her body that was unclean, rather, it was her heart. She even felt a twinge of guilt. He was shielding me from all the water blades, and given that their numbers were still increasing, it was only natural to tremble in pain. How could I let my thoughts stray in that direction? It must be said that the foundational education from Hongxiu Zhao and the Joyous Sect had imprinted deeply upon her soul. This led her, as on many occasions, to begin harboring a certain disdain for herself, including the time she first met Chu Huaishu and inexplicably uttered the word furnace. She subsequently felt a profound loathing for her own reaction. The man behind her, observing her slight bow and forlorn expression, spoke again after completing the customary exchange. Time has already passed the halfway mark, and it seems the water blades have ceased to increase in number, maintaining their current count. That is good, Han Shuangjiang replied softly. After a moment, she posed the question once more. Can you truly endure? Do not overexert yourself. Chu Huaishu's response remained placid. It's fine, I can still hold on. He sensed that Han Shuangjiang was unaware of his pain threshold. Perhaps she had overheard my anguished cries while practicing next door, leading her to underestimate the extent of my transformation during this process. Ultimately, this stoic woman, reverting to the previous topics of conversation, simply said, "Oh." Chu Huaishu, rendered speechless, cast a glance at her and with a hint of irritation remarked, "Oh, so you can only say oh?" Han Shuangjiang remained silent. The abrupt cessation of their conversation led to an inevitable consequence. Their focus entirely shifted back to their physical presence. Chu Huaishu felt a tinge of disdain towards women. He suddenly sensed his knee brushing against her calf. Her legs were long and shapely, with a supple and well-proportioned form. It was nearly impossible for someone with wide hips to possess thighs as slender as bamboo. If such were the case, her legs would be spread wide apart, unable to come together. Were they on Earth, during their school days, they would undoubtedly be the subject of hushed whispers and derogatory remarks. Han Shuangjiang possessed an irresistibly alluring curvature of her hips, resulting in her thighs being round and full, fitting together seamlessly, with a hint of softness. However, her calves were proportionate, complemented by her exceptionally long legs. Thus, the voluptuousness of her thighs did not contribute to an impression of bulkiness, but rather enhanced her allure. Consequently, every brush of her thighs' flesh became increasingly captivating. Realizing their bodies had made contact once more, Han Shuangjiang instinctively recoiled. She grasped the protruding stones on the wall. Leaning forward, as the water flowed, her ample bosom pressed against the stone once again. Her garment, already torn by the water's edge, revealed a deep cleft. At that moment, when pressed, the soft, pale flesh spread outward, compressing together. Yet, its shape retained a unique fullness, proving that while it appeared soft, it possessed remarkable resilience. Chu Huaishu felt a stiffness at the junction of his neck and face, unable to turn his head or divert his gaze. He found himself staring into the abyss. It was a natural human response. As moments passed, every unexpected physical contact between them prompted silent evasions. However, as the occurrences multiplied and silence reigned, the atmosphere thickened with a lingering hint of ambiguity. Suddenly, they faintly heard a commotion and Lu Qingqi's furious shout emanating from behind. Chu Huaishu managed to remain composed, while Han Shuangjiang was startled, causing her body to tremble. As a result, his chest pressed against her back. Her full and pert posterior brushed against him once more. This time, it seemed to momentarily become ensnared between them, eliciting a slight upward motion. This caused Han Shuangjiang's already damp and delicate undergarment, caught in the curve of her form, to dig in deeper. In that instant, both individuals felt a jolt of electric sensation coursing through their bodies. They froze, akin to stone, paralyzed, and unable to move. What is truly alarming is that he feels a faint sense of emptiness. Ultimately, it is the anxious Han Shuangjiang who speaks first. Surely no one is coming in? This is her greatest fear. Earlier, she sensed a subtle warmth in her body. But at this moment, the ragged areas of her clothing now feel somewhat chilly. Rest assured, no one will come in for a while. Can't you hear the impotent fury in his voice? Chu Huaishu remains relatively composed, attempting to maintain his calm. He surmises that Lu Qingqi has been fortunate enough to navigate through the previous maze, but is now ensnared in an illusion. Estimating that the young man's patience has worn thin, it is no wonder that such a commotion has arisen. It seems that the soundproofing of the stone door is rather poor, he remarked softly. Strangely, in the presence of a solitary man and woman, normal conversation feels unremarkable. Yet this whispering seems to tickle the ears. "Oh," Han Shuangjiang replies, her heart still racing. If this alluring scene were to fall into the eyes of others, she would be overwhelmed with despair. Why does this quarter of an hour feel so interminable? At last, the countdown of the system before Chu Huaishu begins to reach zero. The water blades that had surged forth dissipate completely, and no more body-enhancing liquid pours from the four openings. All right, the trial has concluded. That transparent barrier should have vanished, he announces. Upon hearing this, Han Shuangjiang immediately raises her hand to knock, and indeed, it has disappeared. Seeing this, she is eager to distance herself from this place of contention. However, Chu Huaishu interjects, "You go ashore first. Press your hand on the spirit plate to open the stone door ahead. There is still a bit of the body-enhancing elixir left here. I shall absorb it for a while longer, let's not waste it," he explains, stepping back. "Okay," Han Shuangjiang responds promptly, making her way to the shore. Splash! Water droplets cascade from her, soaking the bluestone slabs on the bank. Chu Huaishu gazes at her, taking in her damp silhouette entirely. From his vantage point, Her legs appear even more elongated. The fabric, soaked through, becomes slightly translucent and clings to her skin, allowing the contours of her legs to be faintly discerned. The wet material clings to her perfectly sculpted hips, showcasing their fullness and firmness. At the juncture of her waist and hips, a slight opening reveals a glimpse of pristine white. It is positioned at such an extreme angle that it seems one could catch sight of the topmost apex of her curves, yet it appears just out of reach. The young woman is breathtakingly beautiful, every detail exquisitely perfect, as if she were a masterpiece crafted by the creator. Moreover, the recent touches linger vividly in memory. However, the elixir in the pool obscured the clarity of everything beneath the water surface. Upon her arrival ashore, it is nearly impossible not to indulge in fanciful thoughts, pondering whether the places she has just touched were here or there, perhaps on the shoulder, the leg, the hip, or the waist. Such musings are utterly uncontrollable, proliferating endlessly. As Han Shuangjiang approached the spirit disk, her movement transformed static beauty into dynamic grace. After only a few steps, she retrieved a spare robe from her storage token and draped it over herself, without contemplating a discreet location for changing. Even with Chu Huaishu turning his back to her, she could not bear the thought of being unclothed behind a man. Reaching the spirit disk, she placed her palm upon it, as instructed by Chu Huaishu. A mysterious force began to ripple forth, causing the needle on the disk to move swiftly until it rested on the numeral 10, the body of the Nine Yin, an extraordinary spirit fetus. The young woman lifted her beautiful eyes to gaze at the stone door ahead, holding her breath. Chu Huaishu also directed his attention toward the stone door, which remained immovable. Why hasn't the door opened? He furrowed his brow. Han Shuangjiang stared at the stone door, then turned to face Chu Huaishu, who was still submerged in the pool, and they exchanged puzzled glances. It made no sense. He looked up at the towering stone door. This individual clearly harbored a bias against spirit fetuses. Otherwise, why would a spirit disc be placed here? You are a Nine body, a rare and exceptional spirit fetus, on par with the Tao ancestor's pure yang body. Chu Huaishu's frown deepened. Surely, the spirit disc cannot be malfunctioning? Please wait a moment, he said to Han Shuangjiang. I will be finished shortly. The refining liquid in the pool was nearly depleted, and the water knife for tempering the body had vanished, causing the growth rate of his experience points to slow significantly. After approximately 5 more minutes, his experience points ceased to increase altogether. Chu Huaishu glanced at his character panel. The experience points for the sword refining technique had risen to 2,131. Just 200 more points would suffice for 2 levels up. He climbed out of the pool with a hint of regret, casting a contemplative glance at the 4 openings below. He was certain that there were still refining spirit medicines within, as this dungeon was designed for 10 participants, and only the 2 of them had entered thus far. He mused silently, but more pressing matters awaited. Now was not the time to investigate such curiosities. With a flourish, Chu Huaishu emerged from the water, displaying an elegant exit. Han Shuangjiang stole a glance at him before quickly averting her gaze. His attire was undeniably tattered. Fortunately, the cuts left by the water knife were not excessively long, allowing the robe to barely hold on. Yet, judging by the current situation, if Han Shuangjiang were to approach and tug with force, it would undoubtedly be torn to shreds, severing all those delicate connections. Despite this, many areas that ought to be concealed were now laid bare for all to see. Chu Huaisu, upon catching a swift glance from Han Shuangjiang, quickly turned his head away, inwardly lamenting. Alas, such a fine figure has been entirely exposed to her gaze. Very well. It seems we are even now. Not a glance wasted. With this thought, Chu Huaishu retrieved a spare robe from his storage token and draped it over himself. Approaching the spiritual plate, he lowered his gaze. He had intended to exchange this item for contribution points. It must not be damaged. He muttered to himself. In the Taoist sect, disciples could freely acquire the techniques of the chi-penetrating stage in the first realm. However, spells were not included. Furthermore, techniques of higher realms required contribution points for exchange. Han Shuangjiang, upon hearing this, leaned in a bit closer and inquired. It should be intact, right? The pointer resting at 10 indicates you possess an extraordinary spiritual embryo, no doubt about it. Chu Huaishu glanced at the stone door and pondered aloud. Could it be that the opening of the stone door has no connection to the spiritual plate? At this moment, the blush on the cold-faced girl had completely faded, restoring her usual icy demeanor. She turned to Chu Huaishu and suggested, "Why don't you give it a try?" Chu Huaishu replied, "You want me to present my embarrassing inferior spiritual embryo for your appraisal?" He, being thick-skinned, was indifferent to such matters. He was, after all, embodying the path of the underdog. With a decisive motion, Chu Huaishu slammed his hand upon the spiritual plate. En énigmatique aura émanaté forte, causing the pointer to return to its initial position before laboriously advancing by a single degree. Yet, in the next moment, the door opened, with a resounding rumble. The stone door gradually creaked ajar. Chu Huaishu looked once more at the spiritual plate, realizing that he might have misjudged the situation. He had delved into too many instances, sometimes falling prey to cognitive biases. Many legacy instances would assess an individual's aptitude, which was one reason players were eager to enhance their spiritual embryo attributes. However, he had not anticipated that this rather eccentric elder showed no discrimination against spiritual embryos. Yet, was it not peculiar that an extraordinary spiritual embryo could not open the stone door while an inferior one could? With this thought, Chu Huaishu's gaze sharpened, and a flicker of excitement ignited within him as he contemplated the potential treasure that lay within. He glanced at Han Shuangjiang, who was still fixated on the spiritual plate, staring at the first degree. "What are you looking at?" He found himself irritated. Without further ado, he seized the spiritual plate and stowed it away in his storage token. Han Shuangjiang was somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated that their spiritual embryos would manifest in such stark contrasts. Upon careful reflection, she realized that she had never truly comprehended Chu Huaishu's spiritual embryo. The rapidity of his cultivation left her inwardly astonished, prompting her to introspect whether she had been diligent enough in her own efforts. Upon returning, she resolved to engage in even more rigorous training. "Let us proceed and take a look," Chu Huaishu suggested, gesturing towards the path ahead. "There should be no further trials." Agreed. The two walked side by side and entered the stone door. With a resounding thud, the stone door immediately closed behind them. They found themselves in a secret chamber, furnished solely with a stone table and a stone stool. Upon the table rested a wooden box, accompanied by a scroll. Chu Huaishu cast a glance at the wooden box, which was rectangular, approximately 30 centimeters in length, 20 centimeters in width, and of similar height. Intricate patterns were carved upon its surface, revealing a dark red hue. A spiritual elixir box? He recognized the object immediately. Typically, spiritual elixirs are contained within porcelain or jade vials. The gathering essence pill gifted to him by Lu Tianfeng was housed in such a manner. However, high-grade spiritual elixirs are customarily stored in spiritual elixir boxes, which are inscribed with formations to ensure that the efficacy remains intact, allowing them to be preserved for years, even decades, without any degradation. The cost of a spiritual elixir box is not insignificant. Using it for ordinary pills would be a sheer waste. Upon seeing this item, Chu Huaishu felt his heart rate quicken slightly, further validating his previous conjectures. He raised his gaze to Han Shuangjiang and inquired, "It is highly probable that this contains a high-grade spiritual elixir. Are you certain that everything within this secret realm is designated for me, rather than being shared?" The icy girl maintained a serious demeanor, her eyes reflecting a sense of earnestness as she nodded vigorously. "Very well, then I shall accept this. The contribution points exchanged for the spirit plate will be divided equally between us," he decisively arranged. Chu Huaishu opened the spiritual elixir box, and to his astonishment, within such a sizable container lay a single pill, no larger than a longan. Inscribed inside the wooden box were a few small characters: Xianxia fetal breath pill. His breath caught momentarily. Everything was indeed as he had surmised. There truly existed a high-grade spiritual elixir within. The Xianxia fetal breath pill, a 7th-level spiritual elixir, capable of repairing damaged spiritual embryos, and for lower-grade embryos, it even bore a significant probability of elevating their rank. Moreover, if all went as anticipated, this elixir was personally concocted by the pill king himself. After establishing the formula for this elixir, he had prepared one for each of his formal disciples. Had this predecessor truly never consumed it before passing? Had he simply lacked the opportunity? Chu Huaisu ponde. He promptly closed the spiritual elixir box to preserve its efficacy. "It is the Xianxia fetal breath pill that the Tianyou steward mentioned," he informed Han Shuangjiang. The cold-faced maiden's beautiful eyes sparkled. "Isn't that precisely of great use to you?" Indeed, Chu Huaishu did not anticipate such a significant gain from this quest. He picked up the scroll in front of the box and unfurled it. Inside, there were no legacies, only lines of small characters. First trial, measure of fortuity. Those with profound fortune may pass within 2 hours. Those who exceed the time limit shall be expelled from the secret realm. Second trial, measure of intellect. Those with sharp minds may discern the truth within 2 hours. Those who exceed the time limit shall be expelled from the secret realm. As for the third trial, it assesses one's character and determination. Only those with a heart as steadfast as rock may succeed in this trial. I am called Lei Wenyan, having achieved the realm of a great cultivator with a mere third-grade inferior spiritual fetus. The hardships I endured are known only to myself. Having encountered my esteemed teacher, the Pill King, I pioneered the Xianxia fetal breath pill formula capable of elevating the quality of spiritual fetuses. Yet, my time grows short, my lifespan nearing its end. Young one, endowed with fortune and intellect, and possessing a firm resolve, even with a humble spiritual fetus, you may achieve greatness. However, the path is fraught with challenges, and I have gleaned many insights along the way. Thus, I lay out this spiritual disc, for I have yet to consume this pill. To the future generations, the grand path lies beneath your feet. I hope you will not lose the courage to advance due to inadequate spiritual fetus quality. I bestow upon you a chance for transformation. Chapter 46, the Xianxia fetal breath pill. I truly deserve to be scolded. Chu Huaishu began to chastise himself. Prior to this, he had been thinking of the old man in derogatory terms. At the stone table, both he and Han Shuangjiang gazed at the vigorous characters on the scroll, momentarily lost in thought. Both Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang could sense the formidable aura of this senior. It was evident that this elder's path of cultivation had been anything but easy. Han Shuangjiang Sayidin Riflikun. She gradually began to understand why. Despite possessing an exceptional spiritual fetus, she could not utilize the spiritual disc to open the stone door. It was because this elder, Lei Wenyan, had intended to reserve the treasures within the secret realm for descendants with insufficient innate qualities. The Xianxia fetal breath pill is an exceedingly precious 7th-grade spiritual pill. For ordinary cultivators, it serves as a life-saving remedy. Should the foundation of one's spiritual fetus be destroyed, the consequences may range from a lifetime of stagnation, akin to Lu Qingqi, to a fall in cultivation level, loss of vitality, or even peril to life itself. Possessing such a spiritual pill adds an extra layer of security. However, for those with inadequate innate qualities, the Xianxia fetal breath pill is indeed capable of defying fate and altering one's destiny. When Lei Wenyan spoke of bestowing a chance for transformation, he was far from exaggerating. Chu Huaishu gazed at the precious pill box and scroll, unable to refrain from uttering a frequently quoted line from the internet. Because he has endured the rain, he offers others an umbrella. To attain the realm of a great cultivator with merely a 3rd-grade inferior spiritual fetus, one can only imagine the hardships endured. Han Shuangjiang was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this phrase for the first time, but soon nodded thoughtfully. Her understanding was quite profound as she articulated, moreover, the trial set forth by Senior Lei carries significant meaning. He does not bestow spiritual elixirs upon just anyone with a low-grade spiritual fetus. While this may seem like a trivial statement, the reality is that if one can endure hardship, they will inevitably face endless trials. For those whose resolve is weak, even possessing the Xianxia fetal breath pill is of little consequence. It may elevate your potential, yet it does not guarantee that you will ascend to the ranks of the extraordinary. Its enhancement is limited. However, for those with steadfast hearts, this senior is offering a touch of sweetness along the arduous path of cultivation destined for you. He exemplifies that even a 3rd-tier low-grade spiritual fetus can become a great cultivator. Through his generous gift, he aims to ease your forthcoming journey. Lei Wenyan serves as both your guiding pioneer and protector along the way. Chu Huaishu had only recently traversed into this world and had yet to fully acclimate. Thus, there was no scene of disciples expressing their gratitude. Nevertheless, he felt a deep sense of reflection. At that moment, a system notification chimed in his ear. Ding! Hidden Dungeon Dan Wong token has been cleared. Calculating rewards. Congratulations, you have gained 1,000 points of free experience and 1 Xianxia fetal breath pill. Cultivation is not merely a solitary endeavor. Many practitioners enter secret realms, undergoing numerous trials, often leading to insights and breakthroughs. The experience points awarded after completing a dungeon follow a similar principle. It is evident that the highlight of this hidden dungeon is the invaluable high-grade spiritual elixir. Hence, the experience points awarded were not exceedingly generous. Fortunately, due to the peculiarities of the sword refinement technique, he inadvertently acquired over 2,000 points of cultivation experience within the medicinal bath. Chu Huaishu felt immensely satisfied. This time, his collaboration with Han Shuangjiang in the dungeon had been remarkably smooth. The fundamental reason lies in the fact that both of them were exceptionally skilled. Two exceptional talents naturally led to a seamless experience. If one were to claim that the difficulty of the dungeon was low, they should consider those still trapped outside, or those who had already been expelled from the dungeon. At this moment, Han Shuangjiang turned to Chu Huaishu and inquired, "What should we do now?" With no path ahead, it seemed they would need to retrace their steps. Chu Huaishu glanced at the elixir treasure box, pondered for a moment, and replied, "Would you be willing to guard me? Are you planning to consume the elixir now?" Han Shuangjiang asked. Indeed, Chu Huaishu indicated the stone door and explained, "I have taken the spirit plate, which means we no longer have the key. Others cannot enter unless they possess profound cultivation to forcibly break the array here. For me, this is likely the best retreat for closed-door cultivation. After all, it is a 7th-level elixir. One cannot afford any mishaps, so it would be prudent to consume it directly." His gaze sharpened. Han Shuangjiang nodded in agreement and simply said, "All right." Chen Huayu found a suitable spot and sat cross-legged. He retrieved the Xianxia Taishi Dan, which was the size of a longan from its precious box, and could not help but murmur to himself, "Such a large pill. If I were to swallow it, wouldn't it get lodged in my throat?" However, the Xianxia Taishi Dan melted instantly upon entering his mouth. During his previous adventure with a borrowed sword, he had never tasted such a thing. A warm current began to surge within him, flowing into his limbs and bones. Han Shuangjiang watched him quietly from the side, noticing that Chu Huayu's body was visibly reddening and heating up. Already damp, he began to emit wisps of white vapor. How hot could he possibly be? She was secretly alarmed, but did not dare to touch him. Chu Huayu closed his eyes, attuning himself to the changes within. He realized that the Black Heart Sword, which had previously been shrouded in a heavy aura, seemed to be awakening. By the cold pond, Lu Tianfeng and Niu Yuanshan were engaged in a game of chess. They had played several rounds to pass the time. Out of the 10 who entered the secret realm, 6 had already been expelled by the formation. Now, standing beside the 2 supervising elders, serving them cautiously. Among them was Chun Shimi, despite having a partner, had strayed from Lu Qingqi. These 6 unfortunate souls had not even managed to pass the first maze, being expelled due to exceeding the time limit. Thus, when Lu Tianfeng inquired, they were utterly ignorant of the subsequent challenges, their knowledge limited. At this moment, Niu Yuanshan, holding the black pieces, made his move and remarked to Lu Tianfeng, "Brother Lu, your mind is not at ease." As more of their confidants were expelled from the secret realm, Lu Tianfeng's gameplay became increasingly erratic. Niu Yuanshan remained composed, for both Chu Huayu and Han Shuangjiang were still undergoing their trials within the realm. "No more." Lu Tianfeng frowned, losing all leisure. Originally, it was 8 against 2, but now, with 6 inept individuals failing even the first challenge, it had become a 2-on-2 scenario. He had no means of understanding the specifics inside, only able to pray in his heart, "My son must pass the trial. May there truly be Xiantian Taishi Dan within." After all, the key to the secret realm's entrance is the Dan Wang token, which surely serves as a hint that the treasures left behind are primarily related to elixirs. Having fathered a son in his later years, and with Lu Qingqi being a blazing spirit embryo, he named him Qingqi in hopes that he would become a dragon among men. However, after the spirit embryo was damaged, Qi fell into a decline, his temperament drastically altered. May the ancestors and the Daoist predecessors bestow their blessings. Niu Yuanshan, seeing Lu Tianfeng's reluctance to continue, felt speechless as he was on the verge of winning this game. Yet, being of gentle and amiable nature, he merely smiled in response. Even if he is not inherently a paragon of virtue, wearing the mask of a good person for an extended period can indeed render it nearly impossible to remove. Lu Qinggong, the vice-captain of the enforcement team, promptly prepared tea for his uncle and steward Niu. He spoke reassuringly, "Uncle, do not fret. My cousin is precocious and will surely triumph." In his heart, he truly believed that his cousin possessed remarkable maturity. While at his age, he was still enamored with youthful maidens. His cousin had long been captivated by others' companions and mature women years prior. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianfeng nodded slowly, recognizing that impatience was futile. His demeanor resembled that of a child awaiting examination results, while the parents anxiously waited outside. As time passed, another individual was expelled from the secret realm, plunging into the depths of the frigid pool. Had it not been for the water-repelling pearl, it was likely he would have choked. Upon surfacing, the expression on Lu Tianfeng's face grew even more grim. Meng Xiaodong, you two have exited so swiftly. He glared. Among his son's assistants, he had placed his utmost faith in him. Yet, in reality, Meng Xiaodong was indeed the first among them to escape the maze, only to find himself ensnared in an illusion. When the time came, he was eliminated. Lu Qinggong hastily approached to offer solace. Uncle, do not be upset. My cousin is still inside. However, Lu Tianfeng cast a glance at Niu Yuanshan and ultimately chose to remain silent. Fortunately, from the accounts of these named disciples, it appeared that the trials within the secret realm were individual contests, with each person selecting a separate entrance. This suggested that the situation would not involve a scenario of 1 against 2, Lu Tianfeng pondered. Yet in the next moment, a mysterious aura began to emanate from the cold pool, radiating outward. The long sword strapped to Lu Qinggong's back began to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 47, Spiritual Embryo Divine Ability, Sword Heart Enlightenment. By the cold pool, the named disciples remained oblivious, entirely unaware of the phenomenon. They merely noted that the long sword carried by Vice Captain Lu Qinggong had suddenly begun to shake. These individuals were merely at the Qi opening stage and lacked spiritual energy within them. They had not yet embarked on true cultivation. Thus, they were utterly unaware of the extraordinary occurrences in the world around them. However, Lu Tianfeng and the others were different. The elder sprang to his feet in astonishment, gazing intently at the cold pool. Niu Yuanshan could not help but step forward, peering into the unfathomable waters below. With their cultivation levels, they could sense an arcane ripple extending outward. The changes in Lu Qinggong's sword were likely due to this phenomenon. The two outer sect stewards exchanged glances, unable to discern the underlying reason given their own realms. They immediately moved closer to Lu Qinggong, intent on examining the sword. Did you acquire this sword from Songling Mountain? Niu Yuanshan inquired. Lu Qinggong removed his long sword, a treasured artifact that was intrinsically linked to his very essence. Logically, one would expect a seamless connection. Yet, at this moment, even as he grasped it with both hands, he found himself unable to exert control over it. The sword, known as Xianxia, was indeed acquired from the Songling Mountain and was a mid-grade sword embryo, cherished as his life's spirit sword. His gaze was filled with astonishment as he replied candidly. This was a precious possession, and ordinary outer disciples did not possess the privilege to retrieve artifacts from Songling Mountain. Naturally, there exists a certain vanity in human nature. Lu Qinggong bore this sword not just for its utility, but to bask in the envious glances of others. Yet what was amiss now? Something felt peculiar. Lu Tianfeng observed that Xianxia's sword with intrigue. Niu Yuanshan, with a tone of firm conviction, remarked, I suspect that the enigmatic force emanating from the depths of the cold pond is affecting far more than just this sword. Neither he nor Lu Tianfeng were sword cultivators, but they both shared a certainty that treasures within the secret realm had undoubtedly been claimed by someone. Otherwise, such anomalies would not arise. The question lingered. To whom would the spoils ultimately belong? In the outer sect at Yaoshan, Imo Qingmei, one of the 9 esteemed stewards, practiced swordplay in her courtyard. Among the outer sect, only 3 female stewards existed, a mere half of the male stewards, and she was one of them. Imo Qingmei, though in her middle years, was exceptionally well preserved, exuding an alluring charm typical of a mature woman, the kind that would ignite fervent fantasies in Lu Qingqi's mind during the night. While she did not possess striking beauty, her fair skin and graceful demeanor made her quite appealing, coupled with the voluptuousness characteristic of her age and her gentle temperament. She garnered considerable admiration among the outer disciples. Recently, Imo Qingmei had acquired a set of mysterious sword techniques known as falling cherry blossoms. This technique, crafted by a senior female sword cultivator, resonated deeply with her as it unfolded beautifully during practice. At this moment, while she was engrossed in her sword training, she suddenly turned in astonishment. She sensed a profound power rippling outward in waves, which just then swept through her courtyard. To her surprise, her own life spirit sword began to tremble uncontrollably. Although the intensity of the tremor was not as pronounced as that of Lu Qinggong's Xianxia, it exhibited a degree of uncontrollability. What on earth was happening? Alarmed, she realized that such anomalies in her life treasure were no trivial matter. It seemed to stem from the direction of the cold pond. Imo Qingmei cast a glance westward, swiftly sheathing her sword and making her way toward the cold pond. Strangely, even with the sword returned to its sheath, it continued to tremble slightly. As a peak practitioner of the third realm, Mo Qingmei was distinctly different from an outer disciple like Lu Qinggong. She had nurtured her life spirit sword for many years, endowing it with a greater sentience than that of the Xianxia sword. It appeared to be somewhat exhilarated. Mo Qingmei found herself at a loss. She swiftly made her way towards the cold pool, her expression grave. The ripple continued to spread outward, quickly surpassing the boundaries of the Medicine Mountain. The outer gate of the sect was flanked by 3 peaks, with the Medicine Mountain being the closest to the inner sanctum. Within the purple bamboo grove of the inner sect, Elder Chu Yinin was soaring through the air, her beloved spirit sword in hand, her countenance solemn. However, due to the nature of her cultivation, her physical form resembled that of a young girl, lending her serious expression an air of precocious maturity. She soon flew deep into the purple bamboo grove, her face as pale as water, as if facing a formidable adversary. Before her lay a stone wall, at the foot of which sat a slender woman upon a large boulder. The woman appeared exceedingly frail, her delicate frame almost too slight, clad in a Taoist robe that seemed somewhat loose on her. Her long, jet-black hair was fashioned into an elegant bun, secured with an ancient wooden hairpin. She faced the stone wall, her back turned to Chu Yinin. As the 10th elder of the sect, Chu Yinin possessed the cultivation of the 6th realm's consummation. Concealing her aura, she quietly approached, her spirit sword aimed at the Taoist woman on the boulder, and lunged forward with great intensity. As she drew near, the Taoist woman remained utterly still, her hairpin glimmering faintly with an imperceptible radiance. An unseen force erupted, sending Chu Yinin hurtling backward, landing heavily on the ground. Her rear striking first. The ambush had failed, and after a moment of pain, she let out a cry, exclaiming, "You wretched woman! You intentionally made me fall on my backside." The Taoist, who held the title of 7th elder, continued to face the stone wall, seated upon the boulder, her silence akin to deafness. After venting her frustrations, Chu Yinin, having grown accustomed to this disregard, lifted her gaze to the slender figure before her and inquired, "Shen Man, when will you finally emerge from your seclusion? You have no idea how they have tormented me in your absence." She began to recount her experiences within the Grand Hall, detailing how they had treated her like a riddle, claiming that matters of significance were not to be disclosed to those below the 7th realm. The eldest brother, as the law enforcement elder, had even set up a formation to prevent her from eavesdropping. Such disdain for her. With her hands on her hips, Chu Yinin puffed out her chest in indignation. As the youngest disciple, she held a particular fondness for the 7th sister, while harboring disdain for the 9th sister, Nangongyu. The reason was simple. Due to the flaws in her cultivation, she still appeared as a child, while Nangongyu was the epitome of grace and beauty. Her figure strikingly impressive. Chu Yinin had once shared a bath with her, and to her astonishment, those 2 objects remarkably floated upon the surface of the water, leaving her feeling quite dizzy. It was truly exasperating. However, 7th sister was a delight. Her slender frame allowed only the tiniest hint of femininity to emerge. Despite her ethereal grace, which imbued her with an otherworldly charm, Chu Yinin could not help but feel equally adorable, refusing to concede. Yet, Nangongyu was a different story altogether, her size being quite shameful and her demeanor rather crass. Thus, despite her failure in mischief, her sharp tongue dubbed her a dead woman. In truth, after Elder Shen Man of the Taoist sect received the ancestral inheritance, she confined herself in the purple bamboo forest, delving into contemplation. Only Chu Yinin would frequently disturb her, as she missed her dearly after just a few days apart. After rambling on for quite some time, the Taoist seated upon the massive stone merely nodded slightly, remaining silent as if mute. Yet, Chu Yinin was well aware that 7th sister was far from mute. She simply preferred silence. Even when she spoke, Shun Man's words emerged slowly, with peculiar pauses as she struggled with her stutter. Just as Chu Yinin was about to continue her chatter, she abruptly turned to glance behind her. The mysterious ripples had already spread to this point, stirring countless swords. Even her own spirit sword, Joyful Reunion, trembled slightly. Though the movement was subtle, Chu Yinin detected it. Such an unusual phenomenon prompted her to lift her gaze towards the Taoist on the stone. Her curious eyes fixated on the wooden hairpin nestled in the Taoist's hair. To her disappointment, while her spirit sword reacted, the Taoist's hairpin remained utterly still. The ripples ceased just as they reached the stone's position. For the first time, the usually reticent Taoist addressed her, providing an answer to the phenomenon. Speaking with a deliberate slowness and an unusual cadence, yet with a melodious voice. She uttered, "The heart of the sword is clear." "What?" Chu Yinin exclaimed in surprise, directing her gaze towards the direction of the Medicine Mountain, which was part of the outer sect. Her tone rose a few octaves. In an instant, her figure vanished, soaring toward the Medicine Mountain, leaving behind a single exclamation, "Shun Man, I'm off." The Taoist, left alone on the stone, shook her head in amusement, muttering, "She doesn't even address me. How impolite," in a tone filled with fondness. Meanwhile, within the secret realm of the cold pool, Chu Huaishu sat cross-legged, unaware of the bustling activity at the cold pool's edge as the Xianxia fetal breathing pill rapidly digested within him, enveloping him in a warm sensation. Although his body felt as if it were about to boil, he experienced no discomfort whatsoever. Unlike during the cultivation of the sword refining technique, which was akin to enduring menstrual pain, Chu Huaishu felt utterly at ease. Just moments ago, he had heard the system notification, "Ding. Congratulations. You have attained a spirit embryo attribute of 1. Remarkably, he had just received the same notification again. A single Xiantian Taishidan had elevated his spirit embryo attribute by a full 2 points. He had initially assumed that a mere increase of 1 point would be the limit, considering the nature of the elixir, which possessed a high probability of enhancing the spirit embryo grade, yet could also yield no increase at all. Truly, it was a testament to the prowess of the alchemist, the Dan King, whose creations were undeniably formidable. Chu Huaishu mused to himself, contemplating that the ordinary Xiantian Taishidan might indeed be a 7th grade elixir, while this particular one could very well surpass that tier. Before long, he heard the 3rd system notification. "Ding! You have successfully unlocked the spirit embryo divine ability, Sword Heart Clarity." Startled, Chu Huaishu opened his eyes wide while seated in meditation. In the secret chamber, Han Shuangjiang had been vigilantly guarding Chu Huaishu. She could distinctly sense fluctuations in his aura, though she was at a loss to explain the reason behind them. The moment Chu Huaishu's eyes flew open, her heart skipped a beat. Oddly enough, she felt an intense sharpness emanating from him. Yet, that sensation vanished just as swiftly as it had appeared. Taking a deep breath, Chu Huaishu lowered his gaze to his own body. How delightful it felt. He thought to himself, if the sword refining technique could be this pleasurable, cultivation would surely become an addictive pursuit. Han Shuangjiang stepped forward, her expression filled with concern. "How do you feel?" she inquired. "Quite splendid," he replied. "Then why not try the spirit disc and see how much your spirit embryo grade has improved?" she suggested. Her curiosity piqued. What else could Chu Huaishu do but oblige her request? He retrieved the spirit disc from his storage token and placed his hand upon it. The pointer no longer lingered to the 1st mark but soared directly to the 3rd mark. One elixir had elevated him by 2 grades. Han Shuangyang Gospid in Astonishment. Despite Chu Huaishu still being classified as a low-grade spirit embryo, anyone who had practiced knew that ascending the spirit embryo grade was an arduous feat, akin to seizing the heavens. This was common knowledge. Thus, the enhancement of the spirit embryo attribute was the most challenging among all player attributes. Noding, Zhuhuaisu Zima. This Xiantian Taishidan was personally crafted by the esteemed Dan King. Its effects are undoubtedly superior to the average. He chuckled. Unfortunately, this elixir can only enhance those of low-grade spirit embryos. If anyone could benefit from it, it would be truly remarkable. In theory, the ultimate function of the Xiantian Taishidan is to elevate a 3rd-tier low-grade spiritual fetus to a 4th-tier medium-grade one. However, Chu Huaishu did not intend to retain it, adhering to this limit. On one hand, possessing such a treasure could invite misfortune. On the other, he, like a half-prophet relying on his memories, had alternative avenues to enhance his spiritual fetus. It would be wiser to bolster his strength early on. Without sufficient power, many opportunities would remain beyond his reach. At present, Chu Huaishu was more concerned with the spiritual fetus divine ability, Sword Heart Clarity. Was it possible that he awakened his divine ability so swiftly? This took him by surprise. Under normal circumstances, both high-grade and super-grade spiritual fetuses have a probability of awakening their divine abilities during cultivation, typically occurring at the realm of great practitioners. Viewed through the lens of gaming, magic can be likened to active skills, while spiritual fetus divine abilities resemble passive skills. As players enhance their spiritual fetus attributes, they also have a chance to awaken divine abilities. The rationale is simple. Take Chu Huaishu's Sword Heart as an example, which was marked as veiled in dust on his character panel. Theoretically, his limit was 10 points of spiritual fetus attributes, implying that the pinnacle of sword heart was supergrade, but remained in the dust-veiled phase. Thus, the emergence of a spiritual fetus divine ability was not unexpected. The issue, however, lay in my past experiences. Players had never awakened a divine ability with attributes below 5 points. His own main character was no exception, awakening the ability moment precisely upon reaching a 5th-level spiritual fetus. This was already considered fortunate. Why, then, had he awakened at level 3 this time? Was it due to the exceptionally potent elixir crafted by the Elixir King? Or was it possible that Han Shuangjiang, the world's protagonist endowed with great fortune, had truly bestowed upon him luck? Had he inadvertently tapped into her blessings? He recalled that many players had previously mentioned in forums that participating in dungeons alongside Han Shuangjiang or undertaking main storyline quests under her guidance often yielded remarkable rewards. With fortune overflowing, could it be that she possessed a touch of koi-like attributes? Chu Huaishu lifted his gaze to scrutinize her. Under his gaze, Han Shuangjiang felt a twinge of discomfort and inquired, "What are you looking at me for?" "I find today's fortune rather extraordinary," he replied, his next words startling the cold-faced girl. "I have awakened my spiritual fetus divine ability," Chu Huaishu stated. Divine abilities of the spiritual fetus are typically the hallmark of powerful practitioners, symbolizing their strength. Consequently, such tales are often recounted in the world. Han Shuangjiang did not expect that Chu Huaishu, still in the Qi opening stage and not even officially embarked on his cultivation journey, had managed to awaken a divine ability. Moreover, wasn't he a low-grade spiritual fetus? The girl was perplexed. In a moment of astonishment, she felt a genuine happiness for him, and even for the esteemed Lei Wenyan. The essence of Shuangbao was indeed kind-hearted. She wisely refrained from inquiring about the specifics of the divine ability. Yet, within Chu Huaishu's mind, a multitude of questions lingered. Why was it the clarity of the sword heart? Why, indeed, was it the clarity of the sword heart? His spiritual embryo was the heart sword, which had awakened to the sword heart clarity, seemingly fitting when viewed literally. However, he was acutely aware that the sword heart represented a realm of sword cultivation. Those formidable sword cultivators who possessed profound insights into the sword path would inevitably cultivate the sword heart. The so-called sword heart clarity was the pinnacle of the sword heart. The 4 peerless sword cultivators, known as the 4 divine swords, all embodied this state of sword heart clarity. While this appeared quite impressive, Chu Huaishu's emotions were somewhat complex. The reason was simple. Had he chosen the path of the sword, embracing the identity of a sword cultivator, then, as he grew stronger, a sword heart would eventually manifest. This meant he had unwittingly forfeited a divine ability of his spiritual embryo. After all, how could a divine ability be merely a sword heart? Yet, on a positive note, the emergence of a sword heart was a matter for the later stages of cultivation. As for the realm of sword heart clarity, it remained an exceedingly distant aspiration. To put it more grandly, while the 4 divine swords could crush him as easily as stepping on an ant, when it came to insights into the sword path, they stood shoulder to shoulder with him. In the very instant the sword heart clarity awakened, Chu Huaishu felt as though he had gained profound understanding of the sword path, as if he had glimpsed countless vivid scenes in an ephemeral moment. Yet in the blink of an eye, all was forgotten, leaving only an enigmatic essence swirling within his heart, elusive and ineffable. He was lost in elation, grasping the essence while forgetting its form. Chu Huaishu opened his character panel to scrutinize the description of this ability. As he had surmised, the effect of this divine ability aligned perfectly with his understanding of sword heart clarity. It was not merely a matter of nomenclature. In simpler terms, once a sword cultivator developed a sword heart, all their sword techniques and effects would be enhanced. In gaming terms, the enhancement upon generating a sword heart would be 10. A minor achievement would yield 40. A major achievement would result in 70, and sword heart clarity would equate to 100. One should not underestimate such percentage disparities. In practical combat, this truly signifies overwhelming superiority. This enhancement is comprehensive, augmenting not only the damage of sword techniques, but also their speed and defense penetration. For Chu Huaishu at this stage, the notion of being invincible among peers was merely foundational practice. Furthermore, he sensed that the black little sword within his sea of consciousness had noticeably become more vibrant, shedding its previous lethargy. Emerging from a state of near death, "I have evolved into a rather feeble condition," reflects Chu Huaishu. He inexplicably feels a sense of nurturing akin to fostering a child. as he witnesses its gradual path to health. Furthermore, there is a critical aspect to consider. Chu Huaishu shares a profound connection with his heart sword, enabling him to distinctly sense its state. Through his perception, he discerns that the clarity of the sword's essence is, in truth, embedded within the small black blade. Upon contemplation, this seems to align with logic, given that it was born from a spiritual embryo's divine power, with my spiritual embryo embodying the heart sword. With this thought, his eyes narrowed, and an audacious hypothesis emerged in his mind. Does this imply that I still have the opportunity to cultivate a heart of the sword? Chapter 49. Stirring the higher echelons. Within the secret chamber, Chu Huaishu's thoughts raced. He boldly speculated, intending to devise a cautious means of verification later. At this moment, he was oblivious to the magnitude of the commotion he had caused. Outside the cold pool, an increasing number of practitioners began to gather. A multitude of sword cultivators congregated here, with all but 2 of the 9 outer sect stewards present, excluding those who had descended the mountain. Steward Mo Qingmei and another outer sect steward, Tang Qiuyue, stood together. Mo Qingmei retained her grace, while Tang Qiuyue was somewhat plump but appeared amiable. For reasons unknown, Chu Huaishu sensed that the sword spirit was in a state of excitement. Mo Qingmei remarked to Tang Qiuyue, "Excitement?" Tang Qiuyue found this peculiar, as she was not a sword cultivator, and turned her gaze toward the other's sword, observing nothing out of the ordinary. A considerable number of sword disciple practitioners gathered by the cold pool, much like the stewards, each clutching their own life swords, engaging in animated discussions. The level of noise here rivaled that of the outer sect marketplace. Logically, given the manifestation of celestial phenomena, the presence of so many disciples should have prompted the stewards to take charge. However, the stewards were equally perplexed, uncertain of the nature of the occurrence. Lu Tianfeng, confronted with inquiries from his colleagues, found himself at a loss for an explanation. Such a significant commotion in a secret realm seems illogical. Remarked one steward of the Wang family. Brother Lu, are you suggesting that your son Xianxia is still in the secret realm? Could it be that he has encountered some remarkable fortune? Inquired another steward, Chun, with a smile. Niu Yuanshan, listening from the side, glanced at the cold pool, but refrained from expressing his opinion. He certainly did not believe that all of this could be the doing of the young scoundrel Lu Xianxia, a being whose spiritual embryo had been damaged, and who had succumbed to despair, having lost all sense of self-worth. Could he truly be capable of such feats? Niu scoffed inwardly. Lu Tianfeng, hearing the remarks, could only offer a wry smile. This celestial phenomenon only concerns the spiritual sword and does not involve anything else. My son Xianxia is not even a sword cultivator. Standing on the opposite side, Mo Qingmei immediately inquired, among the 3 individuals at the bottom of the cold pool, which one is the sword cultivator? Mo Shimi, you might not be aware, but only those devoid of spiritual power can enter this secret realm. Therefore, they are all disciples at the Qi transformation stage, and there are no sword cultivators among them. Niu Yuanshan, who had remained silent until now, spoke up to elucidate. He had been feigning death at the side, yet his peripheral vision occasionally darted towards Mo Qingmei. Upon hearing him address her, Mo Qingmei responded in a tone that was neither warm nor cold. Oh, understood. Tang Qiuyue, standing nearby, couldn't help but nudge her lightly with her elbow upon hearing her tone. It's just a confession that was rejected. So many years have passed. Yet she still holds a grudge against senior brother Niu. Tang Qiuyue mused inwardly. After a brief discussion among the group of stewards, the eldest and most relevant elder, Lu Tianfeng, decisively declared, this matter must be reported to the inner sect elders. Such astonishing phenomena are beyond our handling. He harbored a degree of concern for his son, believing that with the elders present, no mishap would occur. As soon as he finished speaking, a youthful voice echoed from the skies above. No need for a special report. I have arrived. The 10th elder, Chu Yinin, descended gracefully, standing with her hands clasped behind her back atop an ancient tree by the cold pool. Due to her delayed physical development, she was not very tall, but her strength and status surpassed that of most. Consequently, she often preferred to speak from elevated positions, avoiding the need to look up at others. 10th elder. Everyone gathered there bowed respectfully. It is well known that the 10th elder wields the least power within the inner sect. Yet she possesses the fiercest temperament. Although she would never admit it, her personality was often reminiscent of a rebellious young girl due to the influence of her cultivation method. Chu Yinin was akin to a cat that could easily be provoked. Inform me, Who is in the secret realm? She furrowed her brows, her gaze fixated on the cold pool. Reporting to the elder, there are 3 registered disciples within the secret realm, namely Chu Huaishu, Han Shuangjiang, and my son Lu Qingqi. Lu Tianfeng promptly replied, Registered disciples? Does that not imply they are at the Qi transformation stage? Chu Yining paused momentarily. Is Shenman mistaken? The crowd exchanged glances at the mention of the 7th elder. Hadn't the 7th elder been confined to the Zizhu forest since acquiring the Dao ancestors' legacy? It had been a year already. This celestial phenomenon had even stirred the Zizhu forest? Lu Tianfeng quickly exchanged a worried glance with Niu Yuanshan. Both felt a surge of anxiety. How could such a significant commotion arise from this secret realm? The 7th elder had remained aloof from worldly affairs for a year. Could it be that even she, ranked among the 4 divine swords, would be concerned? Most importantly, no one knew what was truly occurring inside. Was it possible that my son Qingqi had encountered an opportunity? I hope he does not face any danger. Lu Tianfeng felt on the verge of madness. The uncertainty was unbearable. Niu Yuanshan also harbored concerns for Chu Huaishu's safety. Ultimately, it was Lu Tianfeng who, steeling himself, dared to inquire. Elder, my son Qingqi remains within. I dare to ask, what exactly transpired with the recent celestial phenomenon? Please enlighten us. In truth, had it not been for Shunman's narration, Chu Yining would have remained oblivious to the fact that this was induced by the sword heart clarity. Yet, now was the perfect opportunity to feign profundity. Standing atop an ancient tree, she donned an expression of feigned seriousness, her hands clasped behind her back, gazing intently into the cold pool below. For cultivators of your caliber, ignorance is quite understandable. The enigmatic wave you just witnessed is, the crowd looked up at Chu Yining, only to realize that while her lips moved, the final words were inaudible. Suddenly, Chu Yining raised her head, pointing towards the heavens, and shouted, Xianxia, how dare you employ a sound-restraining formation against me? You may wish to silence me, but I shall speak nonetheless. This wave is, with the preceding words clear, the final syllables were again muted. Xianxia, you shall pay for this. With her spiritual sword, Xiang Jianhuan, in hand, she soared into the sky. This left the outer sect disciples near the cold pool in a state of alarm, engaging in fervent speculation. Had even the sect master been stirred? This matter seemed to be of great secrecy. What could have transpired that warranted the sect master as presence? Could it possibly involve the inheritance of a Dao ancestor? Or perhaps the legacy of some formidable sword cultivator? Various chaotic voices filled the air, while Lu Tianfeng's expression fluctuated between worry and regret. He suddenly regretted bestowing fragments of the Pill King's token to Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang. No matter, until now, no one knows what lies within. My son still has a chance, he reassured himself. As for the others surrounding him, most had heard of Lu Ji's son, Lu Qingqi, but the names of Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang were unfamiliar. Everyone silently committed these names to memory. Who, one wondered, was fortunate enough to provoke such a phenomenon beneath the cold pool? Above in the heavens, Sect Master Xiang Yin stood with hands clasped behind his back, hovering amidst the clouds. Several elders, including Li Chunsong, stood at a distance, maintaining a safe space. Soon, Chu Yining charged towards them. The 8th realm Xiang Yin remained motionless, his aura circulating around him, allowing Chu Yining to brandish her sword, yet the blade could not breach even the slightest proximity to him. Everyone understood that the little junior sister's temper flared swiftly, only to dissipate just as quickly. After venting her emotions, Chu Yining sheathed her sword. Knowing well that she could not strike him down, with a disdainful huff, she declared, I can't be bothered with you. The bald-headed Xiang Yin was exceedingly unattractive, resembling a grotesque face painted upon a dark, boiled egg. He smiled at Chu Yining in a sycophantic manner, saying, Do not take offense, little junior sister. This matter is significant. It must not be leaked. The eldest senior brother, serving as the law enforcement elder, immediately chimed in, with Lu Pan urging little junior sister, Do not disrupt the rules. I understand. Chu Yining waved her hand impatiently. Secretly, she perked up her ears, eager to hear what her seniors were discussing. Shenman suggested that this phenomenon was caused by the clarity of the sword's heart, yet there were no sword cultivators at the bottom of the cold pool. Doubt began to creep in. Perhaps Shenman was simply being foolish, as he often was. Then, a scene that infuriated her reoccurred. Much like the previous occasion in the Grand Hall of Wendafing, they had once again set up a formation that prevented her from hearing their conversation. Frustrated, she could only watch from the sidelines, As a peak 6th realm cultivator, one of the 10 elders of the Tao sect struggled to read their lips. What? Was that bald head just mentioning the clarity of the sword heart? What were the last 2 words? Nangong you wretched woman. What did that gambler say to make you so delighted, causing you to laugh so heartily? I'm going to faint. Oh, why won't you let me listen? Am I not a person beneath the 7th realm? If you continue to treat me like this, believe me, I will break through right before your eyes. She was frantic. Soon, Xianxia and the others concluded their discussion. With a grand gesture, he dismantled the formation. This matter requires inquiry with the 7th junior sister. Let us proceed to the bamboo grove together, he stated. I won't go. If you wish to go, then go without me, since you aren't letting me listen. Chu Yining began to sulk. The law enforcement elder, Lu Pan, cast her a glance and nodded. Not going is acceptable, but the rules must be upheld. With that, he waved his hand and cast a silencing formation upon Chu Yining, rendering her speechless to prevent her from causing further disturbances. Having accomplished this, the group laughed and took flight towards the bamboo grove, leaving Chu Yining alone in the air, frantically unable to voice her protests. What? You really want to take me along? Release me from this silencing formation. She felt as if she might truly lose her mind. Resembling a cat whose fur had been ruffled, Lu Pan, the law enforcement elder, was a master of formations, one of the few in this realm possessing such skill. His formations were far more formidable than Xianxia's. Ultimately, Chu Yining could only grit her teeth in frustration and hasten in pursuit of the bamboo grove. By the time she landed, everyone had already arrived and was engrossed in conversation. It seemed that Xianxia had posed a question, and all eyes turned to Shinman, awaiting her response. The ethereal and slender nun remained seated upon the colossal rock, her gaze fixed upon the stone wall, as if encircled by an invisible barrier. She hesitated to speak, her countenance betraying a hint of helplessness, while her eyes softened with a touch of indulgence. With a delicate flick of her finger, the sound barrier that Chu Yining had struggled to break shattered effortlessly. Chapter 50. The One Without a Sword. As a master of formations and a formidable practitioner of the 8th realm, Lu Pan's sound barrier appeared feeble in Shunman's presence. Once the barrier crumbled, Chu Yining began to stir restlessly, her cries eliciting expressions of resignation from the onlookers. After years of camaraderie, they were well aware that Shunman held the greatest fondness for Chu Yining. Ultimately, it was the sect leader, Xianxia, who spoke. Little junior sister, we do not intend to make things difficult for you. This matter is strictly confidential for those below the 7th realm. Chu Yining, ever the free spirit, interjected. Then why not lower the level of confidentiality? The crowd was taken aback. Lu Pan, as the enforcement elder, scowled darkly. His stern features accentuated as he replied in a deep voice, Little junior sister, tread carefully. The classification of this matter was personally designated by our esteemed Uncle Master. At that moment, the slender nun seated upon the stone finally spoke. Master, allow me to address this. Her voice remained melodious, yet her phrasing was peculiar, often trailing off mid-sentence. Although present as brother and sister, they did not share the same master, having merely belonged to the same generation of true disciples. The only disciple of the Uncle Master was the nun, who now faced away from the assembly. Upon hearing Shinman willingly accept responsibility, the others refrained from further comment. While one individual may not breach the rules, collective transgressions were not uncommon during their days as true disciples. The rather unappealing sect leader, Xianxia, found a convenient excuse. Little junior sister, you could easily break through, yet you choose not to if you were to ascend to the 7th realm. We would not be entangled in such matters. At this, Chu Yining cast a glance at her underdeveloped petite form and frowned. This is sufficient. The 6th realm suffices. If I were to break through again, I would truly be overwhelmed. The others found themselves at a loss for words, shifting the conversation to more pressing matters. Xianxia, resembling a boiled egg, looked upward and inquired, 7th junior sister, our spiritual perception has not faltered, has it? Can we confirm that the sword heart is indeed clear? The reticent nun remained silent, merely nodding in affirmation. The group exchanged glances, astonished. How could a disciple in the chi transformation stage attain the clarity of the sword heart? Indeed, such swordsmanship comprehension, aside from the 4 great divine swords, could be counted on one hand. It is not necessarily the case. There are indeed some reclusive seniors within the Xianhuang realm, yet their capabilities are limited. The clarity of one's sword heart signifies that one has reached the pinnacle of comprehension in the path of the sword. Li Shunsong Raminisa Stating. I recall that the seventh junior sister attained such a realm shortly after entering the seventh stage. Did she not? This is truly a rarity in the world. Indeed, where did our esteemed junior uncle find such an anomaly from the foot of the mountain? Everyone turned their gaze towards Li Chunsong, who was responsible for fetching individuals from Wuming Mountain. The benevolent gambling magnate immediately spread his hands, exclaiming, "Do not look at me. I merely received a message to descend the mountain and bring people back. I know nothing beyond that. However, I have successfully fulfilled my task, bringing all the individuals that junior uncle instructed back to the mountain. Shouldn't I be rewarded with some contribution points for the sect?" Li Chunsong even began to plead for his due. "You simply flew down the mountain once. How can you have the audacity to ask?" The sect leader, Xianxia, immediately began to scold him. Standing nearby was the gracious ninth elder, Nangong Yu, whose demeanor was gentle and refined, though she had no Tao partner. She exuded the essence of a devoted wife. With a smile, she remarked, "Even the current sword sovereign of the sword sect, hailed as a rare talent in swordsmanship over the millennia, was said to have been compared to the Tao ancestor when he achieved the perfection of his sword heart upon entering the realm of great practitioners, correct?" Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately united in their derision, starting to mock. How dare they draw comparisons to our Tao ancestor? Indeed, they truly know how to embellish their own image. To compare themselves to their original sword sovereign is one thing, but to liken themselves to the Tao ancestor? Such individuals are non-existent in this world. The sword sect members are utterly shameless. Even the slender Taoist nun seated upon the boulder nodded silently in agreement. The crowd scoffed, revealing just how exalted the Tao ancestor's status was within the hearts of the Taoists. In the Eastern continent, among the four major sects, the sword sect is the oldest, long regarded as the sacred ground of sword cultivators. It was not until the emergence of the Tao ancestor that the sword cultivators of that generation were left unable to hold their heads high. Some grudges were formed during that time. As for the enmities of recent years, most stem from the aforementioned junior uncle's descent from a mountain. Once, he was also ranked among the four divine swords. With a serious expression, Lu Pan let out a cold snort, stating, "Do not speak of clarity in the sword heart." Throughout the 1,500-year history of the sword sect, which disciple in the Qi opening stage has ever attained such a state? They cannot even meet the threshold of the sword heart. The crowd exchanged glances, and what were they waiting for? They burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha! Within the purple bamboo forest, the high-ranking members of the Taoist sect began to laugh heartily, their mirth resounding joyously. In truth, until now, Chu Yinin remained unaware of which named disciple from the depths of the cold pond had entered the realm of clarity in the sword heart. However, she loved to join in the merriment, and thus laughed along, ha ha ha. Due to the previous wager, Chu Huaishu had surprisingly won a bet for Li Chunsong, which significantly heightened his fondness for the lad. He jestingly began to play matchmaker. This young man will undoubtedly enter the inner circle sooner or later, seventh junior sister. Why not break tradition and accept him as your true disciple? Indeed, the sect leader, Xianxia, chimed in with a voice as grating as a crow's caw. At that moment, Chu Yinin realized that the commotion beneath the coal pond was caused by none other than Chu Huaishu. Her displeasure grew. "I'm also a sword cultivator. I have no true disciples either. Why should he not come to me as a master?" Everyone shot her sidelong glances, and the eldest senior brother, Lu Pan, was particularly merciless. "He possesses a clear sword heart. Do you think you are worthy to teach him?" Chu Yinin found herself at a loss for a retort, her anger boiling over. Am I not a formidable expert at the pinnacle of the sixth realm? Am I not even worthy to teach a low-tier practitioner in your eyes? Elder Zhao Shuqing, with his squinty eyes that vanished when he smiled, added a sharp remark. Little junior sister, do not mislead the disciples. Indeed, we hope to see him bring glory to the sword sect, Li Chunsong echoed. Frustrated, Chu Yinin clenched her fists. She could not compete against their numbers. Her small and awkward mouth was no match for their banter. Secretly, she vowed to find an opportunity to meet this Chu Huaishu. Who knows how long Shun Man will be in seclusion after receiving the ancestral legacy? What can she teach? She grumbled inwardly. Moreover, what if she lacks a clear sword heart? The clarity of sword heart is the pinnacle. In this regard, he has nothing left to teach. Does that matter? Chu Yinin was adept at finding angles. She resolved that, regardless of the effort required, she would compel him to call her master. This true disciple, she was determined to claim. Within the purple bamboo forest, a gathering of esteemed figures from the cultivation world engaged in lively conversation. They could not fathom how one achieves a clear sword heart. Could it be that some are simply born with knowledge? If memory serves, he was merely a pseudo-spiritual fetus. Was he not? Sixth junior brother, when he emerges from the secret realm, bring him to us for a glimpse, the sect leader Xianxia instructed. Let us study him. Capture him for research. Yes, the sixth elder replied dutifully. What a marvel! Where did our little master uncle find such a creature? Li Chunsong continued to marvel, unaware that it was he who had discovered the extraordinary talent. Amidst the lively discussions, the perpetually silent and slender Taoist maiden suddenly spoke. Her words succinct, there is no sword. The crowd looked up puzzled. Yet, after years of camaraderie, they were accustomed to Shun Man's tendency to truncate her words, allowing them to infer her meaning. These 3 words abruptly awakened them all. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized that this young disciple, who had achieved a profound understanding of the sword way, had not even held a sword until now. Chapter 51, A Treasure Mountain. A swordless one. With a clear heart for the sword, let Chu Huaishu ascend Songling Mountain. The sect leader, Xianxia, decisively made a decision on the spot. This mountain could be considered a treasure trove of the Taoist sect. Under normal circumstances, only a select group of outstanding young disciples, upon entering the first realm, could earn the privilege to ascend a mountain. Unless in special circumstances, one could only ascend once in a lifetime. The sword left by the Tao ancestor rests at the summit of Songling Mountain. Yet, few can reach the peak to behold the splendor of that sword. The entire mountain is divided into 3 regions: the foot, the middle, and the summit. The vast majority of disciples can only obtain entry to the foot of the mountain and lack the qualifications to ascend further. Those who reach the middle are already distinguished individuals. For instance, Lu Qinggong obtained his Sangsong sword at the foot of the mountain. Despite being the deputy captain of the Outer Sect's enforcement team, a title that sounds impressive, true prodigies would never linger in the Outer Sect. They all strive with great determination toward the Inner Sect. Everyone present understood that when the sect leader mentioned allowing Chu Huaishu to ascend Songling Mountain, it was certainly not just a privilege to enter the foot of the mountain, but the entire mountain. Naturally, no one opposed this. Li Chunsong cupped his hands to the crowd and said, I will wait outside the secret realm. Everyone can wait for me here in this purple bamboo forest. Since Shun Man had drawn a boundary here, she certainly could not go elsewhere. Thus, bringing that young man here was most appropriate. Before long, Li Chunsong flew to the side of the cold pond. At that moment, the crowd gathered around the cold pond not only did not diminish, but instead grew larger. It felt as though half of the outer sect had come here, packed like sardines. As everyone saw Elder Lu arrive to preside over the situation, they became increasingly aware that this matter was of great significance. But as soon as Li Chunsong arrived, he began to dismiss people, including the deacons. Niu Yuanshan cooperated fully, leading the way out. Upon seeing that the newcomer was Elder Lu and not someone else, his astute mind felt reassured, and he left with a smile on his face. This left Mo Qingmei, who was glancing at him from the side, utterly perplexed. Lu Tianfeng was not a fool either. He had some inkling of what was happening, but still mustered the courage to say, Elder Lu, my son is still below. It is of no concern to him. So it should be of no concern to you. You may leave. Li Chunsong casually waved his hand. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianfeng felt as if struck by lightning. Sensing that the sky had fallen, as he departed, he turned back 3 times, his expression growing increasingly grim, until it transformed into a visage of despair, resembling a soulless corpse. Within the secret realm, Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang stood before the stone door. He raised his hand to activate the mechanism on the stone wall, and the door slowly creaked open. The third chamber was devoid of life, which relieved Chu Huaishu. Then, to Han Shuangjiang's astonishment, he suddenly leaped into the water. The 4 openings beneath the surface remained dormant, yielding no elixir of body tempering, nor did the underwater formation unleash any water blades. He felt certain that there must be elixirs hidden within the mechanism. He explained his peculiar action. It appeared that the formation and the mechanism could not be activated in such a manner. It was likely that they were interconnected. Chu Huaishu voiced his conjecture. Let us proceed, he said, emerging from the water and addressing Han Shuangjiang. Before departing, he cast one last glance at the 4 openings. Unyielding, he resolved to return once more, starting from the first challenge to see if there would be any effect. This instance of the dungeon should not be a one-time affair. It seemed that only the ultimate reward had been claimed, he speculated. Standing beside him, Han Shuangjiang also glanced at the pool before leaving. Though her mind was clouded with alluring visions from the water, she quickly gathered her thoughts, attempting to erase those unsavory memories from her mind. Thus, the pair exited another stone door, revealing Lu Qingqi, who remained trapped in the illusion. His expression was vacant, and his steps were heavy as he wandered aimlessly across the vast expanse, reminiscent of a zombie from a game. The light had faded from his eyes, as if he were eternally bound to wander. This illusion is quite formidable. He hasn't even noticed our presence, remarked Chu Huaishu. Han Xiangyang nodded, recognizing that Lu Qingqi was oblivious to their words, clearly severed from his senses. Pay him no mind. Let us continue, declared Chu Huaishu, his heart as shadowy as the sword in his consciousness. This, too, was a form of training for him. They must not hinder Lu Shixiang's trials. Chu Huaishu added with a sense of righteous conviction. His system allowed him to track time. Only a little over 6 hours had passed, which equated to merely 3 time intervals. According to the words left by the esteemed Lei Wenyan, the time limit for both the first and second challenges was 2 intervals. Otherwise, they would be expelled. Lu Qingqi was likely nearing dismissal. Observing his lifeless demeanor, Chu Huaishu doubted he could progress to the 3rd challenge. Deeming it a waste of elixir, Han Shuangjiang glanced at the lifeless fox beside her, and naturally, she had no intention of awakening Lu Qingqi, who had once harbored improper thoughts towards her. Thus, they departed the secret realm and swam out of the cold pool. Upon reaching the shore, they discovered that both Steward Lu and Steward Niu had vanished, leaving only Li Chunsong standing at the water's edge. We have met Elder Lu, they immediately bowed in greeting. Li Chunsong scrutinized Chu Huaishu with an air of astonishment. You truly managed to astonish me each time, he exclaimed. I never anticipated that you would draw the attention of Elder Lu. I am quite embarrassed for you. Chu Huaisu humbo ak no wet, unaware that he had caused such a celestial phenomenon. Draw my attention? You have even stirred the sect leader, Li Chunsong retorted, his tone somewhat irritable. This revelation left Han Shuangjiang, who stood nearby, profoundly shaken. The sect leader, Xianxia, was a figure of immense stature across the entirety of the eastern continent. Unlike the western continent, where imperial power was paramount, the 4 major sects wielded greater influence than the court. The words of Xianxia held more weight than those of the emperor of the Mirror Kingdom. Was it true that even the sect leader was keeping an eye on him? Han Shuangjiang felt genuinely embarrassed. She had ascended the mountain alongside Chu Huaishu and, being inherently stubborn, was reluctant to fall too far behind him. It appeared that she indeed needed to exert herself doubly. She resolved to begin her studies anew. Li Chunsong glanced at the two and instructed, Shuangjiang, you may return for now. Chu Huaishu, accompany me. Understood, they both replied. As for Lu Qingqi, who remained at the bottom of the cold pool, he was of no concern to anyone. Within the purple bamboo forest, Chu Huaishu was brought to this place by Li Chunsong. He recognized each of the senior figures of the Taoist sect before him. Having seen them on the borrowing sword forum, Li Chunsong introduced him to each one, and he responded with a respectful bow. The sect leader appeared even less appealing than the players had depicted. Could it be that he belonged to the category of those who looked better in photographs? Chu Huaisu Ponde. Elder Zhao Shuqing had squinting eyes. There was a popular meme online suggesting that squinty-eyed individuals were often monstrous, prompting him to tread carefully around him. Elder Nangong Yu indeed hailed from the Great Thunder Sound Temple. But why is she so imposing? He wondered, noting her strong maternal aura. He found it perplexing. The law enforcement elder, Lu Pan, perpetually bore a grim expression, resembling a stern principal. It was no wonder he was less popular. As for the young girl, Chu Yinin, she seemed unremarkable. What distinguished her from a child in the 5th or 6th grade? She was undeniably adorable, yet from Chu Huaishu's experience as a gaming companion, he had learned that the more charming a person appeared, the more challenging they often were to manage. However, it was the figure seated atop a massive stone that captured his keen interest. Although he could not discern her features, he gazed upon her slender silhouette and mused. Could this be the most enigmatic 7th elder of the Taoist sect? His knowledge of her was scant, as she had perished in the year 1993 of the Xuanli calendar, which was merely 3 years away. In the purple bamboo forest, the sect leader, Xianxia, was the first to speak, his voice grating enough to repel even those who were fond of sound. Chu Huaishu, there is no need for you to be anxious. Earlier, you invoked a celestial phenomenon. We have summoned you here to assess your condition. Chu Huaishu felt a sense of confusion. He had unwittingly triggered such an extraordinary event. However, he could likely surmise that these adept individuals were employing their spiritual consciousness, scanning him thoroughly. Before them, he felt somewhat exposed, as if there were no secrets left to conceal. What unsettled him further was their occasional utterances of confusion, such as hisses and exclamations of surprise. This sensation was akin to undergoing a CT scan, surrounded by a multitude of doctors expressing such reactions. Subsequently, the assembly took a drop of blood from Chu Huaishu. They were not astonished by his transformation from a pseudo-spiritual fetus to a third-tier spiritual fetus. They could still perceive a faint residue of the Xiantian Taishi Dan emanating from him. Strangely, however, they could not detect the presence of the sword heart within him. How could a novice, yet to embark on formal cultivation, master such a delicate balance? It defied logic to escape their scrutiny. In fact, these high-ranking individuals had summoned Chu Huaishu with the intention of allowing Lu Pan, the master of formations, to place a restriction upon him, ensuring that those of profound cultivation could not easily probe into his sword heart. This was a form of protection for him. Yet now, Lu Pan found himself in a quandary. He could not ascertain the location of that entity. In desperation, the group turned their attention to the Taoist nun upon the colossal stone, one of the 4 divine swords. Among all present, none possessed a greater understanding of the sword than she. The sea of consciousness, the slender nun spoke in a gentle tone. Chu Huaishu's heart tightened at her effortless recognition of this fact. Chapter 52, Madness. The sea of consciousness is the most enigmatic and mysterious aspect of the human body. In the Xianwang realm, it is commonly referred to as the resting place of souls. If one truly possesses 3 souls and 7 spirits, then they reside within the sea of consciousness. Should this realm collapse, death is inevitable. Many so-called mental techniques specifically target the sea of consciousness. Xianxia and the others had refrained from probing Chu Huaishu's sea of consciousness with their spiritual awareness. Since he had yet to formally begin his cultivation, he had not developed a spiritual consciousness, rendering his sea of consciousness exceedingly fragile. Regardless of their caution, the collective intrusion of so many spiritual consciousnesses could easily lead to his demise. They were unaware of how Shen Man discerned that the secret lay within the sea of consciousness. Perhaps it was due to her own clarity of sword heart. Xianxia merely stated, to investigate the sea of consciousness, he must stabilize his mind. Otherwise, complications may arise. That is easily managed, exclaimed the petite Chu Yining, who leaped into action, preparing to deliver a swift chop to knock Chu Huaishu unconscious. Ultimately, it was the gentle and graceful Nan Gongyu who stood by his side. She waved her hand, using her energy to intercept Chu Yining, and with a soft breath, Chu Huaishu succumbed to unconsciousness. A brief slumber will suffice. This was the last tender voice he heard. As Chu Huai fell backward, Nan Gongyu swiftly reached out to steady him, nearly toppling into her ample embrace. Using her chest as a cushion. Clearly, a touch of magic would suffice. Yet, your approach is reckless and heavy-handed, she chided her junior sister. TSK. Chu Yining turned her head away, disregarding her words. Xianxia, as the sect leader, continued to oversee the situation. 7th junior sister, it is your turn. He addressed the Taoist priestess seated upon the boulder. Shen Man nodded slightly, her consciousness spreading forth. Before long, a slight furrow appeared on her delicate, gaunt visage. A peculiar spiritual embryo. Indeed, it is a divine ability, she remarked, her words few, as was her habit. The others could generally grasp her meaning, but to ensure clarity, these uninvited guests took turns entering Chu Huai's sea of consciousness, discussing as they went. I have not heard of this type of spiritual embryo before. Such a strange spiritual embryo, never documented in sect records. Furthermore, how could it be a spiritual embryo divine ability? How could a person's spiritual embryo possess a sword-like clarity? The black little sword within his sea of consciousness was equally enigmatic, and why did it seem to possess a spirit? They continued to queue in and out, until it was finally Chu Yining's turn. Let me see. She could hardly contain her excitement, as she eagerly probed the sea of consciousness. The frail black sword within suddenly trembled, as if it could no longer endure. Chu Yining's consciousness was unexpectedly repelled, causing her to stagger back a step, her complexion paling. And her spirit sword, joy of reunion, emitted a series of uncontrollable sword cries. Here was a practitioner at the pinnacle of the 6th realm, caught off guard on a spiritual level. Junior sister, Gasps echoed among the crowd as they rushed to protect her. This petite maiden, barely standing at 1.5 meters tall, glanced down at her innate spirit sword, then looked over at the handsome young man lying on the ground. She raised her hand to smooth her flat chest, exclaiming, "That terrified me." The sword within his sea of consciousness is truly alive. It evoked a sensation within her that she struggled to articulate accurately. At that moment, the Taoist priestess seated on the boulder suddenly spoke again, her voice slow and laborious as she uttered 2 words, sword spirit. TSK, TSK, TSK. This group of elder Taoist leaders surrounded the prostrate Chu Huai, marveling at the wonder. Even Nan Gongyu, a master of weapon refinement, had contemplated taking him home for a few days. A sword possessing a spirit? I have never heard of a human possessing one, she declared. Li Chunsong furrowed his brow tightly, offering his perspective. Could the issue still stem from that sword refinement technique? Previously, there was an enthusiastic discussion regarding this extraordinary technique, which many believed bore a resemblance to the methods of artifact refinement, treating the human body as a sword embryo for cultivation. However, this technique was acquired from the junior master, and indeed, Chu Huaishu successfully opened his meridians, leading no one to ponder deeply, accepting the strangeness as simply a part of the practice. In this world, numerous unconventional techniques exist. Take Chu Yinin, who transformed into an elder maiden due to her cultivation, as a living example. Cultivation inherently involves defiance against the heavens, and it is entirely normal to pay a price. Yet, how could this lead to the emergence of something akin to a sword spirit? Upon hearing this, Xianxia was the first to shake his bald head. The peculiarities he possessed were intimately linked to his spiritual embryo, including the clarity of his sword heart, which stemmed from his innate abilities. 6 Junior Brother, you must understand that techniques are distinct from spiritual embryos. How do they influence one another? A person's spiritual embryo is innate, defined at the moment of birth. Even consuming the Xiantian Taishi, Dan, merely elevates its grade without altering its nature. Even a pseudo-spiritual embryo can be understood as one that has yet to be activated. Its type and characteristics are determined at birth. One cannot assume that the spiritual embryo formed after the technique was cultivated. Xianxia refuted Li Chunsong's viewpoint. Lu Pan nodded in agreement, affirming, the sect leader is correct. Our spiritual embryos have never been influenced by techniques. As the discussion continued, no conclusive understanding emerged. However, it appeared that the situation was not entirely unfavorable. Xianxia brought up a crucial point. With the impending calamity and the awakening of the primordial spiritual realm, this young man, already possessing a clear sword heart, could play a significant role at this critical juncture. This needed no further elaboration. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes sparkled with realization. One possessed a clear sword heart, and another had a body of 9 yin. The 7th junior sister had received the legacy from the ancestor a year prior, and had encountered the admonitions left by the ancestor. The junior master descended from the mountain to seek a savior, and he truly found one. Truly, the heavens favor our Taoist sect and the entire Xianwang realm. Elupan, the eldest, expressed his profound sentiments. Laughter erupted among the group, as they felt their burdens lighten slightly. Only Chu Yinin stood to the side, her mouth agape in astonishment. She now understood why those below the 7th realm were unworthy of knowledge. This matter was far more significant than she had anticipated. This involved not only the Taoist sect, but also the myriad beings of the Xianhuang realm. Strangely, within the heart of this elder maiden, a thought took root. Could it be that the junior master was actually this reliable? This was unlike him, she inwardly mused. Ultimately, after much deliberation, it was decided that Lu Pan would take action, placing a restriction on Chu Huaishu to prevent outsiders from detecting the presence of that black little sword. After completing these tasks, Xianxia commanded, 6th junior brother, escort him back to the outer sect. Both he and Han Shuangjiang are rough gems that require further refinement. And do not forget to concoct a casual excuse to send away those meddlesome individuals from the outer sect. Understood. Li Shunsong raplia obediently. Beside the cold pool, Lu Qingqi, having exceeded his time limit, was expelled from the secret realm after spending a full 2 hours within the illusion. With a sudden force, he was thrust into the cold pool, and the water avoidance pearl did not activate in time, causing him to choke on the water immediately. Throughout his time in the secret realm, he had wandered aimlessly through the maze, thoroughly exhausted and engulfed in despair, unaware of when he would reach the end. Now, unexpectedly cast out, he nearly drowned, leaving him in a state of utter collapse. Numb and despondent, he swam to the shore, appearing utterly disheveled, his mental state shattered. Upon reaching the bank, he found no one waiting for him by the cold pool, the area completely deserted. "Where's father? Father?" Xianxia knelt and shouted in anguish, his heart filled with rage and worry. Before being expelled from the secret realm, as the illusion dissipated, he had realized he was trapped within it. Now, seeing that Lu Tianfeng was not by the shore to greet him, he soon seemed to lose his sanity, incessantly muttering, "It is all an illusion, all an illusion, all an illusion." Chapter 53. Hubris. Chu Huaishu experienced an exceedingly long dream. He dreamt of living on Earth, reminiscing about fragments of the past. Yet, upon awakening, he felt as if he had traversed through time, experiencing an eerie sense of disconnection. For reasons unknown, he found himself somewhat lethargic. Awake, came the voice of Li Chunsong. Chu Huaishu looked around, realizing he was back in the bamboo hut, lying on the bed. The sixth elder sat at a wooden table nearby, brewing tea for himself. The rich aroma of tea permeated the air, soothing to the soul. "Would you like a cup? This is soul-calming tea. It will bring you some comfort once you drink it," Li Chunsong offered with a smile. Rising from the bed at the sixth elder's gesture, Chu Huaishu took a seat opposite him. After sipping the soul-calming tea, he felt a significant sense of relief. Although it was hot tea he consumed, a refreshing sensation spread throughout his limbs, clearing his mind more effectively than coffee ever could. "Sixth elder, what has happened to me?" he inquired. "We examined your sea of consciousness, and this has led to your mental fatigue. Once you formally step into the first realm and your divine consciousness is born within the sea of consciousness, this condition will no longer occur," he explained patiently. Li Chunsong set down his teacup, observing the young man with a gaze filled with admiration. Upon arriving at the bamboo hut, he lamented inwardly, wishing he had taken the opportunity to engage in another round of bets with everyone in the purple bamboo grove. What splendid material for gambling. There are so many wondrous aspects about him that one could easily indulge in a few rounds. This is one of the reasons why Chu Huaishu finds himself increasingly captivated by the sight of Huaisu. This mindset resembles that of an audience member appreciating a skilled performer. You truly have a knack for entertainment. I am thoroughly intrigued. Facing the gaze of the charitable gambling king, Chu Huaishu sincerely inquired, "Elder Lu, is there any issue within my sea of consciousness? It is not something easily articulated in a few phrases. How to express it? Every spirit, sword, naturally produces a sword spirit, as you are aware, correct? The small black sword within your sea of consciousness is somewhat akin to a sword spirit." Chu Huaishu's brow furrowed immediately. A sword spirit? He was not particularly fond of such a metaphor. A sword having a spirit is reasonable. However, if a person possesses a sword spirit, what does that make me? A sword wielder? Elder Lu, please refrain from employing such a rudimentary pun. Li Chunsong waved his hand, signaling Chu Huaishu to remain calm. There is no need for alarm. I have not detected any issues for the time being. On the contrary, it is quite extraordinary, even autonomously safeguarding your sea of consciousness. The 10th elder was nearly caught off guard and was directly expelled. He began to express his amazement. Listening to these revelations, Chu Huaishu felt a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated such remarkable utility. Suddenly, he recalled his experience after cultivating the sword refining technique, during which he drew the category of spirit fetus and received the heart sword, accompanied by the system's description. The sword cleaves the flesh, the heart cleaves the soul. Was this the implication? Noticing Chu Huaishu deep in thought, Li Chunsong poured him another cup of soul-soothing tea and remarked, "There is no need to overthink. At your current state, understanding it fully is beyond your reach." Chu Huaishu nodded in acknowledgement. Elder Lu continued with the matter at hand. "By the way, hold on to this." He placed a black wooden token upon the table. The material of this token was unknown, resembling thunderstruck wood, with a charred texture. The front bore a golden character for conceal, while the back displayed the golden character for spirit. Upon seeing the token, a look of confusion crossed Chu Huaishu's face, while his heart soared with joy. This was a pass to Concealing Spirit Mountain. Li Chunsong provided an explanation. This is a token granting access to Concealing Spirit Mountain, authorized by the sect leader. This mountain is a treasure trove for our sect. Many individuals acquire their innate magical artifacts here. Prior to your ascent, someone will discuss the specifics with you. However, your immediate priority is to break through to the chi-connecting stage. Only upon attaining spiritual awareness can you forge your innate magical artifact. Thus, according to the rules, one cannot ascend Concealing Spirit Mountain during the chi connecting stage. Upon hearing this, Chu Huaishu promptly placed the token into his storage space. The disciple understands. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chunsong felt it necessary to offer a few more words of guidance. Your spiritual embryo is unique, and now that you have awakened your innate divine abilities, you are essentially a born swordsman. Thus, upon ascending to the Tsangling Mountain, sword-type treasures will be your optimal choice. Once you navigate through the myriad trials of the outer sect and formally join the inner sect, you may have the opportunity to become a disciple of the seventh elder, who is indeed one of the four divine swords of this era, standing at the pinnacle of the sword path. Although this matter has been internally settled, the benevolent gambling king has refrained from making overly definitive statements, treating it as a means to inspire him, to prevent the young man from becoming overly hasty and reckless. Indeed, Chu Huaishu's tone was fervent, as if blood surged within him. Yet, countless thoughts began to blossom in his mind. The seventh elder? Is she not the one seated upon a massive rock? To become a true disciple of one of the four divine swords is to grasp the most substantial support in the realm of swordsmanship. Furthermore, she possesses the legacy of the Tao ancestor. However, the issue lies in the fact that this future master of his will pass away in 3 years. She will meet her demise in the year 1993 of the Xian calendar. The lifespan of this support is rather short, Chu Huaishu pondered. Among the senior figures of the Tao sect, he understood the least about Shunman. When the borrowing sword was first publicly tested, she was still in seclusion, ensconced within the bamboo grove, contemplating the legacy of the Tao ancestor. It was until the year 1992 of the Xian calendar that she emerged. The following year, she perished, extinguished from the world, leaving behind a fragrant memory. In Chu Huaishu's recollection, Shunman did not seem to possess the highest realm among the current senior officials of the Tao sect. She likely only attained the seventh realm, the pinnacle of completion. Among the four divine swords of the Eastern continent, she was the only swordsman at the seventh realm, while the other three were formidable beings of the eighth realm. Notably, the contemporary sword sovereign, the foremost of the four divine swords, stands at the peak of the eighth realm and has even slain ninth realm adversaries. If one were to rank solely by realm, she would be at the bottom of the four divine swords. It felt as though she had inherited her master's position, claiming this title from him. Yet, according to the content posted by players on the forum during several arduous battles, the senior figures of the Tao sect repeatedly expressed their sorrow. If only seventh junior sister were still here. Thus, numerous speculations regarding Shunman's individual combat prowess arose on the forum. Chu Huaishu's thoughts were tumultuous. When he visited the bamboo grove, he only caught a glimpse of the Taoist silhouette and never saw her face. Yet, for some reason, despite her slender form rendering her Taoist robe exceedingly loose, she exuded an ethereal aura. At that moment, Li Chunsong suddenly waved, dismantling the soundproof formation, and spoke. Shuangjiang, come in. No need to wait outside. He has awakened. As the door swung open, Han Shuangjiang entered, somewhat flustered. Upon seeing that Chu Huaishu had returned in a state of unconsciousness, she indeed felt a twinge of concern. Li Chunsong observed the young couple with a playful smile, sensing a hint of mischief in their pairing. He proceeded to re-establish the formation, reminding them, do not speak of your enlightened sword heart to others. It would serve you no benefit. Shuangjiang, you two must keep this a secret. The sect leader had already instructed the law elder to impose a restriction on you. He is a rare master of formations in this age, and ordinary individuals will not perceive it. The sixth elder addressed Chu Huaishu. Understood, Master, Chu Huaishu replied, and Han Shuangjiang promptly followed suit. He understood the principle that possessing a precious gem can invite calamity. It is acceptable to display one's talents in public, but one must not overexpose oneself. After some contemplation, he decided to feign ignorance and asked, Sixth Elder, I am aware of the spiritual fetus divine ability, but could you please elucidate what is meant by sword heart clarity? His understanding of his own circumstances stemmed from the system's introduction. Given his current identity and realm, his typical state should be one of bewilderment, having entered a realm of profound mystery without comprehension of its essence. There exists a gap in his cognition, which aligns with his persona. He has always been bold and meticulous, avoiding any slip-ups over trivial matters. Li Chunsong chuckled, finding his reasoning sound, and continued. The so-called sword heart is a force born from profound comprehension of the sword path. In today's cultivation world, typically, Those who possess a sword heart are formidable sword cultivators with notable reputations. However, in truth, the sword heart does not correlate with the cultivation level of the sword practitioner. It hinges solely on one word, enlightenment. With that, he began to boast about the Tao ancestor, a habit shared among many in the Taoist community. You must also know that before the Tao ancestor concocted the opening qi pill, the threshold for cultivation was exceedingly high. Few could even step through the gates of cultivation. Chu Huaishu nodded vigorously, mimicking Li Chuansong's expression with reverence. Li Chuansong continued, in that era, there existed many sword path geniuses, yet they were unable to cultivate. It is said that many swordsmen in the mortal realm, though devoid of spiritual power, were deeply enamored with the sword path. Some even grazed the threshold of sword heart, able to slay practitioners of the first realm with their mortal bodies. He began recounting legends from a millennium ago. Regrettably, these heroes of the martial world merely brushed against the threshold and could not manifest profound power as mortals. You may not know that among the 4 major sects today, the Sword Sect boasts a history even older than our Taoist lineage, though it experienced a period of decline, unlike our Taoist sect, which has flourished for a millennium. 1,500 years ago, the first sword sovereign asserted that there exists a chasm between those with spiritual power and those without. Even the most gifted without spiritual power could never hope to attain a sword heart in this lifetime. Do you understand what this implies? Li Xunsong inquired. He initially intended to convey that Chu Huaishu was a unique exception, a reminder for him to exercise greater caution, especially since the sword sect was notoriously known for producing sword fanatics. However, Chu Huaishu's response rendered him momentarily speechless, followed by an uncontrollable burst of hearty laughter. The audacity of the young man's words was astonishing. It resonated deeply with him. If these words were to circulate, the members of the sword sect would undoubtedly erupt in fury, rising in unison to condemn him. A mere verbal assault would seem a mild reaction. Chu Huaisu, with a demeanor of calm seriousness, replied, "This indicates that the sword sovereign was mistaken." Chapter 54. Honor me as you would a deity. The first generation sword sovereign, the paragon of swordsmanship from 15 centuries ago. His achievements in the art of the sword overshadowed the subsequent 500 years, leaving no one capable of surpassing him. He once proclaimed, "I am a sword path." Even after his passing, he became the unwavering faith of countless sword practitioners, transforming into a spiritual totem within the sword sect. Until a millennium ago, a little Taoist priest, wielding no sword yet claiming to be a sword practitioner, emerged. His prowess was remarkable, so much so that he ascended from being merely a little priest in the eyes of others to becoming the Tao master and ultimately the Tao ancestor. Choosing to grasp the sword, he became the foremost figure in the sword path today. Had he opted for a knife or a gun, the outcome would have been the same. The Tao ancestor's might was unparalleled, resonating throughout history, a figure with no predecessor or successor. Moreover, he concocted the enlightenment pill, enabling an increasing number of mortals to cultivate, thereby elevating his stature in the sword practitioner realm to a level that eclipsed even the first-generation sword sovereign. Yet, the sword sect remained distinct, for the sword sovereign was their own. Besides, the first-generation sword sovereign had been deceased for 5 centuries. Could a duel still be imagined? The sword sect asserted. In any case, we refuse to acknowledge it. Chu Huaishu's earlier statement was indeed audacious. Uttering such words within the sword sect would be akin to discussing the Tao ancestor within the Taoist community. This was a blatant disregard for authority. Yet, this was not within the sword sect. Furthermore, the truth spoke volumes. Han Shuangjiang, listening nearby, momentarily stiffened her hand around her teacup, casting a profound glance at Chu Huaishu. How could he dare to utter such words? She mused inwardly, feeling a hint of admiration. Li Chunsong erupted in laughter, his hand striking the table several times. Good, excellent, truly remarkable. He found himself increasingly fond of Chu Huaishu. As disciples of the Tao, we ought to be like this. What nonsense claiming the first-generation sword sovereign surpassed the Tao ancestor. What inflated self-image. Li Chunsong even doubted that the first-generation sword sovereign could best the sword left on the mountain by the Tao ancestor. In recent years, similar debates had arisen between the Taoists and the sword sect, albeit with the subjects of comparison shifting to that little Taoist junior and the current sword sovereign. Once, the little junior was unanimously recognized as the foremost among the 4 divine swords before his decline. At that time, the current sword sovereign of the sword sect had yet to mature. By the time he reached the pinnacle of his swordsmanship, his junior master had already fallen from grace. Thus, comparisons remained elusive, with each side holding its own perspective. Naturally, Li Chunsong believed that his former junior master was superior. Although the contemporary sword sovereign had achieved the remarkable feat of slaying a 9th realm opponent while in the 8th realm, his junior master was no ordinary 9th realm practitioner. After sharing a laugh, Li Chunsong, as an elder, felt compelled to remind Chu Huaishu, do refrain from voicing such opinions outside. However, he intended to share this with his fellow disciples upon returning. The sword sovereign was mistaken. The sword sovereign was indeed mistaken. If only there were wine, it would surely be a cause for revelry. I increasingly feel that you are well suited to be the disciple of the 7th sister and the grand disciple of the junior master. Li Chunsong said with a smile directed at Chu Huaishu. It is your appearance, he hesitated to add. Alas, you are quite strikingly handsome. The envious junior master would undoubtedly disapprove. Yet, it matters not. Perhaps there is a chance for intergenerational affection. Moreover, you were personally chosen by the junior master to ascend the mountain. Li Chunsong perceived no significant issue. 6th elder, my appearance? Tu washuing kidat, noticing Li Chunsong's azitation. Oh, nothing at all. You have a fine countenance, possessing a third of the charm I had in my youth. Li Chunsong shukladligli. Chu Huaishu was also quite tempted by the prospect of apprenticing under Shinman. After all, he was acutely aware that he had been mistaken for someone else, having inadvertently taken Su Ziqing's narrative. However, if he were to suddenly become the grand disciple of that unparalleled killer, would it not be a different experience? They say that a tiger does not consume its own offspring. I am your sole disciple. He found this notion rather plausible. Nevertheless, these were matters for the future. He had yet to even enter the inner sect. The pressing concern was to elevate himself to the 1st realm and then ascend to Songling Mountain. After conversing for a while longer, Li Chunsong rose to depart. As the door of the bamboo hut swung open, Chu Huaishu immediately spotted the small attendant waiting outside. At that moment, night had fallen. Su Ziqing was setting the table outside, arranging bowls and chopsticks. Upon noticing the group's emergence, he promptly bowed to Li Chunsong, greeting him as 6th elder. Initially, this small attendant was unaware of Li Chunsong's identity. He had merely seen Chu Huaishu unconscious, being carried back by someone. The ability to traverse the skies indicated a formidable practitioner. It was Han Shuangjiang who had informed him that this individual was the 6th elder of the Dao sect, advising him to avoid making any mistakes while attending to his duties. Upon hearing that he was an elder, Su Ziqing's heart ignited with fervor. A revered figure, indeed, one of the few eminent masters throughout the eastern continent. He mused. The young and refined lad began to understand why Lu Tianfeng, esteemed as an outer sect steward, would go to such lengths to curry favor with Chu Huaishu. He had chosen the right person. Su Ziqing felt a surge of delight in his heart. Until now, he remained unaware of why Chu Huaishu had requested him from Elder Lu. However, it was evident that even the task of cleaning the latrine here was far superior to that in the other location, the young servant thought. At this moment, Su Ziqing bowed respectfully, straining to catch another glimpse of the esteemed 6th elder. Despite his unremarkable appearance, the depth of his cultivation stirred a profound admiration within him. Chu Huaishu regarded the handsome youth before him, and a thought crossed his mind. He was acutely aware of Su Ziqing's fervent desire for cultivation. If memory served him right, Su Ziqing bore a line of vengeance. His entire family had been slain. Chu Huaishu contemplated, resolved not to allow a character of such significance to languish as merely a servant. It would be a travesty to neglect the potential of such a remarkable fighter. He mused, considering it a debt owed to him. An opportunity for cultivation must be bestowed upon him. After all, one could not strip away the chance for vengeance from someone who had suffered so greatly. Naturally, Chu Huaishu intended to plant a seed of ambition within the young man's heart, to lend him a hand and provide him with what he so desperately desired. To echo a line from cinema, henceforth, he would revere me as one would a deity. Elder 6, I have another matter to inquire about, Chu Huaishu called out, halting the departing Li Chunsong. Oh, speak, the benevolent gambling lord replied, turning around. What must an ordinary person do to become a registered disciple of our Taoist sect? He asked. That, of course, requires passing through numerous rigorous assessments, Li Chunsong answered. Why do you ask? Su Ziqing stood by, ears pricked, his heart racing with anticipation. For this was the very information he yearned to uncover. He was overwhelmed with excitement. his breath momentarily suspended. The handsome youth remained oblivious to his master's reasoning for the inquiry, but was consumed by curiosity regarding the standards for entry into the sect. Chu Huaishu gestured towards the young servant and replied, "To report to Elder 6, my companion Han Shuangjiang and I stumbled upon this individual, who possesses remarkable insight. While we practiced martial arts, he merely observed a few times and astonishingly mastered the techniques. I am uncertain if this constitutes a talent. Yet I feel it would be a pity for him to merely serve as a servant in my presence." Upon hearing this, Su Ziqing felt as though he had been struck by lightning, utterly stunned. His gaze towards Chu Huaishu shifted, and his heart raced to his throat. Yet, Li Chunsong was amused by the remark. "You, a mere novice in the Qi opening stage, have developed an appreciation for talent?" Unbeknownst to him, Chu Huaishu silently scoffed. "Laugh. You laugh. It is you who has failed to properly manage your responsibilities. I am merely assisting you in rectifying your oversight. Once your little junior returns, I shall see if you continue to laugh." Li Chunsong advised him, "This is not something you should be concerned with at this moment." "Yes, I understand my error." Chu Huaisu deeply outsetsti li. Su Ziqing listened to the conversation, his heart sinking into an abyss of despair. Was there truly no hope? His father, mother, younger sister, and grandmother, all of them plunged him into a profound sense of hopelessness. Unexpectedly, Li Chunsong continued, "Martial arts in the Jianghu can be grasped with mere observation, indicating he possesses a commendable aptitude for spellcraft. Very well, take him to find Niu Yuanshan and inform him that I instructed you to do so," Li Chunsong remarked casually. Martial arts are one realm, while the spells of practitioners belong to another. They should not be conflated, thus he did not dwell on it too much. However, being merely a registered disciple was a trivial matter. To those true titans, ordinary folk were akin to dust beneath their feet. We merely await the day when the winds they stir might lift us. If fortune smiles upon us, and we find ourselves upon the soles of their shoes, walking a short distance in their company, it would be a stroke of ancestral luck. A mere fly clinging to a steed can traverse 1,000 miles. Such is the world. What might seem a monumental opportunity for you to leap across social strata or even alter the trajectory of your life is, to the true greats, utterly insignificant. Yet, such benefactors are often elusive throughout a lifetime. The life of a mere servant had just encountered its first turning point. With a flick of his sleeve, Li Chunsong ascended into the air, soaring away. He would likely forget this minor matter of a registered disciple the moment he turned his back. Su Ziqing felt the world spin, enveloped in a stupor, his emotions oscillating dramatically as a ringing filled his ears, casting him into a state of daze. Suddenly, a sharp slap from Chu Huaishu jolted him awake, inflicting a painful sting, leaving him momentarily numb. The man regarded him with displeasure, commanding, "Come on, why are you still dawdling? Let us go meet Steward Niu." With that, he strode ahead without a backward glance. Su Ziqing stood there, stunned, casting a lingering glance at the tall figure before him, somewhat languid in demeanor. Clenching his fist tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, he hurriedly followed suit. Chapter 55, Stand Up Straight. Outside the bamboo cottage, Han Shuangjiang observed the departing duo, glancing at the bowls and chopsticks on the wooden table, murmuring to herself, "Aren't they going to eat first?" She felt a twinge of hunger. As night fell, the fireflies still flickered atop the medicinal mountain. Chu Huaishu strode ahead confidently, with the humble servant hastily trailing behind. Su Ziqing attempted to voice his thoughts several times, but struggled to articulate them. He could not comprehend how he had become a registered disciple so inexplicably and why this master had chosen to assist him. Was it truly a case of recognizing talent? Yet, on that day when he had practiced the palm technique, the master had exhibited little expression, merely offering a bland "quite good." The handsome youth shook his head, deciding to set aside thoughts he could not fathom for the time being. Regardless of the circumstances, I must seize every opportunity for cultivation with unwavering determination. Father, mother, little sister, and grandmother Ziqing, I shall avenge you, he vowed once more in his heart. At this thought, a glimmer of gratitude appeared in his gaze towards Chu Huaishu. Meanwhile, Niu Yuanshan paced back and forth within his dwelling, deeply conflicted. Should I visit the bamboo cottage? His mind was a tumult of emotions. With everyone driven away by Li Chunsong from the edge of the cold pond, the truth of what transpired remained shrouded in mystery. Although Niu Yuanshan had tactfully taken the lead in departing, the matter lingered in his thoughts. Thus he extended his consciousness, keenly observing the path that Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang would take upon their return from the cold pond to the bamboo cottage. Ultimately, it was Han Shuangjiang who returned alone, confirming Niu Yuanshan's suspicions that the strange phenomenon had originated from Chu Huaishu. What fortuitous event has this young man encountered? A smile of contentment spread across Niu Yuanshan's face. From the perspective of the organization, Chu Huaishu had indeed stirred the attention of the sect leader. This newcomer, in such a brief span after his initiation, had left a lasting impression on the leader of the Taoist sect and successfully acquired an opportunity that rightfully belonged to the Tao, which was now absorbed by our organization. Truly, a remarkable achievement. Niu Yuanshan reflected with a sense of profound admiration. With such a prodigy, our organization is indeed fortunate. Perhaps one day, he might infiltrate the core circle of the Taoist sect. At that time, his potential contributions would be immeasurable. Having devoted many years to the Taoist sect, Niu Yuanshan was the most diligent and responsible among the 9 deacons. Yet he understood that the position of deacon was as far as he could ascend. This realization made him aware that such a remarkable newcomer was beyond his capacity to lead. All I can do is protect him at all costs before he fully matures, even if it costs me my life. Niu Yuanshan resolved inwardly. Thus, he continued to pace within his room, unaware of whether Chu Huaishu had returned to the bamboo cottage. The stout, middle-aged man raised his hand and struck himself sharply across the face. The third admonition. One must not harbor excessive curiosity towards fellow practitioners. He repeated in his mind. This newcomer possesses a deadly allure that indeed invites folly. Just as he resolved to refrain from visiting the bamboo cottage, a servant knocked on his door, informing him that Chu Huaishu sought an audience. Niu Yuanshan immediately flung open the door, his steps swift, even employing his agility to become but a fleeting shadow, leaving the servant momentarily stunned. His initiative in seeking me out does not count, Niu Yuanshan mused. Upon encountering Niu Yuanshan, Chu Huaishu immediately bowed and said, "Disciple greets you, Niu Steward. I have not disappointed your high expectations. I have acquired the Xiantian Taishi Dan left by the esteemed Lei Wenyin within the secret realm." The higher-ups of the Taoist sect had instructed him to conceal his innate abilities, but there was no need to hide the matter of the Xiantian Taishi Dan. On the contrary, it was imperative to make a show of it for appearances. For Chu Huaishu, the key to the secret realm was procured with the assistance of old Niu, and it would be remiss not to report this to him. He felt indebted to old Niu for his kindness. Very good, very good. A look of immense relief spread across Niu Yuanshan's broad, expressive face, and he couldn't help but gently pat Chu Huaishu on the shoulder. Soon after, he quickly realized and inquired, "Have you consumed the Xiantian Taishi Dan? Do you require my protection while you cultivate?" "I've already taken it, and the benefits are tremendous," Chu Huaishu replied with a smile. "That is splendid news, splendid indeed." After a moment's contemplation, Niu Yuanshan refrained from asking about the specifics of the enhancement. Su Ziqing, standing nearby, was utterly perplexed by the conversation. Yet he sensed that his master, whom he ought to address as my lord, had likely just accomplished a remarkable feat. A sense of reverence grew within the humble servant. "Come inside and take a seat," Niu's steward invited. "I shan't trouble you any further, for I have come with an important matter," Chu Huaishu stated. "Oh, pray tell," Niu Yuanshan urged. Chu Huaishu gestured toward the humble servant behind him, saying, "Elder Lu has sent me to seek your assistance in arranging a recognized disciple status for Su Ziqing." Upon hearing this, Su Ziqing felt a surge of anxiety. Is this not the servant from your courtyard?" Niu recognized him at a glance, having gone that morning with Lu Tianfeng to fetch Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang. Indeed, his mastery of the 8 trigrams palm was astonishing. He grasped its essence after just a few demonstrations. It would be a pity for him to remain merely a servant. Chu Huaishu declared earnestly, subtly implying that he was recommending him. Upon hearing this, Niu Yuanshan, as an undercover figure, pondered if this young man was perhaps developing his own network. Was he starting to consciously cultivate his own cadre? Although he did not regard mundane martial arts with much importance, he found it commendable that Chu Huaishu harbored such aspirations. The two exchanged a knowing glance, a silent understanding passing between them. Niu Yuanshan promptly retrieved a token for recognized disciples and stated, "Tomorrow, I shall personally handle his enrollment. For now, please provide me with a drop of blood. I shall also forge the life token." Chu Huaishu turned to the servant behind him, chiding, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry, and thank Steward Niu." Su Ziqing hastily complied, then proceeded through the initiation process. While assisting in the forging of the life token, Niu Yuanshan also examined the spiritual fetus. A pseudo-spirituel fetu? Lao Niu is a man of considerable integrity, who, after discerning the situation, chose not to voice his thoughts to spare the young man any embarrassment. Once everything was settled, the delicate youth gazed at the disciple token hanging from his waist, feeling a lingering sense of disbelief. Have I truly entered the realm of cultivation? He felt as if happiness had overwhelmed him. Seeing that everything was taken care of, Chu Huaishu planned to make his exit. Deacon Niu Shuangjiang is still waiting for me. We shall take our leave now and disturb you another day. Very well. No trouble at all, replied Niu Yuanshan with his usual gentle smile. After their departure, he returned to his quarters and, after some time, recalled an important matter. This new disciple had yet to select his cultivation method for the qi condensation stage. Oh well, he could always choose for himself at the library tomorrow. There's no need for me to worry excessively about this young lad. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Huaishu had already devised a plan. On the way back, Chu Huaishu glanced at the young man trailing behind him, feeling that the protagonist of this world appeared rather timid, which left him somewhat displeased. Could you refrain from being so timid and shrinking behind me all day? Listen closely, stand tall, and move forward. Don't embarrass me when we're out. Do you understand? He spoke with the authority befitting an elder brother. A protagonist should embody the essence of one. Why does he seem so sensitive and insecure? The slender young man, whose shoulders were slightly hunched, was suddenly reprimanded and instinctively straightened up. Yes, he exclaimed loudly, before tentatively lowering his voice, senior brother. Chu Huaishu nodded in satisfaction, accepting the address, and continued to stride ahead. Han Xuanjiang must be waiting for my return to dinner. I am quite hungry. Su Ziqing observed his tall figure, repeatedly murmuring the admonishments in his mind. Stand tall and move forward. Upon returning to the bamboo cottage, the three began their meal as usual. After dinner, it was once again Su Ziqing who washed the dishes, while Chu Huaishu lounged about like a lord, contributing nothing. Once the chores were completed, he called the delicate youth into the room. As Su Ziqing stepped inside, his heart skipped a beat. Before him lay a jade slip and a small booklet on the wooden table in front of Chu Huaishu. The slip was inscribed with 3 grandiose characters: Sword Forging Technique. Chapter 56, 3 Pouches. Cultivation Method. Is a cultivation method. Su Ziqing felt a rush of excitement, realizing what awaited him. The door to cultivation is about to open for me. With a method in hand, once mastered, I shall embark on the path of cultivation. Mother, father, little sister, grandmother. Can you see me from above? In his exhilaration, he began to think of his deceased relatives once more. Upon accepting Su Ziqing as a miscellaneous servant, Chu Huaishu contemplated that the compatibility of the sword refining technique with his identity as a pseudo-spiritual embryo swordsmanship prodigy should be remarkably high. This notion remained unchanged even after he awakened his spiritual embryo divine abilities. As he surmised, it was primarily related to his spiritual embryo, heart sword. The sword refining technique might have played a significant role as well, especially since it even conjured a sword spirit for him. However, both elements complemented each other. Everything seemed to be a serendipitous occurrence, akin to the finest orchestration of fate. Su Ziqing would undoubtedly not find himself in such a situation. In the recesses of his memory, it appeared that he lacked spiritual embryo divine abilities. This world's protagonist seemed to exist solely for the sword concealed within the Ling Mountain. Chu Huaishu mused. Of course, Chu Huaishu was a person of vision. If the sword refining technique could indeed cultivate this youth, he would not hoard it selfishly. I rely on the system's advantage, while you depend on your own insight. Thus, I can still regard him as a point of reference. Most importantly, it is better to endure collective suffering than to bear pain alone. Senior brother, you summoned me. Do you have any instructions? Su Ziqing zet pet fun in guit. There was no need for such obvious questions. Chu Huaisu Chukka, gesturing towards the jade slip and the small booklet on the table. Take these. I have mastered this foundational technique to the point of redundancy. As for this small booklet, it contains insights left by predecessors. Should you have any realizations, feel free to document them for the benefit of future generations. He elucidated. Thank you, senior brother, for imparting your teachings. Su Ziqing exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement, his tone elevated. He even lifted both hands to receive the jade slip and small booklet. I know you are likely eager to begin your cultivation, Chu Huaishu added with a smile, but I must still impart a few words of caution. Please, senior brother, enlighten me, the youthful scholar replied with utmost seriousness, committing every word to memory. Though I have only practiced for a few days, I can already sense that cultivation is an endeavor against the heavens, fraught with obstacles along the way. He glanced at the young man, implying the need for mental preparedness. However, the eager youth was not easily deterred by such warnings. Coming from a lineage of swordsmanship within the martial world, he had endured hardships in his training from a young age. He was not a pampered scion. Senior brother, Xianxia is not afraid of hardship, he replied earnestly. Good. Seeing you are still a mere novice, I shall bestow upon you 3 additional pouches, Chu Huaishu declared, retrieving the items he had prepared in advance. Resembling the famed Zhuge Kongming. Novice? This was the first time Su Ziqing had encountered this term, yet he could surmise its implication. The term novice likely denoted a sense of inferiority, he thought. At this moment, he hurriedly accepted the pouches with both hands. In Su Ziqing's eyes, he was merely a worthless, pseudo-spiritual embryo, while the individual before him was a prodigy of such caliber that even the higher echelons of the Taoist sect paid heed to his prowess. Chunhui Su pointed to the 3 silk pouches and said, You may unlock the first pouch after you successfully circulate your internal energy for 1 complete cycle. When you feel stagnant, open the second one. Upon achieving a minor accomplishment, you may then access the third. He gazed at the pouches with an air of self-satisfaction. Internally chuckling, Little brother, can you not handle this? Su Ziqing promptly affirmed, feeling increasingly reverent toward his elder brother's patient guidance. Before departing, he heard Chun Huaisu's final admonition. Oh, and remember to practice early. Do not wait until the dead of night. I can already predict the scene that will unfold. Just don't disturb my sleep. Once the refined youth had vacated his room, Chun Huaisu settled into a lotus position on his mat. He accessed his character panel to review his current free experience points and cultivation experience points. The former exceeded 1,000, while the latter surpassed 2,000. Combined, it was sufficient for him to level up twice, with a slight surplus. He suspected that the neighboring competitor had been spurred into action. Recently, he had noticed that Han Shuangjiang seemed quite driven. Why wait? Let us outpace this formidable opponent. However, after much deliberation, he resolved to level up just once tonight. Given his current pain threshold and remarkable willpower, he should be able to stifle any cries. 2 consecutive level-ups would likely trigger a physiological response that he could not endure, and Su Ziqing would undoubtedly hear him. He did not wish to tarnish his illustrious image before Su Ziqing. As a virtual male model, he bore a modicum of idle burden. With this thought in mind, Chun Huaisu leveled up once, unlocking the 6th meridian within himself. An inexorable wave of pain engulfed him, resembling the sensation of being crushed entirely. He clenched his teeth, beads of cold sweat beginning to form, his body trembling uncontrollably, and his complexion paling to a ghostly white. Ultimately, he managed to emit a deep, muffled grunt, which, if placed in an ASMR channel, might evoke a rather provocative allure, stirring the imagination. After finally managing to quell his body's tremors, Chun Huaisu rose, preparing to stealthily venture to the cold pond. He intended to further explore the Danwang token dungeon, seeking opportunities for resource recycling and experience farming. This endeavor was best undertaken without delay. To his knowledge, some secret realms, once fully explored, would be reclaimed by the sect and transformed into trial grounds for disciples to hone their skills. Chun Huaisu had already begun to savor the exquisite taste of the water blade and body-enhancing elixirs. Yet, he was not in a rush to set out. As he awaited something further, with an expression of eager anticipation, Chu Huaishu gazed towards Su Ziqing's room. Judging by the time, he must have read the sword refining technique from beginning to end several times by now. Inside the bamboo cottage in a small room, Su Ziqing sat cross-legged on a mat, having already memorized the entire text. Whenever he was at home, he could recite any martial arts manual after just a single reading, seamlessly integrating its teachings upon practice. The sword refining technique was his first cultivation method. Thus, he perused it 3 times, striving for absolute precision without any oversight. Before commencing his practice, he concentrated his gaze upon the small booklet. After all, this was a cultivation method, and one must not approach it with the same casualness as ordinary martial arts training. It was prudent to first absorb the insights of those who came before. The young man thought to himself. Su Ziqing picked up the booklet. Do not practice. As he opened the first page, a slight frown formed on his brow. Heed the advice. Upon turning to the second page, his brow furrowed deeply. A transcendent skill. When he reached the 3rd page, his expression relaxed. Chapter 57. The Storyteller. A heart-wrenching scream echoed from the adjacent room. Chu Huaishu, thoroughly satisfied, rose from the mat and, with a flourish, mimicked the sound within his own space. The torment of dysmenorrhea had rendered old Chu nearly lifeless, yet now he felt utterly exhilarated. The delight surged through him, electrifying his very scalp. How comforting it was! With a beaming smile, Chu Huaishu pushed open the door and made his way towards the cold pool. Meanwhile, in the small room, Su Ziqing lay sprawled on the floor, utterly incredulous. This technique was excruciating beyond belief. His eyes fell upon the booklet, and suddenly he had an epiphany. The two predecessors on the first and second pages must have failed in their practice. That was undoubtedly the reason for their written lamentations. This technique was exceedingly difficult and torturous. Only the third predecessor had successfully mastered it, hence the inscription of the 4 grand characters, transcendent skill. Gradually, Su Ziqing found clarity, his mind racing with conjectures. Strangely enough, his logic began to make sense. He comprehended that if one could not endure the pain and then circulate their energy for a complete cycle, all previous suffering would be in vain. No wonder his senior brother had advised him to prepare himself mentally. He felt his senior brother's goodwill once more. As thoughts of his family's tragic fates flooded his mind, burdened by a sea of blood and profound enmity, he realized he was living solely for revenge. Gritting his teeth, he resumed his training. Chu Huaishu had quickly leveled up by spending experience points, directly entering the initial stage, thus elevating his pain threshold. In contrast, Su Ziqing, who had yet to achieve any progress, found his pain threshold no different from that of an ordinary person, making it all the more unbearable. The sword refining technique, in truth, was the most challenging to begin with. The vast majority of techniques related to physical refinement were indeed so. The handsome youth transformed his deep-seated vengeance into strength, enduring excruciating pain that nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. At last, he successfully circulated his energy for one complete cycle and immediately collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Had he succeeded? A smile flickered across his face. Yet he curled on the ground, appearing somewhat wretched. Soon, that smile transformed into a bitter grimace, for his acupoints remained stubbornly blocked. The path of cultivating the pseudo-spiritual fetus was far from easy. Indeed, I have overestimated myself. I am not a prodigy of cultivation. Su Ziqing felt a sense of defeat within, the youthful sharpness of his spirit dulled by the harshness of reality. It seems I am truly, as my senior brother said, a novice. He mimicked Chu Huaishu's words, mocking himself. At this thought, he took out his first brocade pouch from his robe. His senior brother had advised him that after circulating his energy for one cycle, he could open the first pouch. Curiosity piqued, he wondered what clever strategy lay within. Upon opening it, 4 large characters met his gaze, causing his pupils to constrict. Practice more, you fool. Meanwhile, Chu Huaishu had arrived beside the cold pond. Has the chill begun to emerge? His expression grew serious. Earlier, the cold air within the pond had been absorbed by the secret realm, allowing him to descend to the bottom with his cultivation at the acupoint opening stage. Now, the cold air began to regenerate, leaving him with even less time. He must seize the opportunity to complete the experience points for the third trial while the chill is still manageable. Chu Huaishu thought to himself. He hastened his descent. The water avoidance pearl activated once again, yet he still felt a lingering chill. Moreover, the deeper he went, the more intense the cold became. Were it not for his robust physique, he might have struggled against this bone-chilling frost. Upon entering the secret realm, Chu Huaishu headed towards the entrance of Cave 7. Then, utilizing the map function, he swiftly navigated through the maze of the first trial. Before long, he passed through it with ease, arriving at the 11th fork in the path. He knew he was approaching the illusion. He stepped inside, and with a thought, the black sword that resonated with his mind trembled gently. In an instant, the surrounding illusions shattered violently, much like the last time, as if a mirror had cracked, producing a myriad of irregular fissures. Brilliant light streamed through the cracks, blinding him momentarily. When everything returned to normal, he found himself standing on a clearing paved with green stone slabs. This was the second occurrence. I can now affirm that the illusion was severed by the mind sword. It appears that in order to pass this second trial after unveiling the illusion, there are indeed other methods. Yet did I truly obliterate it with a single strike? Chu Huaishu pondered in his heart. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed the small sword within his sea of consciousness. It had just demonstrated its power, yet now it appeared lethargic. Without lingering in this place, which might still carry traces of Han Shuangjiang, Chu Huaishu departed. He pushed open the stone door and stepped into the third challenge. With no one around, he resolved to strip down before plunging into the water to face the blades. After all, it would be foolish to ruin a set of clothes for a single endeavor. Once he leaped into the depths, the unfolding events aligned perfectly with Chu Huaishu's predictions. The suspended stone walls on either side began to descend, obstructing the flow of water, transforming the underground river back into a pool. The formation activated, and the water blades surged forth. After enduring several strikes, a potion of body tempering began to flow from the 4 orifices. Chu Huaisu distinctly felt the diminishing severity of the wounds inflicted by the water blades. With the opening of another acupoint, he effectively succeeded in tempering his body once more, thereby enhancing his defensive capabilities. As for the slight discomfort, it was hardly worth mentioning. What disappointed him, however, was the noticeable deceleration in the accumulation of experience points, which had slowed by more than 50%. The efficacy of the body tempering potion was, after all, finite. He estimated that he was nearing its maximum effectiveness. Nevertheless, any improvement was better than none. Swimming leisurely in the pool, he felt himself growing stronger. What more could one desire? Half an hour swiftly passed as Chu Huaisu indulged in a pleasant mix of backstroke and breaststroke, hardly concerning himself with the water blades. When they finally dissipated, he assessed his gains. The experience points had been significantly reduced, totaling only 850. However, combined with the remaining points from before, it was just enough to elevate him to level 8. He felt a sense of satisfaction. Emerging from the water, he donned his robe, then retrieved the spirit plate from his storage token and placed it upon the stone pillar. Resting his palm upon the spirit plate, the needle pointed to the 3rd scale. The stone door opened, and he re-entered the secret chamber. No system notification sounded in his ears, nor did he receive the Dan Wang token as a reward for completing the instance. It appeared that the 1,000 experience points for clearing the challenge could not be farmed repeatedly. Such a pity. Chu Huaisu felt a tinge of disappointment. As it stood, he could only retrace his steps and re-enter the instance, relying solely on the 3rd challenge to extract a few more experience points. With this thought in mind, he set himself in motion once more. Mirror Nation, Imperial Capital, Xianxia. Xianxia was a renowned brothel in the Imperial Capital, reputedly once a property of the dual cultivation sect, the Joyous Sect. However, since the downfall of the Joyous Sect, Xianxia had changed hands. Though it remained a brothel, its operational style had shifted. In the central area, a storyteller was captivating an audience with his eloquent narration. Such upscale establishments were never devoid of those who appreciated the finer things in life. Of course, the primary reason was that this storyteller was indeed exceptional, vividly bringing to life the tales of the cultivation world. As he concluded his story, many patrons in the outer hall showered him with rewards. The storyteller's performance was indeed commendable, albeit somewhat brief each time. An audience member remarked that they were left wanting more. Not too short, not too short. The storyteller replied with a slight smile, graciously acknowledging the one who offered a reward. After descending from a stage, he found a secluded corner in the outer hall to sit, as his duties had concluded, awaiting the arrival of a dancer. Clad in a flowing white robe, the storyteller retrieved a mirror from his bosom, meticulously examining his reflection before adjusting the 2 long strands of hair that framed his forehead. Though he possessed an ordinary appearance and a modest stature, he gazed into the mirror with rapt fascination. At the same table sat a burly man, his skin dark and coarse, and his hair somewhat disheveled, resembling a middle-aged farmer. His fingers bore unsightly nails, indicative of a habit of nail-biting, which had distorted their shape over time. With a look of exasperation, he turned to the storyteller, unable to restrain himself from asking, "Little Master Uncle, shouldn't we be preparing to return to the sect soon?" Chapter 58, The Trajectory of Fate. In response, the storyteller waved his hand dismissively, his face reflecting impatience. "Return to the sect? Why the haste?" he inquired. The burly man's expression revealed his resignation. It was evident that his little master uncle was not yet finished reveling in the delights of the world. However, it had already been a year since their descent from the mountain. While the storyteller was still enjoying himself, the one who trailed behind him, serving dutifully, was beginning to feel weary. The elder of the Taoist sect felt a pang of frustration and found himself habitually tempted to bite his nails. Determined to persuade further, the burly man continued, "Little Master Uncle, don't you wish to return to see Han Shuangjiang and Su Ziqing?" Surely they have already ascended the mountain. He recalled accompanying his little master uncle while he approached Han and Su, though he had kept his distance as instructed. According to the little master uncle, he had advised him to maintain a respectful distance, lest he appear less ethereal in demeanor. Upon hearing their names, the storyteller waved his hand again. What is there worth returning for? I have already made all necessary preparations. Huh? Is there something I am unaware of? The burly man inquired, curiosity piqued. Nothing significant, merely that I have prepared appropriate techniques for both of them. The storyteller replied nonchalantly. The burly man pondered for a moment before stating, Han Shuangjiang possesses a Xianxia constitution. During the Xianxia phase, it is most suitable for her to practice the ice-clear technique. As for Su Ziqing, the burly man struggled to recall. A pseudo-spiritual fetus, quite inadequate. I am at a loss for this one. The elder of the Taoist sect found it perplexing why his little master uncle, following the sage teachings left by the Tao ancestor, believed that Su Ziqing was the one to save the world. You cannot fathom it, can you? The storyteller chuckled knowingly. Draped in a white robe, he continued to gaze into the mirror, his eyes averted from the burly man before him, his tone laced with a hint of pride as he remarked, I instructed Li Chunsong to descend the mountain to fetch someone precisely because he, much like you, lacks cunning. He will undoubtedly select only a single technique, the ice purity secret, and soon find himself entangled in perplexities. In such a scenario, given his nature, he will allow the pseudo-spiritual embryo to choose the cultivation method on its own. To him, there is no substantial difference in what the pseudo-spiritual embryo selects. The storyteller spoke with an air of prophetic insight. The burly man nodded repeatedly. Even though his junior uncle had remarked on his and the 6th junior's lack of cleverness, he bore no resentment and even found merit in the observation. The second elder of the Taoist sect knew well that he was somewhat simple-minded. As for the 6th junior, his penchant for gambling ensured he lost every time. Was that not foolish? The burly man even understood that his junior uncle preferred to take him, the second elder, down the mountain precisely because of his dim-wittedness, which highlighted the cleverness of his uncle. Thus, he sincerely inquired, Junior uncle, which technique did you deliberately leave behind? Nothing much. Merely a technique called sword refinement secret, which I stumbled upon in my early years. It is quite intriguing and well-suited for the pseudo-spiritual embryo, the storyteller continued. Su Ziqing hails from a lineage of swordsmanship. Among the myriad techniques at the Qi opening stage, one with the word sword in its title is bound to attract his choice. Upon hearing this, the burly man nodded earnestly, saying, It must be so. Although junior uncle is not present in the sect, everything remains under your control. The Taoist junior uncle continued to play with his long, dragon whisker hair, exuding satisfaction as he replied, naturally. However, the burly man harbored a tinge of concern. But junior uncle, you mentioned that the sword refinement secret is an evil technique. Is it truly wise to have the savior practice this? The storyteller set down the mirror and responded. Though this technique is indeed sinister, it is quite fascinating. It employs a refinement approach to cultivation, balancing both internal and external practices, which facilitates the pseudo-spiritual embryo's absorption of the Qi opening pill, allowing for slightly accelerated progress compared to other techniques. It merely requires a trivial price to be paid. Moreover, this young man was inherently destined for that wicked sword. His gaze sharpened, as if recalling the sword atop the concealed spirit mountain, a shadow of solemnity and coldness flickering in his eyes. What significance is there in a wielder of an evil sword practicing a bit of devilish technique? The storyteller resumed his nonchalant demeanor. Upon hearing the term evil sword, the burly man immediately cautioned, Junior uncle, tread carefully. That sword was left behind by the Tao ancestor. And so what? The storyteller retorted. Do you not perceive it as an evil sword? With a scoff, he continued, an evil sword is simply an evil sword. Had it not been for the Tao ancestor suppression back in the day, who knows what chaos this sword could have wrought? This time, the burly man refrained from responding. After all, it was ultimately the Tao ancestor's sword. He lacked his junior uncle's audacity to stray from convention, and such heretical remarks were beyond his capacity to voice. However, he refrained from voicing any objections, which in itself spoke volumes. After some contemplation, the middle-aged man, resembling a farmer, finally spoke. Little master uncle, can this Su Ziqing truly retrieve the sword from the mountain? I sought him based on the ancestral precepts, so he ought to be capable, right? The storyteller replied in kind. The robust man found himself somewhat perplexed. This sword is so proud that even you and the sword's sovereign cannot subdue it. How could this child, with merely the first realm of cultivation when he ascends to Songling Mountain, tames such a sword. The little master uncle, who had resumed his vanity, set down the mirror and replied nonchalantly, "You needn't flatter me or that fellow from the sword sect. If one cannot defeat it, then one cannot, and there is no need to speak of subjugation." The second elder of the Tao sect bowed his head slightly, hesitant to interject. The storyteller continued, "Moreover, why do you assume that if this child retrieves the sword, it signifies he has tamed it?" The man paused for a moment, bewildered. "I have stated, this is an evil sword." The storyteller's tone was calm, yet resolute. Upon hearing this, the man quickly responded, "Little master uncle, if that is the case, shouldn't we return to the Tao sect? Ultimately, we require your oversight, don't we?" You again." The storyteller's expression darkened. Su Ziqing is not Han Xuanjiang. He is merely a false, spiritual fetus, cultivating at an excruciatingly slow pace. By the time he reaches the first realm at Songling Mountain, shall I not be waiting for death? He asserted decisively. But can't we provide him with a Xiantian Taishidan? The man still seemed confused. His current situation aligns perfectly with the precepts left by the ancestor. Before he ascends to Songling Mountain, we shouldn't complicate matters unnecessarily. The storyteller expressed his personal viewpoint. He has yet to slay enough demons on this descent. In the Tao sect, at the medicinal mountain, within the secret realm, Chu Huaishu emerged once more from the pool, this time with less than 400 experience points. Moreover, in the final minutes, his experience had stagnated entirely, leaving him quite disappointed. Based on his estimates, the 4 openings should harbor at least 10 portions of body-tempering elixir, if not more. When he frolicked with Han Shuangjiang in the water, it essentially consumed 2 portions, thus yielding over 2,000 experience points. This night, as he entered the water for the first time, he absorbed 1 portion of the elixir and bore the weight of 1 portion of the water blade, yet his experience was a mere 850, plummeting to 350 on the 3rd attempt. This dungeon had become futile for me. The last 5 minutes yielded no experience at all. Zhu Huai Su Sai. The water blade and body-tempering elixir were no longer beneficial for cultivation. What a waste. His gaze remained fixated on the 4 openings. In the next moment, an idea struck him as he recalled his little brother at home. Almost forgetting about little Su, this elixir would undoubtedly be effective for him as well. Chu Huaishu smacked his bare thigh. He is a pseudo-spiritual fetus, and the pace at which he cultivates is exasperating. One wonders how long this will take. What remains uncertain is the extent of the enhancement the 3rd stage will provide him, thought Chu Huaishu. After all, each individual's constitution varies, resulting in different medicinal effects and body refining efficiencies. However, his pain threshold has not increased, and it is likely that he will endure considerable suffering. Chu Huaishu couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the young man. Draped in his robe, he departed the secret realm. Upon returning to his bamboo hut, he lingered momentarily outside Su Ziqing's room. He could faintly hear the labored sounds of heavy breathing emanating from within. Poor fellow, Chu Huaishu mused. I wonder how many cycles he has completed by now. After standing for a while, he retreated to his own chamber. Just as Su Ziqing concluded another session of cultivation, he found himself writhing in pain on the mat, nearly rolling on the floor in agony. To his dismay, his meridians remained severely obstructed, and he was uncertain when they would loosen. Practice more, he muttered, gripping a note tightly in his palm, treating his senior brother's words as golden advice. Once his body gradually acclimated and returned to normal, he sat upright on the mat, casting another glance at the note. Suddenly, he seized a small booklet from the table and flipped to the 3rd page. He then placed the note atop the booklet. The youth lowered his head, meticulously comparing the handwriting of both. Chapter 59, Deception. The handwriting was identical. The handsome youth was taken aback. He had initially believed that the text on the 3rd page belonged to some esteemed predecessor, only to discover it was penned by his senior brother. Driven by blind admiration for Chu Huaishu, he became increasingly convinced that this was indeed an unparalleled technique. Would his senior brother deceive him? Su Ziqing had his own imaginative reasoning. His senior brother was clearly not an ordinary disciple. Even Elder Lu sought private counsel with him in the bamboo hut. Surely, the cultivation method he practiced must have a master overseeing it. The astute youth realized that rewards come only with effort. The greater the difficulty, the more impressive the result. Surely, there are no shortcuts to mastering such divine skills. Su Ziqing believed that such good fortune did not exist in this world. To cultivate this skill, one must first endure pain. This is the price I must pay. Yet, in the face of profound enmity, This price seemed trivial. The youth clenched his fists tightly. Continue practicing. Continue practicing. Continue practicing. I must practice more. Su Ziqing, consumed by fervor, began to repeat his cultivation. As the ethereal energy of heaven and earth surged towards him, relentlessly pounding and refining his flesh. As time went on, he was neither asleep nor awake. Rather, he was overwhelmed by a confluence of pain and fatigue until his vision suddenly faded to black. As dawn broke, with the sun rising in the east, Chu Huaishu awoke early. In the days when he resided on Earth, due to the demands of his profession, he often found himself engrossed in work until the late hours of the night. His lifestyle was one of reverse day and night, frequently plagued by a lack of sleep, compelled to adhere to the schedules dictated by his superiors. Fortunately, his inherently optimistic disposition allowed him to console himself with the belief that the years of life lost to sleepless nights could be compensated by the very act of staying awake. Staying up late extends the time of youth while diminishing that of old age. What a bargain, he would muse. After his transference to another realm, however, he began to embrace an earlier bedtime. Consequently, while Han Shuangjiang had already prepared a delightful breakfast, Su Ziqing remained undisturbed in slumber. Chu Huaishu, with an expression of discontent, knocked on the door. Rise and shine. The handsome youth jolted awake, realizing he had overslept. Upon opening the door, he heard Chu Huaishu remark, "Is this the first day of your exemption from menial tasks, and already you choose to linger in bed?" "Brother, I apologize," Su Ziqing replied, his head bowed in shame, his demeanor sincere, eschewing any defense. Chu Huaishu scrutinized him briefly, then glanced at the meticulously arranged bed, his mind wandering to certain speculations. He said little more than instructing him to wash up before joining for breakfast. At the dining table, Chu Huaishu turned to Han Shuangjiang and announced, "I managed to unlock another meridian yesterday." "Ah, you are quite the ambitious one," Han Shuangjiang replied calmly after sipping her warm porridge. "I too have successfully opened a meridian." What a close call. Had I not, I would have fallen behind that cunning fox once more. Listening to the exchange between his seniors, Su Ziqing felt the palpable disparity in their attitudes towards their achievements, as if unlocking meridians were mere casual conversation over breakfast. He lowered his head further into his bowl of porridge, acutely aware of the gap between them. Chu Huaishu turned to him, irritation lacing his voice. "Why are you burying your head so low? Planning to wash your face with porridge?" At this, the young man straightened his posture. "You practiced late into the night, didn't you?" Chu Huaishu inquired. "Yes," Su Ziqing admitted, not daring to lie. "Did you manage to hold out until the end?" There was a hint of surprise in his tone. "I was concerned about disturbing your rest," the youth confessed, his honesty devoid of any intent to curry favor. "Did you ultimately faint from the pain?" Chu Huaishu speculated, fully aware of the rigors of the sword refinement technique. Su Ziqing felt a flush of embarrassment at this remark, nodding slightly, acutely aware of his own humiliation. "Don't worry, that's quite normal," Chu Huaishu reassured him. Han Shuangjiang, sitting nearby, unexpectedly offered a soft affirmative, a rare moment of encouragement for her junior. She vividly recalled the first night of entering the sect, when anguished cries from the neighboring bamboo hut echoed through the air. Had that cunning fox not also succumbed to the pain? Yet, the cold-faced girl refrained from revealing his past, choosing instead to harbor her thoughts. Deep down, she pondered, why would he impart such a peculiar technique to Su Ziqing? She couldn't shake the feeling that this cunning fox harbored a somewhat dark heart. However, after the enchanting encounter in the third level of the secret realm, she had witnessed firsthand the formidable prowess of the sword refining technique. Thus, it was indeed reasonable. Following their breakfast, the trio was once again attended to by the former errand boy, who dutifully cleared the tableware. Once all the chores were completed, he returned to his room to resume his arduous training, enduring the agony. It was uncertain whether it was the overwhelming hatred within him, or merely his inherent tenacity. But the delicate youth was undeniably harsh on himself. He forced himself to channel his energy, only to be overwhelmed by pain, curling up on the mat. After a brief adaptation, he persisted in his practice, repeating this cycle. Today, Su Ziqing was once again reminded of his mediocrity. His senior brother and sister Han could easily open a meridian in a single day, while he at this rate might require 10 days or even longer. For one who relied solely on physical cultivation to stimulate the absorption of elixirs, this prolonged training was indeed a torment. The morning swiftly passed, and after lunch, Su Ziqing washed the dishes and returned to his room to continue his practice. As he progressed, The burden became too much to bear, and suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision, accompanied by a ringing in his ears, leading to a dizzying collapse into unconsciousness. The fair youth lay on the ground, unresponsive, his complexion pale, his body twitching involuntarily. When he finally regained consciousness, more than an hour had elapsed. Su Ziqing propped himself up and sat cross-legged once more on the mat. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. After all, he was still a young lad. Despite his diligent martial training since childhood, he had never endured such torment. This was not merely practice. It was akin to abuse. Moreover, his delicate features rendered his tears all the more poignant, evoking a profound sense of fragility. After weeping for a considerable time, the youth wiped his tears, took a deep breath to steady his emotions, and resumed his efforts in energy cultivation. Yet, his meridians remained stubbornly blocked, showing no signs of change. This sensation was the most despairing of all. Su Ziqing felt utterly disheartened, his eyes slightly reddened. Suddenly, he recalled the pouch his senior brother had given him, along with his words, "When you feel stagnant, open the second one." His left hand trembled slightly as he shakily retrieved the second pouch from his bosom, hoping that his brother's message would offer some assistance. The first pouch advised, "Practice more." Being the dutiful junior, he complied diligently, practicing day and night. Upon opening the second pouch, Su Ziqing glanced at the words inside, causing his hands to tremble even more. It read, "Just kidding. Practicing more is still futile." Su Ziqing gradually began to tremble all over, feeling a chill creep up his spine. After all, he was still a youth. Despite his deep admiration for Chu Huaishu, the sight of that message, after all the effort he had invested, ignited a spark of anger within him. He was a person, a being with emotions. Yet beneath it all, there resided an innate pride. Is it not the case that the vast majority of young people in this world, in their youth, harbor the belief that they are extraordinary? One must remember the aspirations of youth, having once vowed to be the finest in the world. Moreover, Su Ziqing, in the confines of his home, was celebrated as a genius of martial arts. How could he not feel proud? His father had proclaimed that he was the most gifted swordsman in the history of the Su family. A surge of defiance welled up within him, igniting an unquenchable fighting spirit. "I may not be a prodigy in cultivation, but I shall not be deemed worthless. I cannot bring shame upon the Su family." The handsome youth clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. Su Ziqing resumed his practice. After circulating his energy through 2 cycles, he continued to persevere. Just as he prepared to delve deeper into his training, a series of knocks resonated from outside. Like a hollow shell of humanity, Chu Huaishu stood at the door, awaiting his entry. Upon opening the door, Su Ziqing respectfully greeted, "Senior brother." He had bestowed upon me the opportunity to cultivate, regardless of how he might toy with me. I would honor him for a lifetime, cherishing this bond. The towering Chu Huaishu glanced over the diminutive figure, his gaze settling on the table, where Su Ziqing had already opened the second pouch. Su Ziqing, aware of his stare, felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment, even though it was his senior brother who seemed to be acting in a demeaning manner. "I thought you would at least wait until tomorrow to open the second pouch," Chu Huaishu remarked with a tone that carried a hint of mockery. It felt as though he was insinuating, "Have you already reached your limit?" The handsome youth lowered his head, gritting his teeth in humiliation, his face flushed crimson. Yet, the words spoken were undeniably true. "Oh dear, your face is red. And your eyes too." Chu Huaishu chuckled. "Don't give me that." Though his words were cold, he tossed something into Su Ziqing's direction. "Catch." Su Ziqing barely managed to catch it, glancing down at his palm. It was a fragment of a jade token, a piece of the Dan Wang token. "Cool, me. I will take you to a place," Chu Huaishu said. Chapter 60, Call It Out. Su Ziqing lowered his gaze, carefully examining the jade fragment in his hand. It was translucent, resembling mutton fat jade. The handsome youth was unaware of its purpose, and when he lifted his head, Chu Huaishu had already departed. After perusing the second piece of advice, he suddenly perceived a resemblance between his senior brother and the storyteller from the game world, as if both were toying with him. Nevertheless, having been manipulated, Su Ziqing still gritted his teeth and pursued him. All the while, he trailed behind Chu Huaishu like a small tail. Occasionally, he cast glances at the tall figure ahead, harboring a simmering frustration within. The more his senior left mocking remarks on the notes, the more the youth felt compelled to prove his worth, to demonstrate that he was not a mere wastrel. They soon arrived at the coal pond, where Chu Huaishu tossed him a water-repellent pearl. The fragment of the jade tablet and the water-repellent pearl were items he had obtained from Han Shuangjiang, Otherwise, he would not have been able to bring Su Ziqing into the secret realm. At that moment, the cool-faced girl felt a flicker of surprise. Why was this fox so attentive to Junior Su? Had it not been for their previous ambiguous physical interactions, she might have even begun to gossip. At this juncture, Chu Huaishu turned to the handsome youth and said, "This is a water-repelling pearl. You must descend with me now." Taking advantage of the fact that the cold air in the pond had not yet intensified, Su Ziqing could still make several trips. Once the chill became more pronounced, given his unrefined physique, he feared he might succumb to the cold. Understood. The boy responded. They leaped down, quickly enveloped by the formation at the pond's bottom, entering the secret realm. This mystical experience dazzled Su Ziqing. As a youth still unaccustomed to the world, it was his first encounter with the myriad wonders of the cultivation realm. Consequently, his pent-up grievances dissipated somewhat, and he began to observe his surroundings as if on a leisurely excursion. "Stop gazing about. Stay close to me. You must remember every path we take. I will not guide you through it a second time," Chu Huaishu instructed. "Oh, yes," Su Ziqing replied, possessing an extraordinary memory. He could recite the sword-forging technique after a single reading, so recalling a few paths was hardly challenging. Along the way, he frequently considered asking about their purpose here. Perplexed, but seeing his senior stride forward without any inclination for conversation, he ultimately remained silent. Before long, they arrived at the 11th fork in the road, where Su Ziqing noticed Chu Huaishu had halted. Unbeknownst to him, he was already enveloped in an illusion. He observed his brother, clad in a black robe, suddenly raise his hand and then sweep his sleeve forcefully. In the next moment, everything around them shattered like a mirror, causing the entire world to splinter. Beams of intense light pierced through the cracks, nearly blinding Su Ziqing. Amidst the radiant beams, the handsome youth gazed at the towering figure, who seemed to be enveloped in a halo of light. He found himself momentarily entranced, his mouth agape in astonishment. The scene before him was simply too breathtaking to comprehend. Everything around him crumbled to dust, and the blinding white light instinctively compelled him to shut his eyes. When he opened them again, the two had already found themselves on a clearing paved with blue stone slabs. The events that had transpired moments before had dissipated into nothingness, leaving only the figure cloaked in black standing directly before him. This scene etched itself deeply into the youth's heart, an indelible memory. Su Ziqing remained momentarily stunned, while Chu Huaishu, silent and resolute, strode forward. The handsome young man could only hasten to keep pace with him. Before long, the stone door swung open, and the two entered the third trial. The underground river continued to flow slowly, and Chu Huaishu gestured ahead. "Stand over there." Su Ziqing pulled out, obediently positioned himself by the riverbank. "Jump in," commanded Chu Huaishu. "What?" The youth was even more bewildered. "What do you mean, what?" "Hurry up." Chu Huaishu, dismissive of his protests, forcefully pushed him into the water. His strength far exceeded Su Ziqing's. With a splash, the unprepared youth plunged into the water, where the water-warding pearl in his possession activated. He soon noticed the suspended stone walls on either side beginning to descend, obstructing the river's flow. Almost immediately, water blades began to coalesce at the bottom of the pool, swiftly slicing towards him. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, Su Ziqing's reflexes were sharp. He had experience in combat, having dodged various weapons before. He exerted himself to maneuver in the pool, attempting to evade the oncoming water blades. However, the sheer number of them was overwhelming, and soon his body bore numerous wounds, eliciting cries of agony. Chu Huaishu, standing by the pool, furrowed his brow and spoke with irritation. "What are you screaming for? If you can't even endure this, you're unworthy of entering the sword refinement technique. Your pain threshold is pathetic. You can't even withstand the most basic discomfort. Useless." Gasping in the water, Su Ziqing looked up at Chu Huaishu in disbelief, his hair soaked and his face splattered with droplets. "No dodging," Chu Huaishu admonished him sternly, his gaze unwavering. The handsome youth gritted his teeth and glanced at the bottom of the pool, where the water blades continued to multiply. Blood began to seep from his wounds, mingling with the water and spreading as crimson tendrils. The torment he experienced now was distinctly different from that of training in the sword refinement technique. Su Ziqing exchanged a glance with Chu Huaishu, feeling the coldness in his brother's eyes. It seemed the four openings had caught the scent of blood, and elixirs for body tempering began to surge forth. Su Ziqing, lacking any knowledge of cultivation, was taken aback. "Is there poison too?" He attempted to climb out of the pool, but a powerful hand pressed him back down. "Today, Chu Huaishu had brought this protagonist of the world here, harboring some suspicions he wished to confirm. Emerging from the depths, Su Ziqing surfaced, momentarily dazed, and began to faintly perceive a fragrant aroma reminiscent of medicinal herbs. A peculiar itch enveloped his body, and to his astonishment, the wounds began to heal at an extraordinary pace. This realization left Su Ziqing utterly astounded. Chu Huaishu gazed down upon him and spoke once more. "What are you flailing about? This is a premium body refining elixir. Absorb it properly. The average person in the Qi transformation stage cannot afford such a generous quantity." Even in his bewilderment, Su Ziqing grasped the implication. His senior brother was aiding his cultivation. Though the intricacies eluded him, he obediently complied. The water blade struck him repeatedly. He gritted his teeth in silence, suppressing any sounds of discomfort until overwhelmed. He instinctively let out a muffled groan. Chu Huaishu observed Su Ziqing in the water, patiently awaiting affirmation of his suspicions. Indeed, the efficiency with which Su Ziqing absorbed the elixir was remarkable. What kind of innate divine physique is this? Chu Huaishu felt a pang of envy. He had previously contemplated how to compensate for Su Ziqing's slow cultivation speed, and his first thought had been to rely on elixirs. He estimated that this lad's overall absorption efficiency surpassed his own by at least 50%. Chu Huaishu even harbored doubts that, within half an hour, the elixir would be completely consumed by him. He pondered, perhaps Elder Lei Wenyan had never anticipated anyone could absorb so voraciously. Moreover, the combination of the water blade and the body refining elixir had collectively bestowed him with several thousand experience points, reaching the upper limit of the elixir's efficacy. Yet, this boy's limit might very well be even higher. What a preposterous constitution. Should I not consider selling him to those elixir fanatics as a test subject? He was practically a living experiment. Chu Huaishu was overwhelmed with envy. Why? Why do they possess such an array of peculiar talents while I am but an ordinary failure? Thus he squatted down, gazing at the handsome youth in the pool, who was gritting his teeth in pain, desperately trying to suppress any sounds. And he voiced his dissatisfaction with a tone reminiscent of scoundrel. "How dull. You're like a dead fish. Can't you even cry out?" Chapter 61. The Man is the Sword. Cry out. Let out. Chu Huaishu believed it would be a melodious sound. However, such demeanor and words only served to deepen Su Ziqing's sense of mockery from his senior brother. Am I truly so inadequate in his eyes? His gaze fell slightly. Teeth clenched, humiliation coursing through him. The rebellious spirit of his youth was fully ignited. He could no longer even muster a groan of pain, his body trembling from the agony. Yet he remained resolutely silent, enduring the relentless torment. Quite stubborn, Chu Huaishu noted inwardly. In truth, he too possessed a tenacious spirit. Otherwise, he would not constantly clash with the sword refining technique. As for Han Xuanjiang, who resided next door, there was no need to elaborate further. Now, it is as if three stubborn species coexist together. He lowered his gaze upon Su Ziqing and said, "Once you have fully absorbed the body-tempering elixir, you must emerge immediately. Do not linger in the water, understood?" "Yes." The handsome youth replied with a resounding voice, clear and bright. "Why shout so loudly?" Chu Huaishu expressed his irritation again. However, he soon comprehended that the outburst was merely an expression of the pain he could no longer contain. Seizing the opportunity to vent his frustration with a shout, a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, and he refrained from further provoking Su Ziqing beneath the surface. "Once you come up, practice immediately, understood?" Chu Huaishu granted him another opportunity to shout. "All right." Su Ziqing responded with another loud exclamation. In any case, the requirement to pass the third stage was to remain submerged for 30 minutes. If Chu Huaishu allowed Su Ziqing to surface early, the assessment would be deemed a failure. He would simply have to dive back in, and the body-tempering elixir would overflow once more. Chu Huaishu had previously swum in the water for 30 minutes purely to enter the secret chamber, hoping to exploit a bug and claim the dungeon completion reward again. Time passed, and slightly more than a stick of incense had elapsed when the body-tempering elixir in the water was completely absorbed. Su Ziqing truly was a prodigy with an innate talent for absorbing medicinal essence, remarkably extraordinary. The youth crawled out of the water, trembling all over, his face ashen. He had intended to take a moment to recover before practicing the sword refinement technique, but upon noticing Chu Huaishu's gaze upon him, he immediately recalled the message in the second pouch and the series of taunts that followed. He felt a surge of determination. Dressed in tattered clothing, Su Ziqing sat cross-legged and promptly began circulating his energy. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards him, the sensation of being crushed by a heavy weight returned. The youth steadied his mind, reminding himself to never falter halfway. Chu Huaishu sat before him on the ground, indifferent to the dirt that might soil his clothing, as it would ultimately be the young man before him who would cleanse it. He watched Su Ziqing with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. He sensed that the other's body seemed to be growing increasingly rigid, his lips trembling involuntarily. Yet, amidst this torment, Su Ziqing's heart blossomed with boundless joy. The previously obstructive acupoint now felt somewhat loosened. It was as if he merely needed a final push to break through. All the grievances the youth had harbored now found an outlet. He continued to circulate his energy tirelessly until, at last, he succeeded in breaking through the first acupoint. A breakthrough? Chu Huaishu, seated on the ground, had been observing him with information detection. He felt no surprise at Su Ziqing's ability to break through. However, the glimmer of anticipation in his eyes remained undiminished. The atmosphere surrounding Chu Huaishu seemed to be laden with anticipation. At last, Su Ziqing, overwhelmed by an uncontrollable surge of emotion, emitted a heart-wrenching scream, reminiscent of that fateful night with Chu Huaishu. Almost immediately, his body collapsed backward, and the young man succumbed to unconsciousness, racked with pain. What relief! A satisfied smile spread across the face of the cunning fox, reveling in this moment. I knew it was not my fault. The agony was unbearable. After a prolonged interval, Su Ziqing gradually regained consciousness. Awake so soon? Chu Huaishu remarked, slightly taken aback. It seemed that Su Ziqing had become accustomed to the frequent bouts of unconsciousness that accompanied his rapid ascension in cultivation. The youth had never anticipated that the pain of breaking through one's realm could be even more terrifying than the trials faced during ordinary training sessions. What was worse, this torment arrived with no warning. He had been lost in a sea of elation, utterly unprepared for the sudden onslaught of agony. As Su Ziqing awakened, his vision remained somewhat blurred. He could vaguely discern the silhouette of a figure clad in black robes, yet clarity eluded him. After shaking his head vigorously, his sight gradually sharpened. At last, he recognized the person before him, none other than Chu Huaishu. However, for reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable shift in the aura emanating from his senior brother, as if he had transformed into a sword. This was not to suggest that his demeanor was overtly sharp or fierce. Su Ziqing struggled to articulate this sensation. It was simply an impression that his senior brother resembled a sword, not one that was ostentatiously brilliant, but rather a concealed blade. Previously, Su Ziqing had never entertained such thoughts. He had only perceived Chu Huaishu as tall and handsome, a figure he admired with a hint of envy. Why had this peculiar notion arisen? Su Ziqing felt conflicted, but ultimately refrained from expressing such irreverent thoughts to his senior brother. In turn, Chu Huaishu observed Su Ziqing intently. For him, the evolution was a product of systematic enhancement, while Su Ziqing served as a valuable benchmark. Yet after scrutinizing him, he found no remarkable distinction. Su Ziqing remained the same as ever, unremarkable in his stature. After a few moments of observation, Chu Huaishu decided to take his leave. Typically, when one opens a meridian, the body requires time to adapt. There is no need to rush into the medicinal bath. Take a moment to sense the changes within yourself. When you do immerse yourself, remember to come up immediately after absorbing the purifying liquid. I shall take my leave now. He offered these instructions with care. Understood, senior brother, Su Ziqing replied. Once Chu Huaishu departed, he began to stretch and attune himself to the shifts in his body. After a while, he mimicked a sword with his finger and performed a sequence from his family's revered sword technique. Su Ziqing could distinctly feel the enhancement of his physique. Such is the marvel of cultivation, he couldn't help but exclaim. All the trials and tribulations have finally borne fruit. The shadows in his heart dissipated momentarily. He lifted his gaze skyward, reminiscing about his deceased loved ones. Can you see me? I have finally taken the first step in my journey of cultivation. The young man's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yet, he quickly admonished himself. Su Ziqing, you must temper your pride and impatience. You must learn to confront your true self. He was acutely aware that his senior brothers and sisters had merely entered the path a few days before him. However, observing their rapid progress in cultivation, they had already reached the 6th acupoint. Moreover, given their current momentum, it seemed they maintained a pace of breaking through one acupoint each day. Su Ziqing understood well, that without the mystical pool and the assistance of his senior brother, he would have been unable to achieve his breakthrough today. This realization reignited a sense of frustration within the once proud youth. He had once been adorned in fine garments, basking in glory within his family. Had all his arduous efforts, even enduring menial tasks to enter the path, merely led him to the understanding of his own mediocrity? The stark contrast dulled the joy of his breakthrough. Su Ziqing shifted his gaze to the pool, noticing the items he had placed beside it. Before entering the water, he had removed all his belongings and set them on the shore, including the last pouch. His senior brother had said to open the third pouch upon achieving a small success. Now, having opened the first acupoint, he mused that it could be considered a preliminary glimpse into the path. However, he held no high hopes for the message within the pouch. He suspected it would likely contain words of mockery. The young man felt he had come to understand his senior brother somewhat. Yet, it was understandable. While one raced ahead, he lagged behind in his cultivation. So why would anyone regard him highly? With determination, he opened the pouch, finding that the note contained more words than the previous two. After reading it attentively, Su Ziqing couldn't help but lift his head, staring blankly in the direction from which Chu Huaishu had departed. A warm current surged from within, and he murmured softly, "Senior brother." The note read, "Flowing water does not vie for speed, but seeks to be ever abundant." Chapter 62, Gaining Experience Points. With the 3 pouches in hand, Su Ziqing was subdued. Having left the cold pond, Chu Huaishu returned directly to the bamboo cottage. The protagonist of the world must not lose their spirit. His thoughts were as simple as that. By the time he returned home, the sun had already set. The large ice block had prepared the first dish. "Fewer dishes tonight. Little Su won't be home for dinner," Chu Huaishu remarked to Han Xuanjiang, evoking a sense of familial warmth among the 3. "Did you leave him all alone in the secret realm?" The large ice block turned to glance at him. "Indeed, he is currently undergoing a slow and torturous experience in the 3rd level." He chuckled nonchalantly. The cold-faced girl, upon hearing this, chose not to continue the conversation. The ambiguous nature of the 3rd level made this affluent individual reluctant to delve deeper. As she reflected, she felt a slight stiffness in her long, slender legs and couldn't help but tighten them slightly. Speaking of which, she had been rather muddled these past few days. Under the influence of Chu Huaishu, her household had inexplicably gained an additional servant, who then strangely transformed into junior brother Su. Han Xuanjiang inherently possessed a strong sense of distance and was not inclined to let others draw near. She and Chu Huaishu had experienced much together in a short span of time, and their relationship naturally became more intimate. To her, Su Ziqing was merely a fellow disciple who was adept at performing tasks. Hence, she did not pay him much heed. Chu Huaishu was acutely aware of this dynamic. Han Xuanjiang was following the script of a leading lady, wholeheartedly pursuing her career while dismissing romantic entanglements. However, there undoubtedly existed a bond of friendship between the protagonists, as they would soon stand shoulder to shoulder in battle. Yet, due to my interference as a third party, it seemed their connection had not yet been forged, he pondered. Nevertheless, Chu Huaishu soon reassured himself. "It matters not. I can serve as the bridge between these 2 protagonists. As long as I share a connection with them, that suffices." He thought quite liberally and decided to play his part. With Su Ziqing absent for the night, they returned to the state of solitary man and woman dining together. Suddenly, Chu Huaishu recalled something. "Ah, I forgot to exchange the spirit plates obtained in the secret realm for contribution points. However, there is no rush. We can wait until we have fully opened all 9 apertures before exchanging. My personal suggestion is that when the time comes, we can both take our contribution points to the library and select a preferred spell together," he said to Han Xuanjiang. The Taoist sect provides free access to foundational skills during the Qi opening stage in the 1st realm, akin to compulsory education. However, spells are comparable to skills in a game. These can be utilized across all realms, and exceptional spells can last a lifetime, but they come at a cost. Upon hearing this, the large ice block refrained from voicing unnecessary opinions and simply replied, "All right. The pressing matter now is to fully open the 9 apertures as soon as possible. Can you maintain the progress of opening 1 aperture for another day or 2? Chu Huaishu inquired. "I should be able to," Han Xuanjiang replied, not committing too firmly, but feeling confident in her capability. "Good." Chu Huaishu nodded slightly, feeling a twinge of envy. His character level stood at 6, with enough remaining experience points to reach level 8. However, he still required 950 experience points to fully open the 9 apertures. In addition, After acquiring the first realm's cultivation technique, he would need experience points for further advancement. Similarly, studying magic also required experience points. After dinner, with Su Ziqing absent, it fell upon Han Shuangjiang to wash the dishes. As the young girl slightly bent over, her curvaceous figure was unmistakably revealed. Her waist, legs, and hips seemed to embody the essence of a naturally exquisite Cheongsam. However, the troubled Chu Huaishu found himself devoid of the capacity to appreciate such earthly beauty. It appeared he would have to devise alternative methods to accumulate experience points. He was quite distressed. After dinner, Chu Huaishu made another trip to the secret realm, delivering some provisions and water to Su Ziqing, fearing he might starve within. The handsome youth's gaze upon him was filled with profound emotion, and their brotherly bond had evidently deepened. Why did it feel as though I am not his senior brother, but rather his master? Chu Huaishu chuckled bitterly, feeling somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, it mattered little. After all, he was the protagonist of this world, and now he could be considered his angelic investor. Upon returning home, with Su Ziqing absent, Chu Huaishu could upgrade without restraint, unafraid of any cries of agony. In any case, the tall figure in the adjacent room had long since grown accustomed to such occurrences. Conversely, were these truly cries of despair? They were the heralds of an internal struggle. At his first cry, the Ice Queen would surely know that this cunning fox had once again broken through. He opened the character panel and ascended 2 levels in one breath. A heart-wrenching scream resonated through the night sky, and Chu Huaishu skillfully succumbed to unconsciousness. Just before losing consciousness, he felt as though he were being crushed by a heavy weight, with his last thought being, "Damn it, it feels like a 7-seater business van." He had come to realize that enduring the pain was the most foolish of actions. Fainting outright was the wisest choice. The Ice Queen next door, upon hearing the wail, indeed furrowed her brow. Another cry? She pondered. Han Shuangjiang was filled with determination and began to hasten her own path to enlightenment. As the sun climbed high in the sky, Chu Huaishu finally stirred awake. He had been unconscious for over an hour before regaining some awareness, opting instead to fall swiftly back into slumber due to exhaustion, never truly rising. Once he had refreshed himself, he noticed a bowl of congee and some side dishes that Han Shuangjiang had left for him on the wooden table. However, the congee had cooled to a lukewarm temperature. Chu Huaishu was not one to be picky. He did not bother knocking on the door to summon her to heat it up. After pouring the side dishes into the congee, he began to drink heartily. Halfway through, an unexpected visitor arrived outside the bamboo house. Lu Chenggong, the vice captain of the enforcement team. His motives were quite straightforward. He had come to foster a private rapport. He had already concluded that both Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang were exceptional individuals. As for his own cousin Lu Qingqi has recently become somewhat disoriented, struggling to distinguish between reality and illusion. The moment he closes his eyes, he is plagued by nightmares, claiming he is trapped within them, unable to awaken. As if an unseen force weighs down upon him, rendering his eyes unyielding. His cousin's condition is dire. He has lost all enthusiasm, even for his beloved wife. A clear indication that his affliction has reached a critical stage. Chu Shidi, are you partaking in some congee? Lu Chenggong approached with 2 jars of fine wine in hand, a smile gracing his face. He had mentally prepared himself for a cold reception. After all, this Chu Huaishu was audacious enough to confront even his uncle, boasting an impressive lineage and an air of arrogance. Nevertheless, Lu Chenggong was resolute. No matter how frigid the reception, he was determined to engage. To his surprise, he noticed a glimmer of light in Chu Huaishu's eyes, who unexpectedly rose to greet him with a smile. "What brings you here?" Chu Huaishu pondered, feeling his plans for gathering experience points disrupted. He had intended to procure a wooden board and inscribe the words "unmatched" in the Qi congruence stage to place it in the outer Sect's arena, provoking a wave of animosity. His goal was to incite collective ire, planning to orchestrate a mockery that would draw a swarm of challengers from the Qi congruence stage to confront him. In the realm of cultivation, interaction and sparring among practitioners are quite prevalent, fostering personal insight and advancement. The system accommodates such exchanges. However, the experience points garnered from sparring are capped at each level, preventing infinite accumulation. If Chu Huaishu were to unilaterally overpower others, or conversely be overwhelmed, obtaining experience points would prove difficult. A reciprocal exchange would yield results, as would a narrow defeat or a catastrophic loss. Yet, should one be defeated in an instant, the system might not reward them at all. I am now a formidable practitioner of the 8 apertures. Moreover, I am well versed in both internal and external cultivation. If these chi congruence stage individuals do not band together, can I not dispatch them with a single punch? Thus, Chu Huaishu had prepared the wooden board, poised to inscribe his challenge. Chu Huaisu, when will you claim the title of the foremost in the chi congruence stage? It is now, just as Lu Qinggong arrived. He proved to be a commendable candidate for sparring. Brother Lu, we are so familiar now. I shall dispense with pleasantries, Chu Huaishu declared, getting straight to the point. Lu Qinggong, taken aback, was momentarily puzzled. Yet, he understood that many high-ranking individuals adopt such a demeanor, casually fabricating a rationale to task you, as if the familiarity bestowed upon you were a privilege, a mark of honor. Observing Lu Qinggong's eager expression, the vice captain of the law enforcement team quickly leaned in, his excitement palpable. Please, Shitty, share your thoughts. Within this outer sect, we of the law enforcement team can accomplish much. He stood tall, the lightning patterns on his black uniform strikingly apparent. Disciple, I find my cultivation stagnating. Today, I am stuck at the 9th aperture and cannot make any progress. I wish to spar with you, dear senior brother. Might this be feasible? In Guit Ju Huaisu, a bottleneck period. Yes, indeed, a bottleneck period, he added. Lu Qinggong was taken aback, having already traversed 8 apertures in such a short span. And to think, according to your words, a single day without advancement leaves you feeling utterly restless? Is this truly a bottleneck? He gazed at the fox-like countenance of his junior, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Yet, he had come to please the talented disciples of the Tao, and witnessing his rapid progress compelled him to exert all his efforts. Lu Qinggong promptly set down 2 jars of fine wine, exuding an air of generosity. Excellent. I shall spar with you, brother, and afterward, we shall indulge in this fine wine together. Thank you, Senior Lu, Chu Huaishi replied with a respectful bow. Their boisterous commotion drew out Han Shuangjiang from the adjacent bamboo hut. However, harboring disdain for the Lu family, she merely observed from her doorway, refraining from approaching. Lu Qinggong suggested, since we are to spar, I shall refrain from employing my internal spiritual energy. As a practitioner of the second realm, utilizing spiritual power would be an unfair advantage. The disparity between those with spiritual energy and those without is akin to heaven and earth. He even removed his most ostentatious spiritual sword, stating, Brother, swords are merciless. I shall forego my Xianxia sword for now. No, Senior Lu. While spiritual energy may be set aside, the sword must be wielded, Chu Huaishu insisted, holding firm to his convictions. Very well then, but do take care, Lu Qinggong cautioned. He then drew his mid-grade spiritual sword and began to elaborately describe its features and his sword techniques, believing that such introductions would enhance the training experience. However, Chu Huaishu absorbed not a single word. Speak less and strike me. With that, their practice commenced, while Han Shuangjiang observed from a distance, her concern lingering over the sharpness of the Xianxia sword. She too felt that swords are unforgiving. How could one face a blade with bare hands? Chu brother, behold my sword. Lu Qinggong lunged forward, unleashing his thunder sword technique. Although he refrained from invoking spiritual energy, his speed surpassed that of practitioners at the aperture opening stage. Naturally, he intentionally held back. Chu Huaishu sidestepped, retreating half a step, thus evading the long sword. His inky black hair danced in the wake of the blade. He raised his right hand, aligning his index and middle fingers, then flicked them forward, striking the body of the Xianxia sword. Clang! The sword was sent flying. Chapter 63. The Profound Heart Sword, A Disciple's Gratitude. The Xianxia sword spun mid-air for several rotations before plunging into the earth with a thud. Lu Qinggong gazed in disbelief. Casting a glance at his right hand, where a slight numbness and mild swelling lingered at the base of his thumb, Chu Huaisu, a Guali In Sedulo, looked at him, the esteemed deputy captain of the enforcement team, reduced to such a state. There were indeed incompetents within the ranks. For ordinary practitioners, physical fortitude was primarily honed during the chi refinement stage, with subsequent techniques relying heavily on the internal spiritual energy. Both offensive and defensive maneuvers depended on this very energy, which constituted the foundation of any cultivator's prowess. In Chu Huaishu's estimation, Lu Qinggong's physique should surpass that of the average practitioner at the 9 chi level, though it ought not to exceed his own. Thus, he opted to wield a sword, for otherwise, as a formidable practitioner of the 8 chi, would it not be akin to bullying someone of a mere second realm? After all, without the utilization of spiritual energy, a spiritual sword could hardly unleash its full potential. However, Chu Huaishu could never have anticipated that his opponent appeared as though drained by indulgence, a deputy captain whose title belied his true capabilities. Moments ago, his flick of the finger, intended to display flair, also served as a subtle hint. Do not hold back, for I evidently possess reserves. Yet this would ultimately determine the victor, which was rather amusing. Han Shuangjiang observed from the sidelines, greatly astonished. Were it not for Lu Chenggong meticulously examining his own hand, she would have suspected that he was overly eager to flatter. Something felt amiss. Lu Chenggong could not help but voice his discomfort. He sensed an underlying dissonance. As the deputy captain of the enforcement team, he felt a profound loss of dignity. Though he had indeed come to ingratiate himself, it rendered him seem of little worth. With a decisive motion, Lu Chenggong opened his right hand, channeling his energy as the spiritual sword, Sangsong, swiftly returned to his grasp. While this display appeared impressive, Chu Huaishu discerned that it was not the art of sword flight. The technique required precise control, a hallmark of advanced spells. Lu Chenggong merely relied on his spiritual energy and the sword spirit to summon the weapon back, a mere facade. He astutely assessed the situation internally. Gritting his teeth, Lu Chenggong resolved not to suffer further humiliation, proclaiming, "Chu Shidi, let us resume. This time, I must be vigilant." He feigned an appearance of having been careless. Excellent. Chu Huaishu assumed a defensive stance, preparing to receive the sword. Once more, Lu Chenggong lunged forward with his sword, opting for the same maneuver but unleashing it with greater speed and without restraint, striving to regain his honor. Chu Huaishu, too, retreated swiftly, stirring up clouds of dust, his robe and long, raven-black hair billowing in the wake. This time, he narrowly evaded danger. Employing the same trick, he flicked his finger again. Ding! The sword flew forth. A gentle breeze followed. Lu Chenggong once again glanced at his right hand, where the numbness intensified. As Chu Huaishu's gaze fixed upon the verdant pine, sword embedded in the earth, he meticulously sensed the underlying issue. The heart sword. At the moment his fingertips grazed the pine sword, he distinctly felt a gentle tremor within the black miniature sword residing in his body. This heart sword, imbued with the divine art of sword heart clarity, seemed to possess an enigmatic essence. Lu Chenggong, a fellow imbued with a penchant for amusement, found his mirth extinguished. His expression mirrored that of a disheartened Yao Ming as he turned to glance at his own life sword. Sharing a bond of thought with his sword spirit, he was acutely aware of the peculiarities that had arisen once more. Chu Huaishu's physique was markedly stronger than the average practitioner in the qi channeling stage, endowing him with considerable strength. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The focus lay upon the sword and its spirit. They were being suppressed by an unseen force, rendering the sword's spirit uncontrollable and fleeing. Lu Chenggong sensed that by channeling his spiritual energy into the spirit sword, he could resist this force. However, the question loomed large. How could a mere practitioner of the qi channeling stage wield such mystical abilities? This thought led him to recall the extraordinary phenomena that had manifested at the cold pool the day his sword had trembled. Uncertain of the profound opportunities that had befallen Chu Huaishu, Lu Chenggong refrained from inquiring. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, one that had captured the attention of both the sect leader and the elders. Suddenly, the vice captain of the law enforcement team had an epiphany. I suspect he summoned me to test this. Thus, he promptly declared, Junior Brother Chu, let us engage in earnest sparring. Rest assured, I shall keep today's events strictly confidential, without a whisper to a soul. With a glance toward the strikingly beautiful Han Shuangjiang, he amended, except to a third party. Noticing Lu Chenggong's perceptiveness, Chu Huaishu smiled and nodded slightly, setting aside his own doubts, adopting a demeanor of subtlety. The heart sword dominance over ordinary spirit swords was indeed astonishing to him. Yet within, he felt a mix of joy and trepidation, an ominous premonition lurking in his heart. In front of the bamboo cottage, the two engaged in another round of experimentation. This time, Chu Huaishu prompted Lu Chenggong to channel his internal spiritual energy. As expected, the sword did not fly away. However, a question arose in Chu Huaishu's mind. What if I were to wield spiritual energy as well? Regrettably, he was still devoid of spiritual power. This fueled his urgency to ascend to the first realm, to acquire experience, unlock the ninth aperture, and then seek out the ancient texts to obtain the teachings of the first realm. At this moment, Chu Huaishu also endeavored to control the heart sword, restraining its formidable prowess from manifesting. Yet he could perceive that the heart sword resonated with his intentions and would heed his words. However, it seemed that the power's rank was too elevated, leading to a degree of unpredictability that the current Chu Huaishu could not fully control. Consequently, the ultimate outcome was that Lu Qinggong had no choice but to spar with Chu Huaishu unarmed. Otherwise, he would have to employ spiritual power. Fortunately, Chu Huaishu had indeed underestimated the deputy leader of the law enforcement team. Lu Qinggong was undeniably a favored figure within the external law enforcement team, which accounted for his rapid advancement. Nevertheless, he possessed considerable skill, making his promotion less than undignified. If all went according to plan, he had likely refined his physique or perhaps indulged in medicinal baths. Most importantly, he might have also practiced some form of martial arts, for his fists were formidable, hard as rock. Chu Huaishu faced repeated narrow defeats. Yet, despite Lu Qinggong's consistent victories, a sense of astonishment continued to spread within him. How could the eighth aperture be so potent? I had specifically invested heavily to strengthen my body while practicing the Thunder Fist. My strikes could shatter stone. An ordinary ninth aperture disciple would likely be unable to withstand even a casual palm strike from Chu Huaishu, even with his assistance in cultivating physical refinement techniques. It should not have reached such a level. This was truly bizarre, exceedingly perplexing. Thus, the two engaged in sparring throughout the entire morning. Han Shuangjiang eventually grew weary and retreated to her quarters. Chu Huaishu, appearing somewhat disheveled with his robe sullied, felt remarkably elated. After all, Lu Qinggong's law enforcement uniform was hardly pristine. He had certainly experienced his share of setbacks. Most significantly, each sparring session yielded 100 experience points, a variable number determined by the system's assessment. If my memory serves me correctly, the upper limit of experience points attainable during the entire Qi condensation period was 200 free experience points. While not plentiful, it was sufficient for him to advance from level 8 to level 9. Ultimately, it was Lu Qinggong who succumbed first. Seeking an excuse, "Junior Brother Chu, my duties in the law enforcement team require my attention. May we reconvene another time?" Zhu Huaisu, Unfa, recognized that it was only natural for one at the second realm to lack the endurance of a practitioner of the eighth aperture. Today, he had only amassed 420 free experience points and promptly suggested, "How about tomorrow?" Weary yet resolute, Lu Qinggong gritted his teeth. "Very well. We shall adhere to your proposal. Junior Brother Chu, tomorrow it is." Thus a pact was sealed. After Lu Qinggong departed, Chu Huaishu returned to his abode, shedding his soiled garments and hanging them at the door of Su Ziqing's room to await his return for laundering. Meanwhile, in the Medicine Mountain cold pool, and within the secret realm, Su Ziqing gradually awakened from his stupor. He had now successfully opened the second aperture. The youth was engulfed in ecstatic joy. The array and the medicinal liquid within this pool are truly extraordinary. Despite my seemingly dull aptitude, I have managed to break through 2 acupoints in a remarkably short span of time. He is not foolish and comprehends the rarity of this place. My senior brother has granted me the opportunity to cultivate and has aided me in transcending my limits. Such immense kindness. How can I possibly repay it? Su Ziqing raised his gaze upwards. After a while, the handsome youth lowered his head, his eyes cast down, and his hands clenched tightly around the fabric of his trousers. "Father, mother, little sister, grandmother, do you think I should give him that item?" Chapter 64. The Evil Sword on the Mountain. Within the secret realm, Su Ziqing's expression was one of turmoil. My senior brother has granted me a life anew. Regardless of what I might offer in return, it would be entirely reasonable. Yet, my entire family perished because of it. This is the most difficult decision for the handsome youth. He felt that he could not take it upon himself to decide. After much contemplation, Su Ziqing devised a compromise. "You must all be watching over me from the heavens, correct?" The youth retrieved the third pouch given to him by Chu Huaishu. The note within had already been carefully refolded along the creases it bore, and he placed it back inside the pouch. "If you're watching from above, I shall toss this pouch. If it lands face up, it signifies your approval for me to bestow that item upon my senior brother. If it lands face down, it means you do not wish for it." Su Ziqing took a deep breath and gently tossed the pouch upwards. The pouch did not fall to the ground to gather dust. Instead, as he sat on the ground, he spread out his robe, controlling the direction of the toss, and the pouch landed upon it. Face down, Su Ziqing's gaze intensified, his mind momentarily blank, unable to believe it was indeed face down. However, after a while, the handsome youth began to speak to himself, recounting the kindness shown to him by Chu Huaishu. "Father, mother, grandmother, little sister, You are unaware of how much my senior brother has shared with me. It seems that the pouch landing face down indicates that my deceased relatives knew too little. After finishing his recounting, he looked up again and said, "My senior brother is such a good person. If you are indeed watching from above, considering that I've tossed it 3 times now, if 2 of those tosses land face up, then it signifies your consent." He tossed it 2 more times, and, astonishingly, both times landed face up. The handsome youth, with rosy lips and white teeth, revealed a relieved smile. "Indeed, father, mother, grandmother, little sister, I knew you would think the same. Rest assured I, Xianxia, will diligently cultivate with my senior brother's aid and avenge you all soon." He was filled with ambition. After resting for a while, Xianxia acclimated to his enhanced physique and once again leaped into the pool. He can now distinctly sense that the pain from the water blade has significantly diminished. His physical constitution is improving, and so is his threshold for pain. He has come to comprehend the profound intricacies of the sword forging technique known as the refining sword method, which his senior brother has dubbed a transcendent skill. The refined young man no longer perceives the torturous method employed in the pool as a form of torment. Rather, he recognizes it as an essential lesson imparted by his brother. He even ponders whether his senior brother has traversed a similar path in his own journey, undoubtedly having undergone training in this very place. With this thought, Xianxia envisions the serene and graceful figure of Chu Huaishu. "I am far inferior to my senior brother," he reflects, filled with sentiment. 2 days have now elapsed. Han Shuangjiang leans against the door of the bamboo cottage, gazing from afar at the engaging exchange between Chu Huaishu and Lu Qinggong. She has grown somewhat accustomed to the cacophony outside. The cold-faced girl has been diligently practicing in recent days, unwilling to be left behind by Chu Huaishu. Through her efforts, she has also reached the standard of the 8th aperture. The body of profound Yin is indeed formidable, with a remarkably rapid rate of advancement. Tomorrow, she muses, she should be able to attempt breaking through to the 9th aperture. At that point, she can finally visit the library. The girl has long anticipated this day. At this moment, as she watches Chu Huaishu and Lu Qinggong spar with great enthusiasm, a sense of confusion stirs within her. Did he not already open all 8 apertures just days ago? Why has he made no progress in recent days? Is he preoccupied with sparring? Or is he deliberately waiting for me? Han Shuangjiang cannot decipher the answer. Sometimes, she feels as though she understands him quite well, yet at other times, she is struck by the realization that her knowledge of him remains superficial. This man seems to harbor many secrets. Despite possessing an inferior spiritual embryo, his cultivation speed surpasses even her own, which is of a superior grade. Given the combat prowess he currently exhibits, she fears that should she engage him in sparring, she would scarcely withstand a few exchanges. An inexplicable curiosity about Chu Huaishu lingers in her heart. Yet, she recalls the teachings of her elder sisters within the red sleeve invitation. Shuangjiang, a woman must never harbor curiosity about a man. Look at our sisters here. Many of them began their relationships with patrons as mere fleeting encounters, but curiosity led them to delve deeper, resulting in their eventual downfall, leaving them without any silver at the end. Han Shuangjiang does not entirely agree with her sister's admonitions, recognizing that their context is the realm of fleeting passions. Nonetheless, there seems to be a kernel of truth in their words. Just as she is lost in her thoughts, she hears Chu Huaishu speak. "Brother Lu, let us conclude for today." He gestures. Are we finishing this early today?" Lu Qinggong appears bewildered. "I am utterly exhausted. These past few days have been exceedingly taxing." This lad seems to be invigorated as if he has taken some potent elixir, regardless of how arduous the previous day may have been. Lu Qinggong awoke the following morning with exuberance. As an ordinary individual, fatigue inevitably accumulates, yet he finds himself compelled to confront it head-on by resorting to medication. Each evening upon returning home, Lu Qinggong would request his partner to prepare nourishing meals for his recovery. Before departing, he would consume a qi blood pill, and today, feeling particularly invigorated, he indulged in 2. Consequently, even as the effects of the medicine lingered, his fervor remained unabated. How could he be told to refrain from combat? What, then, would become of his ardor? Unbeknownst to him, in the eyes of Chu Huaishu, this auxiliary figure had lost all value. Just moments ago, he had gained an additional 40 experience points, bringing his total to a full 1,200. Continuing to spar held no significance unless Lu Qinggong were to experience a sudden surge in power, capable of being subdued by him. Only then would he consider inflicting a few more blows. "Very well, Brother Chu, shall I return tomorrow morning?" The auxiliary Lu Changong had gradually acclimated to this routine. No need, I intend to break through to the ninth aperture tonight. Tomorrow morning, I may pay a visit to the library, Chu Huaishi replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Changong felt a shiver run through him. The tone implied that the timing of the breakthrough hinged entirely on personal inclination. Beside him, Han Shuangjiang received the answer. Indeed, he was intentionally delaying his breakthrough, awaiting her arrival. The deputy leader of the enforcement team could only raise his hand in congratulations. Then, congratulations to Brother Chu. I wish you success in discovering a favorite technique within the library. Thank you for your kind words, Brother Lu. Chu Huaishu smiled. After Lu Qinggong departed, Chu Huaishu turned to gaze at the graceful figure in the adjacent bamboo house. You will achieve your breakthrough tonight, won't you? He inquired. Certainly, replied the ice-cold figure. Upon returning to his quarters, Chu Huaishu shed his soiled robe, sullied from their sparring. Habitually, he hung the dirty garment at Su Ziqing's door, intending to wash them together upon his return. Little Su, why haven't you returned yet? If you keep this up, I shall have no clean clothes to wear, he murmured to himself. Days had swiftly passed, and Su Ziqing remained within the secret realm, absorbing medicinal liquid. This further solidified Chu Huaishu's conviction that the young man was indeed a natural-born alchemical prodigy. Had I possessed such a physique, I could have easily garnered an additional 2,000 experience points within the secret realm, rather than toiling through tedious sparring. Wouldn't it be more delightful to swim naked in the pool? He thought, bemused. Settling onto the meditation cushion, Chu Huaishu refrained from hastily leveling up. He feared the possibility of losing consciousness from the sudden surge, missing mealtime, and having to settle for cold leftovers. Typically, he preferred to upgrade in the evening, allowing himself a deep, restorative slumber. The mere thought of soon becoming a ninth aperture powerhouse brought a smile to his face. Such a modest level should not have elicited such elation. The 9 orifices represent the pinnacle of the sword refinement technique. This signifies that I have successfully graduated. Away with the foolish menstrual pain. After enduring great torment, Chu Huaisu feels that brighter days lie ahead. From now on, he imagines watching Xiao Su alone, howling in delight. What a thrilling prospect. As night falls, however, Su Ziqing has yet to return. Is he really that captivating? Chu Huaisu is left speechless, pondering why the so-called scientific drug use, even in moderation, does not seem to work for him. So, it is true that taking medicine can enhance strength? He casts aside these distractions, resolves not to envy the protagonists of the world, and decides to remain grounded, taking one steady step at a time, relying solely on his own efforts. System, upgrade me. In an instant, the 9th orifice within him, which had been severely blocked, suddenly became unobstructed. With all 9 orifices now open, the hidden spiritual embryo began to form its own cycle, allowing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to enter his body. Upon passing through the 9 orifices, it could transform into spiritual power within him. The surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly, incessantly refining and pounding Chu Huaisu's physical form. Before long, an overwhelming wave of pain engulfed him. Despite his high threshold for pain, he felt as if he might lose his sanity. The torment he experienced at this moment rivaled the cumulative agony of opening the 8 orifices before. The sensation of being crushed by a heavy weight made him question whether he had been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Was he no longer a person, but merely a mass ground into the earth? Damn it, what luck! This was the final thought of Chu Huaisu. He imagined walking along the national highway, crushed by the legendary 100-ton king. Chu Huaisu lay convulsing on the mat, yet an ethereal glow coursed through his skin. Within his sea of consciousness, the sickly black little sword suddenly became exceptionally lively. It began to tremble, as if yearning to unsheathe itself. In the next moment, the entire medicinal mountain trembled slightly, akin to an earthquake. In the region known as Xianxia Mountain, every peak experienced the same phenomenon. A multitude of disciples from the Tao sect were startled, as such an occurrence had never happened before. Was the outside world shaking? Could there even be an earthquake in Xianxia Mountain? Impossible. Even if the outside world trembled, the protective formation surrounding Xianxia Mountain would shield it from harm, unless the tremor originated from within the protective formation. The high-ranking members of the Tao sect were equally astonished, rushing out in droves, all flying toward the central area of Zangling Mountain within Xianxia Mountain. For the source of this earthquake lay here. For reasons unknown, the sword atop Zangling Mountain began to vibrate, emitting a series of melodious sword cries. At the summit, there stood a stone platform, beside which loomed a stone tablet, with a carving knife placed before it. The stone stele was towering tall, and at its top were only two large characters, gentlemen. The characters were written vertically. Below them were densely packed lines of smaller text, as though others had followed the meaning of those two words, forming phrases or sentences, before carving them into the stone with chisels. Resting flat upon the stone platform was a sword sheath. It was entirely jet black, exuding an ancient, time-worn aura. Hanging from a sheath was a pendant, a black bead, with black tassels tied beneath it, and above the sheath, a sword floated in midair. The tip pointed downward, the hilt upward. It was a bronze sword, yet slightly longer than ordinary bronze blades, and darker in color, presenting a deep bluish-black sheen. At this very moment, the bronze sword was trembling, releasing wave after wave of resonant sword hums. With each tremor, the entire hidden spirit mountain quaked along with it. Though suspended in the air, it seemed capable of pulling the whole mountain in its wake, as if an invisible force bound the sword to the mountain, as though it had been locked here. The sword was furious,